Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorites. He will never coup me, Adam Friended.
What's up, man? Of course, yeah. You're my special friend. You're never gonna get me
I will
stabbing
never
you
get
in the back.
Bergosioned by Adam. Yes.
So we have a couple of guests today. We have Brianna Wu, who's back again, a progressive activist. What's the name of your pack? You run
It's Rebellion Pack.
Rebellion Pack.
Yep.
And we have Sean Fitzgerald, also known as Actual Justice Warrior, who is in the video that we're reviewing.
Allegedly, I'm in it.
So
I went to grab a snack in the middle.
So we will get into the video pretty quickly here. It's a long video, but we are all going to be responding to the video. This video was very, very requested. Obviously, there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going on. Since you want to say anything about the video before we get into it,
I'd like to thank Sean for bringing up the issue that he knew would trigger me about dissidence. Thank you, Sean, for you tried your best. You tried your best. So we'll get into it when we get into it. But
so
by the way, I didn't tell you guys this was happening, and I don't have the watch together link, but I didn't tell you this was happening because I wanted you to book something for Sunday and then change it when you saw it was happening. That's how much I love you, Sitch and Adam.
Wait, how long in advance did you know that this was going to happen?
Oh, it was booked like weeks in advance.
Oh, you jerk.
You're welcome.
I apologize. Yeah, I forgot to send you guys the watch together link. So I'm sending it to you on don't laugh, Sitch. Fuck you.
We were talking about before the show.
Professionals here. We're professionals.
I'm sending you the watch together link on Twitter. I actually put the watch together link in the chat and then forgot because I deleted it because I thought it might end up in the video and we'd get.
Well, it was funny because before the show, Adam was all like, "Okay, I can't send people the watch together link and the Zoom link because then they always click the wrong one."
Yes. Yeah.
And then he just forgets to send the watch together link all together.
My bad.
So yeah, before we start the show, I just wanted to clear the air about something, and I think I hope this demonstrates some good faith as we're going today. So Sean, something I publicly said to you on Twitter is that you talked over Emma the whole time you did this. I want to apologize to you. I rewatched it in preparation for this. That is not true. You overall were largely respectful to her. Tim certainly talked over her to a extremely obnoxious degree, but you were very fair, and I just wanted to let you know I apologize for saying that publicly. It was not true.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see that, but I appreciate it, and I appreciate you opening with that.
I think Sean's a piece of shit because he talks over me all the time when he comes on our show. So
True.
No, I'm obviously joking, but do you guys have a watch together link up or what?
I do.
Okay, let's go. Let's get into the video.
Any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to?
Okay, we got a little. Someone's got some audio going, so we can hear the audio. Sean, is that you?
Maybe it's me.
Do you have a headphone? You have headphones in, Sean?
I don't have headphones in. Let me find some. I'll mute for now, but
okay.
Let me look.
Want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at the Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the culture war.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on. But I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was like
that up for you.
The song. So that specific issue was the song we put out. Played on your show had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no. The issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So
okay, can I pause it here? Can we talk about this? Have any of y'all actually seen the segment that Emma produced on Majority Report here? Okay, so what is your estimation of Tim's the validity of Tim's complaint here? Because I think it's like non-existent. I mean, on several points. I mean, A, the song is not good, you know. B, the idea that like the Majority Report is over there with some esoteric pipeline, like piping it through a CRT and recording it. Of course not. Like they're just recording it and playing a YouTube file live. I think he's being so precious about this. If you're a creative person, we all know you get criticized all the time. I find this to be some very triggered snowflake behavior, but I'd love to know what y'all think.
I haven't seen their coverage of it. I would assume if you were going to alter the video in any way, it would be to avoid a copyright claim.
Right.
You know, that's something that I'll do. I'll often speed up like a little bit, try to make it as unnoticeable as possible. But I have no idea. Like when they went into this, I didn't know what this was about at all, which is why I don't say anything, except for when she says they don't have the technology to do this. Anybody can do this, but like I don't know if they did or didn't, nor do I really care.
Well, I understand the charge just in the fact that a lot of their videos are dedicated towards reputation destruction for Tim Pool. So it's in that same kind of vein. So that's
fair, but there's so much that's legit to go after him on. Like, why do you have to go to like making fun of his music? Like the song is bad.
Look, now your critique is of the Majority Report.
How so? How so?
Because you're saying there's so many legitimate things to go after Tim Pool. Why are they going after his song? Which
no. My point is they don't have to make the song look worse to like go after him. Like the song itself is so bad. Come on, it's emo. It is. I mean, I urge you to go listen to this song. It just doesn't mix with Tim Pool's like whole vibe, right?
Yeah. So okay, so
I do agree. They would not have had to alter it probably for the audience to hate it. Like you know.
So I've seen the segment in question, and I think basically what happens is it looks like they had the song playing on a laptop, and they just kind of like shared like the audio of the laptop onto the show. So it just comes out. It's like, you know, going through a TV going through another TV. So the audio just comes out not great. I don't think they did that intentionally. I think that was just done through ineptness, and that because Tim has this, you know, whole back history where he's mad at Sam, which we'll get into because it comes up in the show about whether I think it's legitimate or not. I think that kind of just like feeds into this kind of narrative he has in his mind about them, you know, not being fair to him. So I think kind of exacerbated the situation when it's like, they just played your song and they didn't really, you know, do it justice. You know,
not that I want to like harp on this issue because I could not care less.
It's very minor, yeah.
But do they normally? I'm not a huge watcher of Majority Report. Do they normally play clips on their show in that way where they play it through a laptop?
So I don't know what you mean play it through a laptop. Now, I want to be honest here and say I often listen to the Majority Report more than I always like watch it directly. Like that's how much of it I watch, but I don't remember. Like I've seen that clip 3 times now, and it doesn't sound distorted. It sounds like the song.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up. We can all make
You're gonna bring up the clip? Come on, we have a 2-hour video here. What are we doing?
I'm just gonna look at it. No, like it's like you can see. Like they just like clicked it like it wasn't even like a watch guide. You can see that someone just screen shared on a computer, you know, Tim's music video. And like it sounded like it was going not directly into whatever the audio was.
Couldn't that just be like go ahead.
They run a political channel. I mean, why are they doing
I don't think it was
criticizing his art? I think it's a fair I think it is a fair critique to say, listen, you guys are attacking me because you don't like my politics, and you're doing it through my art, which art is subjective. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe it's not for you. Fuck off.
I think the way that they pitched their show, if you were to ask them for the Steelman position, they would say first hour or first hour and a half or whatever is their serious headline news and politics. Then after that, it's like the fun part of the show. Like the Young Turks back in the day used to have first hour, and then second hour was the light stories and all that. So I think Emma said something to this regard, that this was their second hour kind of content, and their first hour is like their boring stuff. So this might have just been intended to be fun. Like not like Tim is bad at politics because we don't like his song. It might have been like, wow, this political figure is trying to sing, haha. So that might be the intention. And if that's the case, you're allowed to make fun of somebody.
Well, so I don't begrudge him making fun of. I don't begrudge him making fun of Tim Pool, but I just it's like it is what it is. So
I've been a paid Majority subscriber off and off since the Bush years. Sam Seder is my #1 favorite show. I've watched it through every iteration. Yeah, I've been on Majority Report more than a few times. And I really, you're dead on, Sean, that the first half of it is more dry, and the second half is just, they call it the fun half. It is bagging on Dave Rubin, but it's also where they like bring in callers to debate, or people will come in and talk about like they're running for office and try to fundraise. Like it really is a fun half where they'll just go through the news, right? So I can understand where, if you're kind of the target of this stuff, you might reach the conclusion that it's there to just make fun of conservatives. It's really just there for fun, in my estimation.
If the exact same song was made by Cenk Uygur, they would love it. They would be praising it to high heaven. They would be saying, "Oh my God, this art has come to us from the mountain on high." You know they would. You know they would.
Do you think so? It's not. I hate this song. But I don't like this genre of music.
I think that if Cenk did this, which just imagine him in that music video for a second, and wearing like the same clothes he normally wears, because I've seen one of these music videos and I think it's the one. If Cenk did this, they probably wouldn't show it because it would be like it's a goofy idea that you're like a political podcast host, then transitioning to like I'm gonna do music, and I don't know what the genre is. I don't know anything about music. So, but like it was interesting to see Tim Pool in a music video wearing this outfit.
Okay. Just one more thing. I don't want us to talk about the music the whole time, but this is why I think this is funny for liberals. So if you're doing a Nickelback style song, it is filled with him like singing with just trying to be so emotional and make that human connection. And when we perceive your public persona as frankly cruelty, there just seems to be a real disconnect there between the message. I'm just telling you the way I interpret
well,
it.
I know
between like the soulfulness of it and like the way we perceive your politics. It comes off as emo when you're trying to be like really hard. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that's what Adam was saying when he was saying like if the politics were different, if Tim was on the left, people's opinions would be shifted because they'd feel like he didn't have a message of cruelty. They'd be like, oh, he's really deep. This is really meaningful,
Yeah, we got to step into that stereotype because do you think Republicans in general or conservatives in general are cruel?
I don't think in general. I think that Tim Pool has a very, I'm right. I don't think he has a very empathetic way of looking at the world. I think that's the best way I could say it. And I think if he came out with this song that was in the style of, say, KMFDM, right, that would feel on brand. It would feel aggressive. There would be very little to go after him on. I think it's the trying to be really soft and emotional. It just creates a juxtaposition that is not consistent with what I feel his public persona is.
John?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I find the Freedom Tunes guy, his show, to be actually funny. I love animation and all that. I think because I like Seamus personally, if I didn't like Freedom Tunes, I would just not talk about it. But if like there was an equivalent on the left and I thought it was like really bad, then I might make fun of it. So I do think there is like if a left-leaning person did the same song and they didn't like it, they just ignore it. But because it's Tim Pool, who they often feature on the show, then they make fun of it. And I don't really see anything wrong with that, if that makes sense. Because we would all tend to do that.
Right. Yeah.
I don't, and I guess we can move on after this, but I don't think my perception of Tim, I don't think he's cruel. I think he does care about other people. I think he is empathetic, but I think he has different priorities about what he thinks is best for the country and the world. I do think he has an ego. Now, I think that's very difficult for someone who kind of blew up the way he did to not have a large ego. Yeah. But I would have confused the ego with like cruelty per se. So
I mean, I'm sure if he invited me on his show, like I'm sure I would have a perfectly polite conversation with him. Right. I'm just something I would really encourage everyone to watch this today. Notice this as you watch this, how often he talks about my personal belief. Oh, I think this is what I think it should be. Roe versus Wade should be adjudicated like I think in my perfect world. It's not coming back to policy solutions that a broad electorate can agree on. He's talking about his magical world that he wants to create, which I just, that kind of comes off as self-involved to me, if that makes sense.
That seems completely unfair, but let's get back to the video.
Sure.
Well, I was just going to say, to be fair, when we get to that section, it feels like Emma's attacking him. So that could be why he's like saying, this is my belief.
Okay, fair enough.
So we'll see.
If we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that that's what the song sounds like. When it
but I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
No, it's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, you know, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe.
Well, no, I published all the DMs.
Yeah.
Because then what he did was, he then, it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him, I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash it out.
Well, the issue has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet, and he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him, and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do.
So, okay, wait. So this whole drama, this is like the genesis of Tim's problem with Sam, this interaction. And so I did find it on Twitter. It's actually a very short interaction, so it's kind of interesting that this blew up in this whole thing. So it was like in October of 2020, Tim put out a thread where he was talking about like, oh, I can't get lefties to come on the show and debate. And Sam publicly on Twitter replies and says, I'm down. And then we see later in DMs that after Sam agrees, that Tim says like, well, let me say this publicly. Tim, in the tweet to Sam, he says, we are booked Monday. The show is live, 8 p.m. in studio. We can cover all travel and accommodation. 13th is open. Next opening is the weekend following. And Sam says, I can do the 13th. And then they talk in the DMs. So even though Tim did say he can cover travel and accommodation, Sam, I guess, didn't interpret that as meaning like if he wanted to travel, not he was required to travel. Because in the DMs, very instantly, like the first thing that comes up in the conversation is Sam says, wait, you don't do remote. I can't, go in person.
Right.
Wow.
And
That's
so if
some
that
big context there.
Well, no. So if that was the end of it, like, okay, then none of this would happen. But what happened was a couple of days later, Tim tweets this out and he says, I recently did a thread where I said it was hard to book leftists on my podcast. I was immediately bombarded with leftists calling me out as a liar and throwing names at me. A few people publicly said they'd go on my show in response, then privately messaged me saying they wouldn't. Excuses started pouring in that I should change the time or format of my show to earlier or to remote views. We have never done remote views for IRL and aren't set up for it. Okay. So here's where I think the problem is. Okay. So I went to find like Sam's response to this. And Sam's response to this is that he retweets this and says, full disclosure, I am one of those people who, upon finding out I was required to fly to the DC area and go into an enclosed, presumably airtight studio with maskless folks talking for several hours during a second wave of pandemic, had to take a rain check on this invite. So here's what I think happened. From Tim's perception, and he actually said this in a tweet, he doesn't name Sam Seder, and he kind of puts out his tweet, and then Sam Seder kind of, for no reason, from Tim's perspective, attacks him sort of, in his quote tweet, and a bunch of people kind of jumped down Tim's throat.
Yeah.
But from Sam's perspective, and I don't think Tim is appreciating this, it was public that Sam said that he was going to go on Tim's show. But the fact that he wasn't because he wasn't going to be in there personally was not public. So if Tim then after that comes out publicly and says a bunch of people backed out in private and then they gave me excuses, from Sam's perspective, he has to make a public response to that because Tim essentially just pooped on his face on Twitter.
I think it's possible that Tim's like, well, Tim's show has always been you have to show up in person. It's never been remote. They don't do remote guests or whatever. But like, I think it's possible that Sam didn't know that, and he may have assumed most guests were in person, but they were set up for that, or maybe they would have done it in the context of the pandemic or whatever. But
fact check that super quickly. That's not true. The first time that Sam Seder debated Tim Pool, it was remote. That's why Sam assumed he would be able to go to remote later.
Remote on what show?
But it's a different show,
on Tim's show.
But it's a different show.
On what show? TIMCAST IRL?
It was a different show that Tim Pool was doing. Yeah.
But IRL is his show that they're talking about. That's it. That's
my point is, I think you can view, if you want to give Sam the benefit of the doubt, the thing that he actually says in the DMs, which you can go read, I put them in the link here. The last time Sam had gone and debated Tim on his show, he did it by remote. He assumed incorrectly that was an option moving forward.
Right. I mean, that is what I said, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't know I didn't know they had debated before. Yes. But I also know his IRL show. I don't know if they've ever had a remote guest on that particular show.
Sure, fair enough.
So it could be a thing where Tim's like, well, like, you're talking about my show a lot. You should know this. And it's like, well, not everybody watches everybody's shows. And like a lot of us don't have the time to do that.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
And then it kind of snowballs over time.
100%.
To me, the thing that was interesting about the interaction is that, like, it was obviously a miscommunication that kind of blew up into another miscommunication.
Yep.
And I don't think, like, I understand Tim being mad that Sam drove a bunch of like haters towards him. I get that. But Tim also, I think, has to appreciate that his statement about, a bunch of people backed out and made excuses is going to get Sam to respond because he's essentially attacking Sam, even if he's not naming it.
Right. Vague posting.
But anyway.
Cover that. I mean, part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left.
This is the first calling Tim's show the right-wing ecosystem. So she's already drawn blood 5 minutes in.
Do you not think it is?
Well, it's a contested point. It really is. Like, there's a point in here where Tim says most of my audience is moderates. So he immediately starts pushing back against it. And this is one of the things, and I guess we'll get into it more when we get to that part of the video, but the idea that right-wingers just shouldn't have a place where they can listen to content, or content can't be geared directly towards them. It's just, I think that's a bad position to be in.
Is that the complaint, or usually the complaint against him is that they say, he's a right-wing bubble, but he pretends like he's not.
Right.
Isn't that usually the complaint?
That is the complaint, yeah.
Right.
I mean, like, I don't have to go out there and say, I'm actually progressive. I'm actually progressive. I'm actually progressive. I don't have to repeat that like it's propaganda because people can just read my Twitter and they get that impression of me, right? I think Tim Pool is really engaged in having to repeat this over and over because I think in his heart he knows it's not true. Right. He is not a hardcore, like, right-wing extremist, but he's far more on the right side of things than he is the left. That's fine. He's got a successful show. Sure.
Even if he's center right.
Sure.
And has some left-wing positions, that's not a crime.
No one's saying it's a crime. It's just truth in labeling.
He calls himself more of a moderate, and he has some like out there positions, and the people that are around him, like Seamus is very right wing, like religious conservative, but Ian's like a conspiracy like guy. That's his like whole jam, but he's like a hippie, like, so it's a mixture of people that are around him in his crew, but then they have more right wing people on because these are the people that are willing to go on. Right. And like the effectiveness of the attack of calling Tim Pool like right wing and him having to defend himself, like, it can't be underscored, because I remember Anna Kasparian recently like said some things that I think were good related to crime, and the first attack against her was that she was becoming a right winger. She's moving to the right. She's selling out the left. And like, if your immediate response to any disagreement is that, and now she has to defend herself from a lot of those unfair attacks, it kind of should lose its sting. So it's like, Anna, I still consider to be a progressive, even though she's now having to defend herself from those like allegations that she's moving to the right. And Tim, I consider him to be more of a moderate. He's pretty right wing on gun control issues, but like his police takes, a lot of them I can't stand, and some of them in this one I couldn't stand.
Yeah, from my perspective, you know, and I think we're all coming at this like in good faith, but from my perspective, Tim seems to give lip service to some left-wing ideas, and he couches it like his abortion position is a really good example here. At the end of the day, he's going to vote for Trump. He's going to vote for DeSantis. He's going to have a bunch of people on, and I've seen him argue against abortion access repeatedly on the show. But then he just tries to couch it saying, oh, but I believe in this. I just want Congress to like pass this. I want them to codify Roe versus Wade, right? And it's just all this like the outcome of the policies he is advocating is solidly, consistently siding with right-wing power.
Look,
and I think it's just misleading his audience.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because I'm not familiar with your positions. Would you consider yourself like an advocate for like gun control, like increased gun control policies?
Oh, that's tough. I think like gun safety broadly, yeah, I do think we need to take steps in that direction.
Did you support Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton in the 2016 Democratic primary?
Hand to God, I sat that out. I did not. I did not take a public position on that. I could see it either way. Hand to God.
Are you comfortable revealing like your private preference or no?
It's such a contentious thing.
Okay.
Like
is
I will
this
say,
gun?
It's 2023.
2020, I voted for Elizabeth Warren. She was my candidate, right? Pragmatic. I loved her. I'm a Elizabeth Warren Democrat, if that makes sense.
If you were to choose between Bernie and Biden, I know this might be in a similar realm. You don't have to answer it. Like in the primary, not right now. Biden's already the president. Like I totally understand that. Like which would be your preference?
If I had to choose between a Bernie, is
just
that
overall,
perspective
like
of
as
who
to be
I
the
think
president
would win? If I got to choose Brianna Wu, who's the president, Bernie or Biden?
Yeah,
I don't think Bernie could win a general election.
It's not about winning, like
but
policy preference.
I think Bernie represents me more. Yeah.
Okay. So if I were to say that because Bernie has a worse record actually a better record from the NRA from a conservative perspective, and a worse record from a left-wing perspective than Hillary or Joe Biden. But I don't think that just because you rank other issues like in an order and you were to pick them over pick a Bernie over Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton, that you don't actually care about gun control, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think the difference is the Democratic Party, generally speaking, is more tilted towards gun safety legislation. And I think the Republican Party is not. And I would not vote for the Republican Party. So I think the overall direction of my politics is clear. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
I don't like, I think a lot of people don't realize that there are like number one issues for a lot of people. There's like a bunch of things you believe, but like you have a decision point issue, and just because abortion might be your decision point issue or somebody else's, and by the way it was a lot of people's, because look at the midterm results, doesn't mean that everybody who's pro-choice also ranks it where they are. Because Tim's also like, again, like very pro-gun. He told me that the Second Amendment doesn't specify an age, so you actually can't ban the possession of firearms for minors, which I think is wild. But you know, like that, but that's an issue he's obviously very passionate about.
What would be an issue where you think he is I guess universal health care, though he's very limited on that. I'm just trying to think, what is the good faith argument that Tim pulls on the left? And I can't think of it.
I think he's more of a moderate with some right-wing positions.
I think it's
and
a libertarian.
Let's zero in on the abortion thing, because you said that Tim argues against access to abortion. Tim argues against access to abortion if women are having abortions in the third trimester. Okay. I don't know if you can call being pro-choice but against abortion, late-term abortions, just for whatever reason, like a conservative argument. They're against abortion.
I think it's been more statements than that. I think overall, and look, you can make your own assessment. I think overall, when you look at Tim Pool, he is like, my God, he said repeatedly he's voting for Trump, right?
Well, no,
like,
but look, you're casting his position as a conservative position when his position is he's fine with abortion in the first trimester, which was Roe v. Wade. How do you define that as a conservative
the first and
position?
second was Roe v. Wade, by the way.
Okay. So he has a what I would define as a progressive. I don't know when the Progressive Party decided women should be able to get abortions in the 9th month for whatever reason they want. I don't know when that became the progressive standard.
I don't believe I've said ever publicly that's my standard. Look, my argument,
so you might have the same position as Tim Pool then.
I don't. I've listened to his clips on abortion. It seems, look, again, I'm trying to engage this in good faith, but my assessment of it is he will give some caveat for his audience that gives him plausible deniability to not just be a garden variety right winger when he's consistently voting, bringing on right wing guests, siding with right-wing power, but he'll like give this imaginary worldview where he wants to say, but I theoretically believe in this, even though I'm voting for all the people.
The implication, you're saying this is in good faith though, but the implication is that his position is really, he would not want abortion to be legal in any case. And he's just saying this position because he thinks that's what his audience wants to hear.
No, I think he really believes it.
Okay, so
well, he's I would say, like, you know, if you watch Tim versus the Serfs, and it's something that I noticed with Emma, and I mentioned it, they pretend, in my opinion, to not know Tim's abortion position, despite the fact that he said he's pro-choice, and he holds like the same position as the majority of people. Pro-choice up into a certain point that's actually pretty late compared to European counterparts, right? So, like, so his position on abortion to me is like perfectly moderate. It's like 90s Democrat or whatever. And he ends up getting into arguments in terms of late term because there are like some people who will say that they don't want any restrictions at any point. And there are reasons to argue for that, because if you're like, oh, if we ban this after, you know, after 7 or 8 or into the 7th, 8th, and 9th month, and there is like a deformity, then you have to go to a doctor. They have to determine whether that's a deformity or that's a problem for the mother that is at the point of time where it's enough of a risk for you to abort it. And that's like extra process that could lead to medical problems. So there are reasons for those positions. But like what I find weird is that people will like go out of their way to say that Tim is not pro-choice when he said it explicitly. If you watch him debate Seamus or any of the other pro-life people that he's had on his show, Lydia, who used to work there, he makes it clear. It's just when you put him against Lance from the Serfs, he looks comparatively conservative.
Yeah, that's my point. I think his position is the same as Sitch and I. So,
yeah, go ahead.
I think I know what's happening here, which is that, you know, I've been watching Tim from the beginning, and you know, in the beginning,
from the very beginning,
from the
day he was born.
Yes, from the day young little Timothy came out of the womb with a beanie on his head, I was there. No, but okay, so I remember watching Tim like from the beginning of his YouTube almost, or from like, you know, very early on. And he used to very openly talk about how using certain words and framing certain arguments would drastically affect his viewership and his metrics. And he's always been hyper cognizant and aware of his audience and kind of the direction his audience wants to go. And so what I think happens here is that I do think that Tim is a relatively moderate person.
Wow.
But wait, well, let me couch that in that he does believe things on the left, and he does believe. Actually, I'll take that back. I don't think he's moderate because I think he has some very extreme views in terms of conspiracies. But I think he has left-wing views and he has right-wing views. And what happens is that since he knows kind of where his audience is, when he talks about where he agrees with the right, I think he'll become very energized and animated, and you'll see him. You know, he gets very angry and he kind of like very riled up. But when he kind of talks about where he disagrees with the right and agrees with the left, the energy is a lot milder and it's a lot tamer. And I think that is intentional. I think that is done for his audience. And that definitely creates the sense to people watching him, especially people that don't like him, that he's like fake or lying or grifting or that he's a secret right winger. So I think it's really just this disparity in energy level that's causing all this dispute.
Right.
I hear you on that. Just one more thing before we move on. So, like, as we move into some of Emma's positions here, you know, I think, Sean, you're going to find I'm agreeing with you on a lot of things. Like, my take on trans healthcare and trans access is a lot more nuanced than Emma's. My take on crime, I think, I don't agree with your position overall, but I'm a lot more amenable to some of the things you said than I think Emma was, right? That doesn't mean, like, if I was on this show and I was saying, I'm Brianna Wu, the moderate, like, look at me, I'm out here with my moderate positions on X, Y, and Z, I think y'all would think I was full of shit. So
if his position on abortion is literally moderate, and he says that, and everyone is accusing him of being a secret right winger, why wouldn't you be angry about that?
Because the outcome of the things of the media he makes,
but that's a completely different. That's a
supporting right-wing power, in my view. That's why I feel that way.
That's a completely different argument, though. Obviously.
Okay. Well, from Brianna's perspective, since Brianna tends to view most things through like the lens of elections, she's saying like, oh, you know, Tim Pool is helping one side get elected, therefore he's on that team, right? Is that fair?
Would this be like a fair characterization of your position? Tim Pool, the person, might be pro-choice, where most pro-choice people in the United States of America are, but Tim Pool or TIMCAST IRL overall like pushes pro-life way more often than pro-choice, if that makes sense.
Sean, thank you for stating my position far more eloquently than I did. Thank you. That is dead on.
Okay.
Nice. Look at that success. Sitch. You said that wasn't possible.
Well, listen, the people that we have on our show, the big-brained, enlightened, good faith people we have on our show, it's possible. Okay.
Yeah.
But all those people out there in the world that won't come on our show, they're hopeless.
Of course.
Left-wing media space, we just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think whatever this space has more money, because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. What does
I
that,
live
what
in
does
a
that mean?
one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
I get
this is such a weird. She said this like really struck me as odd, because I'm like, okay, Sam Seder, he's got like 1 million+ subs. I mean, I'm assuming I only watch their clips. I don't watch their whole streams. I'm assuming they either get or could get ad spots if they wanted to.
She goes on to say, I don't know if you watch this all the way through, that they turn down sponsors that don't align with them, because I point this out that the Young Turks has had ads. David Pakman has had ads, and they're not like that dissimilar, but they refuse ads that they say don't align with their moral stances.
Yeah, but okay, because she's kind of making it sound like they're not getting ads because of their like no advertiser will touch them. And I'm like, I mean, I've watched Second Thought videos, and that guy's like very outwardly socialist. He has very wacky views, far more to the left than I think Emma or
Second Thought is like, we should put the workers in charge of Amazon and like have them like run the show, like democratize the workforce.
Right.
Also, this is brought to you by Audible. Like, get yourself a free book from Audible. Like, Audible has like told Audible representatives have told me absolutely not. They've told friends of mine in the right wing space absolutely not. And I think this is just incorrect completely. Like,
yeah, I think it's
premium sponsor offers in comparison to right wingers.
Yes, from my perception, this is completely reversed. I feel like people on the left, even on the fringes of the left, are far more likely to be able to get sponsorships than people on the right, in my opinion.
I think this may surprise you. I agree with you. This isn't a great argument. You know, Majority Report has been sponsored by people like me for a long time that just give them $10 a month, right? That's most of the income. You know, I remember when Emma came on at one point, she said she made more money from the show than Sam did, which I took to
How does that make
like,
sense?
Well, I took it to mean like Sam is doing this show out of passion and pays his producers and for the studio with that. And he's kind of able to, like he has residuals from his shows on Comedy Central and Bob's Burgers and things like that, which is why the income went to the crew there. It's long been a real mystery to me why Majority Report is not more successful financially. I think it's the smartest show the left has. I think Sam Seder is the best talent the left has. And I work with Cenk, I really, really think the world of Sam Seder. So I don't think she's being facetious when she talks about the financial issues the show has. It truly, I don't get it.
Right. But there's a big difference if it's Sam's decision to do that because he doesn't want to sell out the show versus because she's kind of making this claim that like, the ads aren't there. And I don't believe that.
Yeah. Sam made a comment one time that kind of made this make sense to me where he talks about David Pakman being really, really good at kind of playing the algorithm games and figuring that stuff out. Like Sam is not a boomer, but he definitely has boomer brain when it comes to this stuff. And I think that it's the kind of thing where if they hired an SEO person and invested in some of that stuff, it would be more successful through AdSense and stuff like that. But that's just an educated guess.
We get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. If the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have. The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers.
I just want to point out that like Tim is actually like pretty transparent about how many memberships he sells, and it's kind of absurd. $10 a month, over 50,000 memberships, and he's built that up over time, and that's a lot of money right there.
Wow,
like
that's crazy, really.
Yeah, and I heard this specifically from the Quartering when he announced he was starting his membership website. He's like, well, I hope we'll get to 50,000 at some point. Like that's it. That was like his goal. And so he's pretty upfront about like how many members he has. So like he has really passionate people behind him, and they have like a whole bunch of programs behind the paywall that like, I didn't even hear of until you're there, or until somebody reaches out to you asking you to contribute it. So they have like a narrative series and all kinds of stuff with their like operation, but people watch their chickens. Like they have a channel where it's a live stream of his chicken coop, Chicken City, and people watch that and they'll super chat. It's
super chatting the chickens.
Wild. Yeah, they're super chatting for Chicken City.
So that's $500,000 a month.
Yeah,
wow.
On memberships, which is huge.
Sitch, what are we doing?
Memberships.
And he is not that, like, his operation is not to the point where that's like nothing. You know what I mean? He has employees, obviously,
but
he doesn't have like 600 employees where that would be like gobbled up like that.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
also,
there's some. Oh, go ahead.
Whenever I've seen Tim's live streams, I've never heard him do ad spots or anything.
Yeah.
Where are these ads coming?
He used to do them. So he had a powder under the table, and I was like, oh, I've advertised that powder. He's like, yeah, we dropped them this many months ago. So he used to do them at the top of the show. Now he's moving into the coffee game and all that. But like, just look at the super chats that people send him.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like Tim puts out a show and people are like, hold on, let me get my shovel so I could shovel money in your direction.
Yeah.
But it is people.
Yeah.
He's getting thousands of dollars of super chats a night. So
I think one of my big criticisms of the left would be that, we do tend to not financially support the things we believe in, like free media, right? This is why Mother Jones, like across leftist media, you constantly see these problems. Like the right is more willing to support this kind of work. And I think you reap the election dividends of that. One of the trends with Majority Report, Yeah, I tend to agree with Sam more than Emma, or before Emma, Jamie. Just directionally, though I really appreciate hearing from them. But you know, the younger people on the show definitely bring a more communist point of view. And I think asking communists to pay $10 a month for Majority Report, I just imagine that's kind of a tougher sell, if that makes sense.
It's ironic, in my opinion, because if Sam leaned more in that direction, he probably could get more memberships, because we're like, most of the mainstream media is like aligned with the Democratic Party, right? But like there's Fox News in terms of like cable news that sticks out as the Republican one. So all the Republicans who watch TV, they gravitate towards Fox News. And then when like Glenn Beck back in the day used to sell like a gold thing, they would buy that because that's Glenn Beck, that's their guy. And meanwhile, on like MSNBC, you would have Rachel Maddow, who's actually a direct competitor with somebody on CNN in a way that they're not with the people on Fox. So for the right wing, I guess it's like for the right wing, it's like a constant, like we tend to concentrate around like alternative platforms because we feel like our worldview is not being like affirmed in the mainstream media in a way that's to our liking. And even though I know a lot of people say the corporate media like serves corporate interests, even just for culture issues, like they would be socially liberal in a way that like a Fox isn't necessarily. And then you go to like Daily Wire in order to fulfill that online, or any of these other outlets. So I think that's why fans are more willing to chuck money at a Tim Pool or a Ben Shapiro, who does have investors, by the way, or you know, like whatever these the Blaze, whatever these other alternatives are.
That's a great point.
Sense.
Yeah, so
it is.
You're covered basically in mainstream media, so there's no need to fund alternative news sources.
Which
We're
sucks
basically
to work in alternative news, by the way.
Yeah.
only members, and okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that, and even what I'm looking at, a Rumble, what I don't know, what do you call that logo right there?
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs, that's a venture capital backed venture, I believe. At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Wait,
there's no equivalent on the left.
Why would
Absolutely
you be able
not.
to get advertising?
Oh yeah, I can pause it. Hold on. So for those of you who don't know, Emma made a mistake there, but I don't think it's her fault necessarily, because she's not familiar with Rumble. What she's looking at is like the equivalent of a YouTube play button, but for Rumble, and assuming that Rumble is like a sponsor of Tim Pool, like in a weird way. And then she talks about the investors for Rumble.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Well,
yeah, that's fair.
I think what she's trying to say is that she views Rumble as like a right-wing platform.
Right.
And so she's saying like, oh, you know, Peter Thiel's sponsoring this right-wing platform. We don't have a left-wing equivalent. But I guess, you know, I think this goes back to what you just said, which is like, well, people view YouTube, like corporate YouTube leans more to the left anyway.
Yeah,
so
as
that,
the left wing.
I know
to be
y'all
clear,
feel that way. I don't agree. I don't want to derail.
well,
the
do you
whole
think
thing,
it?
but
Do you
I
think
don't
it
agree.
leans to the right, or you think it just is nonpartisan?
I think it leans in terms of YouTube's own power, and I think a lot of people get caught in the stray of you know, an algorithm that constantly rewards you for pushing the envelope, and then when you push it too far, you end up getting kicked off the platform. That's what I think.
Well,
but I'll also say right quick, Tim has his YouTube play buttons up on the wall, but because Emma's familiar with YouTube, and I'm sure the majority part would have a golden play button, like she never thinks that they're sponsored by Majority Report. It just so happens Rumble gives you like a little rectangle whenever you hit whatever milestone. But here's some like inside baseball about Rumble that you guys might not know. They offer like Destiny a deal. They've offered other people deals like Crowder and all that, but they offer like Destiny a deal because he's more like centrist, even though he considers himself like left, but he's more centrist than like your average like right-wing person on Rumble, right? They actually wait for people like me to get banned on YouTube, because then we'll go to Rumble anyway. So like we actually have a worse negotiating position in that regard. They would love for Majority Report to go over. So like there's some like savage business practices. They should.
They have.
But just in case you guys didn't know that, that's like the inside. That's not just for me.
They're targeting
that's from
you.
a lot of
They're waiting
right-wing.
for you to get banned.
They're not waiting for you to get banned. Listen, there's another social media site that allegedly, hypothetically and metaphorically, whatever caveat to not get sued, was flagging conservatives to get them to move over, which is a little messed up.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but you know, friendly fire, but they actually don't have that big of an incentive to reel people in, although they're paying live streamers because for whatever reason, live streaming is considered like a good thing to show like your investors.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going back to second for YouTube being left wing, in my opinion, is that I think this all stems from the adpocalypse, which ironically was started by Rupert Murdoch, who's definitely not left wing. But when the adpocalypse happened, it was very obvious the media was worried about YouTube being a place where people would get news and would draw a crowd and audience away from mainstream media. And so the mainstream media latches onto this, and they just try to beat YouTube into submission. And there's like a 2-year period where anytime anyone on YouTube said anything that was like remotely not within the mainstream, especially if it was right wing, I don't remember them doing this for anyone left wing, it'd be like, oh my God, YouTube is radicalizing Nazis and right wingers to do all this crazy stuff, blah, 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 blah. And this essentially forced YouTube to capitulate. And this is where we saw that the algorithm massively changed. Because before like the adpocalypse, I would go on I like look up for something news related, and I would like never see CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or any mainstream media would never pop up. And if it did, it had like, you know, pitiful views. And after the apocalypse, it's like, boom, everything changes. It's like impossible unless you're like hyper specific to not find a mainstream news source for any breaking news. Like if you type in any breaking news, it's just like rows and rows and rows and rows of mainstream media sources. And they obviously changed the algorithm to that effect. And I think that's what is made YouTube so gun shy and so afraid. And that's why they are kind of towing the line where they're going to be far more strict against people who are deviating from the mainstream in the rightward direction.
I hear you. I do want to say there's a film that just came out by Alex Winter, Bill and Ted, and Gail Ann Hurd, you know, who famously did Aliens and Walking Dead and a ton of other things I participated in, looking at YouTube and the radicalization pipeline for that. I don't suspect we're going to agree on that, but I do think there's a really big radicalization pipeline there for it. And you know, my experience with it is I don't want to watch dudes that are sexist on YouTube, right? That make all these kinds of comments. I block constantly. And the amount of right-wing like extremists that end up in my feed, I can't stop it. So I hear what you're saying, but I just want to say from my perspective, it's very much the same thing. So you know, take that for what you will.
Even though, I mean, we're going to disagree about the radicalization thing, but even putting that aside, I mean, I guess what I'm talking about, like you're talking about like the types of content that exist on YouTube and how prevalent it is. And I'm talking about more like the policies that YouTube is implementing specifically.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, without a doubt, they publicly said that they changed their algorithm to favor so-called authoritative sources, which are mainstream media sources, which are the same people trying to get advertisers pulled. So, like, you know, that you could actually just say that might not even be a political thing, even though I do think YouTube was big enough that it could have stood up to advertisers for a while. You could just say it's like, okay, well, if you're going to attack me and then cost me money, then I'm going to tilt the algorithm to favor you. So that way you're disincentivized to attack me because then you're costing yourself money. So you can make a very like cold-blooded argument for why YouTube did that if you were so inclined.
Yeah, I don't think I agree in that I think it was done purely financially. And I think it was done purely because we have to remember that YouTube at the time was a piece of Google, and Google was really the one getting hit. And so if Google says, hey, YouTube, you're costing us money, you better do what we say, you know, YouTube's going to capitulate.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, the context here is the time period that this happened, right? It was in the middle of COVID. It was in the middle of
well, no, this is way before COVID.
Was this before this?
This was what, like 2016?
This is like post-Trump election, so 2017.
Yeah, it was with the PewDiePie, you know, it was a Nazi debacle.
There's a few adpocalypses, but they're 2017, 2018. Like, you know, after Hillary lost, like the narrative was kind of set that it was like fake news and misinformation online, which weirdly became Trump's favorite thing to say, even though Hillary said it like quickly after she lost. And then this became like the thing, and this is why they elevated authoritative sources, because social media got the blame or the credit, depending on how you look at it, for the Trump election.
Yeah,
not Hillary Clinton's terrible campaign.
Right.
Fair enough. We're 7 minutes in. We should watch.
I know this is how it always happens. So.
If like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers, your content's not like too.
We do
dissimilar.
have advertisers. We just have, you know, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values, and we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare. But honestly, Sam should just put
you're
put those
passing
DMs
on
out
advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you have
we do
those
the same
options.
thing. We do literally say we have like 4 advertisers. We have
Right.
like 4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
why make a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion, is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're trying to make a difference in the world.
We don't have investment or... Sure. We have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers. We got.
Wait. Did she just say? I kind of zoned out for a second. Did she just say that their content majority report is too dry for advertisers?
Or investment, which is I don't know if
Yeah,
what she's saying is that it's not broadly appealing enough, because then it would just be not broadly appealing enough, or like you know, their audience isn't large enough, because obviously if you did a dry show but people watched it, then people would invest in it. But I will point out, she says capital investment again. It's like Tim, again, is very transparent about how much he made. Like, he was talking about, in that, remember that whole Krigler versus Tim Pool thing? And they were talking about how Tim, before IRL, was making like $85,000 a month because he was doing like 6 videos a day and they were getting monetized. And he was essentially playing the algorithm much in the same way that comedians would, where they would put their late night show segments and YouTube rewarded you for multiple different segments. So it's like not a mystery how Tim Pool accumulated all this money, especially before demonetization and all of that. And like this idea repeatedly that he has a secret investor or whatever, like he'll tell you, I made this much money at this point in time. And when he was talking with Adam Krigler said he gave him 2 days pay or 2 days worth of show revenue to move out of to Scandinavia. And Tim said that he was given like $10,000 to $20,000. So like if you check your math on that, that means the show was pulling in like a ton of money every month. So like they've been pretty clear on like their shows make a ton of money and they sell a ton of memberships.
Yeah, $500,000 a month.
Like you don't have to say investors like all the time when like they're like, hey, we make a ton of money, and Tim's individual show makes a ton of money.
He's doing it Bernie Sanders style. Small investors. Small donations. Our whole campaign is small donations.
Oh, I'm sure he has large donations because he has a donate button on his website. I'm sure, like, you know, all the links and all that, and they get mega super chats, like, you know,
all right,
like $500 ones every single night.
We're talking about
Adam and Stitch.
We're talking about advertising again.
No, but I'm just saying, like, she keeps working in investors. It kind of like muddies the issue.
She's making accusations, constant accusations.
She's just saying it, and the thing is, she'll like pivot to a Daily Wire, which does have like a mega investor. I forgot which billionaire like funded Daily Wire.
Does the majority report hate billionaires? I'm certain they do.
Oh yeah.
This is a line. This is a line of attack. You're filthy rich, and our audience hates rich people.
I mean, No,
It's transparent. It's totally transparent.
It's a fair critique. I will give you all the point.
Thank you.
The first hour of Majority Report is dry. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even watch it all the time. Right?
Wow.
Oh my God.
They bring in they very often bring in academics, right? And the thing about academics is you can learn a lot from them, but they're not good entertainers.
Of
right?
course not.
And then
dunking on academics is great entertainment.
Well, there it is, and I've never regretted sitting down and watching the first hour of the Majority Report. I know I'm going to learn from some academic about the history of home ownership in the first 50 years of the country and how it excluded Black people, right? It's always some interesting policy perspective. And actually, my theory about why I think a lot of people believe Emma did well here is because that amount of talking to academics day in and day out, I think it probably gives her a really solid policy perspective to push back on things with. But I do think as the outcome of making the show less marketable.
Sean, do you agree that Emma has a good policy outlook?
I don't agree, but
yeah,
I think Emma came with a plan to be as gracious to her, and that plan was to get under Tim Pool's skin. And they're talking about this song for the first 10 minutes, little inside baseball. The first thing before we started was that we had agreed that we are going to open with the Jordan Williams case out of New York because it was new. Emma and I are both from New York. It's actually on that monitor, which I don't know if they show it at any point in this. And we never talk about it because she roped him in from the opening statement. So in that regard, she did a good job.
Yeah.
I think, there's a wider thing here. And, Sean, I want us to actually get to the video, but I feel like this is where I think Emma is truly, I don't think there's anything fake or planned about what she's doing. I think she's representing how she truly feels about Tim Pool. I think she's bringing forward the points that she thinks are salient. I think she's being very I don't think her goal is to be very agreeable, right? But I don't think she's misrepresenting herself, right? This is who she is. It's who she is every day on the show.
I'm not surprised by it at all. I'm just saying she wanted to go after Tim Pool. Her ideal preference was I got locked in the bathroom the whole segment. She was ready for Tim Pool. That's what she wanted. I watched her announcement and she said, "Oh, I was hoping it was IRL, but I just found out it was something else." Right. And that they were going to bring another person on there. So I'm not saying she sneakily did this. I'm just saying we were sitting down and she said, "Oh, I want a free-flowing conversation," and this was supposed to be the first topic, and then it never transitioned to the first topic. So
yeah.
Right. Well, she went there, and I understand where she's coming from. She went there with, she's like, I have a list of grievances that I need to basically have Tim address, and hopefully I can walk away with this with a scalp, aka a clip. So
yeah, that's YouTube though. Right?
Yeah, I know.
So...
I know.
So we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there is, well, I don't get into too much of it.
I'm just going to say, why is it not Media Matters? Or is he not referring to Media Matters? Is that not what's happening here?
I don't know.
I don't know why maybe he didn't want to breathe life into Media Matters or something like that.
That's probably the case.
I found this strange in the moment. So I didn't, I was going to say Media Matters I just did right now. But then I was like, well, maybe he's not naming them in particular for whatever reason. Or maybe it is an individual. And if I say Media Matters, then he has to say who it is.
No. Yeah.
But just real quick, because he's going to talk about this for a minute. I got to run to the bathroom right quick.
No worries.
I want to grab a drink because I'm going to get all dry mouth.
Yeah,
you do your thing. Yeah. You do your thing.
So I'll be back in maybe 3 minutes maximum.
But
whatever.
There's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
I don't think that's a true thing.
The 10-year-old.
So I looked this up because I forgot about this. This was, remember when there was the whole fallout with was it with Emily or Lydia or someone like leaving, and I think it was Emily and or someone leaving,
Right.
And there was this whole like person who used to work for Tim Pool who claimed that they had a conversation privately where Tim was like asking him like, you know, which side are you going to choose in the race or something? Because he was talking to like a black guy.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
But none of this was ever confirmed. So
Right, and it could have just been a disgruntled employee. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't say it on TIMCAST or anything.
Who got an abortion, who was raped. You called that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when
But
I
that's
say
been
hoax.
proven. I mean,
Right,
charged.
but
The rapist has been charged, and the doctor who provided the abortion fined.
So this is a
in
really good
Indianapolis.
example of the problem in the culture where I would say, see, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right, and so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
So this is really, she really kind of shot herself in the foot, because and we'll get into this, I actually disagree with Tim's overall point here, but she said she watched the clip. And so you can't say, well, I literally watched the clip last night and then completely get the take wrong. That's very weird.
Well, you can if you're primed to see it from a different perspective.
I guess you have to be really, elephants in control at the moment, I guess.
So what's the clip? Give us your rundown.
Well, Tim's going to talk about it.
So like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So here's
No, I'm talking about this example though.
Right,
the
right.
one that I just brought up.
So right, if I can't explain to you,
Is that close to the breakfast thing, sis?
I was thinking the same thing.
Is that close? But I'm talking about this situation. Do you know the breakfast thing, Brianna? That there's
I don't.
There's supposedly what's the percentage? It's like a high percentage of people that can't engage in hypotheticals, like they literally
20% or something, yeah.
are just not capable of it. So people on the internet have devised this way to find out if they're one of these people by asking them, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast? And they respond, well, I did eat breakfast. Instead of engaging in the hypothetical.
Right.
But I worry that that's me, because
Brianna, no.
It's not that I can't engage in a hypothetical. It's that one of the things I find really annoying about Tim Pool is when you watch him, the world I live in, and look, I'm a public policy professional, right? Right now I'm working on a nationwide push for contraception that was in the New York Times. Very proud of this. I'm in the business of electing candidates and getting bills passed, right? So when someone like Tim Pool comes forward and the conversation is so much about the theoretical world that he feels like he is owed, and to be fair, this annoys the hell out of me when socialists do this too. It's like, I don't care about your government cosplay here. I'm talking about public policy, and I think that's what Emma is talking about here repeatedly.
Well, I think in terms of this specific thing, I do think obviously Emma can understand hypotheticals, even though it is funny because I was literally thinking the breakfast thing too. I think what she's trying to do is she's like, I got to make sure that Tim doesn't change the subject.
Right.
I want to nail him on this, even though obviously we never get to whatever the hypothetical Tim was supposed to bring, because we don't even know what he was going to do. But he was trying to, I assume, explain to her whatever his point was through a hypothetical.
She doesn't get the hypothetical though about the vaccine mandates versus the trans affirmative care either though. So that's
no. See, but here's the thing.
her.
So but here's the thing. And it's listen, I'm all for when people pretend to be stupid in these conversations to hit them with the breakfast question because it's funny, or the breakfast accusation because it's funny. But I've talked about this a lot. There's this thing called performative stupidity, which is in a lot of these conversations when someone gets you on a point and you don't have a good argument, people just pretend like they don't understand or agree with the comparison,
right?
Even if they can't articulate it. So that's what I think is happening. I think Emma does have an IQ above 90 and does understand the concept of hypothetical questions.
Brianna, it's obvious you have, I would say, borderline disdain for
Yes.
Tim Pool. It's basically everything that you're saying. And I mean, it's these little things, and I really don't think that they're fair. I don't think Tim Pool feels he's entitled to some sort of policy prescription. I feel like Tim Pool wants to argue about different policy prescriptions and obviously make money doing it. But I don't see Tim Pool as a person who thinks this is the way the world should be because this is my personal aesthetic, and that's that. That's a very authoritarian position. I don't see Tim Pool as that kind of person.
Well, I tell you what, so when we get to the abortion part of this clip, let's see the way he frames it and the way he talks about it. And if because I remember this being a really good example of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And we can talk about it when we get to that point.
Well, what was your position? Because maybe I misunderstood. Was your position that you think Tim is like authoritarian in terms of he wants his policies reality, or was your position that you think that he just doesn't frame things through the lens of actually getting policy done, so it's just kind of this useless, like, my opinion is XYZ?
Yeah, I think that there is a tendency in American politics to kind of where you see this on the left a lot, right? Like with the people that they're saying they're not going to vote for Biden in the primary, right? Seeing like your vote as like a moral reflection of who you are and a cosplay representation of your values. To me, I see it as a strategic choice between policy outcomes. And I think Tim Pool, generally speaking, works more in the former camp. And I think the good evidence of that is in this clip when Emma is trying to nail him down on policies that Trump has done that he agrees with. He keeps talking about this theoretical world and things that he believes in rather than hardcore policy outcomes.
Well, I mean, I agree that he's doing that. And I agree that politics is not that. Politics is compromise and, sausage getting made behind closed doors. But I feel like almost all the news political pundits, I mean, I feel like they all frame it in a similar way that Tim does, kind of about like what their ideal outcome is rather than like the compromise behind closed doors.
Yeah, I mean, the left does it a lot. The Majority Report does this a lot, to be fair, on their Thursday show with Emma and, Bradley and Matt Bender,
That's what people want to hear. They want to hear the compromise.
It is a tendency. I'm talking about me and what I like to do, right? One of the lessons I've learned by 40 is if you're serious about policy, it's about bringing people together. It's about common goal, blah, 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 all that good stuff. It's like I have a certain theory about how America should work. That doesn't matter. What matters is the candidates I can get elected to exercise political power. So that's just the difference of perspective that I have on that.
Well, I'm not sure that these shows are designed to understand policy as it is, as much as they are to drive turnout, especially a show like the Majority Report, where it's basically just catering to progressives. We watch a Majority Report on our show quite often because they're straw manning conservative arguments. And the reason that they do that is it's politically effective. It's
well,
making.
I don't know if they are aware that they're doing it.
Why I'm not
Can
sure.
you give me an example?
I'm not sure awareness is necessary for what is actually going on.
Right. No, I'm just saying, like, the way you were describing you're making it sound like
you did it. You already did it earlier in the abortion thing. Like Tim Pool's position on abortion is basically a moderate position, a center left position. He's pro-choice. He's in favor of not having abortions in the third trimester. I think most Americans are in favor of that position. But, on the Majority Report, they are casting Tim as basically a pro-lifer. That's not his position. That's a straw man of his position.
I don't know if the Majority Report is doing it, but I do think there is like I said, there's something about like not wanting to say Tim Pool is pro-choice, like say those words and I'm just going to say
because it goes
Emma,
against the narrative that he's a secret right winger.
I'm just going to say Emma, and I'll say Lance from the Serfs, because even Lance said you're pro-choice in a Tim Pool way, and like they'll say it's because he's always talking about those late cases which represent like 1% of the abortions or whatever. And I think Tim should probably counter with, well, if I'm in favor of abortion, let's say up to 20 weeks, right? then he is in favor of 94% of the abortions that occur, or whatever that number is, like 98%. I don't know the exact, because I know it's like 92% or something before 12 weeks or something like that. So like he should just say that, but instead, like, I think he's trying to get to the limits of their position. So he proposes the extreme hypothetical, because typically what you do is you put out the end point and then you try to narrow it in, and then theoretically you'd reach a point of agreement. But they're not interested in doing that with Tim, because I don't think Lance wants to be seen as agreeing with Tim.
Well,
or Emma wants to be seen as agreeing with Tim.
The same thing can happen on the right wing, where the right wing show is just interested in strawmanning left wing positions and basically driving voter turnout for right wing elections. But in that case, the straw man of the left wing position would be something like, progressives are in favor of abortions up until the last minute of pregnancy. I would have called that a straw man maybe 6 months ago. But now when you have Lance of the Serfs going on TIMCAST IRL, and he won't even say he's against that position, how can you say it's a straw man?
Well, that's Lance, though. Like, I hate to be like cruel to Lance, but the way he performed when asked those basic, like, hypothetical questions was as if he's never spoken to anybody who's ever counter argued abortion.
I have seen this in congressional hearings, Sean, where Democrats will not say that they're against abortion with any restrictions at all. And that's a congressional hearing. It's not just Lance of the Serfs, so I don't necessarily know.
Well, was it the Democrat on the hearing saying that, or was it the speaker that was talking?
It's a Democrat. It's a Democrat on the panel. But I think if you went to progressive, I don't know if you went to anyone in the squad and asked them, how do you feel about restrictions? I don't know that they would answer.
No, I think Joe Biden doesn't even answer like where the cutoff is anymore. I think he's fine with that.
I thought he said he was in favor of Roe v. Wade last time he was asked those.
Yeah, but like Roe versus Wade is a constitutional protection. I had to correct Tim on this in the show. Is a constitutional protection for the first 2 trimesters, and then it boots it to the states. Like, if you remember, in anticipation of Roe versus Wade being overturned, Andrew Cuomo passed a law that like codified it, even though it was legal in the state of New York before Roe versus Wade. It was one of 6 states.
No, right. I understand that. I'm just saying, usually, I could have swore, I'll have to check again. I thought he said when he ran, I thought he was saying that the time period for Roe v. Wade was what he was advocating for.
Brianna, I understand. Yes. I understand the left progressive position that they're saying, look, if you put any kind of restrictions on abortion, you could get in a situation where a woman has a legitimate health concern that it could cost her life, and you will get a doctor that is not willing to perform the abortion because he's afraid he's going to lose his license. I understand that position, but I think you can articulate that position. And as we're talking about policy making, sausage making, there have to be compromises somewhere along the way. I don't think it's fair to say, listen, right wingers, fuck off. We're not even willing to have a conversation about these third, trimester abortions that are happening because of this one crazy situation that might happen somewhere. Sooner or later, you got to write law on this.
I hear what you're saying. My understanding is third trimester abortions, they're generally, without exception, like extremely rarely done for any other reason other than the child is born with like a giant hole in their head, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna
totally.
be disabled for the rest of their life. And in that situation, my belief is having the government involved in this is probably not a helpful situation.
See, but you're taking the Lance position here. Like, if it's so incredibly rare, then you should be willing to give it and make a deal.
Adam, she's saying that it's actually incredibly rare for an elective, like just for I don't want this baby, like late term abortion. But she's saying the most common reason for a late term, and you said born. I'm assuming you're saying will be born with a severe disability.
But aren't you saying that we shouldn't make any restrictions on abortion because these cases are so rare? I don't want to get your position wrong here.
It's not my position. Like, look, overall, my preference is to depoliticize like abortion access, right? I don't see where it has to be so contentious. And just to speak really frankly, I don't think y'all are going to want to hear this, but it is true. The right wing is increasingly difficult to have an adult conversation with. There's a lot of your movement that believes in some really crazy stuff.
Hold on, this is not my movement, okay? It's like, look,
the right wing.
I'm not against. I'm totally against right wing craziness too. But I'm talking about making abortion illegal after a set date, like 20 weeks, 20. Whatever you want to do, but it doesn't sound like you want to do that.
No,
well, she's actually said she doesn't want to state her position.
No, I can tell you my position if y'all stop talking.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
This is my position. Okay. It is hard to negotiate these things sometimes with the right wing because there's a sense that if you give anything, you're going to have the lunatics on that side just push and push and push and push. Now, if I had been elected to Congress and someone had said, look, we will guarantee all abortion access for the first 2 months, and we're going to have some restrictions that are make basically elective abortions that don't have to do with the health and life of mother for the third trimester. We're going to make that, we're going to kibosh that. That is a deal I personally would take.
Okay.
I'm a pragmatic person when it comes to this. I'm just telling you culturally, the reason why we feel like we can't talk to y'all about that is that it is difficult. So
to be clear, you said 2 months. Did you mean 2 trimesters?
2 trimesters, yes.
Right.
Okay, so that's a bit longer, but but your position is not completely dissimilar than Tim Pool's then, because that's what
correct.
he's talking about.
The different assessment I have is Tim Pool consistently sided with Donald Trump. Donald Trump got those 3 Supreme Court justices in there that dismantled Roe versus Wade. We all knew that was going to happen. Okay. So there's a policy disconnect between what he says he supports and the outcome of his show.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So you're saying he supports a pro-choice agenda, but at the same time votes for Donald Trump. I mean, obviously you don't really, you can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose, but anyway, so let's move on.
That manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know
what's the manipulation.
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said, if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve out to actually get an abortion?
Doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer that point real quick so we can
clarify
clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused.
Okay.
That is incorrect.
But honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax is
not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
So, and I apologize for the awkward pause to Emma. Let me
it's
very quick. So 2 things. One, I didn't get a chance to look it up, but do these exemptions actually require conviction or for it to be alleged? Because like you could not convict the guy who, in this case, it was a 10-year-old, but like obviously understand that this was a non-consensual encounter and thus should have been covered. But obviously the law was written in an ambiguous enough way that the original doctor in Ohio they went to didn't feel like he or she could perform the abortion.
Right.
So like,
wait, they did go to a doctor in Ohio, or we don't know?
Supposedly they went to a doctor in Ohio and they referred them to an out-of-state practitioner in Indiana, and that was the whole thing.
Okay. So okay. So I did look it up. The question here, the problem is there is no rape and incest exception in Ohio, at least at the time. I think it might got overturned by a judge. The question was they could only do it under a health of the child or the person exemption. And since the person was 10, you'd say, well, you know, you would assume, but I don't know.
But the doctor felt as uncomfortable enough with this that they didn't perform it, so that's why the story was being highlighted. So I'm actually gonna like agree with Emma to a certain extent here, because I get this issue all the time where I'll highlight an individual case and I'll say the reason I'm highlighting this individual case is because I think it's representative of a broader policy that I want to go after, not because this case inherently deserves to be elevated above all other cases. Like, there usually is a reason behind this, and I often get attacked for highlighting specific individual cases, even though it's the policy that I'm trying to talk about. So like, Tim is saying that that is the like hoax factor in this, that like technically the Ohio governor said that this should have been covered, but like, you know, the law apparently was not written in such a way that it was obvious to the providers that it should have been covered. So I would say that, you know, it's not like, if you take the Ohio representative's word for it, then that's fine. Like, it should have been covered, but like the law is a problem if it doesn't make that clear. Yeah.
So I think the issue here is that, you know, Tim obviously is a SEO clickbait master. You know, when the story came out, there's a lot of people, especially on the right, who were saying that they thought that the story was fake. And so, of course, Tim is going to put like 10-year-old abortion hoax like prominently in the title so that people click the video. And then he's going to say, oh, well, that actually, like, the incident happened, but then he's going to try to use the hoax label in the title to refer to some other part of the story. And that's kind of what Emma's reacting to. But I think if she like had actually, you know, watched the video as closely as she said she did and kind of did some research in it, I think she could have kind of brought up what you brought up, Sean, which is that I think Tim's point here, I mean, I think Emma's attacking him for saying that it was a hoax is weak, but I think her overall point is more correct than Tim's point, because if they did go to a doctor in Ohio and that doctor didn't feel comfortable doing it and referred them out of state, how can you say that the family or that the media was engaged in a hoax? They literally followed the system and they were referred out of state. And this is something that people who are on the pro-choice side have been warning about the whole time. So to call like the media coverage about this a hoax, I think is completely unjustified.
So people in the chat are pointing out, and I believe I remember this, but if it's not true, then I apologize, that the abuser was the boyfriend of the mother. And like, there may have been something to this story that she didn't want to report her boyfriend or whatever, because like these kind of abuse cases get really complicated and messy. That would not make this a hoax in the way that Tim is describing it. It just makes the story even nastier and like more disgusting, which obviously it's a 10-year-old who's been assaulted and is on the cusp of bearing a child, and the state of Ohio's law is not clear enough to allow her to terminate that pregnancy.
Yeah.
Don't you think there's a wider meta point here of Tim Pool saying some like crazy stuff? I mean, just a couple of weeks ago with the Trump indictment, he was out there talking about how it's going to be civil war and a bunch of just crazy stuff for the country, like saying some things I consider to be extremely anti-democratic. I think if you look at the totality of his statements, there are a lot of extreme statements there to take issue with.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tim Pool always says crazy shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not a Tim Pool fan, in part because I do think he does ratchet up the temperature of the whole Civil War stuff, you know. Yeah. And I do think he's, you know, says things that I don't like very, you know, constantly. So I just think that it's I think Emma is just, you know, she's just not a good advocate for her own position. I mean, it's literally a part in this stream where Sean has to mansplain her own position.
when I'm trying to like move on to a different topic and I'm like trying to explain Tim, I'm like, listen, Emma's saying this. Emma, Tim is saying this. What I'll also say is that I do think Emma should have argued this a bit better, but you know, she opens up her laptop, which is fine. Like, it's not like you should have notes, you know, Lance brought a notebook. Yeah, honestly, I probably should have brought a notebook so I could write points down, but like I didn't. I may have
Tim's got a computer open, you know, everyone's
I may have packed extremely late, and Tim not only has a computer open, but something that he could put stuff on screen.
Right.
But I think she could have argued this better in the way that I was explaining earlier, because apparently wasn't even an issue of a rape or incest exemption. So it's kind of like a, it's a throwaway. It sounded like at the time I didn't know this because I didn't know the specifics of this case because it was a long time ago and nobody caught it. But it was an issue with the law that she could have highlighted better, in my opinion. But she's actually, I would say she's actually not wrong here. Like, to be clear.
Well, she shouldn't have brought up like she said from the beginning that you said it was a hoax referring to like the victim. So
right.
But anyway.
Oh, I was going to say, do you think this is a Mott and Bailey from Tim where he says hoax and then he retreats to a more defensible position? Or as we call it on this show, a mop and bucket?
I don't think, thank you for coining the term, Sean. It was not a mop and bucket. I think it was just Tim drawing people in with clickbait and then kind of hitting them with his opinion about it.
He does that a lot in his videos where he stakes out a super extreme position in the title and thumbnail and then kind of alludes to it, but then has a completely moderate position in the actual video.
Well, let's say a more moderate position. Completely moderate.
Tim has a way of talking sometimes, and I'm not an avid consumer of his content, right? Where he'll say something, and then he's like, what I mean by that, and what I mean by that, and what I mean by that. So by the time you get to all the what I mean by that, you're at a more moderate position, but it's also like maybe 12 minutes into this video that he's explained it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Right. He's a master at working that algorithm, that's for sure. So
that is 100%.
And
true.
Also, I mean, I don't listen to a lot of Tim Pool's content now. Obviously his shows I think are great, but his videos, he's so angry. It's just, it drives me insane. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to chill here and you're yelling at me.
Example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like that?
We don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I mean, I do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because we don't do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
See, this is like where I would think she would run into problems because I think it is okay to highlight an individual instance if it the reason I do it is if I think it represents a broader overall policy. But Emma is like fine with it for the abortion policy, but not fine with it for the crime policy. So there has been an uptick in subway crime. So if you're like, oh my God, look at this violent instance, isn't this violent? Then you're kind of glorifying the violence. But if you're like, oh, here's an instance, it's like your entry point, and then like here's the data that we're seeing, and then here's the policy that I think is contributing to it, I think that would be fine. And it should be exactly under the same premise for Emma highlighting this 10-year-old story, like the 10-year-old abortion story, but she doesn't believe that.
Right.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is
you show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and 2022.
Don't change the subject, right? You accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and
Sean is so excited here. He's like, finally, we're going to talk about something substantive. And Tim is trying to drag it back to you made an accusation about us.
Little did I know that this would be the section where I would talk the most this first 30 minutes after the 10 minutes. I will say in here, I say the year-over-year increase happened between 2020 and 2021. The big increase actually happened between 2019 and 2020, which I say later, but I just want to have that like out there first. So
Sean got it wrong.
Sean, actually, I wanted to ask you this. So just to back up for a little bit, I did a debate on the Crucible a while back, and in just complete open, like just being completely showing my cards here, I was really blindsided because Andrew had so much anger about tying race to crime and just avalanched me with a ton of stats there, right? So I was actually
Andrew, who?
From the Crucible. It's a YouTube politics show. So I wanted to actually hear your point here and really have you explain it, not because I think I'm going to agree with it, but I just want to kind of understand the other side here. So what is kind of the argument that, how would you refute Emma's argument here? Can you kind of take that in totality and just help me understand that?
Well, which particular argument? Because she brings up a few here.
Well, she's talking about crime rates here. Why don't we start with that?
You want to just listen to it first and then?
Yeah, that sounds good.
There was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021. Then you're talking about something that's down.
It wasn't giant. It was a small bump from the pandemic.
A 47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak, for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard isn't, it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
So the point I'm trying to make here, because I often get this crime is down compared to the 1990s, and sure, that is true. It was way worse in the 90s, and as I say, my standard isn't like, it's not as bad as the worst period of time in American history. And I would liken it to somebody, if there was like an anti-Semitic attack, and they were like, well, at least it wasn't the Holocaust. It's like, well, that's not the standard. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was really bad in New York, and leading up to and through 2019 up to 2020, we had about 300 murders a year, and New York City was classified as like the safest big city. Then we have a giant jump in 2020 to 400 and nearly 460. I think it might be 469 or 459. I'm not sure exactly. And that's what I'm concerned about. And nationwide, while in New York we had a 47% increase year over year, we had a 30% increase year over year. So New York was ahead of the nationwide trend, but the nationwide trend was also really bad. And I actually had, like, I find these arguments frustrating because I know everything that's going to be said, and I actually sent probably like 7 charts in ahead of time that I could have went through one by one with Emma, because what I wanted her to bite the bullet on here, to give you a little bit of insight into the strategy, was that this idea that just because it's not as bad as it's ever been, therefore we shouldn't worry about it. But like Tim jumps in every now and again, because in certain places in this country, it is as bad as it's ever been. Like in the city of Philadelphia, if one of you guys can pull up the chart, Sitch or Adam, they've reached their #1 years in homicide post 2020. Like, so there it is as bad as it could be, because I could have moved on from New York, even though I do think New York is a concern.
Okay, so help me understand this. So it went from 300 in what year did you say?
2019.
Up to 406, 2019. Okay, and what is the policy? What is the, what are you attributing that rise from 300 to 460 to?
Oh, but wait, let me interrupt for 1 second.
Please, please.
Because yeah, I do want to get to that, but the interesting thing that I think is happening between Sean and Emma in this conversation, and I see this happen so often in these conversations, is that people don't make the actual primary argument. They kind of make a bunch of secondary arguments before they eventually hone in. Because like, yeah, obviously, you know, bringing up like crime was higher in the 80s or the 90s is, you know, completely ridiculous and has nothing to do with the conversation. The real conversation is that Emma wants to say that she thinks crime has increased only because of COVID and the pandemic. And you, Sean, I assume, believe that crime has increased not just because of that, but also because of policies,
yes,
lax policies in terms of criminal justice and things of that nature. That's like the real position that's actually trying to be argued.
Yes, and I will also say she cites 2023 numbers, and I wish I would have like caught this earlier. We're in the year 2023. So,
so we don't know what the numbers
those are the least accurate numbers because they're coming in at this time. So like, if something is down, I should have, granted, like, she can't pull up sources and put them up on the screen, but if this would have been like a virtual thing, I would have asked her what she's referring to, because she could be showing me, for all I know, February of 2023 compared to February of 2022 numbers to make her point. But my overall point is that crime jumped up so much in 2019 to 2020, that year-over-year increase, that going down slightly from that point is still a net increase from where we were.
Right.
Okay, but once again, I hear what you're saying. She is attributing this to COVID and the pandemic. Just so I can make sure I understand, what are you attributing specifically? What policy difference are you attributing that increase to?
In New York, I think there are a few policies that should be highlighted. The first one is bail reform, which has been pared down since then, because originally you would get a guaranteed release for not just like non-violent felonies, as she said, but there was like aggravated vehicular homicide, you would not have bail, and other policies like that. You also have, in Manhattan in particular, which, by the way, the shooting numbers are worse in Manhattan, you would have district attorneys like Alvin Bragg and their lax prosecution. Alvin Bragg has downgraded over 40% of the felony charges that he's received. So his actions in particular reflect on Manhattan. You also have a policy called Raise the Age, which makes it so it's more difficult to charge youthful offenders as adults. Now, that I don't want to go super hard on young people and like ruin their lives forever, but the data shows us consistently that your peak offending years are 15 to 24. So if you're in possession of a firearm as a youth, you used to be actually arrested, you would be put on probation or parole or held in a juvenile detention facility, because that's a really serious crime.
Okay,
now
I hear,
they've gone softer. They've gone softer on youthful offenders in the city of New York. And what this has resulted in is a huge portion of the homicide increase that we've seen is among young men, and specifically young black men, because if they're in a gang and before they would get consequences for carrying guns, they wouldn't carry the guns. But if there's less consequences, your older members would arm the younger guys. So now they're carrying guns more frequently. So they're not only killing more, but they're actually dying more as a result of it. And there's more, but I'll let you like respond before I like flood the zone with.
Well, I'm not trying to respond as much. I'm just trying to understand your argument here. So I assume there are studies that can directly tie those individual murders in like a proportional degree to, I listed 3 policies that you listed here. So bail reform, people getting out on bail, Alvin Bragg, him interceding and making some things like not prosecuting felonies as hard, and this Raise the Age initiative. Like, have you directly tied that to the difference in outcome?
Well, when I see a specific spike in youth after we're going soft on the prosecution of youth, that's where I'm drawing the link. Obviously, studies take time and years and all this. This was all implemented in large part in 2020, and a lot of it was after George Floyd. But there's also less is more. So it used to be that it would be much easier in the state of New York to violate the parole or probation of somebody. But after less is more, that's been made more difficult. So like a specific example that I highlighted, and I granted it's an anecdote, is where this guy who was on parole lifetime for being a sex offender, he sucker punched somebody, and that person ended up in the hospital, required he required the removal of a piece of his skull to relieve the pressure. Before that guy got out of the hospital, this person, even though he was on lifetime parole, was released because it was ruled a simple assault because it was just with hands. So that's bail reform right there. And his probation wasn't violated because of less is more. And Kathy Hochul actually ended up ordering the violation of his parole. And, you know, people like me and the New York Post made fun of this as well. We're like, well, does the governor have to intercede any time there's an offender like this when they commit a crime? And I think that's ridiculous. You're letting these people out consistently and they're reoffending.
Right. So, I mean, one of the reasons, and you said this on the show, but one of the reasons I think progressives like myself are amenable to bail reform. I remember when I was a crime reporter in Mississippi, I would often see people held on things like marijuana charges, and the bail would be like literally like $100, right? Like it would be some ridiculous amount, and they just wouldn't have it. So they would languish in jail for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks until a trial would come, right? So I think that's kind of the incentive behind behind it. Is there kind of, I don't want to say middle ground, but is there an alternate policy that you can think of to kind of, you know, bridge the gap between those examples where someone probably doesn't need to be in jail for that long and a more extreme violent crime?
For sure. Like, so I don't, in terms of marijuana, I'm in favor of legalization and all that. And New York had already shifted to you getting a ticket for possession or like use in public before. But to that point, like if it's an issue of the bail being too high, I'm fine with the legislature lowering the bail amount or even removing the bail amount for a certain amount of crimes. But New York, unlike any other state in this union, does not allow its judges to assess dangerousness. So like I want them to look at repeat offenses so that when you see somebody, and this is something that's under the original bail reform law, they may have taken it out, rob a bank, get released the next day, rob another bank, get released the next day, they can actually hold that person. But the way that bail reform was originally written, it's no matter how many offenses you commit on this list, you're going to get released. Even if you're committing offenses while you're out on release, they can't hold you that. And even if you don't show up to court for your trial on your previous offenses, they couldn't actually hold you in jail. Like for me, this is like a giant red flag in terms of a policy, and I'm not surprised that we've seen some increases. And I know that Kathy Hochul, who's our governor, likes to monkey around with the numbers and say, oh, well, the vast majority of people who are released without bail don't reoffend, which is true. But it was also true before bail reform. That's because the vast majority of people who are arrested were already being released without bail.
Right.
So it's like it's a very expanded pool of people. What I want to do is hone in on those specific people that are repeat offenders, because even though like you'll have a criminal population, what you'll find is that within that criminal population, you have a subsection that commits a vastly disproportionate amount of the crimes. And I use shoplifting as an example here, but it's true of very many other crimes.
Right. Well, I think this is a really good example of why I think this defund the police sentiment on the progressive side is, I think it's an election losing machine, right? You know, I understand there are abuses with police that we need to really be looking at, but it certainly, I think it leads to some of the policy outcomes you're talking about, and I think it's a very difficult policy bridge to gap. So that what you're saying makes sense to me. I would need to look into it on my own, but it seems to be well said.
Sure. And there's one more policy. So Bill de Blasio removed a unit called the anti-crime unit. I hate the name of this unit because the police should be anti-crime. It's actually the anti-shooting unit. It was undercover police officers that would target specifically illegal guns. And the justification for removing this unit was that they were disproportionately involved in police shootings, which makes sense because they're disproportionately targeting guns. So they removed that unit in July, around July 15th of 2020. If you look at a shooting chart in New York City, which shootings, by the way, did rise for a brief period of time to 1996 levels, I believe. Right after that unit was dispelled, shooting shot up because this had a deterrent effect on people carrying firearms in the city of New York. So like that is another specific policy, and Mayor Adams ran on restoring that unit and hasn't really followed through on that, but that is something that I would be concerned with as well. But that's just specifically New York City. A lot of the other policies are statewide policies.
That makes a lot of sense to me. If I can ask, like, if you could wave your magic wand and create any kind of policy solution, there's certainly a sense in the aftermath of George Floyd that police reform in this country does need to be enacted. Like, and that's not a sentiment you can just wish away. So if you were in charge, what would you do to kind of address that sentiment? Is there a policy that you would bring to the forefront to kind of make people feel that their local police departments are more on their side?
So it really depends on the local area that you're talking about, because the needs of a different population are distinct, and the things that bother them about the police are also like they vary, even though they have a common theme. So I like the body cams. That's a general policy. Yeah, I think they've actually helped more officers get off from trouble than on, and they vigorously opposed it because, you know, their fraternal order of policing is against anything that could lead to accountability. But I am a big fan of warnings. Like, I think a lot of the times, a lot of people misinterpret broken windows policing into just ticket people for every small crime. And I think that aggravates a population, because the reason you're targeting specific neighborhoods is because homicide is up, robbery is up, you know, sexual assault is up. So if you're also, while you're there just for fun, ticketing people because their car registration is expired excessively, then your generally law-abiding population is going to develop hatred and vitriol from the police. And if it happens to be a minority population, they might attribute that to racism rather than you just being there. Like, a lot is made about how blacks and whites will use marijuana at similar rates, and in various parts of the country they will be arrested at disproportionate rates. So in the Northeast, especially in New York City, it was up to like 4 times as often, right?
Right.
And this is largely due to the fact that the cops are there, because how do you detect marijuana usage? You have to see it or smell it. And if you have more foot patrols and all of that there in areas, because there's higher rates of homicide or shootings or whatever, then you're cracking down on these people because you're there and you see it, and that ends up creating problems. Now, the research actually shows from the Mercator Center that the biggest detector of whether or not the police will arrest you for marijuana in New York City is whether or not your neighbors are going to be calling and complaining about outdoor marijuana use in New York City. This is why among the neighborhoods where there was disproportionate marijuana arrests, randomly amongst a sea of Black and Hispanic neighborhoods is Astoria, Queens, which is a wealthy, but it's like younger, more liberal people who are more likely to smoke outside. So even if the policy is not actually attributable to racism, as a police officer, you have to be conscious of that, especially with crimes that don't matter, that people are going to take it that way, and that's going to sow distrust with the community. Because whether it's true or not that you intended it this way, if people in the community feel they can't trust you because you hate them for the color of their skin, then that's going to create problems with you when you need a witness or you for like a serious crime, which is what you should actually be addressing. So I think working more with the community, I think warnings are great. Like, I will never forget when I got pulled over. I was driving back from a funeral from the state of Florida, and I got pulled over in Maryland. I was somebody incredibly close to me. It was super depressing. The officer gave me a warning, right? Because when he pulled me over, I was like on the cusp of tears, right?
Right.
And he thought I was drunk, and I wasn't drunk. I was just tired. Like, I'll never forget that, because like that was a courtesy, because I committed 7 traffic violations because I was driving like crap. I think that goes a long way to building trust. And in different areas, you can have different policies that have the same effect.
Yeah, no, I think that's really well said. Just from the way you're talking about this, I don't have any plans to ever run for office in New York, but I think you sound like someone I would work with and would like seek with for counsel on this. Everything you're saying makes a lot of sense to me.
I will say there's a program, I wish I could talk about it more. It was out of St. Louis. It's called Consent Searches. So St. Louis has one of the highest homicide rates every year in the United States of America. And in the mid-90s, they came up with this program called Consent Searches, which basically was, if you're a mother or father and you feel like your kid's involved in like gang activity, you can have the police come to your door and they will search your kid's room for contraband, specifically guns, and they'll confiscate the gun, but they won't arrest your kid, right? Because no parent wants to put their own kid in jail, but they'll refer them to some kind of counseling or something like that. Now, that program unfortunately only really existed for 6 months because there was a change in administrations, and then the next administration like had consent searches under the same name, but they would arrest the kid, so nobody called the helpline because nobody wanted their kid to be arrested. I think I would love to see that policy implemented in an area like St. Louis, which has different needs and obviously had a, you know, more their homicide rate skewed more young than even other parts of the country. I think that would be something that I would want to be reinstituted, retried for like a set period of time, maybe a few years, because I think that not only builds community trust, but it also, you know, saves the lives of young men that are in danger, that are falling through the cracks of our society.
Yeah. No, it sounds very similar to drug courts. You know, I've gotten in a lot of shit with the left on this. You know, I've been sober for over 20 years. I didn't have a lawsuit that I was facing, but for people out there that don't know this, drug courts are basically if you find yourself, basically in the criminal justice system, if drugs are involved, you can choose to go to rehab, take drug tests, basically prove that you're clean. These programs have proven to be wildly successful at getting people clean. This is something I saw in rehab that you really need an incentive to get through it and get better. There were people in my program where they were going to lose their kids through the court system if they didn't, stop using really, really hard drugs. And I know it's like this pause for a lot of people because you're going, wow, you're telling people we're going to throw you in jail if you don't stop using drugs. But the evidence is there that it's a wildly successful program. And it certainly backs up my experience. You want to call that right wing, that's fine. But I do think that you have to have an evidence-based policy approach to crime, particularly.
I would not at all be opposed to drug courts, especially like I've recently covered a story in San Francisco where London Breed has decided to like kind of crack down on the open public drug usage as a way to kind of, restart the city because like a lot of businesses left, hotels haven't recovered there. They've recovered almost everywhere else in the country and they're worse than pre-pandemic levels in San Francisco, but like it's completely voluntary. So she goes to the media and she's like, listen, like we have to kind of like push these people into drug court because we arrested 25 people last week and 0 out of 25 took these voluntary options.
Wow.
So like, you have to give people a little bit of a nudge. Like I'm very like libertarian in a lot of ways, but like a part of a libertarian society is that you have to be able to take care of yourself. And like these people are in serious distress on the streets, and for the sake of kindness and compassion, letting them wallow in their addiction is not like that's not something I can get on board with. Like,
I'm 100% on board with that. I think rehab is extremely expensive in this country, right? Like the repeated drug tests, those are very expensive. There is a public policy funding portion of this that I think is a tougher sell to the electorate, right? A wider issue with this is we have no standards for drug rehab in this country, right? John Oliver did a great thing on art therapy as drug rehab and all the scams that are out there. So I know we're getting off course here. Yes, sorry, apologies.
What's going on here?
No, but it's good. We learned that Sean is an evil bad guy.
Yes, you're a son of a bitch who wants to throw all black people in jail.
Sitch, we all know you ran to Panda Express. We know you've been gone for like 20 minutes.
Listen, I appreciate when I can run the Panda Express, okay? But anyway, yes. But no, good policies, good conversation. Anyway.
Yeah, it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
I would imagine. Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well,
Dude, the contempt on her face there is just palpable.
Listen, 0% of this conversation happens without Tim inviting me. And after the show, we hung out, ate sushi, played poker. I got to go on IRL. I did Seamus the show. So do not take this at all as an insult towards Tim. But this was such a left field question and very specific to people being pushed on the subway, and it distracts from the overall point, which was I truly believe, and I've said this repeatedly, that this idea that crime is caused by poverty is a complete misread of the situation. And oftentimes, in order to get people out of poverty, the first thing you need to do is drive down the crime rate. You can't, if everybody's stealing everything, or there's a neighborhood where there's a lot of shootings and all of that, nobody's going to want to invest in that area. If you're trying to operate a business in that area, your insurance premiums go through the roof. People, when stores are driven out of business, people who work as clerks, and these are low income jobs, but they're still jobs, end up having to lay off their staff. And there's a lot of evidence that crime is not actually driven by poverty, and it is the other way around.
Yeah, I totally say that on the show a lot, and I completely agree. I think it's being driven by people's moral intuitions, though. A lot of these people, to themselves, they believe I would only turn to crime if I was in desperate need. So that's their moral intuitions that they superimpose onto everyone else, when the truth is a lot of people are just pieces of shit who, you know,
Well,
commit crime because they have an opportunity to commit crime, or they commit crime to increase their status. There's a lot of different reasons people commit crime, and it's not because they're poor and needy.
So when I was in school, there was like a pyramid of like what makes you law abiding, right? So the bottom pyramid, like the last result, is consequences and the criminal justice system as like a deterrent to commit crime. And this doesn't really work all that well because a lot of people, when they commit a crime, don't think that they're going to get caught.
Of course.
So the next layer is the social consequences, which is people who may or may not commit crime, but for the fact that they would be ostracized by their community or by their family members, end up being law-abiding. And at the top of the pyramid is this idea that you believe that the law is just. Like, that is what is going to prevent you from being law-abiding. When you don't think you're going to get, when you don't believe that you would get caught if you committed the crime, or you don't believe you would face any social stigma from committing the crime, it's down to you, the individual. I believe we're eroding all of those right now with how like our culture is changing in relation to criminal justice issues.
So I have a different perspective on that. I mean, I think from at least the public policy position I would argue is I think that in the last 20 years, particularly, I think we've seen a real defunding across the board of a wide range of social programs, right? Like social services in many communities, underfunded, scrapping for money. And I think there's been less and less institutional support across the board in America, including through churches, right? So I think that when people fall on hard times that just happen in the human condition, you know, abuse, drug addiction, you know, poverty, being homeless, I think we've underfunded the social part of this so much. And I think it's really left to the police to go and intervene in these situations. Cops are great at a lot of stuff. I don't think that cops have the tools to like be like to go deal with you know, a lot of these things like addiction, right? A cop is not going to be able to get you off drugs. So they have like, what tools do they have? They have jail, they have their gun, you know. I think that we have unfairly asked cops to take on far too much in this country. And to me, the progressive way forward is for us to have more funding of our community services. And that is a more comprehensive way to address crime.
But do you agree that people, like, most crime is not committed by people who are in dire straits, that's a misread of the truth?
Well, let me interject, because so me and you, Adam, we had a big fight about this. It's a couple of streams ago. We did.
Look,
we did.
Come on.
And I'm
this
trying
is great.
to be,
we have Sean here now.
I
He
know,
can
and I'm
back
trying
me
to
up.
be I'm trying to be calmer going forward, because I feel like I get too angry at my good friend Adam, who I love with all my heart.
Criminals are pieces of shit.
Right.
Sitch.
No, so,
I don't
okay.
like.
So
I don't
my
mind
problem,
calling them pieces of shit.
My problem with the way that you were framing the conversation, is that, and I don't know Sean's take on this, and I'm glad he's here so we can talk about it. I would think that obviously poverty is a factor that creates criminals and criminal circumstances. However, it seems like some people, and the people that a lot of times Sean is addressing on the left, specifically say like that is like the factor. That's what causes crime, as opposed to just being, well, that's one of a multitude of factors. And when we were kind of having our disagreement, it sounded like you were saying, Adam, that you don't think it's a factor at all into creating criminal circumstances.
Well, I think it's a factor. I don't think it's the main factor, even the most prominent factor. I think most crime is committed as a crime of opportunity, even by rich people who, you know, they feel they can steal something from work, like white collar crime and whatnot are crimes of opportunity.
Sure.
So what I would say is there is obviously a certain point in time, like if you're starving, right? Actually legitimately starving, not like American starving where you should be getting food stamps. And for some reason, if you're poor, you're more obese than the average person. And you smell like bread from the bakery, right? Then you're probably going to pull like an Aladdin and try to grab that bread for yourself. And, you know, in order to feed yourself, obviously to a certain account, this is true. But the reason I'm very much in the camp of crime driving poverty, not the other way around, is because this is how we always acted as humans before we had something called like a system of laws, like Hammurabi's code. It's the precursor to any civilization. Like, you need a set of laws, a set of foundations in order to create any kind of wealth, because humans' natural position is a state of poverty. And what separates us from that is civilization, and civilization is built on law. And, you know, we've tried various different experiments on what that law should be. But as for like the overall poverty is what causes crime, just think about it. The United States has a higher crime rate than a bunch of countries that are significantly poorer than us. Like that, if crime was like a 1-to-1, like to poverty, you would expect that if you were to line up the countries by median income, you would also be able to show from the lowest to the top the highest rates of crime to the lowest rates of crime. But that is not the case. There are cultural reasons for crime and other things that clearly factor in. And again, we've actually seen, even in El Salvador, even though Bukele has taken like an authoritarian stretch in locking up the criminals, that this, more than any other anti-poverty program, has caused investment in all kinds of things to return to the nation of El Salvador. And they, by the way, had a way higher homicide rate than us. They had a tenth of their population murdered in a tenth, sorry, of 1% of their population, 0.10. Let's be clear about that. Murdered in a single year in 2015, and they had, you know, close to that in the 2 years surrounding that. So they were in a serious dire state. People were fleeing the country and all that. All of a sudden, he mass locks up people with gang affiliations, and we could talk about whether or not that is okay at the scale that he's doing it. And we're looking at the potential doubling of the GDP of El Salvador after that. This is because their number one barrier to growing was the fact that they had such high rates of violent crime.
Right. So, well, I think we're kind of talking about a little bit different things when we talk about poverty. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about, you know, the person who's literally starving so they take bread. I'm more talking about the idea that, you know, if you're growing up in a poor area, it's more likely that you're going to grow up in a situation where there's significantly lower social trust, significantly higher distrust of institutions, of government, of the system, of the idea that you can succeed in life by playing by the rules. You know, it is significantly more likely that you're going to be living in a family situation where you might be facing abuse and all these other things. And like, it's kind of like this, like it feeds into itself. Because, yeah, I understand that like crime is going to make crime in the area creates more poverty. But then it's like that the environment of poverty then also can bleeds into creating more crime. And it just seems to me that it's this interplay between the two, as opposed to saying, you know, oh, it's like a 1-for-1. Yeah, obviously it's not just a 1-for-1 situation.
Well, what I would also say is that we would see within the same populations, their crime rates parallel that. And one of the things like I always like to point to is 1950s crime rates versus 1960s crime rates. Because in the 1960s, a similar mentality, in fact, maybe even a more progressive mentality took over than we have right now. We had the war on poverty. We had pushes for racial equality, big investments in public housing, in public health, the creation of Medicare and Medicaid. And during that period of time, you would think we would see a decline in the crime rates, but in reality, we saw the start of one of the greatest crime waves in American history that didn't cease until 1995, when attitudes started to change. And I bring this up in the video.
Can you substantiate that? Because that is, wow.
Well,
I'm not disagreeing. Yeah, I just would love to read more about that.
Sean, what do you think is driving that? Because my gut intuition is that when people have excuses that the system is unfair, they're more likely to engage in criminal activity. Like all this shoplifting that we see going on now, is that being done because people are starving, or is it being done because 90% of the stuff we see on social media is how the system is completely unfair and you're justified to shoplift? I mean, we've even covered videos where they're advocating for shoplifting on YouTube.
Yeah, because it's just a corporation or something like that. I think it's very telling to compare the COVID recession, which, by the way, again, more support was paid out in unemployment. You have that $600 bonus plus your state's unemployment, plus the stimulus checks, which comparably to the unemployment were actually nothing. But the attitude during the Great Recession, we were still in that like kind of tough on crime mentality. And this is, I referenced this briefly here. This is why people who predicted a crime increase after the housing crash, which, by the way, impacted minorities significantly more, like Black people and Hispanic people, had way more of their wealth tied to property, so they were ripped off way more by the housing crash. Crime actually went down, and those people who were targeted, who are considered, you know, they're statistically like committing more crimes, their crime rates went down as well. We saw little bits of it uptick in thefts in like certain parts of the country, but nothing like we saw post-COVID. Which I actually liken to being post George Floyd. It's the fact that we had the same consequences, both socially and societally and legally, in place, and we changed them in 2020. And now, you know, it's very profitable, and there's very little downside to shoplifting. Like, you're not going to face a lot of consequences in huge portions of this country. And socially, people are like, well, Walmart sucks, it's a big corporation, which, you know, I might believe that, but like, I'm also a wealthier like YouTuber now. I'm not somebody who relies on the low prices of Walmart in order to make ends meet.
I hear you. I want to jump in here because it's not, I think there's a real tendency to focus on people like in a certain group. You know, it's not like there's not also an explosion of white collar crime going on here. I think Bitcoin is a fantastic example of this, right?
Sure.
So, you know, here in Massachusetts, you know, one of the ways Maura Healey, our current governor, rose to power is her district attorney's office focused immensely on white collar crime here in the Commonwealth. And I was just shooting fish in a barrel, and she's going after people every single day. You know, this is the kind of stuff that builds, like you're talking about the pyramid of when people like commit crimes. I have no doubt that when you believe the system is rigged and there's no enforcement of it, I have no doubt that like when you have the message that you have to cheat to get ahead in America, I'd imagine that causes people to commit crime on the right, on the left, rich, poor. I think it causes that across the board. So it seems to me rebuilding public trust and going after a wide array of crime, not just someone shoplifting, you know, a steak or something like that. And I agree that's a terrible message to be out there promoting, but I think it's not just on that end of the spectrum. I think there's just speaking frankly, I think the reason that a lot of the right wing supported Trump is I think there is a sense that he's a crook. And I think there are a lot of people that feel like they want to get away with it. No, I really mean this. I think they like that he's a crook. And I think they feel like they should get away with it too, which is when he's so recusant in breaking the law, they support that. This is not just like a poverty, you know, inner city problem. I think it's across the board in American society.
I will say I 100% agree with you on the white collar crimes. There was a point where Emma said something to the effect of non-violent criminals. And I actually hate this term. I hate it immensely because I'm concerned about lessening the consequences for victimless crime. So possession of marijuana, there's no victim there, leave that person alone. But the idea that if you don't punch somebody in the face, you can't do significant damage is ridiculous and absurd. Bernie Madoff never punched anybody in the face. He's done more damage than any individual murderer that has been arrested, charged, and convicted in the last 10, 15 years. Like, he ruined people's lives. He killed their retirement. Like, people who were depending on that money likely couldn't afford medical procedures when it was whisked away. Like, people took their own lives in response to it, not just his son. So like, I 100% agree with you that these like white collar criminals, like, they should get severe consequences for their actions as well. Like, and you know, I would never want anything bad to happen to Bernie Madoff or anything like that, because I don't want people to do vigilante justice. Like, I want him to be in jail for the rest of his life. So that's pretty bad, right? But there's a reason that he should have been wearing that bulletproof vest when he was being walked through the city of New York, because he ruined so many people's lives. It's like, it's almost incalculable the damage that man did. So like, I do think these white collar criminals need to be regarded with the same level of disdain that we should be regarding murderers with, for sure. If not more, again, considering their impact. Again, just because you never smack anybody across the face doesn't mean you never hurt anybody. I mean, look at what these opium guys did. You know, what's that drug? Oxycodone?
Yeah. Oxycontin. But I mean, don't you think similarly, like, I will give you for my side, I will say when you have a culture of like saying defund the police is this very straightforward, simple policy solution, bad message, bad idea, bad policy. 100% agree with you. I think this culture on the left of telling people you're entitled to things, go shoplift, it's not a big deal, completely opposed to that. I will give you that. what I would hope you would give me in return is there's a culture on the right that has really come out with all these Trump accusations of denigrating the Department of Justice, their independence there, denigrating the FBI, and really making it sound like career professionals are primarily interested in pursuing like partisan like outcomes or trying to interfere with the election. I see them, for everything I've read, as being honest professionals given a situation is politically nuclear hot and trying to do the best that they can. I mean, can you agree at the very least there's a culture of denigrating law enforcement at the highest levels?
That comes from a cultural respect for the law, though. The argument that the right wingers are making is that these institutions are no longer abiding by the law.
Right, but well, okay.
I think there is something. I think there is something to the idea that, like, if an outcome comes out against Trump, then that institution automatically is corrupt, and that's the only reason they could come out against Trump. Like, that is a bad impulse. I would always like wait for evidence. I do also think that if it wasn't Trump, another former president wouldn't have been indicted on the same counts, but that doesn't mean that it should be that way. And that also doesn't mean that what he did may or may not have been illegal. Like, just because they don't like him because he may not be in their club or whatever in terms of like the federal government, then that's one thing. But to be clear, like, Trump is being targeted by a special prosecutor. Right. This happened to Bill Clinton. And that special prosecutor, which was supposed to investigate Whitewater, spent 6 years investigating Bill Clinton, for all you people who are like, oh, special prosecutor, totally crazy on Trump. And he ended up exposing Bill Clinton's affair, and then Bill Clinton lied about the affair, and he was impeached over it. So it's not like it's unheard of that these special prosecutors are really like intent on targeting people that they're going after. Like, that's the whole... That's one of the whole issues with special prosecutors in the first place. So, like, it's not like you have to know more history. And I feel like a lot of people on internet politics don't know that. And they don't realize what happened to Bill Clinton when he was president, and how like an investigation into, I think Whitewater was some investment that Hillary Clinton might have made, or Bill and Hillary might have made. And that led all the way to an impeachment over a sexual act with an intern. So
the seal is broken, Sean.
Look, I just, like, we're talking about a respect for law and order. And it seems like, Brianna, you're making the argument that right wingers do it too. When I'm having trouble thinking, well, what is the right wing equivalent of somebody, putting a YouTube video up that says shoplifting is okay. The system is completely corrupt, and we should literally break the law.
There is something to that, though, that if you're like and they target federal law enforcement, they're like every federal law enforcement agency is corrupt.
Because they are breaking the law.
How about this?
Wait.
Cryptocurrency, hold on. I think cryptocurrency right now, there's a lot of pushback on the SEC coming through and basically regulating things that are marketed to investors as if they're securities when they're not securities. They're speculative assets that could go up, down. They're closer to art pieces that you might collect than actual securities, right? And there's a tremendous pushback from Tim Pool's own libertarian end of the political spectrum to doing any kind of regulation there. They want rug pulls. They want the Wild West there. They don't want regulators to step in and do their job. I think that, look, I feel very, very strongly that there's a culture on both the right and the left of denigrating law enforcement and not believing in the rule of law right now. I think there are extremists on both sides that feel unlimited in their actions. And I think now is the time. I will completely grant you there were mistakes that the FBI made in the Trump years. There are mistakes that they've made historically. But we can have a reasonable discussion about how the FBI should operate without coming to this crazy conclusion that if they do anything as the guy you like, that they are corrupt and they need to be completely torn apart, which, by the way, is a debate I had 4 days ago. So this is represented.
This is where I don't like the libertarians coming in, because libertarians are monomaniacally focused on increasing individual rights. Okay. I don't consider them to be rank and file conservatives, because they're not necessarily law and order. I like the cops. The cops, they're not necessarily pro law enforcement. They're closer to the progressive position. Like they want to defund the police. So I don't think we're like pulling libertarians out and saying libertarians are right wingers. Well, they're not right wingers on law enforcement.
In terms of the crypto thing, I mean, I don't know a lot about crypto, but if you're somebody who's generally in favor of like deregulating, like, or getting rid of the SEC, then that would be one thing if that was your position on crypto. However, if you're somebody who thinks like a pump and dump scheme should be illegal in terms of stocks, but you don't think it should be illegal in terms of crypto, I don't understand your position. Because what I look at in terms of the crypto space with all these schemes that like social media influencers are often behind and publicly behind this is a standard pump and dump scheme, and but for the fact that it's a cryptocurrency would be insanely illegal. So I do agree we should have some kind of paring down of that. As far as conservatives being going after federal law enforcement, that is real. It does happen, and it is being. I think they might say that there's always a grain of truth in all of this, but they seem to be expanding that too far beyond the overall FBI, and they did this before with the ATF after like high-profile instances. But what I will say is that the local police departments that had their funding withdrawn and have had their recruitment classes decimated, and that and they've had officers go into retirement, even if they restore the funding to where it previously was, that damage is still ongoing, and we're gonna have to recover from that from longer. Like Trump didn't really do anything to the FBI when he was in office. Like he yelled at them, but like this is a guy who appointed Director Comey after, because he thought he was on his team, because he thought what he said about the Hillary thing meant that he was going to be on his side. And Comey like obviously was like taking notes that were later used against him. So like this is not like a sophisticated actor in the way that these legislatures have acted with their local police departments.
I think, well, hold on. I think that Trump did cause massive damage to the FBI as an institution in terms of people's trust and faith in it, obviously. And that does have, obviously it's not gonna have the same effect that like, defunding local law enforcement is gonna have, but it has an effect. We see it like literally everything on Twitter. I even tweeted about this and you retweeted me. It's like anytime someone gets an outcome that they don't like, or there's some outcome they don't like, it's like, oh, it's a psyop, right?
It's corruption,
or it's the feds are false flagging, or whatever. And it's like it's reaching a point of literal absurdity at this point.
But there's a
going
feeling
kind of
with everything on the right,
right,
left,
with everything.
Everything's got to be burned to the ground.
Yes, everything is a conspiracy.
You asked me earlier why if I would support Bernie Sanders, and a lot of my hesitation there is I do think overall there's a tendency to want to burn down every single institution, less from Bernie Sanders, but more from those supporters. I think generally speaking, one of the reasons I like Elizabeth Warren is she seems, in my estimation, to bring forward pragmatic plans for reforming and regulating these excesses that we constantly see taking a toll on the American people. I do believe in institutions. I believe in our law enforcement professionals.
Let's let Sitch finish. Go on. What were you saying?
Oh, no, I was going to say, regarding what you were saying, Adam, I think what's happening here is that the left and the right are turned against law enforcement for completely different reasons and intuitions.
Of course,
the left just like the left, and when I say
the left fundamentally doesn't believe in the institutions.
Yeah, like the far left doesn't believe. Let me say far left, okay? I'm not talking about you.
Fair.
But the far left generally thinks that they view the police as oppressive. They view this hierarchy as oppressive. They view the state as oppressive. They view it as racist. Blah 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 blah. Just like the concept of the institution, it's more focused on really local police. And I think the reason for that is because historically, we had the civil rights movement, and it was generally like the national police.
Yeah, the police were against them.
Right, was kind of trying to come into the local areas to sort of make sure people weren't being racist. And now we have the right is sort of against the national, the feds and the national police. They're not really against the local police because they feel like, well, these are like these, out of town institutions that are kind of against us and what we stand for, as people, not really against like the concept, I don't think, of the institution, except maybe from a national perspective, because they just feel like, the further away from power they are, the more likely it is going to not have their best interests at heart.
I will say with a lot of things in this country, people are only have faith, and this is incredibly dangerous, if they get the outcome that they want. So an election is real
Exactly.
if my guy wins, but if my guy doesn't win, then it's not real. And I think that is the way that conservatives are viewing federal law enforcement in particular. Like if the investigation doesn't get like a real conviction and jail time for Hunter Biden, then therefore it's not real or legitimate. If they indict Trump, then automatically it's not real or legitimate. Now, you could argue any of these points. I'm not saying that 100% of cases you're wrong to feel that way, but if you automatically assume if Democrat doesn't get indicted, then that means the FBI is with the Democrats, and Republican does get indicted, that means they're with the Republicans. You're ignoring all these other cases that show like a Democratic politician or a Republican politician getting the opposite outcome from before. So it's not like you can't argue these specific positions. It's like whenever I do a case that is related to a potential racism situation against the police could have been racist in that situation. I just want you to argue that and not assume it based on the makeup of officer to person they're interacting with, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason that I keep pushing is because I do think in general, overall, conservatives generally are in favor of law and order and institutions and tradition. And in general, progressives are in favor of flattening hierarchies and challenging institutions and laws and stuff like that. And we do see progressives making videos about being shoplifting is okay because the system is completely corrupted against us. And
or the worst argument ever, that why are you concerned about theft when wage theft is more than theft? It's like, okay.
Right.
Oh my
right.
God.
So I don't know the right wing. I mean, it's easy to point to the right wing and say, listen, they're saying that the FBI is corrupt because they're going after a guy that they like, but I don't think it changes the fundamental argument of the intuitions of most conservatives, not libertarians. Obviously, libertarians want to privatize everything. That they are in favor of law and order.
Well, okay. So, there's two things. First of all, I think I generally broadly agree that on a principled level, people that are right wing are generally principally going to be more in favor of law and order and more in favor of police and things of that nature. Though obviously, the specific situations and circumstances can override in changing the principles. But I do think, and I don't know if it's a principle thing or it's just a facet of American history, but I do think that the right has always been more skeptical of federal law enforcement.
Right.
And I think you're kind of like looking at federal and local law enforcement on the same level. And I don't think that's the case.
I mean, Trump... guys say this, that, there's a right-wing terrorism issue that the FBI itself is concerned about. Like Timothy McVeigh was not a progressive. There is this rise of domestic terrorism. It does come from one side of the political spectrum.
What is the domestic terrorism? Because I hear this claim a lot, but I don't know
what
she cited specifically the Oklahoma City bombing, which was
I don't know what to do with what we were talking
that's like
about.
a million years ago.
There is absolutely, like, the FBI has put out a ton of things talking about the rise of domestic terrorism.
Well,
we've seen mass shootings. Hold on, you asked me a question, I'd like to answer it. There are examples of these mass shootings over and over again. They're driven by white supremacist ideology. There is a repeated, constant threat of terrorism that, if you follow these mass shootings, is consistently a component.
Which mass shootings? I mean, there was one mass shooting, I think, that was a white supremacist guy.
How about the Pulse nightclub? That would be a great example of one.
Wasn't the
I'm not sure.
Didn't they not know the reason
that was Omar Mateen,
right?
I think.
But it was driven by anti-LGBT basically ideology, right?
So I understand why you would assume that, because it was a gay nightclub and it was in Orlando, but
it was reported wrongly.
The wife actually went on trial, and I'm not saying I assumed this for years too, right? It was like Islamic guy, nightclub and all that, but in the wife's trial for this, it was revealed that this guy Googled nightclub near me just prior to the shooting, and all these stories about him having a secret or relationship with dudes or being secretly in the closet were kind of like nonsensical. And apparently, according to some of the victims, he even said, where are all the women in this thing? So like, he was definitely trying to do a terrorist attack, no doubt. but I believe it's been confirmed at the wife's trial that he just Googled nightclub near him.
Yeah, that's
the
what
important meta point here is there is this link between these mass shootings and right-wing ideology, and I don't think you can have an honest debate about this.
Not the trans shooter, obviously.
Well, first of all, wait. First of all, I don't know what this had to do with what we were talking about. I feel like this is an entirely different subject.
We're spiraling off.
I think.
Right,
hold on. Sitch.
Yeah.
I think the Omar Mateen, because he pledged allegiance to ISIS, would be like Islamic terror, clearly. But the guy in Texas recently that he had the neo-Nazi tattoos, even though he was like a Hispanic.
Yes.
Like a lot of people don't realize that a lot of like non-white neo-Nazis are like very anti-Semitic, and that's why they embrace the symbols and all of that. That could be considered a right-wing like terror, because we've like inserted that group on that side of the political spectrum. And like if this was in Europe, this wouldn't even be a question, because like obviously the right in Europe is more into like the, you know, the further right you go Europe, you'll find Nazis. So that would be an example I would have went to rather than the Pulse nightclub one in particular.
Sure, I'm thinking off the top of my head. Hold on, I don't have the encyclopedic knowledge of every single mass shooting, but I tell you, why don't we watch the video? Some I could do 5 minutes of research, and I'm sure I could come back with 100 studies.
Well, okay, but
my point.
Okay, so but I just want to say one thing, and then we'll get back to the video, because we've been talking for like super long period of time. Getting back to kind of the topic that is coming up about crime, and you asked this, Adam, a long time ago, why was the crime spiked in the 60s? And I think we all as humans kind of fall into this trap where it's we all want to ascribe one thing causes one other thing, because it's easy for us to like process that with our monkey brains. But in reality, when you have these like massive social trends, you have all these sorts of different circumstances happening simultaneously that create a specific situation that's going to have a large effect. And so like in the 60s, you have the baby boom demographic gets to the age of crime. You have cocaine starts to become big, moving away from pot. You have, and this comes up in the conversation, lead levels start to reach peak air levels. You have the entire counterculture movement where people say, don't trust authority, don't trust the system. You have Kennedy's assassinated. You have people getting angry over the Vietnam War. So it's kind of like you have like all these different things coming together at the same time. So, and then also, as Sean was saying, you have all these criminal justice reforms on top of that happening. So it seems like it was kind of like this stew of like bad things happening that creates this outcome.
Okay, so this is according to the New York Times. I just put it in chat. This is according to the Anti-Defamation League. Murders connected to political extremism by type, 55% white supremacy was the motivator, according to the ADL, which is
not the motivator.
What
not the
I
motivator.
Said. Anti-government was another 14% of the motivation there. Other right-wing was 6%, which makes it 75% of it. According to the ADL, left-wing ideology was 4% of that crime. And Islamic
so right at the top, there's a guy, Buffalo, who's a good example of this. Like he went and shot up this grocery store because he was all hopped up on the Great Replacement. I would say undeniably, like that is something that is being put forward on the right wing, and like, yeah, that's a right-wing extremist motivated attack. The thing that concerns me about the ADL, and I don't know because this article paywalled me, but I would invite you to look into, is that they say, can you say the exact phrase that you said before? I'm sorry.
She said motivated by, which is incorrect.
Half the murders were specifically tied to white supremacists.
Yeah,
tied to.
Okay. So sometimes, and look, this does not mean that the number isn't significant and isn't disproportionate in any way.
Look at you, good faith Gary over here, Sean.
No, it's because like a number can be really bad, and then for some reason, like people will still inflate it. But sometimes what the ADL does is they'll put in with like actual white supremacist murders that we should be concerned about. If a guy who happens to be a white supremacist will like murder his wife and kids over a custody dispute. So it is disproportionate to their population, because these organizations are relatively small in comparison to the United States population. So I don't want to like underscore that, but I just want to point out that I've like done videos on previous years with the ADL, and I've gone through this, and it's like, okay, but this isn't really like an extremist murder. This is like an extremist who committed a personal murder for the same reasons that like a regular person would commit a murder. Like his wife cheated on him, so he killed her. Do
you get the distinction, Brianna?
I don't. I think you're telling. I think.
Well, no, it's hugely inflating the numbers, though.
I don't know how much or to what degree, because it first starts out with a real one, which is the Buffalo one.
Hold on, Sean. Adam, you asked me a question.
Go ahead.
Answer that.
Sure.
Thank you. So what I would say to you is I have not read this study. Y'all asked for an example. I Googled it. I'm looking at it right now. I don't see the source data here, but at first blush, what I'm looking at here seems extremely credible. You're saying like anecdotally, you looked into this.
That's not anecdotally,
came to
but...
a different conclusion about this. You've seen very good faith in everything you've said today. Maybe you're right on that. Maybe you're wrong. But right now I'm looking at a study from the ADL that directionally strongly supports my assertion.
Right. Okay. I'm not saying that like right-wing extremists are not disproportionate. I just want to make this clear. But I'm just saying I've run down this for one specific year, and there are legitimate real ones. I believe in that year they had the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting, right? But sometimes they'll also add in like a personal murder from somebody who happens to be a white nationalist. Like it's like this. If I were to like do like a list of Islamic terror, right? And I had 7 real attacks that were legitimate attacks, but then I had 3 Islamic guy who got into a dispute because his neighbor threw like Rand Paul style, threw like his lawn scraps on his lawn, and I said that also counted because that guy happened to be a Muslim or even happened to have like extremist beliefs or posts or whatever. Like that would not be in the same category. So I'm just saying some of those ADL numbers tend to do that.
I'm going to paste each one of the examples in chat. And what you're saying has nothing to do with this study whatsoever, because you can read every single one of these examples for yourself. And let
me just say, so I'm sure the New York Times is highlighting
this is the ADL, not the New York
Times. Or the ADL, whoever's highlighting it. I know that, like Sean, I had the similar experience that when I looked into these numbers, they do generally just focus on anyone in an extremist group that commits a crime, regardless of the motivation of the crime. And I do think that inflates the numbers. I don't know the extent. However, we do desperately need to get back to watching this video.
Okay.
We've only got through 15 minutes of it. So.
Oh my gosh.
That's a legitimate question. You're saying poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25. And so that's
a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your
this is like a complete sorry, but this is like a complete deflection off of the topic. So like Tim brought up, there's been mental health issues and all that before, right? Tim brings up the shoving onto the subway, which is an anecdote that I wouldn't have gone with. And she brings up like 28 million uninsured people, like nationwide. That has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about, or that they were talking about right here. But a policy that I would point to that had changed over this period of time is that New York doesn't enforce fare evasion. So a lot of these people that would have been stopped when they were not paying their fare end up getting into the system. And this is like a crucial policy that William Bratton, when he was the head of the MTA police, instituted. And in the 80s, it showed a reduction in robberies and all kinds of other crimes in the subway. Right. So like that's what I would answer, which is a direct relation, while Emma's talking about uninsured Americans nationwide, which has been a problem for years.
Right. I'm assuming Emma's point is, which I don't agree with, but I'm assuming her position is that she thinks that if everyone was insured by mental health care, if we had universal health care, that those people wouldn't be pushing people in front of trains, which I don't think is borne out of the evidence. But
stance on Medicare for all and healthcare.
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and
Well, then you should promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. and they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day, so you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking, it's... you asked, or you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized health care so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations.
I don't get this bridge and tunnelers thing. Could somebody explain it to me? Because like New York is a commuter city. Well, I don't understand why
she's trying to make this idea that the only people complaining about crime are these rich people who don't live in the city, who are, you know, taking the bridge and taking the tunnel. They get to New York City and they don't have to deal with like the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie don't have to want to deal with the proletariat. That's essentially your position.
I mean, there is probably something to that, because I think the most progressive borough is the borough of Manhattan, which I guess you would be commuting to, but like it's weird to dig on, you know, all the other boroughs which have to like commute.
She had a weird take that we talked about where she was basically, it sounded like she was advocating that, or she was making the position that if crime was reduced in New York City and life was better in New York City, that would increase property values, and then that would make it so all the poor people couldn't live there anymore. So she was kind of like, in a bizarre way, advocating for crime to continue to be raised in New York.
I've never heard her say anything remotely like
that.
She
did. We covered it.
We covered it. Yeah, we watched her say it.
Very weird.
Okay.
So
I haven't heard it. So that sounds crazy to me. If she did say it,
she wasn't saying like, no. Okay, to be clear, she didn't say crime should be increased to keep property values down. But she was saying like, oh, all these people want to, you know, do all the strict stuff to reduce crime, which is going to increase property values, which is then going to, you know, kick all these poor people out. And you're like, wait a minute. It was in the
context of the Jordan Neely stuff.
Yeah, it was and it's like, wait a minute. First of all, poor people don't want crime and homeless, you know, like people who live in lower income situations don't have to deal with crime and homeless people when they're trying to get to work. Okay, number one. And then number two, like it was weird that her thought process went there, that this was some sort of like, they're going to kick the poor people out. So
we have like a weird like thing in New York. So what's interesting, and this is for like my racists that are out there, is that people will say that like that Black and like Hispanic people like vote for this, like they want crime and blah blah blah, and like it's their fault and all that. So what's interesting about the New York mayoral election is that in the Democratic primary, Eric Adams was the most tough on crime candidate, and the people who voted for him were disproportionately Black and Hispanic, right? So they wanted Eric Adams. The people who voted for Maya Wiley, who was like the real progressive alternative, were like Emma Vigeland, like from a wealthy background, white woman and all that. So you're Brooklyners, but like from your gentrified area of Brooklyn, right? So but in Chicago, it's the total opposite. In Chicago, in New York, the areas that were like the most crime afflicted voted for the former cop Eric Adams and all that. In Chicago, the areas that were most crime afflicted, that were disproportionately Black and Hispanic, although I think Chicago might be more Black than Hispanic, and in New York it might be closer to even, they voted for Brandon Johnson over the other guy. So like for all like the determinists out there who think that for some reason your race indicates your political beliefs, like that it just does not align even with like something as simple as policy preference in terms of voting, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
sure.
Where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about here.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history,
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. and that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
She perfectly makes my argument here. She's like, people are only shoplifting because they're desperate.
So they're
and
doing
what
it
they
just
find
for
is we
fun?
have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
It's profit.
For
I mean,
instance,
it's not...
People are trying to make money.
Well,
and they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes, they do. Because all
Not
the
at
wealth
all.
is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not
and
a zero-sum
not trickling
economy.
down.
But what
does
is it?
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022, and it doesn't...
This is like my favorite non-answer to the question in this whole segment.
Listen, expert.
You're not the expert, but also here's 2021 to 2022. It's actually a straightforward question. I repeated it twice, which is if income inequality is driving crime, it's undoubted that in the 1990s to 2019, income inequality only expanded while crime was reducing as the greatest crime reduction in the history of this country.
Well, we had a good economy then. The job market was incredible.
No. She asserted income inequality and also,
no,
Adam,
I understand.
But that's not necessarily true. It didn't jump up in the .com bubble. It didn't jump back up during the Great Recession.
Yeah.
So, like, the trend continued during that period of time.
Right.
I don't like the conflation of the two, and you obviously pointed out here. But the whole idea that millionaires and billionaires exist seems to offend a lot of people's sensibilities that I don't really get. I don't want us to live in a place where everyone is impoverished. So if it's that situation at the expense of putting a bunch of people into poverty, I completely agree, but I don't necessarily think that's the case.
I think what I find is, so Sean, I think this is where I'm probably going to disagree with you a bit on. I think Emma is telling a story that I think is far too simple. Right. I think all of us here would agree that every bit of the rise in these crime rates she wants to attribute to poverty. Right. I think very, very rarely in any kind of policy situation is it going to be like a single factor drive. I think all of us can agree that that's multifactorial. But aren't you kind of arguing the same thing by saying, like, crime leads to poverty? Like, I think the policy position I'm arguing is it's probably a multifactorial set of problems here. I will grant you the ones you were talking about. You've made a very good case for it, but I can't imagine that's the only variable.
Well, I don't think crime is the only thing that causes poverty. Like, poverty is like the natural state of man. Like, before we had anything, when, whatever creation myth you buy into, like, we were poor when we were hunters and gatherers. Like, we didn't have anything. We didn't have iPhones back then and all that. So, like, that's our natural state. And there are a bunch of various things: political system, lack of civilization. If you're stuck on an island, you're very poor, and all of that would, like, have us as our default setting in poverty. But what I say is that crime drives these areas into poverty. And there's a great book, which I would have loved to have referenced on this before Tim jumped in. It's called Ungovernable City, and it goes over this guy, I don't want to call him James Lindsay, John Lindsay's tenure. He's a liberal Republican in the 1950s, and his specific pulling back of the police by neighborhood hindered the economic development of those neighborhoods by like the reduction in police activity, if that makes sense. Like the author, who's a professor, I want to say his name is Victor Canato. I could be wrong. Somebody look it up and prove me wrong in the comments. Go ahead, nerd. But his last name is definitely Canato. And he makes a pretty good case that by the neighborhood, economic development is reduced by the lack of police activity in those areas. So I'm not saying poverty is only driven by crime. Sure. I'm just saying that's a significant driver of poverty. Is if you have. I
think one of the ways you could have, I think one of the ways your argument here could have felt more like, if your objective is to build bridges or to reach out to people like me, they're a little bit moderate on this. I think if you talked about this from a more holistic, like talking about some of those other variables, I think it would, like, you understand this issue the way I understand Bitcoin or some other tech issues. It's clear you put a ton of like your professional focus into that. I just think from like a messaging perspective, I think you would come off stronger if you would at least like give credence to some of these other variables here. Because I think just strategically, when you're talking to some people on my own side, I'm not one of them, but some of those, but if you're only hammering like poverty leads to crime or crime leads to poverty, it's just far too easy for some of us to fall into this, racial like thing, and it's just impossible for us to hear anything else after that.
I will agree with you, because it's harder. If I feel like if I could have gotten a one-on-one conversation where I didn't have like Tim like coming in and like these different points and all that, then I probably could have like fleshed it out more. Because one of the examples I love to give is food deserts, which is often brought up by more left-leaning people, which is like these grocery stores are not in poor areas, and sometimes these areas are disproportionately minority. And we're talking specifically about urban areas, because rural areas, like there are grocery stores that are further away, but most people drive, so like they have access to those grocery stores even if they're not in the vicinity. Well, it turns out that grocery stores happen to operate with some of the lowest profit margins compared to like any industry. So they're uniquely vulnerable to shoplifting as compared to other businesses. So if you're in an area with elevated shoplifting, it actually doesn't make economic sense for those kind of stores to open there. So what ends up happening is, in a lot of those areas, you end up with smaller convenience stores. And just because the basics of economies of scale, those convenience stores tend to have higher prices in comparison. So the poorer people who live in those areas are now forced to pay more money for their groceries, which means their dollars don't go as far as people in more wealthy areas. And this creates like a perpetuating cycle that pushes them into poverty. And it's also not better for the store owners, because they still have to deal with the theft. So even though their prices are higher, their profit margins are actually lower than even those previous grocery stores.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's really well said.
Well, how do you word this argument so it actually sinks in for people like Emma, who just fundamentally believe people are only stealing because they're in desperate straits?
I don't know, like, because I don't know how. Listen, people connect with politics on an emotional way. I could say something like logical, like Brianna could say something logical. Sitch, Adam, you could do that, but if it conflicts with like a fundamental worldview, a fundamental like idea, there's something called the backfire effect that could just lead you to double down on your position. So I don't know how like malleable Emma is, because I don't know her personally. So I would have no idea. Like I don't know how malleable Tim is. I've met him a few times. Again, I don't know him that personally. So I don't know if I can convince somebody in a conversation like this to change their worldview if they're not already open to changing that, especially when it is a worldview.
It seems so obvious to me that if you're working two jobs, struggling to get ahead, struggling to get out of a poor area, and you're being preyed upon by people breaking into your car, breaking into your house, stealing your things, that's going to make it that much harder for you to accumulate wealth to get out of the area.
Yeah,
Of course.
That's a great like a micro example. If somebody steals your car, which is more likely if you're already in poverty and you need that car to get to your job, and then you lose your job.
It's
like
so
that's a very
obvious.
micro example of somebody being literally driven into poverty by being victimized. And unfortunately, you have like a 10 times higher chance of being victimized by crime if you make like $10,000 a year, which is very low in the United States, below the poverty line for an individual, as compared if you make $50,000 a year. So like when we're protecting the criminals, I don't think people realize that the criminals aren't the poor people all the time that are like, you know, just put in dire circumstances. And, you know, I say like, you know, the all criminals are Aladdin kind of thing as a joke. But the people they're victimizing often are those people.
Right.
Like,
and those are the people that would never dream of committing crime. And that's why I think it's important to make that distinction. It's not, I mean, Emma is almost giving an excuse for people because she's basically saying, you know, the only people that commit crime are people who are desperate, who will have no other choice but to commit crime. And that's just functionally incorrect.
Like, I think it's worse than that, because I think it's not just those people. I think it sends a message to everyone involved that the only way you can get ahead is by, you know, I don't want to say crime, but like this is why professions like, you know, drug dealing. This looks very appealing, you know, stealing. When you don't have options to get ahead, it has a spiraling effect, and then you don't believe in the system itself. Now, to be fair, you know, when in my experience, like, you know, talking to Black people and like working that area in my own election, I sure have met a lot of people that really try to triple down on, like, there's this message in the Black community. The way to get ahead is get a good education, find a good job, work really hard. Like, these are very, very common messages. So, but I think it really undermines that when you have poverty and people don't see a path to go ahead.
Yeah,
this is true. I like to tell this like personal story. So like I used to tell people that my mother was from the projects, right? Because I visited the building that she used to live in, and that was in the projects. Turns out my mother was not from the projects. She moved into the projects when a drug addict set the apartment that she lived in on fire when she was a girl, right? So that burned down her apartment, and then they were allowed to move into public housing, which is where she ended up growing up for years after that. And then she moved out into another place, and she was raised by a single mother. So like in that, like, again, very like micro instance, like she was driven into a worse place financially, a worse neighborhood, due to the fact that her neighborhood, which was already not very good to begin with, had like some drug addict that did something crazy. Now, I think drug addicts are sick, like they have medical issues. So like hopefully me and Emma would agree on that. But I think where we disagree is like, I feel bad for the people who lived in that apartment building way worse than the guy who lit the building on fire because he was high and, you know, was spreading lighter fluid everywhere. If that makes sense. Like my mother could have died in there. My aunt could have died in that fire, and they were kids at the time. So like, you know, you can have all these different factors, all these different errors, all these different things that lead up to your life being in peril or you committing a crime. But to me, none of that matters when there's somebody who was victimized by you. Like that's something that we could address before, not like after.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah, I think that's well said.
It doesn't matter now that it's going back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic.
So Tim's wrong about this. I explained that in the video, but if you notice right here, decline that I pointed out in the 90s, the little uptick at the end, it looks small compared to this chart, but even you can see in the back, there's like a gap in the chart. That's World War II, where most of the men went off to war. That's why there's no numbers. But pre that, during the Great Depression, there's also a decline in homicide in New York City. So
right, which is the poorest time in American history.
Yeah. So, and by the way, that decline happened after the first 2 years when FDR repealed, he didn't repeal it, but the Congress repealed the Prohibition Amendment. So clearly that spike, in my opinion, was due to prohibition policy.
Right.
And even after the Depression, when prohibition policy was still leading to a spike in crime, but then prohibition was repealed, and then we saw a drop against the backdrop of the Great Depression, if that makes sense.
Well, this chart is a number of murders. Would the massive population difference between then and now make a big difference?
Yeah,
well, no, yeah, actually, this is raw numbers if you look at the victims on the side. Yeah.
Yeah,
wow. But that's an argument for after so many people fled during COVID. That's that makes that 2020 number that much more proportionally bad news.
And to that point, people did flee from COVID, which 400,000, but it was from 2020 to 2022. So like this is the issue I have with the 2023 numbers is that I don't know how that is adjusted in terms of population.
Right.
But like what really is in focus, because obviously there's less people pre 1950 in New York City. I think what's really in focus is this 70s to 90s range, that decline, and then modern era, because the population would be similar enough that we could draw conclusions from these numbers.
So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be the low number.
The increase actually, the draw is before 2020. Meaning that could be 2018 to 19. Then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around
this is just
murders right here.
Guys,
you have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime.
If you guys don't know, the way the studio's set up, this is on a screen across the room. So it's like from memory, but I'm trying to squint. There's a reason I wear glasses. But for sure, Tim was reading that chart wrong. The spike did not happen in 2019. I only covered New York crime for like a living.
Crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that kind of instance.
I agree. I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. Yeah, so it's impacting everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True. But I think public policy has a huge impact as well, because again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still...
Just to be clear, this is true. The United States is more violent than every like modern Western European country.
This is where the worldview collides kind of perspective comes in, because she just is not familiar with any of these arguments. I don't see, like, a lot of people on the left will argue higher punishments as some sort of deterrence from people committing crimes, but it's not the deterrence effect. It's that you're actually taking the people who are repeat offenders out of the population, and they are physically unable to commit more crimes.
Within the population, a lot of times they actually hurt people in prison.
Well, no, They're not going after law-abiding citizens. They're going after other incarcerated people.
But I would also like to make this point, because I couldn't make it on the show because of the way that the conversation ultimately ends up going. Even if we accept completely like that income inequality, poverty, whatever is the root cause of crime, 100% just buy into it, that still doesn't mean that the most effective way to address crime is to go after the root cause. So like one of the examples I like to give is in terms of like earthquake policy, right? So we know the root cause of earthquakes is the moving of tectonic plates, you know, between under the crust of the earth, right?
Right. Oh yeah,
But
great point. I see where
if
you're
I
going
gave
with
you
this.
if I gave you $10 billion to do something about the possibility of damage from earthquakes in the state of California, you would probably spend the most amount of money on earthquake proofing, which is a symptom of the problem, rather than trying to figure out how to control the tectonic plates beneath the earth.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So like that, and by the way, that doesn't necessarily hold true for everything, but like but you can apply it to like a medical situation. Like, you know, the root cause of of AIDS is HIV, and some people say it's invented by the CIA or it came from rhesus monkeys or whatever. It doesn't matter. But like, we developed a lot of these treatments to prevent people from progressing to full-blown AIDS. We also promote condom usage and all these like safe sex kind of things. We develop PEP if you're exposed. We develop PrEP if you're active, if you're sexually active with a vulnerable population, to prevent you from catching it. That doesn't mean that curing HIV wouldn't solve the problem, but like usually we delegate resources to different portions of a problem in order to stop it at all facets. Because like if we were to spend all our time trying to cure HIV, that doesn't help people who end up progressing to AIDS and then they have no immune system. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah.
like you could think of it in terms of a lot of different things as like a comparable analogy to what I'm saying. It's not just I'm making this up just for crime.
So if you watched Majority Report, though, I think you would see a lot of academics coming in with some very reputable studies talking about the secondary effects of the policy you're talking about. So I will grant you, for the point of this conversation, you're completely right. Mass incarceration like drove all these numbers down. But I think what Emma would say if you had that conversation with her, she's talked so much on this show with the experts about how that led to like the destruction of Black wealth, how it has led to income inequality, how it's caused all these structural problems, like, not just for white people and for Black people, for white people as well in poverty. So I think that's probably what she's giving you the pushback on.
Aren't those more examples though of crime causing poverty though? Because they're literally committing crimes, they're being incarcerated, and their families are being driven into more poverty.
What I'm saying is, I think that if you are looking at public policy, like prescription for these things, okay, so I will grant you mass incarceration, like solve this problem, or just for the purpose of this, let's grant that that's true. What I think she would say is it's having all these secondary effects that are very detrimental for society. So if you're going to do this policy, then you have to have like counter effects, like a really good one, like all the people growing up without fathers. This is a huge problem in the Black community, right? How do you address that? Because this causes these issues to spiral. So I'm just saying it's more of a holistic solution than just one variable, one outcome.
Well, if you want to like bolster Big Brother programs or something like that, I'm in favor of that. But I don't think you still have to address the problem of crime.
No, but Adam, she's making a valid point. Like, let's say we decide to go real hard on drunk driving, right? Guy gets pulled over for drunk driving, and you arrest him, you throw him in jail for 5 years, right? Well, he has kids at home, he has a wife at home. That 5-year sentence, and I chose a crime, like he didn't kill anybody or whatever, like he has kids at home. So like you've actually put that family into poverty, not because of the crime, but because of the reaction to the crime and the over prosecution. So yes, there definitely like effects like that definitely have impact on some people. For sure. And like I would like to hear more about it, like, and look at some of the research, because everything should be a cost benefit analysis in like that regard.
Well, I believe there are good people that may, do something wrong and get caught up in the legal system. The good people usually aren't repeat offenders. My understanding is it's the people who, do something wrong and have absolutely no care about becoming a reformed person, and those people become repeat offenders, and we need to take those people off the streets. That's the only way to stop them from driving more people into poverty. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, Brianna, about the situation of the guy who, you know, commits a crime for the first time. But the legal system, I think, deals with this because they look at people as first-time offenders or repeat offenders.
Well, I don't think it's a question of, you know, whether someone committed a crime for the first time or not. I think the question is, like, if someone who has Emma's position and someone who has Sean's position want to have a conversation, like, and it be a good faith conversation and a conversation actually about moving policy forward in the country, you know, it would be more beneficial if it wasn't coming from this like ideology first and then practicality and reality second. Because if we accept like the reality situation first, you could say, okay, just by the numbers, you know, locking up more criminals is going to reduce crime.
To a certain point.
Like, to a certain, obviously, yeah, right, to a certain point. And if you just accept that, because I mean, here's the thing, I don't know if Emma would accept that, at least in a public conversation, because of like all the dynamics that happens in something like this. But if she did, then she could move forward with kind of what Brianna was saying and say, okay, I accept that. However, that's going to have all these other negative effects on society. So I'll give you, you know, it's like the trade. I'll give you incarcerating, you know, a bunch of people, but then you need to give me like social policies that are going to help, you know, the families and the communities as a response to that.
Well, that's why I brought in Big Brother programs and stuff like that, which I do think Big Brother programs are great and do work. So
to be fair, like I feel like you know, none of this was like said, like it was just like we have the largest population, and like say as a counter, we have the most violent, like, you know, that basically I'm trying to say the reason we have this high incarceration population is because we're a modern Western country with the highest violent crime rate, right? So I feel like this is a more interesting conversation that we're having, but like to what the exchange me and Emma just had, it was just like point counterpoint, and it kind of doesn't delve into that. But I don't watch her show, so I wouldn't know if that's where she would go. Like Brianna says, you watch her show, so you probably know more of her position than I would. Like I see the clips of Emma saying something dumb, and people say, haha, that's her on, like, just based on this one 30-second clip, like, which I know is not representative of any person as a whole.
Right, but see, this is the thing. If we're talking about policy solutions for this on a broad electorate, right? Ideally, the left's got to get something and the right's got to get something, right? So I think this is sellable, right? I think defund the police is a vote-losing slogan. It is a terrible, there's a reason Biden has pushed back on it. There's a reason I have pushed back on it, right? This is something a Democratic electorate, I think, doesn't want, right? I do think there's an appetite out there for a pro-police message with my own party, with the people that aren't crazy. I think what would help sell that, especially to the Black electorate, is if you're talking like, we see the poverty you're dealing with. So along with this, we're going to be investing in XYZ. We're going to have this policy, right? We want to help build up your communities. Like, do you see what I mean? This is just how good public policy gets developed.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, Trump says he was the best best president for the Black community since Abraham Lincoln. He's literally said that.
Some say I was even better than Lincoln. You know, the humility of that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Goodness.
How does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked, we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because they're incredibly impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their life.
Yeah, I should have like cut this point off here. Like I don't remember how I was reacting in this moment, but I was like, I didn't know if she was going to address the point after she said this. But my point was about repeat offenders, and she just said shoplifting earlier, and then she starts excusing why that was the thing. By the way, that Brennan Center study is one of my favorite sources that was ever given to me by a left-winger as a debunking source, because when I read through it, I was like, oh, this is actually really interesting, the data that they have on pre-2000 when you want me to focus on the post-2000 data.
Right.
But the reason I say mass incarceration worked is because of the incapacitation thing. I'm very big on like understanding that programs should be measured on what they were designed to do, not what you would want them to do. So a lot of people, when they talk about prisons and the negatives of prisons and say that they don't work, they'll talk about things like rehabilitation and or deterrence. But like incapacitation is the primary purpose of a prison. You're trying to remove somebody so you can't offend again, and like it's literally described as a mechanical method of lowering the crime rate. Rehabilitation is great. I love the idea of rehabilitation, but it's actually really hard for us to know what makes somebody want to rehabilitate themselves, what programs work and what programs don't work. Like I get this straw man all the time that I don't care about rehabilitation, but if you think about what rehabilitation is, it's essentially we have somebody who's an offender in our society, a huge problem, and we could turn them into a productive member of society. Would you be in favor of that? Obviously, 100%. Everybody would, beyond any doubt. But the problem is that's a lot easier said than done. And again, we're just not great at that right now. I would love it if we were, and I'm all for experimentation and different interventions to try to figure out what works in rehabilitating people. But like that's not the purpose of prisons, and that wasn't the purpose of mass incarceration. So we should judge it by its intended purpose and its outcome, and then judge the consequences aside from that and weigh that against that.
I love the fact that like 300 people are basically shoplifting enough to make a huge dent in the shoplifting numbers, and Emma just sees that as these people are poor people struggling to get by. Man, this guy's running a fucking business. If you're shoplifting that much, that's not just struggling to get by.
I think that's really well said. Sean, I would love to ask, like, I do think that's a salient critique that, you know, to what degree does rehabilitation, should that play a role here? Because I mean, to come back to the drug court analogy, there was a super chat that I saw talking from a prosecutor how it was very hard with the misdemeanor offenses to get people to take it seriously, right? It seems to me that like there's got to be tools that we have beyond just locking people in a cage, though I agree with you, the primary purpose should be removal from society to like keep the rest of us safe, right? But at the same time, it's like, how do we create a justice system with incentives for people to get better, like to address those problems within themselves? Like, I mean, this is what you study. Do you have any policy suggestions to share?
So like, I wish I had better suggestions, but like a lot of the rehabilitation programs that seem like they're like really good, and like I want when I look into them, I find they suffer from a huge selection bias. So we'll find a program that's recommended by the Department of Justice. And if this isn't true, by the way, for any program that you find, send it to me. I'll look into it and I'll promote it. Because obviously, if we can change somebody who's like a violent offender into a productive member of society, again, 100% in favor of that. But like what we tend to see is that the entry point to one of these programs is something like 5 years of no conduct violations in prison, or 10 years of no conduct violations in prison, depending on the program. And the thing is, the inmates that are already committed enough to do that, to get into this program that's going to train them in this job or give them this education or whatever, are likely a self-selected group that has already, for whatever reason, decided that they want to turn their lives around. Like, so we don't have like this, and I'm fine to spend money to experiment and try different programs so we could figure out what works. But I think people really underestimate the fact that we have no idea what makes somebody want to reform versus not reform. I would actually.
But the operative word there you said was violent crime. So and correct me if I'm wrong here, my understanding is there are some people that are more predisposed to violent crime. So what if you get into non-violent crime? Have you seen any like programs that work for that?
again, it's I'm just talking about like what's gonna like thieves. You know, you have similar things, but I will say there are signs that will keep people that make it more likely for people to not recidivate or like reoffend, and that's like if they have connections to like the outside world. So one of the reasons why I'm and if they don't participate in prison culture. So like one of the things that I'm really big on, and like people think like build more prisons, you're trying to warehouse more people, is that I would be 100% fine if we didn't increase the population of prisoners, but we built more prisons so that we could have these people with individual cells, or get rid of those scenarios where they're like in bunks in the center. Because like once you're like forced into this confined space with all these other like hardened criminals, like one, you're more vulnerable to a million different like violence, sexual assault, all these other problems. But the likelihood of you joining a gang because you have to, because when you're in a room with 80 people and some of them are violent and already in a gang, versus you being unprotected on your own, and that's where you sleep, like all of those things like end up going up when you're more cramped, more crowded, and all that. So I would build more prisons just to have more room for these people.
So better prisons. Yeah, that sounds very analogous. Like my least popular opinion on the left is we need to increase funding with the police, in the sense that we need better candidates with better training, right? We need to increase the caliber of people that go into policing and make it kind of a prestige like profession, right? So I can see that in the same way. If you invest more in prisons to, have more of those programs and keep the housing situation better, that makes like at first blush very common sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of this. There's like this thing in Texas where they don't air condition. I think it was actually covered by John Oliver. So credit to him if he's one of these people on the left that reference it, where they don't have air conditioning in the prison because they're like, yeah, like get them prisoners or whatever.
Right.
But it's like, well, like if you're cramping people in tight spaces and it's hot, and like you're going to have more violent instances. Like if you get violent instances in prison, then you're going to get infractions for these inmates. Then they're going to spend more time. And the more time you spend, the more connections you lose to the outside. The more connections you lose to the outside, the more you embrace prison culture, the more likely you are to reoffend. Like to me, this is not good policy. This is not productive policy. Like air condition the prisons, spread these inmates out. I don't want them fighting in there. I don't want them sexually assaulting each other. Like you have to like not like have a super violent culture on the inside. And I understand that to a certain extent you're putting like the most violent people in our society in a building together, so violence will occur, but we should try to limit that as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, agreed.
Well said.
And not just for the inside people, for the outside people, because contrary to what you might think about harsh sentences, 95% of the people that are in prison today will be out at some point in the future.
Right.
Livelihoods.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well, so, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
And I am talking about.
Which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people, the ones committing the crime. I said, right.
Third of the shoplifting arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
so
it.
If
so
you're
this is
arrested,
all about the fact that you're not in favor of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No.
I hate the fact that she doesn't just stick with the substance of the argument at hand. She switches every time to some other thing. It's so annoying.
I think that we're rolling it.
To be the most fair to Emma, Tim is asking her different questions than I'm asking her. So give her the most generous read.
Right.
That is happening.
Well, I mean, she's not addressing like the incapacitating them will make them no longer be able to offend. She's jumping to this other thing about cash bail, which, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Well, cash bail, you would be, it is actually related to incapacitation, because if they're being released over and over and over again, that's what I'm against.
Sure, but she hasn't answered the point on, if you physically remove people from society, are they not able to reoffend? Yes. Right?
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's a, you know, like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity. Because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in.
Hold on. Now, I wanted to ask you this. So you said it was 10%. 10% of what exactly?
It would be 10% of the amount. And to be clear, you don't get that 10% back, because that's what you give to a bail bondsman. And it could be 10 to 12%.
Okay. So you're saying the bail bondsman sets a certain rate, and you have to put up 10% of that cash yourself. Is that correct?
The judge will set a bail, and unless it's like a fixed bail or a non-bondable bail, you don't actually have to pay that number. You can go to a bail bondsman and pay them 10%, and they'll front you the rest of it to get you out.
Right. Which is very expensive. Okay. So you're saying that you only have to put 10% of that down, though that's going to be very expensive. I mean, how do you explain like so many people that end up just like choosing to not pay bail and to end up in the system anyway? I mean, it seems to me fairly evident just from the stats that isn't a very it exceeds what people can do.
Well, sometimes the bail is too high for sure,
right?
And or too high for them to afford. Sometimes there's nobody in the family who cares enough to pay the bail, or nobody in their life who cares enough to pay the bail,
right?
And sometimes if you have like a history of jumping bond, then a bail bondsman wouldn't do business with you in the first 100%,
place. 100%, right?
So like there's a bunch of factors. And again, I'm for lowering the amounts if your concern is that, or again, in New York's case, even removing the dollar amount that's like fixed in a lot of cases. But New York is unique in that judges can't assess dangerousness. So if somebody wanted to make that trade with me, I would make that trade in a heartbeat. Like, you're worried about poor people being stuck in jail because they don't have money, fine. But like, if you get arrested 27 times for a crime and have convictions and all that, a judge should be able to say, you know what, like, I'm holding you without bond.
So when you said, and that's very well said, when you said there's no threat assessment, is that true? That feels very hard to believe. When a judge is setting the bail, the likelihood of the person getting bail to go commit a crime, that's not assessed. Can you explain that to me?
So first of all, bail reform just prohibits a judge from setting bail on the bail reform law as written by New York State for a whole host of crimes. So even repeat history, even if it's like the 6th time the judge saw you that week.
Really?
Like, yeah, that was its original thing, right? And there was a bunch of problems. Now they've reduced the number of crimes and all that, and it was considered like one of the more progressive bail reforms, right?
Why the fuck would they pass that? That's crazy.
I honestly, I hate to like attribute bad motives, but my honest opinion is that it was signed by Andrew Cuomo, who was nobody's progressive, because he thought he was going to run for president and that this would help him in his run for president.
Okay.
Like, you know, to be super cynical, I think that, because I don't believe Andrew Cuomo believed that this was a good policy.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of crimes off the board already in New York State. Now, in terms of the bail system, like they set the amount to try to get you to return to court. In 49 states in this union, they can also assess your personal dangerousness, or your propensity to reoffend or your criminal history. In New York, their judges are only supposed to assess your likelihood to return to court. So like whether or not you're going to show up for your trial, your flight risk. So like that's a unique thing to New York State that I would get rid of. Now, there's certain charges like murder and all that where a judge can still deny you bond in the state of New York. They could still charge you, like, you know, they charged Daniel Penny for the second-degree manslaughter, $100,000 bond. They charged Jose Alba in a case I completely disagreed with, $500,000 bond. And that because they were originally charging him with murder. So they can do it for a lot of the high tier severe crimes still in the state of New York. But like there are like significant limits and a lot of limits on judges' ability to, again, specifically assess dangerousness.
Yeah, look at domestic violence, right? I can if that's not being assessed like your threat of domestic violence, it would be very bad to not calculate that into the bail. So that seems well said to me.
So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime?
Yes.
In Rikers?
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
So I just want to point out, so I don't like demand sources like in conversations like this on the spot. But I did look into this with Rikers Island, and yes, there are more deaths at Rikers Island than like almost any other jail in America. But Rikers Island serves all 5 boroughs of New York City, which means it's a jail for the potential criminal population of around 8.7, well, now 8.4 million due to our population decline. There are worse conditions at because if you don't know, prisons are regulated by the state and jails aren't. And a lot of jails across this country are under the jurisdiction of the local sheriff. So there's actually like way more instances per inmate of death than at Rikers Island. But Rikers Island has the largest like raw number of people who die at its facility. But that's because we have like the largest pool of people potentially to be going to Rikers Island. And inmates tend to be unhealthier than the average person. They tend to be more violent than the average person. And Emma specifically is citing deaths. And it's like, okay, well, if somebody like has a heart attack at Rikers Island that like nobody could have detected, is that like really fair to put on Rikers Island? Or is that like as a result of Rikers Island? So like there are more deaths at Rikers, sure, but like there's like crappy. You remember that Sheriff Clark guy in Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
No,
I don't.
Like,
I'm sorry.
He's like this black conservative sheriff that was like, you know, I'm law.
Oh yeah, that guy. The one Trump pardoned him, didn't he?
I think so. So his one of his jails, he could have been pardoned. One of his jails had like 5 deaths in a year. But like the county that he covered is so much smaller than New York City that the per capita rate of people going into that jail and dying would be exponentially higher than Rikers Island with like 23 deaths, if that makes sense.
Right.
So like I here I'm going to say she's mistaken, and it might not be intentional, but like it is definitely a mistake when you're not factoring in the size of the potential population of Rikers versus like a local county jail, which has way less like regulations and people looking into it and all that.
But I think,
that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the.
When I get incarcerated, I want to have Emma as my public defender. I think she could get me off pretty easily. What do you guys think?
On the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
6, damn.
6, yeah,
we're all bad.
Our law is based on English common law, and
this, in all seriousness, this is just like debate brain. I think she's just basically throwing out anything.
Well, hold on, because I think the more charitable read of this is when she gets into this, and Sean, I don't think you did a really good job refuting this respectfully. She starts talking about, and we'll get there, but like how you can be accused of a crime and then end up in this situation, and then your experience in prison is so much worse. So you end up killed or disabled or, really put in a situation where you haven't been convicted of a crime. That feels like a very salient point to me. And I think the counter for that is you were just talking about investing more to make better prisons that are safer. But, I think in the moment, you didn't really do a good job of refuting that, at least from my perspective.
Well, what is the situation that you're talking about? Like somebody is
Emma's
incarcerated for drunk driving, or somebody doesn't accidentally shoplift.
Emma's gonna bring it up shortly, I believe. So if you want
to, the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways. The reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that it was.
So I guess it's not now. Do you want to wait for her to say it, or do you want
bring it up? What is it?
Yeah.
No, let's wait for it.
Okay, let's wait for it.
Okay.
Because
it's after all this.
Disproportionately black and brown people who are warehouse
Okay, but how's that
writers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
but
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime
stop and frisk.
statistics, they're
well, there you go. So
black and Hispanic.
this is what the reality is for you. Is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say
more
inherently?
crimes.
Gee, this is so bad faith, Brianna. This is just bad faith. Look, she wants to make the argument that Sean is a racist and that Sean is in
That's
favor.
why he's tough on crime. Yeah, he wants to put all the blacks away.
That's exactly where she's going.
I like Emma. I support Emma. I am proud to be a majority report, supporter. This is not the strongest part of this part. I thought.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I mean, this
If
is.
you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past
suspects.
20 years.
So
Yeah,
that's
suspects.
the cop's discretion. So
No, it's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys?
I just want to point out, like, so when she says the cop's discretion, she's talking about a thing I often hear brought up, which is like arresting bias. Like the only reason we see people overrepresented in crime statistics is because we measure crime and arrests. This is completely false. If you have this argument in your repertoire, remove it, because we measure crime in reports, which, makes sense if you just think about it logically. If somebody is found to be like a dead body on the street, obvious gunshot wound, not a suicide, then we classified that in our murder statistics well before, even if we never arrest the murderer behind that,
right,
because
obviously.
that person was in fact murdered. Now, reporting can also have biases. This is why we do victimization surveys, including the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is sent out to 150,000 households nationwide in order to ask people who often wouldn't report crimes like sexual assault or things like that, what their victimization status is within the last 18 months. This also has like in-person interviews as a component of it. It's probably the gold standard of survey data when it comes to crime, because we've known since the 70s that just using arrest data, which monitors police activity, is not a good way to measure crime. So when I'm saying suspects, I'm talking about reported suspects. There was a shooting in the area, somebody calls 911, they ask them what they look like, this is the description that they gave.
Yeah, eyewitness suspect, which could be wrong or biased or whatever.
Sure.
But I mean, they're not incentivized to give the wrong information. Like if it's a white guy and they say, oh, it was a black man because they hate black people. I guess maybe.
But even more so, like if you're in a victimization survey, right? Obviously, if you're murdered, you're not filling out a victimization survey. I don't think I need to explain why. But if you're in a victimization survey and like you were sexually assaulted, you never reported it to the police, right? And then you fill out the description of the person who assaulted you, like chances are you're not lying on that description, if you know what I mean. So like we see these like representations in all of these different in all of these different statistics.
So don't you think overall, if you, so I'm not saying, I'm certainly not saying, Sean, this is your argument here. You haven't said anything today here I would consider as racist, that you seem to be like very public policy focused. But don't you think, very generally speaking, if you look at American history and the application of prisons, right? Don't you think that there have been politically racist motivations in, you know, aggressively policing certain kinds of communities and putting certain like policies forward? Like I come from Mississippi. This is very much part of our history. So like the most good faith argument I can see here, like, can't you see how someone would jump to that conclusion, or at least have that concern? Like you do believe that Black and brown people are inherently more, you know, predisposed to violent crime. Like, can you at least understand why people would jump there?
Well, I know why people would jump there, because it's easier to attack the messenger than like the message. And of course, there has been a history of like
it's
racism.
A big history. Yeah.
Of racism in like all parts of this country and all that. That's definitely true. That being said, like when I'm reporting the crime statistics like today,
right,
10 years from now, and like again, most of the people who are reporting this live within those communities. Like I'm just talking about the numbers, because if you say that there's a gap but you don't do anything to explain why there's a gap between these two groups, but you just fill that with racism, I just think you're using what atheists used to call the God of the gaps arguments, except you're inserting racism in there. So it's like the racism of the gaps argument. So like I'm happy to, if racism is the culprit, like I'm happy to admit it, but I will exhaust the possibilities, and I won't just assume that just based on the fact that there's a gap between blacks and whites, or Asians and Hispanics, or whatever. Like I need something more than a disparate outcome, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's very well said. I think that's fair. I think what I would say is just like you were talking about how when you're setting like bail, you know, like a bail number for someone, you need to have a threat assessment there. I think it's reasonable for people to, if someone is proposing like more tough on crime legislation, I think it makes a lot of sense to think, we have a real history of this being abused throughout the history of this country. Is there a racial component here? Is there a way this public policy could go sideways? Could this have unintended consequences here? I think that's a very reasonable question to ask yourself.
Yeah, I think bringing it up and addressing it could help assuage some people's fears. I don't know if it would broadly have that much of an impact, because I think a lot of people have basically already made up their mind, and either because of politics or because of, you know, making money from some organization or ideology, you know, they're looking for that outcome to be a racial one. And I mean, we do see this. I'm sure there's some name for this kind of fallacy, and it's very annoying because I see it all the time on both the left and the right, where someone says, well, in the past, in a different circumstance, in a different time period, a different group of people did one thing, so therefore I'm going to assume that that's happening right now. And we kind of have to like break free of using that, you know, thinking when we're going forward.
Do you think racism has been largely addressed in American society?
compared to what it was from an institutional perspective of like intentionally like baking racism into law. Like, yeah, obviously. But obviously people are still racist.
It's obviously much better. I think earlier in this conversation, we were talking about like racially motivated mass shootings and how that's a right-wing terrorism.
Right. But in terms of like, because we're talking about like,
sure.
You were talking about like putting people in jail for racial reasons, which obviously did happen, in the past. Like, I don't think that's happening to my knowledge anywhere in the country. Like intentionally. Yeah, I don't think anyone's passing a law to like jail black people or minorities or something.
I do think it is the outcome of a lot of public policy in this country. I believe that.
But there's a difference, and this is sort of where we get into the trouble areas. Like, there's a difference between, like, there's an outcome that leads to some sort of disparate racial disparity in terms of more black people being arrested. But the question is, like, that doesn't mean that there was an intention there to put more black people in jail, right?
Right. Yeah, I think rhetorically, something I've seen really be of diminished effectiveness on the left is, as you say, go into the racism argument, right? I think that I think there are a lot of reasons to be very judicious about when we use that, but the most of which is it just causes the conversation to crash immediately, from what I tend to see. So that's not to say that structural racism isn't really a factor. I just think I think it's a fair consideration, and I think that's what Emma's trying to drive at.
Well, but we kind of get into the issue where and we talked about this I think last time you were on, Brianna, where like structural racism is so. Like, that can mean anything because it just means there's an outcome that's disparate. And what does that mean? Exactly. It doesn't tell us why the outcome is disparate in the first place.
Right.
Well, and if you don't know, you can't really address it. Go ahead, Sean.
I would also say, like, I didn't say anything to Emma because, like, it's not like she has my own personal history or whatever. But even though my last name is Fitzgerald, I am, like, half Puerto Rican. So, like, and I've single mother household on my Puerto Rican side, so I've been like raised Hispanic. So me thinking like Hispanic, I am Hispanic and raised Hispanic, so me thinking that Hispanics are like inherently predisposed to crime like would actually say a lot about myself. But I understand why people get like a little sketchy because like there's not a lot of people that are like confident in talking about the disparities between groups as much as I am that maybe like aren't perceived to have bad intent. So like when people will come up to me and they'll say like the difference between black and white crime rates are down to genetics or this or whatever, like I go more into the statistics rather than less. So for instance, New York City has a black population of 2 million people. Chicago has a black population of 700,000 people. There are more raw number of murders in the city of Chicago than there are in the city of New York. So the homicide rate between the black populations vary in a similar way. So if it's a genetic issue, like you have to point to me where the genetic population of black New Yorkers is somehow wildly distinct from the population of Chicago. Otherwise, that 6 times disparity, in my opinion, can be explained largely due to public policy. Again, black people in Detroit have a higher homicide rate than even in Chicago. Chicago's not even the top 15 in our country. Like, are we really to believe that these two close cities that geographically close have this wildly variant like genetic population? Or obviously there are different factors between the two cities that would lead to those outcomes. So like for those people who just assume that, oh, like just because that this demographic is there, you're going to get this level of crime. That's not actually borne out by the statistics. And I'm more than comfortable like discussing that with anybody on either side, whatever position they want to take. And I guess like maybe that's unusual for some people to encounter.
Yeah. No, you seem like very invested in that. I think if I were trying to write public policy on this, I would definitely reach out to you. You seem very good faith in that.
Can we say that people who make videos advocating shoplifting and post them to their YouTube channels are predisposed to crime? I feel like that's a sane take.
I actually think it's just the opposite, because a lot of the people who advocate for shoplifting, like, let's be honest, disproportionately, not all, it's a generalization, happen to be like raised upper middle class minimum in the United States of America, and like they would never imagine stealing something unless it was for the thrill.
Could it be predisposed to white collar crime though? I mean, I feel like they might get involved in that if they had an opportunity.
I don't even know about that.
I have a different theory on that. I think there's a growing part of the left and the right, to be fair, that feels unlimited in their behavior. Unlimited in the sense they should be able to do whatever they want because they've been wronged in some way. The rules don't apply to them, all the way at the same time saying how their opponents need to be limited, right? I think it's a faulty thinking that happens on the extremes of the political spectrum. Also, I think, with this huge rise of communism on the far left of my own party, I think there is a really a tangible anger that people have towards anyone that owns businesses, right? And I think there's a sense that we need to go out there and get revenge about that. I want to be clear, I do not defend this. I'm just
well, that's good.
So,
Right.
I guess what I'm trying to say though is that like if Adam's trying to draw the conclusion that Emma is likely to shoplift because she's like making excuses for shoplifters or trying to explain the justification for it, I would say that's highly unlikely. Like I tend to find like a lot of these people don't have like the same exposure to like criminality. Like, I was wrongfully arrested, which I don't bring up in this, when I was like at age 12. Like the cops showed up to my school and like yanked me, and I went out on trial and the whole thing. And it was actually like impossible for me to do the crime. Like I was 12. I was accused of walking into a group of 16-year-olds, decking one in the face and then robbing them. Like this was clearly not me, but it went through the whole trial. My family had to spend a lot of money. It was a total disaster. But like, that's an anecdote. You know what I mean? That doesn't. And by the way, all these kids were way bigger than me too. That's an anecdote. Like it's not representative of a common experience for a 12-year-old to be put in that position, right? And I went to school in an all Asian neighborhood. If I were a black child in a predominantly white neighborhood and the police did this, I would probably assume that would be racism. And like I don't think anybody would disagree because it sounds crazy, but it did happen to me. And like I don't think that this had anything to do with like these people being like Korean or Chinese, like that were alleging victimization. Because when we get to court, you find out that the guy who's testifying is like saying that I didn't assault him and that this whole thing was a waste of time. Like it was just like incompetent, bumbling law enforcement, like, miscommunications and like a total disaster. But it ended up costing my mother, single mother, $5,000 for an attorney.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
It's awful. Hope you paid your mom back.
Tear it down. You had a bad experience with the judicial system. Tear it all down.
Rip it down.
A very famous New York story. There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like that guy's awful. He made a bunch of like.
To this point, like there's two things. One, I didn't run down this story, so I don't know its validity. I'm actually like I had a cop professor, and he told me like because a lot of the people in my classes were going on to be cops. He told me that whenever he had to cite somebody for publicly drinking, he would offer them the chance to pour it out. And then he wouldn't write them the ticket. And like, he's like, this is a good idea. Cause the $25 or whatever that the city's going to get for this is not worth the person being pissed off. Number one.
Right.
Number two, I don't know if people know this, but Central Park is actually managed by a private organization. A charity like runs it now. And they make the rules for what does and doesn't go on in Central Park. So I don't actually know if you're allowed to drink in Central Park specifically. And that might be why this guy got in trouble. But I understand the sentiment behind him doing this because it's like people on their porch and that really pisses people off. And like those kind of excessive ticketing practices, again, are not why the cops should be there. They're dealing with they're supposed to be dealing with violent crime, you know, like be around for like different things. And these are the exact kind of policies that I would implement when I'm trying to get people to build connections with the law enforcement rather than get them pissed off. Because again, I understand if I'm in these neighborhoods and I'm getting these tickets, how pissed off I'm going to be at the police. And like that gets into your brain and you end up losing trust for that institution.
Oh, you guys got to hit pause.
I'm not going to say that.
The reason I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted Black and brown people. So it's you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently criminally in those kinds of populations, and it's
okay.
A racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways, so let me just like run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%, and that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you know, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary, it aggravates people, it creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but
do
you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not
okay.
now.
But do you understand?
That was me not telling that story that I just told you guys to like not waste time, because I actually didn't want to derail Emma by being like, you're wrong in particular about me.
Right.
Like, you know, but like, because I was not trying to interrupt her point. I'll also say I might have lost that train of thought. So she said that the hit rate for stop and frisk was 10%. That's way higher than it actually was. So like she was inaccurate in the wrong direction. Like, you know, she made it sound more effective than it is.
Right.
Because I mean, think about it. If you stop 10 people and you found one illegal gun every single time, like that would actually be an amazing hit rate.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well,
And
I mean,
to
if
your
you're
point
trying
about-
to get if you're trying to get people to stop carrying illegal guns, then I guess it is effective if you're not finding them because they're not carrying them, right?
That's the point that I make actually in this.
Oh, right here. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hit rate, because you brought it up. Hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like, this is one of the things where you're like, oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't
arbitrary.
make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
I have.
What have you done, Sean? LSD, ecstasy.
I've like used marijuana maybe like 5 times. I'm just not really into it. Like
you put it to your mouth, but you didn't inhale.
Used marijuana.
Like smoked it. You know.
What did you use it for? Did you sprinkle it on your salad?
one or two times I did eat it, and one time I locked myself out of my car in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, and a homeless man actually helped me break into my car without smashing the window to get myself out.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
I locked my keys in the car, not myself in the car.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
I am a recovering drug addict, so certainly.
Well, you're not allowed to do drugs then.
There
Right.
it is.
I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came. Because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice.
I was very dismissive of that, but I will say the amount of people being held in Rikers specifically because of stop and frisk and the amount of drugs that you would have on your person indefinitely it's non-existent. Like, so this is not like a highly like likely or plausible scenario. And again, I probably wouldn't disagree with her all that much on drug policy. Also, if she lived in Astoria, the chances of her being stopped would be significantly higher, which is represented by the Mercator Center data. But and that's an area where white people, it's actually one of the most diverse areas on planet Earth, if not the most diverse, but there's a lot of white people there.
Yeah. I want to say we spent 4 hours.
Yeah,
on
do you have to
portion of
split?
this? No, I can stay. I was hoping, like, I think this was not Emma's, like, the strongest part of it. The part of, you know, this that my side thought she did very well on was the COVID stuff, and to a lesser extent the gender affirming care part of this. But I would love for us to at least cover the COVID part and kind of see her at her best.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to power through, I need to take a minute anyway, so I'm talking too much. I'm sorry. It's like the opposite of my Tim Pool performance. So
listen,
I'll be
Sean, genuinely, I'm learning so much listening. So
well, I want to get
talking too much.
I want to, before you guys go, and I don't know how long you plan on staying, I want to get your take on your audience. Nazis love your content, Tim.
Oh,
because
boy.
I mean, I don't. This is such a common accusation. And I don't obviously I don't think Tim Pool handled it effectively, but I'm not, I don't know an effective, I'm not sure of an effective way to handle this. And I feel like the right is sort of clapping back pedos like your content, the Majority Report, all your audience is pedophiles. So, and this is like a direction, like how do we get out of this death spiral here? So.
Well, I think we can try to power through the crime stuff. Get to the next subject. So.
But anyway, it's about shootings, and the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And I'm gonna
it 100% is.
Are you in favor of gun control?
This is what I'm trying to say.
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
let me. This is my point.
Target guns, and that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target illegal guns. I'm going to agree
with Emma, but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments. Well, again, stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
That's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind.
Well, again, it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed to.
I'm bearing arms.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're violating, you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions. And if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's
like I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct, but
audience is mostly moderates.
But Donald.
I love that comment. The audience is mostly moderates. It's just
see how he's got to give you the propaganda about that.
He throws it in just to like trigger.
I'm gonna start saying that every time I'm on the show. Like,
look, I don't know. I don't know the makeup of Tim's audience. Well, Sitch obviously thinks it's far more right than left. So,
like,
but I don't know.
Okay, well, first of all, two things. Interesting that I don't think Sean is that particularly right wing in a lot of areas. I don't think it's fair for her to like kind of throw that label at Sean.
Yeah, I agree with that based on this conversation.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think Sean's generally one of the more like pragmatic minded people in this political space. But no, I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that even though Tim, I think the bias for Tim in his audience isn't necessarily like left versus right. I think it's kind of heterodox versus institutional. Yeah. And that swings farther to the right anyway. because the kind of heterodox left-wing people tend to be like socialist, and they're obviously not going to be listening to Tim Pool. So
yeah, that's
really
a great
big
point.
on conspiracy theories.
Yes. Which, there's a part. It's so funny because like I think it's coming up after this. Like, Emma's kind of attacking Tim for being a Nazi or racist. It was during the shooting stuff, and I was like, it's 100% on Tim's side. And then like immediately it pivots into like the Burisma stuff, and I'm like, no, because then it's just like Tim just like totally drops the ball on like the entire Burisma situation. But
yeah.
Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country. This could be one of two things. We when the leaded gasoline, that was what, 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of it.
And the last truck, I think for trucks, it was the 90s.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now, because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscation.
I just admit that when someone on my own side starts using the word neoliberal, I steel myself because I know something dumb is about to come out.
Well, it's almost always used incorrectly.
Yeah, totally.
I understand that they're talking about, I understand there's a lot of anger on my side at institutional power, and there's very much a fair argument to be made about, globalist trade policy and things like that. But it comes down to this reductionist argument consistently that I find it so hard to engage with.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, there's not really an appreciation for the fact that, like, we had, I don't know, like 40, 50 years of kind of like worker-oriented economic policy, and then you had when the massive inflation crisis that kind of slapped Carter, and then that kind of led to Reagan coming in with his neoliberal economic policies, and after that it was like the Democrats just were getting shellacked in election after election until Clinton came around. He was like, well, I'm a centrist moderate, and it's like that's like the Democrats were reacting to very specific voting pressures. They didn't just say like, yes, we like money. Capitalists, give us your money.
Yeah.
No, I think that's dead on.
Taxation, if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. The top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But like
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash.
Crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry?
Crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here, this drop-off after it looks like about 2007, there's a major drop-off in murder, and then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes, not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living, that's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing. This is actually
that map specifically was the U.S. So
yeah, no, I know, but you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at 1/3 of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York
To be clear, I should have said it declined before, it started declining before the national average here, which was not what I said. Yeah.
So I know we're trying to like power through, but there's one thing I wanted to ask you, and I sent a picture to Adam, and I guess I should put it in the group chat too. I think there's a problem with like the chart you guys are looking at, where it shows like the murder rate, you know, in the 60s is like low, and then you see it kind of spikes up. Like, I don't know if this is true, but on Wikipedia they have some chart of homicide rate, and it starts in 1900, and you can actually see like from 1908 to kind of like 1928, 1932, the homicide rate like spikes massively there too, and then it kind of like drops down into this lull in the 40s, and then it kind of spikes up in the 60s. So it makes me wonder, well, was the 60s a super high crime rate, or was the 40s just a super low crime rate?
Well, the 40s, some of the 40s numbers are like non-existent because we sent like so many young men to war.
Right.
That's why there's a gap even in the chart that Tim's showing. But you're saying like the baseline like naturally would have been higher. Is that the point that you're trying to make?
Yeah, like if you look at this, I'm sorry, it's not crime, it's a homicide rate. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll check it out in the chat. You could play again if you want. Or do I have to hit play?
Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental point.
Wait, can I just ask you a question about that?
Sure.
What does the connection to what does crime
That's what
have
Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
Well, that is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be...
See, that's the stuff that drives me crazy. It's
well,
like...
that's a debate brain, yeah. But,
Sean is pro-choice, but she has this idea, this stereotype. I thought we were all against negative stereotypes. But she has this conservative stereotype that she just brings into the conversation from the get-go.
Right.
Legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're smiling, but I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason. But you're smiling, but the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But so again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got 2 parents, if you've got one parent, they got a...
I love this because I'm like, this is Freakonomics like analysis. It's actually not for the purpose of going into it. And like Emma like definitely disagrees with it. I disagree with it too. But Tim's like, you know what? Like that makes perfect sense. Like, and then he speculates basically what Freakonomics speculated the reason for this was. And to be clear, to not strawman Freakonomics, they specifically say we're not advocating for abortion as a crime reduction policy. I believe in the book and in the movie they say that.
Right.
But like the whole point of me using this example was to show that the crime decline happened earlier in New York than in other places.
What is your critique of the argument? Because I'm familiar with the argument that the people that would have been committing the crimes were never born because they were aborted instead.
Well, I think there are other factors that came into play, and I think the change in
like
public
the lead
policy,
stuff, that kind of.
I
other
think
things?
I think lead did have an influence for sure, and I'm actually very hopeful that lead and gasoline was the bulk of that influence, because I never want to return to an America that has 80s and 90s level of crime.
Right.
But I think
Yeah.
I think a lot of broken windows policing, which has a bad rap because people think it just means enforcing all of the small laws. It actually did have an impact, because the premise behind broken windows policing is I would actually think it could be categorized as even progressive. It's the idea that environment impacts behavior.
Right.
Like,
Right.
so like the reason they're focusing on crime of on public order crimes, or what they're supposed to be focusing on, is because they want to give the perception that like somebody's watching, that people care about this area. This is why they targeted graffiti on the trains. This is why they targeted you know, jumping the turnstiles and all these other things, because they wanted people to feel like there was an order to the city of New York specifically, so that like, you know, people wouldn't think it was a free-for-all. Because if you think it's a free-for-all and anything can happen, then everybody's more on edge and they're more likely to get into violent altercations and or encounters.
Right. But the argument Tim makes here is kind of the right-wing argument, but obviously it's true, you get better outcomes if you have two parents, but the people on the left generally.
Tim isn't making the right-wing argument, because like, if this were a benefit of abortion and it were proven out beyond any shadow of a doubt, no right-wing pro-life person would ever like side with it. They would just say, you're trying to kill babies in order to prevent some crimes or whatever.
Of
like
course.
They totally like flip on this.
Of course, but the right-wing argument is that America fell into decay when we stopped having two-parent households. That's the right-wing argument. That
but
Tim is kind of
that's a different point from this abortion point.
Clear.
Baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's gonna find.
Well, you know what I would love to
did he just? I
decrease
mean,
up.
Actually, Tim is making the argument that they're gonna make the parents are the ones committing the crimes because abortion. So it's actually a completely separate argument.
Okay.
I must have not remembered this clip very well.
Aspiration in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was a tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17. And then it also was expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half, instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But
this is everything she's saying here is dead on. It was amazing how much, I believe it was a $300 check, just how huge an outcome this had on child poverty. I don't, like, no matter where you are, I think we probably all agree, like, children don't have a choice in where they're born or what their parents are up to. This had just a massively positive effect. This is one of the very best programs. It was so disheartening to see it torn apart.
Yeah, I'm in favor of giving people money for their kids. So
yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing, because I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0. Have 2 kids.
This is the most brilliant policy I've ever heard in my entire life.
This is so dumb.
Why are you laughing?
This is so dumb.
Brianna's like, this is the stupidest, and I was like, this is the best idea.
This is the most brilliant. This is the most
that?
brilliant policy I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's pretty stupid.
And there will be 2 kids in every household in America. This is a great policy. I love it.
Why
Why is this a terrible policy?
because the country would go broke and we couldn't like do anything. It is so bad. And Emma is dead on here. This is why, like you said, the two movies
why would the country go broke? I don't
Because-
Inflation would increase substantially.
people are still working.
We'd have to
Because you would have no basis for income tax. Everyone out there would be like having children. So the need for all these social services would go through the roof, and like the need for infrastructure like schools and everything, society would just go crazy. Like
we don't know
policy.
unless we try. We
Oh, no,
really
so,
have
but,
to.
hey, but Brianna's bringing up a good point, because it's a twofold effect, because you're incentivizing more people to have more kids.
Yeah.
But then having more kids is going to mean that there's going to be more services required for different people, but then there's going to be less money coming in at the same time.
I say we give it a try. I say we give it a try.
You're also
This is why Tim Pool has 1 million subscribers right
he
here.
wants bold ideas.
Listen, overall, I'm in favor of like less taxation and less government spending. But that being said, like people are the most productive when they're like married and they have children. Like,
of course they are. The productivity will go through the roof.
This is when they become like net taxpayers. So like this policy would completely wipe out like revenue, especially at 2 kids. Like it is true. And by the way, would it only be until the kids turn 18? So like you have kids immediately. Like when you turn 18, you find a gal, if you're a guy, have 2 kids, and then when they turn 18, when you're 36 years old, you're like, you know what? Let's get started. 2 more, no new taxes.
Oh my God.
You got to space them out. You really have to space them out.
Oh God, this is why people think Emma did well here, because Tim did so poorly. And
this is brilliant. What are you talking about?
Oh no,
2 kids.
This is when, by the way, I go out for lunch, I guess.
There have been certain proposals.
She didn't even address it.
Did you see?
Like, all right.
Look, I hate to back it up, but you got to see, like, Tim gives himself a little toast to this. It's so great.
After your second kid, no more taxes.
Watch
Income
this.
tax 0. Have 2 kids, no taxes.
I mean, I know that
None.
there have been certain
He does a little toast.
it's too dumb to engage with.
He does a little toast. It's so brilliant.
You can have Tim's face here, like, and you pause it before on Emma's face where she, like, I guess she watches him drink it, and like cut those together and like make all the memes that you want, because Tim is so happy and Emma is like so like dissatisfied with this proposal. Like it's amazing. Like if you just play it for a second and like try to pause it, like
well, a lot of people on the left too have the climate change thing where they're like, oh my God, if everyone has 2 kids, it'll be a climate disaster. So I could see that playing a role as well.
Proposals.
Wait, hold on, just one second.
There it is.
This is a good
You saw her face like before. Now this is a bad pause, but her face that she makes, it's a distinct face. Like you got to see this micro expression.
Essentially, nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader,
why are you back it up 20 minutes, Sean?
I didn't click this at all.
So like, people don't have
somebody
to.
Else
2 kids,
back.
no taxes.
It was me.
I mean, I know that there have been certain proposals in places like
that face right there. She's like so disappointed it's in
her eyes.
Like,
she does.
This comes back to the point I was making earlier about how Tim's like efforts to make himself seem moderate are so phony. This is him going, look how leftist I am. Boom, no taxes. It's like, come on.
Well, I don't know if it's like phony. I think it's just a stupid idea.
How fast would Tim get married and have kids if this were implemented?
Oh my God. He'd do IVF so he could have twins immediately.
Right.
Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to if a gay couple wants to adopt or have children. I'm
like, it's like, so Tim just gave like a really bad policy prescription.
Right, and she turns it around.
And then she gives like the worst like reason why. Well, this hurts gay people. It's like, oh God, Emma, please.
I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized health care. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it.
for families.
But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
The challenge.
I'm for eliminating taxes and raising social services. So I think that's a better position to have because it's obviously more popular. So
your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that because again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies.
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that homicide chart.
Okay, but the issue at hand is not reducing crime. You're coming back to something they're not talking about.
It was originally started before Tim threw out that baby thing. I don't want to go back. Last thing I want to do is go back in the video. But it was like, if you're in favor of reducing crime, you should be working on like reducing desperation. And by the way, this is the point where the crime conversation ends in the video.
Okay.
It's gone.
It starts increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime.
She said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well, I'm trying to connect it to this, but like,
right.
But
in the broader sense,
I think the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is. Look, it's not good enough. I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
quick.
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians. But yeah, it's the Democratic Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
The Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
Awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of the child tax credit?
That dude is neoliberal.
Totally.
To perfection. It's like that nobody.
There we go. Neoliberal. Your sign that Mr. Don is about to come.
That nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean, he's very unpopular.
As a general rule, when I start hearing the term neoliberal, it's like static. So
yeah. My brain turns off and I yearn for death.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Okay, Sean, credit to you. You're 100% right here. His popularity is dipping. He is a relatively popular politician there, and the numbers back that up. So
is he still? I thought he was super popular, and now he's like sort of waning a little bit.
It's going down. Yeah, go ahead.
It is going down. I wasn't aware of this at this time, but like, he was actually like for the longest time, literally the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Correct. Well, the question is like in electoral terms, it's like who's going to come up against him and beat him, right? Is he so unpopular that he's defeatable or vulnerable? Nothing I've seen has indicated that in any of my work, and I do like public polling for a living. So,
and in my opinion, by the way, I would say that the reason his polling is tanking is because a Democrat's in the White House, so he's getting like hit by that, because this is a guy who won overwhelmingly in a state where Trump won overwhelmingly, like when it was opposite party, and they still liked him then.
I hear you. He's pissed off our side quite a bit, but yeah.
How about no taxes for 5 kids? What do you guys think? A little bit higher bar.
Nope.
I looked up Manchin's polling data. It seems like his numbers went up really high when he was like, the news was really focused on him being like the lone holdout against Joe Biden, and his numbers went really high with Republicans and with independents, and then as soon as like that goes away, the numbers start going back down again. So
hey, someone press it.
People, dude,
I get
what
the
numbers are in the tank right now.
I'm in right-wing nut job territory.
Listen,
this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason, but people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with.
I hate this. This is the lawn signs argument all over again. I have not met one person It's like, Tim, stop.
Them now, but he's
tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86%.
I will also say, there's a meme on the internet, and I'm just saying, you can look it up, where they're like, don't worry, guys, Tim Pool is going to testify that all the people he talked to in Pennsylvania switched to vote for Donald Trump, and that's going to like flip it during the 2020 election, because he would say, like, the people I talked to are all switching to Trump. It's like, well, yeah, that's like a very self-selected group.
Yeah, yeah.
And Trump supporting state. Yeah. All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these, and this is the panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful. Because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate, that's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like, that person got slaughtered by him.
Why didn't you call him out on this, Sean? You're right there. Why don't you say, like, you keep bringing up anecdotes here, man? You haven't met one person? That's your standard of evidence here?
Well, again, I don't know. So, like, they're saying that he's tanking in the polling recently, and I don't have. It's not like I look up Joe Manchin's poll numbers like on the fly. If you notice, I'm not contesting that even from Emma.
Yes, yeah. The only thing I'm contesting is every time somebody says something like, I haven't met one person, I think that's not a very good standard of evidence.
No, it is not.
Manchin,
but I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like you've got, I think it's, who is it, Mooney, potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very likely to get it. We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw, Tim, you've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging.
3 of them one time.
Yeah. What? I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images, and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies. Or the inverse, where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
But that's the core of your disagreement?
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The manufacture
it's silly,
of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like,
No. But this is someone.
Okay, I know, I gotta say this here. This is so dumb and unserious. I mean, I've spent a lot of my career talking about disinformation. I'm often sought out to like comment on articles and like I've spoken in front of Google about disinformation and things like that. I'm 100% on his side that it's a bad thing to do. But this being like the number one example that he can point to of why he's voting for someone who, in my estimation, is like wholly without any sense of decency or like willingness to abide with the law over DeSantis. I mean, it's just, he's not a serious person, in my opinion.
I just want to add that that might be the dumbest thing I ever said, where I'm like, well, it's labeled fake because I had
I know, I was
Right.
thinking that.
like
Sean,
I was like,
Sean.
if you were to pick something that I've said that's just been like objectively incredibly stupid, it would have been definitely that.
I don't. Did he use this in a television ad? DeSantis used this in a television ad
No,
against
it was
Trump?
just a bunch of ads online, and
Oh, okay.
they're obviously fake if you look at it. As
Yeah,
if,
I
like,
mean,
yeah.
I don't know that DeSantis signed off on this, and I don't know that he knew that they were fake. So, I mean, I would have to dig in a little bit more to just.
Well, I
But
mean,
the
I
point,
doubt.
this being why you're going to vote for
Right.
Trump. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
no, I mean,
not
I agree.
serious.
I agree, Brian, that like if this was his reason, this is a bad reason to give. But I do think it's a serious thing to have a candidate use like AI images and it
Yeah, fake
be
images, definitely.
slipped in there, in this kind of manner.
Yeah,
if he did it
it's
deliberately.
It's
Well-
definitely sketch, and
Yeah.
it opens the door. But I will say there's a bias to it being new, because if this was done with Photoshop, it's the same thing, and it could be even more effective with Photoshop. And I'm
Right.
sure that's happened before.
Well, no, but like even if it was, I mean, to me, if it's Photoshop, doesn't matter. Like just to slip in fake images in a campaign that are obviously fake is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well, actually, let me take it. If it's obviously fake, that's fine. If it's like parody, there's some picture of him, DeSantis riding a rhinoceros. Everyone knows it's not real, right?
right.
But
oh,
the
yeah.
ones that they used here, yeah, exactly. But the ones
Sounds
here,
based.
it's like, oh, it looked like it could be real unless you like pause it and really like look at it for a second. So
Oh, I get it why he's riding a rhinoceros, because he is a rhino.
oh,
It makes
which is a
perfect
very
sense.
bizarre accusation to level at DeSantis of all people. But
Look, if they can make it stick, they're going to go with it.
One
Probably
correct.
missed
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
Oh, it says it right there. Fake.
This is an image calling out
Oh, okay.
the fake
You
graphics.
dumbass.
They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now, I understand.
And then Sean totally shuts. Oh, right. Sean totally shuts his
Again,
mouth.
like I listen. They shot this at like they started filming this at 10 in the morning. I was half asleep.
Oh, it's great.
He knows
It's
all
great.
these statistics about prison and justice reform, but
At least you
sure,
weren't on
sure.
camera when you threw that. Oh, right.
It's like one of the dumbest things I've said. Like objectively, like how did I not realize this?
I know.
And-
It's hilarious.
And you hear me? I just say it real quick. Oh,
Oh,
yeah, that,
oh,
makes
yeah.
that makes way more sense. But at least I admitted I was wrong and I didn't double down.
Of course.
Understand, if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahihap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake, and I've already people say I talked to my parents about it, they thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis' campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad, and I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like,
Yeah.
holy,
Well,
it's
what are-
bad enough they're
Right.
all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving
I
away
agree, yeah.
for giving away government money for vaccines. That we should have nationalized them, and the
Well-
intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it. Also in the global
Publicly
South.
funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim.
The-
So, I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is, frankly, an anti-LGBTQ demagogue. And that's where I think Trump's less
I don't
dangerous
think
than
he is.
DeSantis. Okay.
Like he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it, and then he's latching onto it. Because I think when it comes to real issues related to this stuff, he's mum.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he
Oh,
kind
Trump-
of made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure.
Okay, Emma is 100% right on this, right? Like it's not the Florida legislature. Like he had a campaign manager come in who excelled in these kind of cultural wars. They made it was the one thing that gave him traction, him appealing to Trump's exact same audience, and he has stepped on the gas with it. This is just not, he's not a serious person.
DeSantis or Tim?
No, Tim Pool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't understand his point here, because like DeSantis obviously has been leaning hard into woke. That's what's made him kind of a household name nationally.
Right.
So
Of course.
I don't know why he's throwing that at the legislature. But
And
I
the
think
parents' rights bill is a DeSantis thing. So
Right.
Yeah, I think look, does Florida have a right-wing legislature? Sure, but like DeSantis is clearly like, like
leading the ship.
yeah, it's I don't understand the criticism of him being like weak, or like the Florida legislature making him do this. I feel like this is all like Trump campaign stuff.
I like DeSantis
Trump
in a
wouldn't
lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I think
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I guess, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street. And so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, you think it's just the state legislature?
She's totally fishing here, isn't she? What policies do you like, Tim? What policies?
That's putting together these anti. I mean,
I
look,
think it's mostly
Tim,
them.
you
and
said
he's
that there was
signing
a
off on it.
grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, no, you didn't say that, but that's the
I
implication.
actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the anti.
But I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things?
Just real quick, Club Q is Colorado, right? Like, am I crazy?
I think it is Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just curious about that, because it's like a weird redirect. I mean, sorry, not misdirect.
Things. As for the Club Q thing,
what?
Club Q wasn't the gay club, right? That was in San Diego.
Club Q. Remember, there was the issue. There was there was a shooting at a club, and
Pulse
like
nightclub was a gay club in San Diego.
No, that was in Florida.
No. Pulse nightclub was Orlando, Florida.
Right.
I think Club Q was Colorado, and that was
Colorado,
the one that they were saying it was due to the drag show. Like they speculated.
Oh, okay,
that was the
I
case.
got you.
Right.
And now the right wing says it's due to the non-binary shooter because he may have identified as that at one point in time.
Right. And Tim put out a tweet that was something like, how do we stop grooming and shooting or something?
So the shooter was non-binary?
Well, there was
he might have identified as that after he was arrested, but not before.
Oh, so he didn't have to go to a male prison.
Hold on, I want to fact check this. So it was asserted by his lawyer.
Right.
That was the lone source on that. When it came out afterwards, there's no evidence whatsoever about that. This is a fantastic example of the right wing getting a storyline and just going with it with no evidence whatsoever, no real evidence.
Yeah.
I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen, right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right, okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that, right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you.
But this is the hypocrisy of Tim Pool. I mean, again, just a few weeks ago when the Trump indictment came out, he's out there talking about how it's going to be a new civil war, right? He's talking about violence is going to happen. Democracy is all rigged. Like, this is, he wants other people to be held to standards that he himself is not prepared to meet. And I think it just comes off as like extreme hypocrisy.
Well, I'm
wait,
not
hold
in
on.
favor of
I'm
the
not-
Civil War, so
I'm not following. What is his statements on indictment have to do with what he said there here?
So he's saying that he wants to tone down the violence. He's saying we need to cool it down.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha,
right,
gotcha.
yeah.
Right.
But at the same time, he goes on and talks about the coming Civil War, and we should all
Yeah,
buy
right, yes.
guns and ammo
Right.
and be
Right,
preppers
right.
and stuff like that. Which,
Yeah,
I mean, we make
exactly.
fun of the Tim Pool Civil War on the show all the time. We're not in
Good
favor
for
of the,
you. Good for you.
We are not in favor of the Tim Pool Civil War.
Well,
But
also,
I am
mean,
in favor of the no taxes for everyone who has 2 kids. That I
Okay.
am not going to abandon ever.
Right.
You have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church, because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse.
Hands
and
down,
queer
yeah.
people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of
I mean,
child
they're
abuse?
I maybe you can illuminate us on this, Brianna.
You can call me Bree.
Well, why do they always go to the Catholic Church? It seems to be such a dodge on the
Well, you know why?
topic.
What do you mean? You know
Well,
why.
it's whataboutism, obviously, but it's just because the Catholic Church are a bunch of pedophiles, which I'm not in favor of. Like, close that shit down, throw them all in jail, throw them in the wood chipper, as they say, right?
Oh my God.
So I don't understand though, but it doesn't change the fact that
argument-
there is this situation going on in schools where not very bright school teachers are teaching kids that they can pick their biological sex.
So I think, and first of all, I'm not sure I agree with that assessment. We'll come back to that. I think the point that Emma is trying to make here is that if you're truly concerned about children's safety, if that is not a pretext, if that is actually the thing that you're concerned about, you should have a strong record of talking about all these abuses of children. So when you focus in on one individual issue, it really undermines your credibility if you don't have a track record on other things. Now, the Catholic Church is a to-go punching bag of large parts of the left. I will agree with that. It's not always done in the most intellectually honest way, but that is her intention here, I think.
Just to answer back,
Please.
you can have zero credibility about caring about kids, not give a fuck about kids at all, okay? And still your argument could be correct. There could be a bunch of stupid kindergarten school teachers that are teaching kids this falsity that they can change their biological sex without any sort of ramifications.
Well, there's a couple things going on here. Which is, first of all, when Tim made it's interesting because when Tim made his tweet, the tweet that she's referring to, I didn't like the tweet he made because it crossed the line into the vagueness between groomer being pedo and just ideological groomer, because
That's
he
a
was
good point.
responding to someone who was specifically calling the drag queen thing a pedo event, and he used groomer, so he was completely crossing the
Okay.
line. And it's kind of even with what you were saying, because when you're talking about like the teacher talking about like if kids can change their gender or their sex or whatever, that's not like necessarily like a pedo thing. That's just like you're putting an ideology onto them that maybe you don't necessarily want to put onto a child that could cause issues down the road.
So do we want to get into the gender affirming care thing now, or do we want to wait till Emma's talking about
I mean, we
later?
can.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Aren't they about to jump to it, or is it like not coming soon?
It's not for a while, I don't think.
Well,
We can start, we can jump that, but
I think like my position is obviously I believe there's this thing called gender dysphoria, and
Sure.
that people will experience let's call it persistent gender dysphoria that will not resolve during puberty.
Sure.
And they will go on to become trans people. And I understand the argument that they will probably pass better if they hadn't gone through puberty. The problem I have is that a lot of people develop something like gender dysphoria and then they go through puberty and it resolves. I think the studies show that it's somewhere between 60 and 90% of those cases will resolve, according to the data from gender clinics before puberty blockers and this affirmative care model came into being, where they stopped puberty. Okay. So I just think you're putting the weight, just let me finish real quick.
Sure,
I just think you're putting, there's two groups here. There's the group of kids that are going to go on to be transgender that might not pass as well. And there's the group of kids that could potentially be false positives and will go on to detransition. And I just think you have to weigh those two groups and decide which is a bigger group and which you're doing more harm by doing. So go ahead.
There's not that much of a difference in our position, actually. I'm looking for the numbers here because I did a thing on this a while back. I can't remember. If you gave me a time, I'll send you all my notes from this. So I'm trying to quote these like statistics off the top of my head. So when you transition, there are a set number of WPATH standards that you have to meet in order to transition as an adult. They're really common sense stuff, like you've experienced gender dysphoria for X number of months. You've seen a professional therapist who has a master's degree. You have you transition socially and then you transition medically, right? So it's a process that you meet. What I was really disturbed with that, and this is where I suspect we're going to agree, is I started to really dig into the specifics of how some of these gender clinics work. I was just really surprised by this statistic. I've got it in front of me. Only 71% of people that are in these gender clinics meet those adult guidelines to start getting health care. Only 71%. These common sense guidelines that WPATH, the #1 trans organization in the entire world, when it comes to getting children health care, according to one study, only 71% of people met those guidelines. So this is what I think is happening. The trans community has grown massively in ways we've not really had a conversation about since the 1990s, right? We've added non-binary people. There's just this, there's xenogender people, and there's this whole conversation nowadays about, do you even have to experience dysphoria to be trans? What I think is happening is that social movement is distorting what people understand trans to be. And then when we're talking about children having health care, when you're talking about hormonal intervention, I think we need to not be banning it, but I think we need to be raising those standards radically about who meets that criteria. I think we need to be doing more studies because, as even the New York Times has reported, we've barely scratched the surface from a study perspective on what kind of medical intervention leads to the best outcome for kids. So I think you have one group of people over here that are just ban it. And I think there are reasonable concerns about the very broad way that we've applied this that I personally think are reasonable. I think what makes so much of this feel so bad faith is that when you listen to it, a lot of these people do not have the best interest of trans children or the trans community at heart. So it's very hard to have a conversation about any of these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that when we had a conversation about this last time, I mean, I think we mostly agree. I mean, I basically agree with almost everything you said just there. The problem with the conversation is it gets roped into, this, the fear of the children, and it kind of makes everyone crazy. And it's a reasonable fear.
Sure.
No one wants their child to transition and then obviously regret it later in life.
Right.
Would be a very bad outcome for a lot of people.
Right.
But yeah, so it's hard. I mean, yeah, there's some people, I think that's primarily what's motivating a lot of people. They're just so concerned about their kids. But I mean, I agree that there obviously is a subset of people that are doing it purely for political reasons. And then there's a subset of people that are just trans people existing in the first place.
Yeah, I think it's well-meaning almost, right? Like you've got educators out there and they're like, what is a trans person, right? Do you really think they've sat down and studied the WPATH standards and understand the history of the Benjamins and
No,
SSC?
Of course
All
not.
that? Of course not. They get their news from Facebook, where you've got people out there saying, you can choose your own xenogenders, right? I'm
Right.
non-binary. And I'm not trying to disrespect non-binary people, but it's a fact that that is not a situation. It requires medical intervention, and it's a different set of challenges, right? So you have a very confused atmosphere of public policy around this issue.
Oh yeah, no, and I don't know, it's very weird because like the mainstream until very recently, the mainstream media had completely dropped the ball on this issue for some reason, where they were just poo-pooing all concerns about the overprescription of transitioning.
Right.
And as you said, like obviously, the average person, they're not looking through the WPATH standards, they're not looking through the DSM-5, they're not looking at the studies, they're just like, well, if the New York Times, and then the news is saying it, like that's what's true.
Yeah, I think if you really care about these children, this is the best course of action. And I'd love to know if y'all agree with me on this. I think
I agree.
we've got to fund a ton more studies on this. It is drastically. We do not know enough, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, we've got to depoliticize this, right? I think it is not helpful for the public to be really getting hyper involved in what is ultimately like a private decision here. So I think we need to be raising the standards. I think that, frankly, like non-binary, that part of the community needs to understand their needs and concerns are different than binary trans people, right? If you're talking about hormonal medical transition, this is a separate conversation. And I think it would show a lot of respect to, especially when children are involved, to be very precise about what we're talking about there.
The Parent Protection Act, though, came out as a response because a school had socially transitioned, I think it was a girl.
Sure.
And that girl ended up having a suicide attempt. And the parents had not even been informed that the school had socially transitioned their daughter.
Right.
So, I mean, the Parent Protection Act is a response to something that actually happened.
Yeah.
So to say that this is just targeting trans people, that's not a fair representation of what's going on.
I think a non-trivial portion of the people involved, their motivation is transphobic, but I certainly agree with you over that situation. And look, I'm sympathetic to the trans people out there that correctly bring up that like school is a safe spot for a lot of trans people and they don't have the support at home. That is true. There's an epidemic of trans children ending up homeless. But at the same time, if the policy place we're trying to go to is children who meet a very high standard can get health care and it is life-saving, of course it's got to involve the parents. Of course it's got to, right? So this is like, it's competing interests, but I think the North Star has to be educating parents, having high standards, and getting them involved in their children's lives.
Well, casting the Parent Protection Act as being
parental rights and education.
Okay, whatever it is. So casting that as, the genocide of trans people. I mean, what side is doing that? Like you're talking about depoliticizing things.
Well, but the issue, there's an issue with the Parental Rights and Education Act, which was that, like, there's like it happened because of what you said with the girl trying to commit suicide, and that was part of the bill, which is like, schools can't do this and they have to, notify parents and all this stuff, and that's all good. But remember, it also had the whole section about like you're not allowed to talk about the gays. Right, until a certain age period. Right. And to me, it's like, well, why is that even in this in the first place? Yeah. Like, why even conflate or confuse or cloud the issue with like this whole, we're not allowed to talk about gay people in the first place. And I think that's where, whenever you're talking about politics and you're talking about legislation being passed, everyone's got to insert their little piece of the pie into the legislation. Oftentimes they get it passed. And sometimes you get these like weird hanger-ons and stuff.
Well, there's also like the language about the gays where like they have to tell you like it's treated as the same way as like the trans issue, which is they have to inform the parents if like a student comes out as gay to like a teacher or whatever. But the thing is, these are not the same things, right?
Yeah,
No.
totally
So-
different.
No,
So the
you
reason
don't need surgery if you come out as gay, right?
Right.
But the reason I'm like not in favor, if like a kid like comes out or whatever, like I don't want like, and they don't feel comfortable telling their parents, I don't want them to be obligated to tell the parents, and then that kid gets thrown out of the house and all of that. The reason it's different for transgender people is because the rate of self-harm is so high. You can't like have a parent blindsided with a potential like life-ending attempt when you know that information. Like if this conversation was like your daughter's anorexic but we didn't tell you your daughter was anorexic, and I know it's an analogy, so it's not a 100% one-to-one, or she had this other issue that was not related to transgenderism that increased the chances of a suicide attempt less than like statistically where the trans attempt is, we wouldn't even be having a conversation about how out of line the school would be for not informing the parent. But for some reason, like that is completely overlooked in this specific instance. So I do think you have to make some kind of change, because it is different and it should be treated differently from like a regular, like a kid comes out and like a teacher notices that if he comes out to a friend in school or comes out to a teacher one-on-one, and then you could get fired for telling information to a parent that might get the kid kicked out of the house.
Yeah.
Like I think there's different risk factors, and you should have a response based on that.
Gender
hear what you're
identity
saying.
and sexual
go ahead.
orientation should be not lumped together. Go ahead, Brianna.
No, I was just going to say, I hear what you're saying on that. I think it's a fair concern. All four of us here agree that is a fair concern. But directionally, if you're truly concerned about kids out there and you're truly concerned about transgender children, this right-wing assault on the dignity of trans people across the board, which is like front and center every single day on Twitter when you tune in, that is just consistently dehumanizing, I can promise you that has had a much bigger body count than just one, right? There are a lot of people out there in the trans community that feel no hope. They're very concerned they're going to have access to health care. So I'm agreeing with you, that is a fair concern, but I think there's a much bigger variable over here affecting trans children right now.
Hold
When
on.
you talk about the assault, you're talking about like legislation, or you're just talking about people like
Across
the
the board.
rhetoric?
All of it.
Because like, well, legislative wise, I'm not like, what is like, I mean, I agree, like the rhetoric obviously has increased, and I'm, you know, I don't like a lot of the very virulent anti-trans stuff that I see all over the place. I mean, my position has always been that this is a medical condition and should be treated as such. I mean, I remember, you know, learning about this, you know, a decade ago in school before it became politicized, and I had no political opinions about it one way or the other. But like from the legislation, I mean, I'm not aware of any legislation. Well, no, there was a couple legislation, a couple of bills I didn't like, but broadly, I haven't seen like a sweeping attack on trans from a policy perspective.
Oh my God, no. Look, like we've had a great conversation here for hours. This is just flat out wrong. It is introduced.
Well, no, like give me an example.
Massive. Just enter it into Google anti-trans legislation. You're going to see like.
No, I know this. Like, there's a
22
lot of
states.
like, well, here's an example.
Proposed
like, I know
legislation.
I know in some states there's like they want to ban it until you're 18, right?
There are a lot of efforts to like there are bills in play right now to ban healthcare for trans adults. Like that.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing. I'm against that. I like the way that we are right now. I'm not necessarily against the banning of until you're 18, because I don't think America's caught up to where it should be in terms of properly diagnosing children.
So I can tell you, I have a very, very good friend of mine, someone who I'm very close to, who does have a trans child. And they did transition, I believe, when they were 15. And I have to tell you, it is night and day for her. She was a hot mess before this. And you talk to her today, she's just a normal teenage girl. Now, you know, her family is really wealthy and was able to go get the very, very, very best care and proceeded very, very cautiously. But this really is a situation where I understand it's hard for people to hear like gender affirming surgery for children, or not surgery, but medical hormonal intervention for kids that young. I personally know someone, and you can just see night and day with her. Like, it's so obviously the right call.
Yeah, no, like I understand that, and I'm completely sympathetic to that. My concern is just until I feel comfortable that the American medical apparatuses and institutions in our country actually acknowledge the bizarre, desistance rate issue that's never been addressed, that there's been this massive spike in young girls or young people that were born girls and then transitioning to be boys, has been a massive spike, never been addressed in data. And until I feel confident that we're actually addressing these issues, then I don't know if I am confident that overall broadly there should be allowed, for children to transition.
Yeah, also, and you said you want more study. We need to research it more. A lot of the stuff that we're doing now, if people weren't saying, these are completely reversible, which I don't necessarily believe is true, I don't know that you could study this ethically. I mean, if people are willing to admit the potential downsides in these treatments, I don't know that these studies would actually be approved by any sort of ethics board.
You number one, you wouldn't like take kids and randomly put this kid on like the blocker. You would study the kids that were going through this and see like effectiveness. But I just want to bring up one issue, and it's a social contagion issue, but it's not the transgender social contagion issue. It's actually in terms of suicide, because there's something that happens in these conversations, and I have never like addressed it publicly because I don't know how quite to like say it in the proper way. So you're going to get the infant version of this point, which is like when somebody jumps off a bridge, we have to send police officers to that bridge to prevent other people who see it already have a predilection to that behavior and stop them from doing that. The way we talk about like the suicide rate among this group, I feel like oftentimes is like inadvertently promoting it as like something that is like, I guess, is like an acceptable alternative when things in a policy perspective don't go your way. And it's often like used as like the response to like this or that changing in that direction. And I think overall, whenever we're having these conversations in general, we should probably, for the people who are pro, for adults or for children, even if I disagree with, large portions of the children stuff, like we really need to like stigmatize that as like a terrible option and a horrible option, and prevent like not a horrible outcome as a result of the actions of other people, but like something that you shouldn't attempt because of your impact on other people, your family members, your friends, and all of that. If that makes sense.
Hold on, I want to make sure. So one thing, super quick aside, Adam, if you want to understand how these studies are done, I just put in the Zoom chat. It is the definitive New York Times piece by Emily Blazelon. It is 10 out of 10. She got a lot of blowback from the trans community for this because it is not all on the trans community side.
I think you guys are you guys are misrepresenting my position, because I'm not talking about having a randomized study where some people get placebo and some people get puberty blockers. I'm saying that if you devised a study and said, we're going to give puberty blockers and transition treatment to anyone who asks for it, and we know that a certain percentage of people are going to, be false positives and end up going on to detransition.
Right.
And we want to find out exactly how many people we get wrong. If you propose that as a study, no ethics board in America would permit that. But that's basically the policy that we have.
So what you can see,
except without the following up on who's detransitioning, of course, that's not part of the study.
That is in the piece, 100%. It's a longitudinal study of things from all around the world, how different cultures have approached this, and the way they just don't have enough data. I don't want to get to
you agree. Yes. You agree that would not be an ethical study, correct?
The way you've outlined it, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the way the way you would do it, Adam, is that you'd have one group of children who, they go through and they're identified as having gender dysphoria in one of these clinics. They would go on the model where they would take puberty blockers, because that's already what they do. You're not like doing something that they're not supposed to do. And they go through that routine, and then you have another group of kids that don't.
Right. Yes.
But that would be an ethically thing to do.
The way we're doing this study, and I do want to come back to Sean's point, but I'll say this very quickly, is so gender affirming care. That is one approach to treating gender dysphoria in children, right? You affirm their gender, right? And then you see what the outcome is of that. So we are not doing enough studies when it comes to like looking at different approaches to therapy, who we let in, who we don't let in. We need to be studying all of these outcomes much more carefully. It's barely funded. And we can't come to better science for children if we don't do that. Sean, to come back to your point, I want to make sure I understand it. You are saying we need to minimize socially the suicide statistics because you are worried about social contagion with that, or we don't need to bring it up?
I think no. I think we need to stigmatize like that action as something that is an unacceptable alternative.
Stigmatize the suicide.
The attempts, yes, 100%, because I feel like it's often pushed. Like I saw a clip that really disturbed me. It was Montana, where they were passing a ban on gender affirming care, where they had the trans representative, and this representative talked about a young trans child who attempted to take their own life while watching the hearing, and it was like, look at this, like look at the result of that. But in reality, like first of all, trying to hold somebody hostage with your own life is abusive behavior. Like, let's be clear. Like if a boyfriend or girlfriend said, if you don't get back with me, and then attempted suicide, we would call that horrible behavior. But secondarily, it promotes this maybe inadvertently, I'm trying to give the best interpretation, as like a legitimate alternative, when the rate of self-harm and suicide is there's nothing comparable to it that we've seen in other things. So like we can say like for sure like bullying or whatever like drove this person to this, but it's often presented as like the only alternative to doing what this person wants. And I just want to like really like harp in and socially stigmatize this behavior, because I don't want these people to take their own lives.
I hear what you're saying. Here the shoes on the other foot, because unlike criminal justice, I do know a shitload about these facts and statistics here. So the suicide trans rates, the suicidal ideation of transgender people, the number of people they've tried to take their own life, it has certainly increased slightly over the last 20 years, but directionally, this is largely the same. So before the internet really existed, before this was such a hot button cultural issue, directionally, these rates were extremely dark, even back as far as 30 years ago. So I think that is strong evidence that what you're talking about, while it might be a minor variable, it's probably not the major variable in this particular problem.
I mean, I would hope so, but again, I'm just saying, even pre-internet, I'm not even saying it's being caused by like the internet and now. It's just always put as like the alternative, and I feel like you have to do something to try to force those numbers down, regardless of whether or not this person is satisfied with, like, it's too often it's been like pushed as like the alternative, and like I feel like we need to really stigmatize like that.
But what's
behavior.
your evidence for that? What's your evidence for that?
I just think the way that it's talked about, I feel like it's pushed as an alternative. Like as well, you didn't let this person do that, so like that was the result. Like, and it's like, well,
yeah, okay, I see. I would certainly agree. The conversation we tend to be having with parents, like, look, let your child transition or they're going to die, is not a very productive way to structure this conversation, right? That probably doesn't lead to good public health outcomes. I would agree with you on that.
And I'm rooting for some malleability in this rate, because I want it to get better. Like not get worse, but like it's like I don't know, like, again, this is like an uncooked idea. Like I just put it, like, you know, I just turned on the, I'm trying to boil the water now, but like I just feel like there's something inherently wrong with the way that we discuss this rate, and it's really started to bother me. And like I don't talk about these issues almost ever on my channel, to be clear, because like I have a lot of unformed opinions about it, but like this is something that like has really gotten under my skin, because I've seen other like disability, like not mental, other mental illnesses that like lead people to this behavior. And like it seems like in every other instance, and this is personal and like outside of like personal life in terms of research, like playing into it or like going along like to prevent this specific thing like lends legitimacy to that attempt. And I just like I want to like stigmatize it because I don't want these like I don't want, if you can't get puberty blockers when you're 10 because we're unsure of how that works, for like you to assume that that's an acceptable alternative. And like
I hear what you're saying, but again, I think the fact that these suicide rates directionally have not changed that much since the advent of the internet, I think that's strong evidence that that's not the major variable at play. Adam, so I want to come back to something we were talking about earlier, because I think this is where we could probably really agree on something. So it used to be with the old school SOC, the standards of care, like what eventually became WPATH. One of the things, if you look in the DSM for gender dysphoria, one of the criteria that you had to meet was that you strongly identified with the other sex, not just like identifying or wanting some of the advantages that you perceived of being the other gender. Right. And what I think has happened as we've kind of expanded this conversation to include non-binary, it's really caused a whole bunch of people that like would not have met that part of the DSM 10 years ago to be in this transgender like criteria here, right? So I think when you're talking about like some of the people that end up detransitioning or, you know, the desistance rates, I have no doubt whatsoever that is a large part of it, because we've lessened the medical standards for who we consider transgender, and it's more about feeling and this really nuanced identity thing that I don't think is serving trans healthcare outcomes very well.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that there's every time I look at the way that they identify people who are trans, I don't see anything that seems very solid to me. Right. In the kind of way that that you can look at obviously cancer cells and say that this person has cancer. Yeah. So to do this kind of treatment on children seems completely experimental to me. And that's why I'm saying, I understand what Sitch is saying, that the ethical thing to do is to treat some of the people with this affirmative care, puberty blockers, put off puberty, and don't treat some of the people. But I don't think we've done enough study of the puberty blocker thing to know that that is actually a safe path. And I mean, we don't know that for sure. Many people who worked at the Tavistock Gender Clinic that was closed down, many of the people who actually worked there had questions about whether or not what they were doing was ethical. Right. So I mean, it's not a big mystery.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're enthusiastically in agreement here. I fully admit that is happening. If you look at the studies, and I will tell you, I did with, it was a panel with Kyla, Not So Erudite, where we really dug in and looked at every single one of these studies here. They are not strong. They're not strong. I will fully admit that. But at the same time, like there are cases like my friend and my friend's child. And I've got to tell you, like she, I think would probably be one of the suicide like statistics if she had not gotten care. So we've got to find a way forward. And I don't see how we can do that without very, very strict standards, more funding, and more science on this.
I would think that I feel like the puberty blockers almost needs to be like sectioned off from the rest of the care model. And that's because like if you look at those series of studies that they bring up, I think they may be Norwegian. It's always referring to desistance rather than detransition. And it says like the point where people seem to decide, or like whatever chemical reaction in your body like allows you to like determine whether this is like a gender confusion or legitimate gender dysphoria is the point of puberty. Yeah. So like we should probably let people hit puberty and then like we can go with whatever protocol post that, if that makes sense.
Wait,
that is why people
say that one more time. Say that again. You think that there's a chemical in your body?
I don't know. I'm not like a scientist. I'm just saying whatever like makes you decide when you hit puberty.
It's
like
your social role, and then the thing that happens in puberty is your body changes. So transgender, like, you know, females, I guess you would say, girls and women, right? They start getting like, you know, broad chests and muscles and beards and things like that, which is really hard for them. And then transgender men and boys, they start, you know,
Brianna, are you in favor?
Like that.
Are you in favor of puberty
I think
blockers?
I don't. Wait,
am I in favor of what?
Of puberty blockers.
Oh God, this is another thing. Emma talks about this here, and she's just fucking dead wrong on this when she says puberty blockers are just completely innocuous. That's not true.
Yes,
look
totally.
At the studies.
Okay, yes.
They kill bone velocity, like your bone growth velocity. They do. They it's not that you can't catch up with it later, but it's certainly going to like slow the speed. Yeah.
It sounds like you're saying it's a big decision.
Yes.
But it is a decision that some people, children, should be allowed to make.
I'm saying the threshold for prescribing puberty blockers, which is to buy time, should be a very, very, very high bar. And when I look at the studies here that say 71% of people that go to gender clinics, children that go to gender clinics, meet the most basic standard for adults who can like tell you a lot about what they're feeling, that's really shitty. So I'm saying we need much higher standards.
Well, if you don't want to make your position clear, I still, if someone asked me your position, I couldn't. Here. Well, there's a study that has been done.
Sure.
They studied gender dysphoria before the puberty blocker situation was available. And the people that came to the gender clinic with gender dysphoria, when they hit puberty, it resolved in the majority of cases. The studies are 60 to 98%, I think, resolve because of puberty. So
because they figured out they were gay at that point, right?
A lot of times, yes.
They don't specify, but
yes.
Sure.
So if we know that 60 to 98% resolve during puberty, and then we start preventing puberty, and we see the desistance rate drops down to 2%, it seems obvious puberty is having an effect on desistance.
I've read different studies on that, but just for the sake of this discussion, I will grant you that that's true. I hear what you're saying. I think what makes that difficult is because there's going to be damage done at that point for transgender people, particularly transgender women, right? Yeah. So again, this is why we need, it's almost like we need a new criteria that's out there. Like we're not even meeting WPATH. We need something way more advanced for figuring out which children meet this very strict criteria.
For detection.
And then, right. And then if we meet that, we can talk about things like, you know, puberty blockers and hormonal intervention. I think it's a fair criticism that perhaps we've been too aggressive in this.
So are you in favor of banning the puberty blocker treatment until we do the study and we find out we at least have a good understanding of it and can pick out the people who are not the 60 to 90% that are going to desist with puberty?
So when I looked at this, just as a point of fact, I'm trying to remember this number off the top of my head. It was some ridiculously small number. It was only like 1,000 people went on puberty blockers. Children went on puberty blockers like a year. So relatively small sample. I am not in favor of me as someone who is not a doctor making healthcare decisions for other people. I would be strongly in favor of us creating a culture where doctors had a better set of tools in who they prescribe that to. So not a ban, but a higher set of standards when we do prescribe them.
Okay. Sitch, you want to say something?
No, we can move on.
Look, guys, someone did the screenshots for you, Sean.
But
Tim making his face.
Oh, I did the screenshot for you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Where would I see that in the chat?
I'll send it to you on
I sent it
Twitter.
to you on Twitter.
Okay.
They're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive
but
as
no, I want to stay
system.
on this, and I also just
Where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
for the show.
Oh yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been so last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff predominantly.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your disagreement.
Well, but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said Trump is brash. Many people don't like him. And he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing
Today.
a specific policy.
Right. So his COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Wait, but you just said something with the beaches that you don't like the closure.
You didn't bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like
I
what
don't
are
know
the
if
things?
he's got one. Does he?
Okay, so you're.
I've not been on I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what
And
happened.
you said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah,
Because
like
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like I want parents.
Ooh! This is the part.
No, it's gonna go later. But I just want to point out, she says she's in favor of parental rights, but then she'll abandon that and then pretend like she never said this right here, like later on. Or maybe she forgot. It happens.
People were pointing out the difference between the parental rights with vaccinations, that they can retreat to vaccinations are hurting innocent third parties by spreading disease and mayhem. So, but I mean, I get the thought experiment, and she never engages with the thought experiment. Tim does actually a good job of saying, well, you know, you're in favor of parental rights in this one area where the parents are doing what you want them to do. But as soon as the parents are doing something you don't want them to do, then all of a sudden you're against parental rights.
At some point, she does say that she wants the outcome. She wants that she doesn't care about process. So like, after hearing that, it's
That's
like
horrible.
weird. It's like weird to have her like to listen to this when she says that she cares only about the outcome. So, like, you know, it's
procedurally, it's important that it at least appears fair. If it's not, it should be fair. So.
To be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan and make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state from.
Let's talk about one of his policies.
Okay, go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book
on
YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
Did you ever read this book?
No.
This book is in middle schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If I show you a picture of
Okay, this is a good example of, I think Emma would be a stronger debater if she would be willing to like concede some points for the other side, right? Because this book, look, this shouldn't be in schools. It's not hard to say that. You don't kill your own like side by admitting that. Like it's one book in a library. It doesn't make the overall bill the right call. So I don't know. I think this is, I did not find this to be her strongest moment.
No.
This is what you guys have been saying is debate brain.
Yeah.
And I think I call her out on this when I'm like, you know, it seems like you're not addressing the problem. You just want to put it out there that Tim's in favor of censorship. So you have that in your back pocket for when Tim complains about social media censorship. You know what I mean? So it's like not even about what they're talking about, because I've seen this book. Like I actually got this sent to me before, like this whole like libs of TikTok kind of made this at the forefront, like this specific image that he's not going to show because you can't show it on YouTube. But yeah, it's not a hard call. Like, you know,
Right.
what would be more interesting is if Emma had a counterexample where it was like the written word which was being banned.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, they did I was really they covered this on Majority Report, so I was really surprised she didn't bring it up. But they did a study to find out who was behind the request to ban books in Florida. It was actually like an organized group of like 5 people there that were all on the fringe right that were going through books and trying to find anything that referenced anything like gay and just basically getting it banned under this law. So, you know, clearly not an honest actor. And, you know, my position here is very nuanced. I think it makes sense for us to have some standards about the books that are in children's libraries, right? Like blatant oral sex, you know, that's not appropriate. It's just not. But at the same time, there's a political movement here that is, they're motivated by anti-LGBT ideology, right? They want to erase that from the public sphere. And that's why we need to be very judicious when we're talking about the process to remove books from libraries.
Mm-hmm. It's annoying. I've had this conversation with a bunch of people about the books thing in Florida, and it's kind of annoying because, like, yeah, I forget the name of them, but I know the organization or the group of parents we're talking about that have pushed for a lot of these books to be removed. And basically what happens is they give the school like this massive list of books to remove. The school says, okay, we'll look at this list, and until we look at this, you know, these books, we're going to remove them. And then obviously, since it's a public school, you know, it's going to take, 10 years later, they're going to look at those books, right? And so it's like this weird situation where, okay, well, maybe some of those books on the list deserve to be taken off and some of them don't.
Right.
And so, but you still need a process where if there's something that's shady on there that, you know, it should be removed, but then it creates this really annoying politicized environment where, you know, and I see this all the time in Florida, the newspapers, they'd say, oh my God, they would only point to like the least egregious of the books on the list to be banned, that were not even banned, but that would be like looked at and / removed. They go, oh, it's so terrible. They're banning all these like really, you know, completely innocent, fine books. And then they'd ignore all the actual ones that should be removed. And then the right would just point to all the ones that actually should be removed and then ignores the ones that shouldn't be removed.
Exactly.
It's because it might be too easy to get a book withheld for review, because one of the things that I find when I look into these stories is that everybody's always pointing to stuff that they actually haven't made a decision on, but as this request is going through, they're like reviewing it. It's removed temporarily, if that makes sense, as they're reviewing it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If the people on the left in Florida were just like, okay, let's make it, we're in favor of these books being removed or reviewed, I guess, but maybe there needs to be something more specific criteria. I think we could work with that. But it just, especially in Florida legislature, it's just very like everything's hyper black and white polarized. Like no one is going to give an inch one way or the other.
I agree with that.
I mean, like, because we were going over, I don't know if it was Sam Seder or it was someone that was like kind of criticizing a lot of these book removals in Florida. And like one of the ones I kept pointing to was so weird. It was a Toni Morrison book. And it's like that book literally features a scene where like a father rapes, you know, his daughter. And I'm like, okay, I can understand like parents not necessarily wanting their kids to read this book as part of the curriculum. I don't think that's so crazy.
Yeah.
So
a blowjob, would you be offended?
I mean,
can I show you a picture of a blowjob?
I wouldn't be offended. I mean, I think that, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what is bad.
I can't share this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So I think
the more children
the issue is
about sex.
Okay, but this is the debate, because first of all, she says she's against censorship, and I think you bring this up later, Sean, where it's like no one, that doesn't mean anything. That's like a fake position. Everyone's in favor of censoring something, right? She doesn't want pedophilia in school or something. She doesn't want like pro KKK, pro Nazi stuff taught in school, obviously. But then here she's like, yeah. Do you know that if you have productive, and that was the key word, like productive sex education, that will help prevent kids from being sexually abused? And it's like, oh, okay. But that's not really what anyone's talking about. Like, it's just having having a teacher say like, oh, like this is what sex is, and you know, people shouldn't touch you here unless you want it if they're your age, blah 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 blah. That's very different than like having a book in a library that has like a graphic depiction of underage kids, you know, giving each other oral sex.
Yeah, it's like saying you have to show them child pornography so that they won't get abused. It's like, no.
You see what's happening in this picture?
It's ridiculous.
Don't let this happen to you.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. It's like, no, you're on the wrong path here. Turn around, Emma.
Right.
So I don't call her out for that point. I just point out that she's like trying to get to say that Tim is censorship so that she can like maybe make a hypocrisy point later. But I'll also point out that like the focus on this particular law is also very indicative of how like putting a spotlight on something can like totally change your perspective. Because one of the things that I'm aware of, because I actually worked and did an education series on my channel years ago, is the fact that there was censorship coming from left-wing activists in our public schools, specifically with books. That was happening all the time. But there's a famous example where Huckleberry Finn, they rewrote the book to remove all the N-words and replace it with the word slave. Ironically, Fahrenheit 451 was altered again because of offensive language. And there's a new version of the book of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where they're taking out, or it's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory for the book, I think, and they're taking out so-called fat-phobic slurs. So there's like stuff like that is happening. Like there's actually a company that does like rewrite these books and sanitizes them.
Right.
And those books get pushed into our public schools, even if they're American classics, that doesn't get anywhere near the attention that it's getting right now. And like, I would consider that actual instances of censorship. And by the way, some of those are not even specifically left-wing. They're like conservatives trying to like rewrite these books as well.
Right.
Like, and that's old stuff that's not related to this thing, but so it gets no attention by comparison.
Right. True.
Sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think that the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right, so I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera, and I don't understand why school children should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that.
Why was this book
banned?
Why was this
I
book in grade
don't
schools?
really know. Again,
Amazon
because this is another
so,
case-by-case example.
No. You asked me about what Ron DeSantis did.
Censorship.
You asked me what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he banned genderqueer?
That he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one. And I would.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I got to say.
So, listen. If your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book was in schools in Florida, which is why
there are a ton of books that are in a ton of.
See, this is so intellectually dishonest of Tim. I'm sorry.
What?
It's sick. Do you really think Democrats are out here saying we've got to have books in schools showing pictures of blowjobs to children? That's not the argument. This is a complete mischaracterization.
Why are you blaming it on Tim though, when Emma is the one that's basically, you know, like making excuses for this?
Well, I've already said I don't agree with her position here, right? Like that's stipulated, but Tim just made the position that if your position is you want to like show pictures of blowjobs to children in schools, as if that's a mainstream like Democratic position, it's just not. Like that's not a reason to vote for DeSantis.
If you're fighting for the book ban, though, you are.
He was saying if your argument is this, you're going to lose every time.
He was attributing it to the party.
Well, I thought he was attributing it to Emma because she's not acknowledging what he's saying and just trying to dance around this. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it would be so easy for her to say, okay, that book even says 18 plus on the book. Like it like according to Amazon, so maybe that one, but like it's this weird thing where she asked for a specific DeSantis policy. DeSantis is a state level figure, and then she's like, "Oh, my politics are broader." At one point, she's gonna say, if she hasn't already said it, that she wants like national policy, but it's like he's a state governor. Like, what do you mean?
For president.
Sure, but I'm saying if we're looking at his record, it's going to be his record as a state level politician, or maybe as a congressman.
when she's saying broad policies, I think what she's talking about is this thing Tim is doing where, oh, I'm making my voting choice based on deep fake pictures, like AI generated pictures, and a lone good example of a book that should not be in a public school. That's a very, very narrow view of politics, right? When I evaluate who I'm going to vote for in a primary, it's a much wider set of like economic policies, right? What's their record? What's their like credibility? It's just a very, very narrow set of criteria that Tim is using.
What I would have said if I was Tim and I was trying to argue this point. First of all, the AI images, I don't understand. Like, secondly, this whole conversation is really weird, which, by the way, is why I'm basically a ghost in this part of the conversation, because Tim's like, I don't support DeSantis, but like I used to like him, and then Emma's like, well, what policy did you like about him who you're not supporting from his platform? It's like a totally mixed up conversation. But if I were Tim, but the thing is, he doesn't support DeSantis because AI images. I would say I like his education policy on a state level. As the president, he'll actually be able to appoint a department, a head of the federal Department of Education, who will be able to, through the influence of the Department of Education, instill similar standards like to this, even though not exact or whatever. But I'm being too specific, but like try to push the same standards to a national level, like something like that, where you tie it to the national thing. But instead, they are arguing about a book, and it's like the weirdest, like, back and forth.
Well, you can see why this conversation started to deteriorate. I mean, she's being totally condescending here. She basically says, you know, my politics are expansive and understanding, and your politics are small and puny.
Also,
and
the power's
meaningless.
The power's about to cut right here, so this is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah, there's a power cutout that takes place. But you can gauge, there is a sort of condescension in the arguments that she's making that I think are getting under Tim's skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which, I mean...
Well, there's this weird thing that happens, and I'm sure you've seen this, Brianna. You might even feel this way, which is that they're like... Right now, the culture war stuff is really massive in the forefront of people's minds. And I feel like some people on the left kind of do this dishonest maneuver. Like they like to pretend that the culture war stuff doesn't matter, and that if people are voting or acting politically based on that, then they're stupid. And it's like, well, the left is acting and voting based on that as well. So it's a very weird thing.
Yep. I mean, I think, abortion has proven to be a very salient issue for Democratic victories, and that's certainly a cultural war issue.
Yeah. And I mean, and I said, I don't think the average person votes on policy. I think the average person votes on vibe, and I think that vibe is primarily based on culture issues.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No, because that's pornography.
Censorship.
So you think?
Look, he just destroyed her. He completely destroyed her.
Dude,
Look, Brianna, you have to admit, shit, destroyed. I'm not in favor of any censorship. Oh, so children should have pornography. Oh, no, of course, censor that. Yeah, obviously.
Playboy, which she said she didn't know, and then she said, no, that's pornography.
Well, listen, no to Hustler, but yes to Playboy. They have good articles.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. Like, have you seen the Playboy articles? I don't even think they have nudes anymore.
Oh, there you go.
It is a bit bad faith to make this argument about censorship. It really is.
I guess, I don't mean this is a dig at Emma at all, but this is just what I expect when she's on the show. I mean, this is just who she is.
Okay.
So, this is like your gut.
Ouch.
Wow.
No. I mean it. She is wonderful. She is passionate. She is like, I've seen her grow over the last 2 years. There is sometimes a tendency for black and white thinking. And I actually think the trans issue is a really good example of this. She, in an effort to show beautiful, lovely, amazing support for the trans community, has taken a position on trans rights that's to the left of fucking ContraPoints, right? So I love her for this, and I just, it's just what you're going to get when she's on the show.
You're talking about the woman in sports thing. Are you not in favor of trans women competing in trans women competing against biological women or cis
It
women?
is the stupidest policy thing to be
Okay,
focused on. So look, you're gonna hate this because it's a non-answer. I personally don't have a problem with it. I also recognize it's a fucking losing issue that every single poll out there proves is a losing issue, which is why the right wing is talking about it.
Of course,
So
it's
I
a winning
think it
issue
would-
for them. Every
Of course.
losing issue for Democrats is a winning
course.
issue for Republicans.
Right, which is why I think the trans conversation should shift to something that affects everyone in the trans community, like guaranteeing access to health care for adults, the ability for transgender children to access school, which is not always guaranteed, like talking about some bread and butter issues that affect a wider number of people than transgender people that want to compete on their high school track team, you know.
Right,
That's my
but
view.
that does. This is the thing. Transgender issues, I think, are very big because they don't just affect transgender people. Obviously, if you're a woman competing in sports, they affect you, and you're not transgender. So
Right. Well, I hear what you're saying. I think fairness is very tapped into the human mind. And I think that's why it's proven to be such a salient issue for Republicans. So again, I personally don't care. I think the effects of it have been overstated after hormonal intervention. I do think some small statistical advantage remains that is largely swallowed up by a disparity in who has access to training at a young age, right? So I personally think it's not that big a deal, but as a policy professional, it is really the wrong fight for us to be having.
your position sounds like it's the same as Emma's, but you just don't want to talk about it because of
that's not true. Her position
downsides.
is trans people in sports without apology, no exception. You say you're transgender, you compete the next day. That is her position.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and also Emma's position, she doesn't actually care if there's any advantage inferred whatsoever.
Right.
So
interesting.
You're in
job.
favor of censorship.
Yes,
You are.
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Look, they're practically married now. They're in a
like-
married couple fight.
I like that thing that people do, like it's like subconscious, and you just saw Tim do it right there. When somebody changes the pitch of their voice, like when you're responding to them, like sometimes you just change your pitch back, and Tim just did it right there. So,
I know,
right
this
there.
is great.
It
Oh,
sounds
this
like
is
the
so
most
good.
condescending thing Tim could have possibly done, but like the change from Emma was so dramatic, and they cut back to Tim, it's also dramatic. And I'm like watching this happen in real time, like just maybe I'll talk another point in this interview, but probably not.
You're like, please don't put me on camera. Please don't put me.
No,
on
don't put me on camera because I'm like laughing at probably this point.
Oh man, this happens on our show, and mostly to me, and Sitch ends up sitting back and letting me just get in trouble.
Oh,
my
you're
goodness.
okay. You're
We
pro
talk
censorship.
about
I am
we're-
not. And I want children to be able to have all the information that they need in order to
including
make.
pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We backup record everything, and
we'll still be recording.
I think
That's
I think
the power
we're
outage.
back.
We are back?
It cuts right at her saying that's not pornography. Oh man.
Yeah. So fun.
Whoa.
Maybe
Okay.
Tim has the backup recording somewhere. But fun fact: when the power cut, I was like, "Damn!" Tim said if he showed this book, he would lose the thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like YouTube would
Yeah.
come after him, and then boom, the power shuts off in the entire room, like right then and there.
Wow.
Like pretty random.
Is Tim hiring unlicensed electricians? Is that what's going on here?
Well, Tim lives out in West Virginia. It was raining, and it was raining, and you know, like sometimes country living has its downsides, but he has
Okay.
backup generators, so.
Oh
you know.
wow. Okay. Awesome.
Hey,
It's pretty
now-
stormy out.
It broke your
It's
saucer
stormy?
too.
Yeah, I mean
it's a little
it's rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went
fluctuated.
out. Yeah. That
We
was
have-
God striking you down.
That was the
Tim.
YouTube
Striking me
Show
down.
that.
You're the one arguing for.
You're the one
you go.
arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No.
That scares me.
Just quick question. Brianna, do you know which image? It's the image everybody shows from genderqueer. Do you know which image he just showed her?
No, I don't.
Oh, I mean, I don't have it on hand, but somebody should
No,
like.
we're not going to look at it. Come
No,
on.
don't
We don't want to
show
see
it
these.
on the stream. Adam, let me finish. Somebody should put it in the chat.
No.
I've already said I'm for not having this book in schools.
No, I know. It's just that like if you don't know the image like that they're showing, it's like the most egregious image. That's the one that he turned to that she said she was fine with. Is what I'm just trying to clarify.
Oh my god,
That's hilarious.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Put it on a flag and hang it in front of the school.
Me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is a good thing, but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on TIMCAST IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com, and he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on she provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now look, by all means, you can be in favor of them.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe.
I just want to say Tim is referring to Grindr, and from what I am told from the gays in my personal life, Grindr is just Tinder, but like for the gays. So it's not anonymous. You could see the photos.
Right.
It's a very important clarification brought to you by me and my gay friend from college.
Emma likes the book, she said.
I've never heard of this book, so I have no commentary.
Right.
And I'll be right back.
She had a child in her classroom
who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults? Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this is
Why would
another...
a 10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim.
Oh, that
You're
I do.
picking specific examples that
You
are
asked me for
inflammatory.
one. You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I
did. We have the book.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
said don't show children blowjobs.
Look,
You said you appreciate it.
I'm not in favor of censorship. I'm not in favor
as an
of
objective
censorship.
observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example, he gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah.
It's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but it's like he's talking about this specific issue, and I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools, and I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We had Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts sexual acts?
From schools, public schools.
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it. I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However,
it's so weird because you can't have a Bible in a public school, right? Just because of separation of church and state.
I assume so.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not.
See, everything she brings up is just like a trope of conservatives forever. The abstinence-only policies, I think, were a favorite of the conservatives back in the 80s. I don't know if they're still a favorite of conservatives today. So, but it's just, I feel that she has just this general stereotype of conservatives that she constantly works off of. And I don't know that that stereotype is completely accurate. We're coming up on 6 hours here.
Woo!
So, well, I don't, Brianna, I don't want to, I don't want to, like, you didn't sign up for 12 hours, obviously, so I'm trying to be respectful of your time.
Yeah.
So if you want to, is there anything that we haven't covered that you wanted to cover? We kind of did cover the trans stuff. I want to, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I feel like we've shown Emma, I think, at her least strong.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to see her talk about the COVID stuff because I think that's where she just tore him apart.
So you were sticking it. Is COVID next, hopefully?
I think so. Yeah.
On favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is.
So
silly.
you're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think is inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The issue with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that way.
Can you say that again? The state. What about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart.
This is a huge problem too. She's not listening. She's really just not listening, which I admit sometimes is difficult to do, but.
I hear you. Can you say one good thing about Emma though? Like, you've been really hard on her.
Yeah.
Is there anything you could say? Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Emma is.
She's there.
Yeah, she did go. I'll give her that much.
She went there. I guess.
The thing is, I do think this is the strategy of the majority report, and I do think it's why the majority report is not really. I mean, I don't consider it a serious kind of show.
Really?
Yeah, because I feel like there are certain shows, and I think shows on the right are just as bad if they engage in this behavior, but really their entire show is focused on reputational damage to the opposition. So she doesn't really understand the opposition's argument because that's not an efficient way to do this process of destroying their reputation. A good way of doing it is to strawman their arguments and to make their arguments seem patently ridiculous. So those are really the only arguments that she's familiar with. So she keeps pivoting to these just kind of cartoon caricatures of right-wing arguments that aren't remotely correct. And I think with the intention of savaging people's reputations, including Tim Pool's. And what do I say that's good about that, Brianna?
I hear what you're saying. I think that is a fair assessment. I mean, what I see is someone who, she showed up on this show. I think that takes guts. It's just like it's hard to be, progressive on your show. I think it takes a lot of guts to show up like a Tim Pool show and be Emma Vigeland, right?
Sure.
I think she was very, very prepared with a lot of facts and figures about, particularly with the COVID thing. And I think she displays there's very rarely something that he's asking her about that she doesn't have an answer for, right? Now, I agree with your assessment that it's not really a productive conversation, and it comes back to a lot of stereotypes. I think both sides are doing that. I think Tim is doing that particularly. But I think you're underestimating what she's bringing to the table as far as a knowledge of policy.
Well, if you can point out when Tim is focused, and this is kind of my bias here because I am so sensitive to it. I can't stand this kind of reputation destruction that most people are engaged in. They're literally lying about people just to destroy their reputation. And I mean, I get it. If you're saying Tim is doing that, I don't see it. And I would like to see it.
I think Emma is knowledgeable about policy that she's in favor of and things of that nature. I don't think she's knowledgeable about arguments, non-strawman version arguments from the right, and I don't think she's that knowledgeable about Tim's position on things.
Right.
And that's kind of the issue.
I think I would really hope when I come on y'all's show, I would really hope that it comes across that we have policy disagreements here, but I'm trying to hear your arguments and trying to respond to it. I'm trying to not insult you, right?
Of course.
We're doing the same. We're definitely doing the same.
And you definitely, I wanted to say this at the top of the show. I did, after the last time I did your show, I did 3 other shows. And on every single one of them progressive, I got talked over nonstop. Y'all don't do that to me here. And I think it really speaks to how much I enjoy coming on your show because you are respectful. I think that it is real. I think that if Emma were to grow as a debater and to like be able to admit a little bit of fault with her own side or agree with the other side's points a little bit, I think she's capable of that. I also think, I'm 15 years older than she is, if not
that's
more.
huge.
So she's going to get there. I think she's an astonishing talent, especially for her age, in my view.
Well, I wonder.
I don't know if Emma's. I don't know if Emma's. Does she do debates? Is this like her first debate?
This is one of the very first debates. Like typically, she kicks back and lets Sam do the debates.
Right.
The majority.
This is like a real tough place to start. So I don't know if this was a good idea from that perspective. Because she's very much. I think that she went into this with the mindset of like, here's my list of things I want to like get Tim on, as opposed to like, let me try to understand what Tim's positions are and then dismantle them if that's really like what her goal is.
She has displayed this kind of hubris before, though, and that's what gets you into these situations. A kind of, I can destroy this person relatively easily because I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I question whether or not one of the things that you're advocating for, Brianna, is even possible in the majority report environment, because I don't know that they can say that a right-winger has done anything right without their audience being totally in their faces.
Do you think
they've
I would
created
be in
that.
their faces? Do you think I would be?
No, obviously not. But look, we've kind of cultivated an audience that they're going to get angry at us, but they're not going to leave. Like they're interested in the dialogue.
Yeah.
But these shows like Majority Report, which are just basically designed to paint a caricature of their political opposition as if they're evil, child rapists, Catholics. It's hard to say, okay, well, they got that point right about censoring that particular book.
The reason I watch the Majority Report is I think it makes me smarter. Right. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, some of that is the first half of this, but like Emma talks, Sean, you can back me up on this, where she says she prepares every day by like sitting down and reading news for 2 or 3 hours, right? Like 500 pages of news is what I think she said. And I think if you watch the first hour of the show, it's really clear when someone comes in there that Emma has read the whole book to prepare, to ask an academic and like do an interview. She regularly displays a wide range of knowledge about what they've written. I think you're right, though, that's when she agrees with their policy position already. So that's probably the weakness that you're picking up on. As far as the fun half, you're right. They dunk on Dave Rubin. They hunt Tim Pool like he's a wounded animal.
We dunk on Dave Rubin.
Sure, right. It just is the formula for the other half of the show, and it's entertaining as hell.
It's not the dunking that I object to, though. Like and I've said this a couple times on the show, if somebody asks me, what's Brianna Wu's position on that? I want to be able to give them your actual position, not some straw man version of your position that serves me politically.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't feel like I do not, like not in a million years could Emma do that? And that is like the respectful thing to do. So, I give her props for going on the show. I give her, like Sitch said, this being her first time maybe really debating in this kind of atmosphere. I give her props for that, obviously. Like this is a great first showing for a first time, even though I think she did horribly. But so many people, they don't care what your position is, and they just want to straw man you, and they just want to make you look bad. And so much of this, I think, just falls into that camp, and that's why it's difficult for me to do anything more than dunk on her. But
I hear you. It's just one last thing I want to say. Something I have really learned as I've started engaging in the right-wing space more is just how much I don't know about what Republicans are talking about. And Sean, that's why I was trying to ask you a bunch of questions at the very beginning of this about your positions on criminal justice reform, because the Republicans are having conversations and having a position, having a discussion that we just are not having at all on the left.
True.
And I don't know how I'm supposed to go win elections if I can't at least have that conversation. I had a debate the other day with Crucible, and I got my ass kicked just because he had a billion stats ready, making an argument that race was intrinsically tied to crime, right? And
that's
it was a horrible thing, but I'm just avalanched by it. And it's like, I've never thought about this. I've never talked about this. And it was like, I need to at least understand this enough to refute it in a compelling way, right? So what I'm saying is I think I'm better than some on my own side, and even I'm completely unprepared for this.
Well, you're at least listening, which is the first step. But I don't necessarily know that Emma is ready to take that first step, to be honest with you.
Can I say two
Please.
positive things, or one for sure positive thing about Emma in her performance in this? She obviously wanted to engage with Tim Pool, and if you watch this debate, every transition to a new topic is a transition that she makes happen.
Yes.
So, like that, like in terms of like her goal to debate him, 100% like would be successful in that regard. Like it's just true that she did that, like 100%.
I mean, I don't know that. Look, you can categorize that as a pivot, which might be good, or you can categorize that as a dodge, which is horrible. So I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, like, if Tim set this up the way that this was sold, like, go look at the title. And all that,
so she took over the conversation.
Like she redirected to where she wanted to redirect to. Like, you could judge her performance on each individual category on its own, but that was a goal she clearly had. And you know, you got to give her credit for that, because she's driving the conversation in that way. I'll also say I heard you guys say you want to be able to repeat your position back to somebody. I think that's something that would be crucial for her to learn, to be able to do that, because it makes your arguments better if you can do that, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
That's what's leading to suicides.
I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
again, you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
You can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
Well, he's talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what the policy was.
You're talking about school district policy. I cover national politics. Yeah.
See, this is not good. She's saying I talk about policy. You talk about anecdotes. Literally banning the book is a policy, though. It's not an anecdote.
All right.
You can't ask me a question, then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
No, because you go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues, and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little.
He gets this right. We covered this story. Yeah.
Girl tried to kill herself.
Okay. Again, this is one case. Go ahead.
And there was also another. Right. I'm not talking about. Look at this anecdote. Let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because. Okay. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing. Right. Mm-hmm. My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances.
I just want to say this is like what I would consider a totally like, because there are 300 million people in a country. Highlighting any individual case is like you're obviously using some form of like bias, or there has to be a reason behind it. And I think Tim Pool highlighting a case that is representative of an overall policy of not disclosing is perfectly fine, in the same way that highlighting that 10-year-old with the abortion case is representative of the policy.
Sure.
So even though it's an anecdote, it's like an entry point to a larger issue, which is what I think is acceptable.
Yeah, more people could be experiencing that.
I mean, a lot of, Sean, a lot of your commentary here has been more about debate tactics, right? And I got to say right here, this is where I think Emma is really excelling. She is, for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the rights word, triggering. She's triggering Tim Pool so brilliantly here. Look at her raising her voice and just introducing the right amount of condescension into it. And she just gets him angrier and more emotional, and it's about to start. And this is where Tim Pool loses the entire debate, in my estimation.
But do you think that's good faith debate tactics, though? Triggering someone just so they look like shit?
No.
I mean,
well, I think, y'all aren't gonna like me saying
it's
this.
not. It's not. I mean, I agree it's effective, but I don't. It's like, is it good? I'm not. I can't.
I'm not
sign
talking
off on
about
that.
y'all. I'm not talking about you. Okay,
Right.
but I'm saying overall, it is very difficult sometimes as a woman to disagree with a man in a way that doesn't get them very upset. This is a very specific set of skills that you have to have, and Emma just stops, like, even trying at this point. So,
well, when you talk about like winning the debate and talking
Yeah.
about like making someone angry, I mean, I guess it depends what you mean, because like, yes, a lot of people that are on the left are going to take the clip where Emma, calls Tim a Nazi, or says she has Nazis in his audience, or accuses him of the shooter,
I don't think
or whatever.
that's what went viral, but yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
the thing that got Tim all upset that I saw was that when she started accusing the shooter of being like a Tim Pool fan, and so like, yeah, like if a win is that your political side or a political side is going to put a bunch of clips and go ha 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 triggered, I mean, I guess like that doesn't, like anyone that's like on to the right or more on Tim's side, like they all look at that as like Tim's justifiably angry. They like, it's not like they don't look at Tim going, oh, Tim got triggered. They're like, no, Tim should be triggered. Like Emma's being completely unfair.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this boils down to like fans of whichever of the two are gonna think that they did well. They're gonna be like, Tim was right to be angry. Like I get messages that are like, Tim should have thrown her out of the studio when she said that part later on, and I'm like, I actually don't think that would have been good, because then it would have been like, I was so like pressing him so hard, I would have been thrown out. But it's all like a matter of perspective. I will say, there's something that I think different lefties need to work on, and this is like more true of even the serfs than Emma, which is, when you react to a video, like you pause the video, you make your point, and then you play it, and like, there's no response. A lot of times I see in these debates, like people are unprepared for a response. Right. And it looks really awkward, and then they'll repeat the point or they'll pivot to something else, and it's like that gets better the more you do this. So if she's going to go out and debate more, I think that's great, and she will likely improve on that, because that's what happens when you practice.
Yep.
I mean, I think y'all watched the Jank versus Destiny debate. I never asked you what you thought of that. I was very proud of putting that together. And I think what I liked about it is it was closer to the conversation I think we're having here today, right? Like, we're trying to just explain our positions. It's not confrontational, right? That's not Emma's mission objective. Like, clearly she's bringing the funhouse playbook to this, right? And I'm just gonna admit it, it's entertaining seeing Tim Pool, who I think is not that intellectually smart. It's entertaining watching him get so upset. I do think it's rhetorically effective.
I mean, if listen, man, I get it. I'm not a Tim Pool fan either, but like, if that's the goal, is just to like go ha ha ha, fuck Tim Pool.
Yeah.
I mean, I think generally the more rhetorically effective thing in these sorts of situations, even if you're trying to like dunk on someone or destroy them, is to make them look stupid to not just your side, but to like
both
people that are undecided
Yeah.
or also their audience. And
That's
I
fair.
don't think that really happened here in the situation. I don't think Emma particularly came off that well in this conversation.
They're essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal.
You're talking about...
They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
I'm not
gender.
talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention. I'm talking
right,
about
but you
like,
have spoken about this on your
knowledge about
program
their
before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop
It's
that
not
too.
a lobotomy. That's
I
not
didn't say,
what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what
And it's
should.
one of them.
But the American
You
Journal.
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing you're
every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
For 5 whole years?
Yeah,
Wow.
yes.
When placed on Lupron.
No,
Sean, so good. 5 whole years.
That was probably the meanest I was in the whole debate, and you saw her reaction after she realized what I said. I disavow myself for that one.
Can you explain to me how that feels like a dunk to you? Because 5 whole years, like, what's your point there? Help me understand.
People can detransition after 5 years if
They could, yeah, but 5 years is not.
Well, it's like a
transitioning is very strong, right?
Well, one, I don't know to be fair, I don't know the specifics of the study, but like if you study a kid for 5 years, like kids change so much over time, you know, like let's say it's a 10-year-old, right? If you studied a 10-year-old over 5 years and you're like, oh, they were very similar at age 15, like they might be completely different by age 20. But like that was just me being like sarcastic. And I was more laughing at Emma's like reaction and the switchboard guy being able to capture that.
For me, it's more that a lot of the problems we have with these affirmative care model, especially if there's puberty blockers involved, is that we don't really have any long-term studies. So it's 5 years is really not a long time as far as a study goes. Like if we are 20 years down the road and we've honed in some sort of treatment where we have detransitioned down to 1 or 2%, I think, we're having a completely different conversation, but I don't think we can have that conversation until we have long-term studies. So
if you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, you're going to see that is not true. We do have studies there for a much longer period of time than that. The problem with them is the cohort of them is not large enough.
Well, but all those studies are based on adults. They're not based on children.
That's not true. That's not
well,
true.
The problem with like the long-term studies for regret and detransition is that for the long-term ones, obviously they have to be pre, the puberty blocker situation.
Yes.
And pre the sort of social situation now that's very different than it was 15 20 years ago.
Y'all are using puberty blockers a lot. These are not prescribed at the levels I think you believe they are. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I also don't like I have no idea because she says the study's done for 5 years, but I don't know if this is a particular puberty blocker related study or like something else. It's just like stated as like 94%. Like, you know what I mean? It's so like I don't get anything from that. I would have to run that down, which I'll probably have to do later.
In terms of like why the reason that me and Adam focus on puberty blockers and giving kids cross-sex hormones is because that's our primary area of our concern. Like we're not really talking about if someone is above the age of 18, which I assume you won't give them puberty blockers, if they're transitioning. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, adults like even here, my very libertarian position is like after you're an adult, like even if I think it's like super ineffective in all regards, I don't care. Like you're allowed to get any cosmetic procedure like that you would want. And then like if they were to make you feel better for any reason, then I'm fine with that, and you're able to do that. So like once we get past the point of adults, for me, like I don't care. So
that's great, but the scientific evidence is that there is evidence that this does help children, right? So
right, that's what I'm saying. I'm more interested in that conversation, but I'm saying even if it was like completely ineffective for what it was supposed to do, but people just wanted to get whatever cosmetic procedure, I'm like, all right, whatever. Like, there's so many of those like, like body modifications that like I might not personally find appealing, but I wouldn't be against on a policy level. I think that's a pretty
dehumanizing way to talk about trans people, actually.
How's it dehumanizing?
Well, hey, these sick people, they're doing this stuff I don't find appealing. I don't.
No, I meant I was talking overall about like cosmetic procedures. Like so,
sure.
Like that is separate from trans people.
Okay.
So like, even if I'm not like specifically like I'm not personally a fan of tattoos, right? But if you're an adult and you get a tattoo, like you're free to do that, whether I think it works. So what I was trying to say is like, even if the research showed that like this didn't relieve anything past an adult and they still wanted to do that, then I wouldn't have any like policy objection to it or anything.
Sean thinks people who get tattoos are sickos, though. That if they have some kind of mental illness.
That is true.
The thing, and I think we're in agreement, Brianna. I do admit there are people that are going to go on to be transgender. They're going to have something called gender dysphoria that's persistent, right? And if we could determine those people as children, they would likely get a better outcome going the puberty blockers route. My problem is we don't have an effective method for determining those children. And right now, my gut intuition is we will harm 1,000 people through misdiagnosis to help 4 people who will go on to become transgender. And those numbers just don't work for me.
That's not what the studies show. You really should read the New York Times article that I linked. But again,
well, I will read it. Sure. And I set it aside. So, but go ahead, continue.
No. Yeah, I don't think those numbers are quite right, but I hear what you're saying. Right?
Well, if those numbers are right, it sounds like you would agree with us.
But they're not right.
No, okay.
Look, right.
Hold on. I understand that you're contesting the numbers.
Sure.
But if the numbers are like that, it just logically it makes no sense. And obviously, I understand that you'd be sacrificing the 4 transgender kids that you would have normally saved, but you'll be saving the 1,000 kids that were misdiagnosed. Like if you're right and the numbers, like if the numbers are reversed and you're saving 1,000 and you're getting 4 misdiagnoses, then it's a completely different situation, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, again, we do have studies that are not strong enough. We need a lot more research. We need a bigger cohort. The thing that is not studied here is it's using this new definition of transgender that includes non-binary people. So if you're asking like teenagers or preteens to like go, well, do you feel this way? Do you feel Y way? It's just casting a much wider net. Also, this is not something we've discussed here, but a huge factor. There's actually trauma that does happen for people that transition before puberty, right? Because they find themselves, it's a much wider discussion, and I don't want to tell their stories for them, but it's not like in every single case you go and get hormonal intervention, it's smooth sailing. This aspect of it is also understudied. So I just think directionally, there's certainly we know for a fact there's a large pool, a cohort of children that benefit from this. We're not sure about what the best course of action of when what happens is.
Right. But see, like I guess the way that I look at it is it's a trolley problem, because the issue is, I mean, the desistance numbers are incredibly concerning. That before, not just puberty blockers, but before the affirmative care model, I believe, was adopted in the US, the desistance numbers were very, very high. And now the desistance numbers are very, very low. And the criteria hasn't changed at all. So either the people that are recognizing...
Criteria hasn't changed at all?
Yeah, since like the 90s or the 80s. Like when it went from the DSM-4 DSM-5, the criteria didn't really change at all, except for the wording to make it sound a little bit.
DSM-5, when it went from the DSM-4 to the DSM-5, that's a massive change in wording.
No, the wording changed. No, the wording changed in order to emphasize that the dysphoria was the mental illness and not the desire to transition, or not the identity.
But it also changed a lot of the language to include non-binary people.
Okay, yeah, but exactly. Okay, but right, if that's the case, I don't know that exactly. But so that would actually open. That would even broaden even more so, right?
Right.
So that'd be right. So, but my position is,
those people are not going to get puberty blockers, obviously.
No. But no.
They are
Wait. They are right. Yeah. But that's going to make it worse. Right. And so my position is like, from the 80s and the 90s, the desistance numbers in the 2000s, because it went up to like 2010, I think, the desistance numbers were in this massive range because it was a meta-analysis of 60 to 90% through like the 30 or 12 or whatever studies that they were looking at for this. And then now the desistance numbers dropped to like 20% or 3%, depending on where you're looking. Like, I don't think that every doctor, especially while the numbers of people identifying as trans has only been booming and increasing, I don't think that all the doctors that work at these clinics have suddenly like gained a magical insight to be better at diagnosing and preventing, you know, and getting like just the kids that actually do have gender dysphoria. And why is the desistance numbers drop so massively?
Right. But the reason for that, in my estimation, is because the definition of who we have considered to be transgender has massively expanded. This is completely under discussed, because if you're including non-binary people in that cohort with no desire to medically transition, or they don't have really, really, really strong feelings that they need to do this to be happy, right? Of course, that is going to affect your desistance numbers. It's going to affect a whole criteria of things, right? So I think the difference in our perspective, and I would guess, an educated guess, the difference in the numbers that we're looking at is I'm looking at numbers that have a WPATH limitation in who qualifies to meet all of those standards. You're talking about the new transgender definition that includes like non-binary people and a much wider like cohort here. I'm only limiting it to people that like think about medical transition. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I guess what you're saying is like that the reason that the desistance numbers have dropped is because maybe the people still like even if they don't go on hormones or they don't get surgery, they still will identify as like non-binary or something. So they're not technically desisting, right? I mean, that could be, I don't know if that's the case. I mean, I guess it's possible.
I'm saying the people, a lot of these things about like detransitioning or going away, right? The number one reason people desist is they come out as either gay or increasingly non-binary in many of these studies, right? They go, hey, you know, I just feel like I'm ABC. I don't need to make all these big changes to my body.
Well, that should be a point in my favor, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. But what I'm talking about is separating those. Like, I believe that when it comes to gender affirming healthcare, look, I respect non-binary people. I just don't think they should be part of this cohort, right? Does that make sense to you?
No, I understand that, but I guess I'm confused as to how. So my concern, my two primary concerns is that the desistance rate numbers have dropped and has never been explained, to my understanding, scientifically, and that the number of cis girls identifying as trans has exploded specifically more than boys.
Right. And I believe that's because if you go to a bunch of young teenage girls who, look, let's face it, that's a really traumatizing time, right? Like your body is changing, you're getting a period, there's all this social pressure. Girls can be horrible to each other at that age. And because of these beauty standards out there, if you're going, look, if you don't look like, you know, XYZ, you know, are you really a woman? Do you even count? I mean, I don't think I've ever known a teenage girl that didn't hate her body, right?
Right, exactly.
So I think what is happening, because this definition of transgender has expanded, I think a lot of like teenage girls are looking at this and going, maybe I'm not all the way female. Right? Maybe this is going to solve my problems, right? Maybe this is that. And I'm fully in agreement. Like, people that feel that way do not need to transition, right? We're 100% in agreement on that, but some of them will.
Yeah, and what you're saying is, I mean, that's part of what I'm worried about, is that, you know, when I hear interviews with, you know, a lot of girls who are transitioning, and I'm listening to them talk, I'm like, it does not sound like they are gender dysphoric. It sounds like they were just going through puberty, and now that they're feeling comfortable with their bodies, they're getting unwelcome attention from adults or boys their age, and it makes them feel uncomfortable, and it's easy for people to confuse that for gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
These numbers for the desistance come from like the Tavistock Clinic, because before they had the puberty blockers option, the gender clinic would do talk therapy with people who had gender dysphoria. And a lot of those times they would talk through, you know, they would call it internalized homophobia. They were coming to terms with the fact that they were gay. And these people would become comfortable with their biological sex.
Right.
So that's where the 60 to 90% desistance numbers came from.
Well, no, it came from, it was it came from like 20, 30, 40 different studies across like time. It wasn't just from the Tavistock.
Sure. But right. I'm sure the Tavistock is one of those studies in there. My point is that as soon as we started going to this, go to puberty blockers and desistance drops down to 2%, you're going, where's the rest of the people here that might have desisted? And I understand, if it's your perspective, you'll live just fine a life as a transgender person. And if they do live just fine a life as a transgender person, then that's fine. But we do have these people, and I'm only talking about the people who go on to transition and then regret it and detransition. Sure. Those people you have to account for. And I feel like those are the people that, may have turned out to be gay, or if they had the talk therapy option, which is sometimes, considered to be transphobia, just if you're going to have some talk therapy and not immediately go into puberty blockers.
Sure.
I think that's the problem.
So I agree with you. I think where we're disagreeing is what the public policy
numbers.
Solution is. Well,
okay.
The number, because puberty blockers, again, I urge you to look at how many children were prescribed puberty blockers last year, is a much lower number than
Do you know the
number
number?
Is
it
children.
Like 1,000 or something?
If I remember, it's extremely low.
I think it's like 5,000 or something.
Yeah, so it's less than that if I remember correctly. But my point is, that is a situation where someone went and got just traditional psychotherapy, right? And became comfortable with themselves. That is a situation where they need gender affirming care, or the ability to go talk to someone that understands this, that is clinically able to say, well, you meet A, B, and C, but not E, F, and G, right? So that is an argument in favor of giving access to gender affirming care, right? So they can go get that expert help.
Well, even, I guess
yeah.
my issue with specifically with gender affirmative care beyond puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, is that I think that when they see a therapist or psychologist, psychiatrist, that it shouldn't be an affirmative mindset. It should be a let's see what's going on mindset. I feel like the affirmative mindset makes it to like, I can't actually question, maybe they don't have gender dysphoria in the first place.
Just to clarify, what specifically do you think gender affirming care means?
Affirming care, well, I can bring it up.
Sure.
I want to address
the definition is.
I want to address the 5,000 number because you brought it up a couple times, and I just even though it's only a small number of people are affected by this, 5,000 people, there's 330 million Americans. This is like nothing. Every single American who has children in public schools is worried about this because they're worried that their children are going to be wrongly diagnosed and be one of those 5,000 kids. So it's not really a good argument just to say it's a small number, people shouldn't worry about it. They are worried about it for a real reason.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I think something I've talked about, I got in the shit with trans Twitter for saying trans people are failing at public policy messaging on an absolute level, which is just an objectively true statement. And, I agree with you. That fear is very real.
Yeah.
I don't think it's based in, I think the dangers are probably overstated, right? In this America, we have a very long history of parents overreacting to statistically improbable things happening to their child.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, so the APA, the psychological one, they have some long paper on the affirmative care model that I can't distill down to a sentence, but here from the Adolescents Health and Medicine and Therapeutics, they have, this is my understanding of the affirmative care model. It says the gender affirmative model is defined as a method of therapeutic care that includes allowing children to speak for themselves about their self-experienced gender identity and expression, and providing support for them to evolve into their authentic gender selves, no matter what age.
Sure.
Right. And so
can I give you an example of what this would be? Let's say if my friend had their child transition, right? So they went to they've been saying very clearly for years, they would come in and say, I'm really a girl. I'm really a girl. I'm a girl. I'm a girl. You see them at Thanksgiving. This is what they'd say. Talk to them like they're just very, very, very angry and insistent about it, right? Gender affirming care means in that case where a child has very strongly talked about a preference, you're going to affirm that gender presentation and start to give the child a supported environment to explore that and see if it's a good fit for them, right? But that would only come after a very strong preference by the child. It's not saying, come on into the pool, everything's fine. It's like reaffirming what the child is saying, right?
Well, I mean, the two issues. One is that they used to think that social transition was a neutral effect, and now they know it's not. It's a positive effect. That in terms of putting someone on the path to transitioning, number one. And then number two, like if it was just the case where like, I mean, part of the issue here, and this is the difficulty, and this is why, I mean, for years I've always been like, I wish we could develop the magic brain scan to find gender dysphoria, because it would kind of, supersede all these issues. Is that like figuring out gender dysphoria is a very complicated, sticky, murky thing. Right. And in my mind, that should be what the doctor or the therapist's role is in the situation, is to actually figure out this. Like, that's number one. Do you even have this thing? And I think that when you do have a model where if a kid is saying, oh, that they are a boy or a girl, and you're like, okay, I believe you, let's move forward with this. I don't think that's the role that the therapist should be engaged in.
Yeah,
it
you should
happens
question.
According to it does. This is with the WPATH standards.
Yeah, I understand it is.
Right. So they do question that, and it has to, like, there's a long period of time where you have to evaluate that.
I hope.
Ideally, right. I brought up earlier today how that is not always followed.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Enough. But see, that's like, here's the thing, like, in an idealized situation, my opinion would be very different if I had full trust in, all the medical institutions in this country, right? I just feels like I just don't.
I mean, do any of us have good healthcare in this country? Like, I've got great insurance, and this healthcare system is dehumanizing for all of us.
Yeah, right? No, the healthcare system sucks, definitely.
Yeah.
Room for improvement. Trump did a great bill for healthcare improvement. I'm not sure if you know about it, but
oh, really?
Well, this idea that in the healthcare system you can't get a price for anything, like you need an appendectomy, they can't tell you how much it's going to cost.
It's nuts.
It is nuts. So you can read a book, The Price We Pay, where they lay out this being one of the major problems. And the guy Trump. Somehow the guy who wrote the book got in touch with Trump, and Trump signed an executive order to force hospitals to put pricing on all of their procedures. I guess the Biden administration is not enforcing it, but I definitely think that would be a step in the right direction. So
yeah, that sounds really, really good to me. That's surprising. Please send me, if you didn't have time, send me an article on that. I would love to read about that.
Sure.
Yeah. Y'all, I've been here for almost 7 hours.
Yeah, you're finally taking off.
For bed.
Finally.
So
well, thanks for sticking around.
Thanks for sticking out for 6.5 hours.
Before I bounce? Or...
I mean, it's going to take us 20 hours to get through all the super chats.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We're going to go to bed. Sean, it was an honor meeting you. If you're still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I wish you luck in your quest to debate Sam Seder, and I fully support you in this.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll read.
It's a pleasure meeting you as well.
Is that right?
I'll read you one super chat before you go. Become the Night. Thanks so much. Says, I'm shocked y'all got me to like Brianna Wu. She and I are definitely watching different movies, but I love hearing her perspective. It's very enlightening from what other lefties are seeing. Big value, even if we disagree.
Yeah, Ajar has another one. Ajar for 20 Aussie says, Wu is fast becoming one of the best guests. Sorry, Sean. Maybe next year. A-team. So
well, I think Sean got quite a few positive comments in chat.
I'm sure he did.
I will concede he won today. So anyway, hope to do this again. I love doing y'all's show. We'll talk again soon, okay?
Yeah, take care. Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
Yeah, of course.
Bye.
It's funny, I don't know if you saw this, Sean. After Emma called in Sam's show, and they briefly had talked about this, and they brought up you, because they're talking about how, like, you 2v1'd Emma, and they wouldn't even say your name. They're like, this other guy. This other guy was brought in.
I have not seen that.
And when did this happen?
It happened, I think, it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. And then I have the time code if you want to watch at some point. And she did not bring up the debate offer. So we'll see.
Listen,
I think
to be clear, Sam has made it clear that he wants to debate people with larger platforms to embarrass people in front of their audience. So like him not accepting would not be a surprise. But like the date offer, it's like, come on, Sam, you know I'm cute. Like what's going on?
Wow. I mean, that's not, I don't know. That's doesn't really seem like you don't really seem like a truth seeker. If that's, you seem more like a clout chaser, in all honesty, right?
Right.
I'm a very bad man, so I understand.
Well, no, Sam Seder. No, Sam Seder seems like that.
No, I'm a very bad man, so it makes sense that they don't want to mention me. I understand that.
I told you, the lying thing, man. I mean, I admit Emma may have been lying. Seems like she was.
Then
do you want to talk about that thing or what?
Well, lying about what?
That phone call?
Yeah.
So I see this clip about like her being forced to enter through the back and like them not letting her see the compound or whatever. And it's like, I've been on the show twice and you enter through this side door, not the back door, because it's the green room door. And by the way, they have like a scanner to like let people in there. It's like their secure entrance because it's like, it's where their studio is like a repurposed house essentially. But then they put a bunch of like coffee and whatnot, like from Starbucks. Like they ordered like 45 coffees because instead of saying, hey, what kind of coffee you like, they ordered all of the things. Right? Because I guess that's what you do when you have Tim Pool money, right?
Yeah.
So
wow.
That room is right behind the front door, and you could see the front door from that room. So the idea that they were like hiding the front, it's just made up. There's like no basis in that. And then the studio's on like near the top level. So like in order to come to this place from the green room, you go up all of these levels so they're not hiding anything. And like, it's the green room and not a secret back entrance when you go in and you see all the posters that people signed. They have like a sketch artist that will sketch the guests and you're supposed to sign it. They're all framed there. That's like obviously for the guests to see the other people who are on the show.
She talks about that. Yeah.
So that's not the secret back way. That's like the way. Like, you know what I mean? It's so it's just like it's always a red flag when you're like making up stuff for no reason. And also like Emma left 2 minutes after the thing ended. Like when the show ended, she was like already in the car.
She ran. She thought Tim was gonna stab her or something.
Tim's like, we usually play sushi and poker with the guests, and like she's already in the backseat of the car.
No way.
Like, as he finished the sentence, but essentially it was that quick. So yeah, if you wanted to see the skate, I saw it last time. I didn't need to see it. I'm not a skater, but if you wanted to see the skate park, hang around and ask to see the skate park.
Yeah, you're saying people usually they get the tour afterwards, not before.
Oh well, for this one it's a morning show. I'm sure if you come for IRL, I saw it before because that's
right. Okay, that makes sense.
So Sean tweets out, somebody did a clip of the phone call and says Emma calls into the Majority Report after a Tim Pool debate and reveals that they were scared to show her the compound skate park. Okay, this is what she says on the phone call. Sean retweets this tweet and says, always a red flag when people lie for no reason. Everyone enters through the green room entrance, yada, yada, exactly what he said here. But look, this word lie, I mean, that's a trigger word, Sean. You're going to be Voldemort from here on out because you use that word.
Listen. Sam was not going to debate me. Like, he was not going to do it because again, he wants people with larger audiences.
Okay.
He said this on air. It's not like I'm what you call it. I'm saying anything bad. He's not going to do it. Now, in my next video coming up, say, Sam, when I get to the point where my audience is large enough, I will extend you the courtesy of still going on your show in the future. So like, the offer still stands. So the fact that he's like, gonna ignore this, it's fine. But it is funny. And people will now bring it up every time Sam Seder demands to debate somebody else. So mission accomplished.
It is funny.
Yeah.
It is funny.
When are you gonna debate Sean?
Huh? When are you gonna debate anonymous person who you can't mention his name?
There you go. Well, no, they can do a reverse Crowder. Like someone was gonna go to some big person will debate oh, here's a dude. Tim will say, "Hey, Sam, why don't you come out to my compound?" And then when they start, Tim just gets up and leaves, and then you just come in and sit down.
Dressed like Tim Pool, obviously.
Dressed like Tim Pool. You have to do this. Oh my god!
Did you
that
know
would be
Tim,
the best thing ever.
Did you know Tim was out sick and they had guest hosts that dressed like Tim Pool? Like
I
Jack
did know that.
Posobiec?
Yes,
yeah.
I did know that.
I went on my phone and the YouTube app auto plays, and I'm like, damn, Tim's looking a little weird. What's up? I click it. It's Jack Posobiec. So I text him like, bro, why are you hosting IRL dressed like Tim? And he just texts me back a smiley face.
Right. Right. That would listen. You guys got to do that, okay?
Look, I already got my beanie. Sign me up.
Oh my god.
I'm ready to rock and roll right here, Sean. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Guest host spot.
By the way, Adam, that was that reaction I was telling you when I was not home yet. I was like, oh, if you could clip that, because somebody sent it to me. They're like, dude, did you see her face after you said wow? Like, and they cut right back to it. I was like, oh yeah, it's funny. But yeah,
remaining 3.5%.
I'll hang out for a little bit longer, and then I'm out of here.
You can take off. Yeah, anytime, Sean. Obviously.
Oh, we have to address the #1 issue.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so first and foremost, you guys are wrong about Salem, and I said it on air, and I'm never ever gonna let it go.
Oh, how heavy is that? How heavy is that cross that you have to bear for fucking Salem?
Jeez.
That's #1, gentlemen. #2, I mean, come on, what are you guys doing? Why are you fighting with my friend Devin? What's up?
Yes,
he's fighting with us. I'm an innocent party.
Well, hey, look, I'm a neutral party here. I'm Switzerland in this fight.
There you go.
I think Devin is overreacting, but obviously,
of course. Listen,
I mean,
he's a little sensitive boy. Okay.
Look, I'm not calling Devin a boy. Sitch is definitely like.
Has anybody said more times on air that the Emmett Till thing is not justified than Devin?
We don't listen to Devin's content a lot, so I don't know this. I don't know.
He has to say it all the time because people like you. There we go. I said it like you. I generalized.
Yeah.
Always are like, oh well, for some reason he's talking about this and blah blah blah. Like as I've said before, because like I get crap for this. What we're talking about is a revenge murder. If we said that a man who murdered his wife because she cheated on him actually did cheat on that man, nobody would say, are you justifying his reaction? We would all understand that you're just identifying the motive for the revenge murder. And I think you guys should have just acknowledged that instead of being like,
who's doing a revenge murder for Emmett Till? I'm confused.
It was a revenge murder. The husband murdered for revenge based on an incident involving his wife.
No. The issue, well, first of all, I don't know if you heard, but I already addressed all this thing, and I already said.
No, I heard your voice. I can detect sarcasm. You're like, for some reason, Devin really wants you to know, and it's like, dude, just
wait. No. Hold on a second. Okay, first of all, if I acknowledged, and I acknowledged that if Dev says that he doesn't deserve it, fine. I take his word for it. Okay, that's fine. A separate issue is what I do think is weird. Is why does he so hyperfixate on this issue for no reason and keep bringing it up? That's weird to me.
Well, it's not that he hyperfixated on it. Carolyn Bryant died recently. There was an Emmett Till movie released shortly before that. So he was making content about it because it was in the news. Then when we do the City Bike Karen stuff, which he covered as well, everybody, including Emma here, compares it specifically to Emmett Till as if it's a one-to-one comparison. So it wasn't like out of nowhere it was brought up. Like I mentioned this when it was brought up in my videos as well.
It's okay. So that's a fair point, but it does seem a very strange fixation to keep saying first of all, from my understanding of the facts, okay. He's relying entirely on this woman's testimony, right? There was no other evidence that he actually touched her, right? Besides what she claimed?
We have no other, well, first of all, there is no other side to it. She was the only one who was alive to give us.
I understand. Okay, but first of all, for him to make it to say, for him to, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't listen to Dev's content. I don't know if he's a #listen and believe advocate. Okay, because just because a woman made a claim, for him to then say, that proves that Emmett Till did this thing. Okay, it's very strange.
Let's think about it logically. You run a store in the South, right? You interact with Black customers all the time. Never once did like randomly a black customer be accused
Whoa,
of
whoa,
like,
whoa, whoa,
touching you.
Sean.
Hold on.
Mr. Law and
But
Order here.
randomly,
Wait a
randomly,
minute. What are we
Emmett-
doing here? What is
randomly,
this?
hold on.
Yes.
But randomly, for some reason, like you
Yes.
think it's a possibility that for like no reason at all, they decided to identify Emmett Till specifically and target him.
No, he wolf whistled at her and talked
Okay.
to her.
So first of all, the witnesses from outside said that they heard the wolf whistle. Then he enters the store, right? So like this
I
is
thought
a
the wolf
low
whistle
level.
was after he left.
I thought it was before, but whatever.
I don't
So
remember.
this is a low level, like kind of incident. So we already know that he's interested in her. So like what this looked like to me was aggressively hitting on this woman. And I've heard accounts from his mother, Emmett's mother, who says that he had no understanding of how things worked in the South.
Right.
There's a portion of Carolyn Bryant's testimony where she said that Emmett said, "I fucked white women before," which is very interesting because it turns out Emmett Till did have a white girlfriend back in Chicago. So you have like corroborating evidence right there. And again, this in no way, shape, or form would justify the revenge murder against Emmett Till. It just acknowledges the reality that the revenge murder was a revenge murder.
Right. Okay. So, well, first of all, even if it was someone touching someone, okay, that's. I mean, that's like an insane,
we're talking
like,
a very minimum. We're talking about a very minimum kind of contact.
Right. And but well, first of all, number one, okay, even assuming her story is true, I think she said that he touched her waist or grabbed her wrist or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Grabbed the wrist first, and then when she tried to get around the counter, grabbed by the waist. And by the way,
okay,
to be clear, it is not disputed by any of the people outside that after this encounter, after Till left the store, she ran to her car and grabbed a gun. So, like, again, it had to have been something for her to feel threatened enough to run out to her car and grab a firearm.
Okay. So, first of all, my understanding is, and now again, I've only done a cursory look into this, was that originally she didn't claim that he touched her, and then she did claim that once they went to trial for the lynching, okay, or for killing Emmett Till, right? So she has a clear motivation to suddenly embellish the story. So to me, without evidence, without even a secondary witness to corroborate this, to just automatically assume that this incident happened is wacky and
Originally,
wild.
So first of all, originally, if you run this story down, what you find is the wolf whistle was the one who informed the husband. So she didn't even want to tell the husband that this had happened, right?
Okay.
At the time.
What does
so
that have
like,
to do with what I said?
Well, I'm just saying. So there is another corroborating witness.
No.
That at least saw the whistle. Let me finish. Let me finish. All right, or heard the whistle. So that part is what you got. So it's not like
I'm talking about for the touching.
Okay, so again, she testified that to in trial, right?
Yes.
Then this author goes to meet her. She has an unpublished memoir, right? That account is also in the memoir, which was slated to be released 20 years after she died. And by the way, the title of that memoir, More Than a Wolf Whistle. So for some reason, this woman was so didn't like the way she was being portrayed her whole life. And even after she died,
obviously
was going to cling to this story. Like 20 years later, she wanted this published.
We would never accept this. And this is why this is wacky to me. I'm surprised to hear you say this. We would never accept this in any other modern circumstance right now. When the whole Me Too thing is going on, we're always like, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence for this? Where's the evidence for this? And now it's just like, well, she said it. So I guess it's true.
It's more than she said it. Like there's corroborating evidence in what she said.
There's no corroborating evidence, or there's no
don't you think it's weird that she specifically said that he told her that he had fucked white women before, and Emmett
he might have said that to her
in 1955 actually did.
He might have said he might have said that to her. That doesn't mean he touched her. Doesn't mean
so now there's a bunch of parts that are true from her story, except for this specific part, which again in no way, shape, or form makes the murder justified.
This is so wild. First of all, number one, I don't even know why we're relitigating either.
Because
why?
You're strawmanning my friend.
Wait. Okay, I know Dev's your friend, but first of all, number one, I do think it's 1000% cope. Okay, that anyone's doing on this, including you in this instance, about the whole we need to listen and believe to this woman.
Who said listen and believe?
That's what you're saying, that based solely on her testimony, it's okay to say. To make a confirmative statement. Whoa. Stop, Sean. My original complaint here was that Dev was making the claim. He's not saying maybe. He's saying Emmett Till did this thing. Okay, he's giving a 100% confirmation that Emmett Till assaulted this woman based solely on her saying it happened. That's fucking insane to me. And we would never have that standard for anything happening right now.
So what reason would the husband go kill this kid?
Because someone says, oh my God, I saw this black kid macking on your woman. Are you going to sit there and deal with that? Are you going to take that? Are you kidding me? You think that's like a strange thing that happened in those days?
Yeah, that's not a thing that happens.
You don't think it's okay. I don't know what.
If somebody hits on your girl, like
right.
you kidnap and torture him if he's 15 years old, like you don't think there's a little bit more to that?
Okay, so if he said, "Oh, black guy touched your wife's waist," and he says, "Oh, I'm going to go torture and kidnap him," like, does that more reasonable?
Grabbed her by the waist and like held her, which was the actual
for like 2 seconds.
Do you think that's
a reasonable thing?
Look, this is South. This is an honor culture. This is where you
this
kill people for looking at you.
This argument that you're making to me is
it just seems a little weird. It just seems a little weird.
We would never expect.
Just seems a little weird that she had all
fucking accept this. From any other Me Too scandal going on today.
It just seems a little weird that you have all these customers that come into the store all the time,
and none of them saw this incident.
Never once did Carolyn Bryant like decide to accuse a random person and have her husband go kill him. But in this instance, for some reason, you think she's making it up. I just think that's a little odd.
It's a little odd to me that woman, who accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. I mean, did she accuse anyone else of sexually assaulting her? I mean, isn't it weird that she's never accused another person of sexually assaulting her?
Wasn't Trump? Well, first of all, one has nothing to do with the other. Number one.
Yeah, no, this is the argument you're giving me.
One has nothing to do with the other. Like,
no, you're giving me that level of logic. Okay.
No, I'm not, because these people we know for a fact interacted in the spot, and there was.
Well,
something
we know it. We know that.
Wait.
It's not contested that woman didn't interact with Trump at some point. The question is whether he did the sexual
in
assault.
like the same year, because I know I saw a photo from like the 80s or something like that.
So from the same year, they interacted. The question is, did the sexual assault occur?
Why bring up this Emmett Till stuff? Remember when we were talking about the song with
because
Tim
you're
Pool?
Going after my boy.
Hold on.
Devin.
Remember when we were talking about the song?
Wait, but you're not. Okay, wait. You're not. First of all, I don't think you're being fair in acknowledging that Dev is far too confident on this issue that he rightfully deserves to be, based solely on one person's testimony. That's number one.
I think it makes
sense.
Wait.
That's number one. Number two is, as I said, I already acknowledged that I got wrong, that he was, saying it was okay. Okay, I already acknowledged that. Number three, and this does actually annoy me. Why is it that, and I know that, Dev's your friend and he's far more your friend than you're mine or Adam's friend, okay? But it annoys me that he 1000% misrepresented the fuck out of me on Twitter. Did that bother you? Did you say, what the fuck? Why are you misrepresenting?
What was the misrepresentation?
Yeah, why?
This is what started the entire situation.
Misrepresenting
Did
us?
you not know this? He said so on Twitter. I said in a sarcastic tone that he didn't read because it's Twitter. I said, like, it seems about the city bike situation. I said something to the effect of, like, it seems impossible to me that two people could check out a city bike at the same time. That seems like an impossible thing to me from all the information I've gone. Is there something I'm missing here, right? And he interpreted me saying that as like, I'm desperately trying to find an excuse to excuse these kids and their actions.
What was the sarcasm in there? Like,
what?
What was the sarcasm? You said this sarcastically. I don't get it.
Because when I say, like, it seems impossible to me, right?
Okay.
Because remember, people were making these arguments like, maybe it was an honest mistake, and I'm like, that seems impossible to me. Okay, that's the sarcasm
in the city bike situation.
But
right.
Devin's claim ultimately ended up being incorrect, though.
Wait. So first of all, yeah, Dev's claim did ultimately end up being incorrect because he automatically assumed that they were trying to take the bike out on her account. Okay, number one. But number two, so he misunderstands my tweet. Okay, and he thinks that I'm trying to, like, craft some sort of defense of these the kids because they're black, even though I've never had an interaction with Dev in my entire fucking life, and I don't know why he's crafted this bizarre straw man of me in the first place. I don't even know where the fuck this came from. So I replied to him, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not what I meant. And I explained, and I'm like, no, you completely misunderstood what I was saying. And he doesn't say, oh, oh, sorry, I misunderstood you, Sitch, and then delete the tweet. No, he just doubled down and tripled down and kept saying, you're soft on race, Sitch. You're just looking to defend these kids, blah, 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 blah. And he just completely misrepresents the shit out of me and keeps lying about me. And even in this situation,
so how did this
wait, and even in this situation, when I said to him, like, on Twitter, when he's like, Sitch, I'm going to sue you, which is, first of all, fucking ludicrous. Okay. But number one, I was like, listen, Dev, I don't have a problem telling people that I got your take wrong. Okay. I don't have a problem doing that. And part of the sarcasm reason I said on stream was because of this interaction. I said, I don't have a problem telling people that I got your take wrong. Will you tell people in your audience that you got my take wrong? And he said, no, go fuck yourself. Okay, so I have no fucking sympathy for Dev. But I'm sorry that he's your friend, but he's being a total piece of shit to me for no reason. Hold
on. Okay. So like you told the story, right? But you gave me like the beginning, the setup, the opening act, right? Then there was like a blurry thing in there, and then there was the close. Like what was the blurry thing? How did this argument directly lead into the Till thing? That's what I want to know.
It didn't. I just brought up the Till thing because it was also happening at the same time.
We brought during the apology well, not really an apology, during Sitch's retraction of his mischaracterization of Devin's
which wasn't a retraction, it came out as sarcastic. Like I
okay, but I brought up the Emmett Till tweet because it was on his timeline, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? So that's how the Emmett Till thing got brought in.
Right.
And I look, I'm still saying it. You mentioned earlier in the stream, if someone on your side does something stupid, like a stupid music video, you just don't talk about it, right? Well, I think the Emmett Till thing is like, why the fuck are we talking about this?
That's a stupid, goofy art thing, but like also,
why would the Emmett Till thing just makes you look fucking horrible.
But why would somebody on my side who on my side did an Emmett Till thing? I don't get it.
Devin Tracy, and he's still doing it to this day.
Well, I've talked about
somebody just bring it up.
Well, yeah, it's same with you, buddy. Why are you doing it? Why is this a hill you want to die on?
No, because there's this narrative from an author in particular, and this is where the innocence narrative came out, because the story was always that this was a revenge murder, that like she admitted to making up the story, but that's clearly not true.
That's true. Yeah, I understand that. Right.
So like that's what we're pushing back against.
Right. So again. Right. So that's my problem with the situation. And it seems to me, I don't appreciate this like very like one-sided take you have on the situation. That's like, oh, it's totally fine for Dev to misrepresent me. And for when I ask him to fix that, he basically tells me to fuck off. Okay. And if he wants to do that, that's fine. No, I'm not going to be nice.
Why are you laughing at that, Sean? Like, that's horrible. That's horrendous.
Like, I'm not going to be nice to him. And it's weird that you're like, Sitch, you have to be so nice to Dev.
No, I didn't say be nice to him. I just said I heard this thing, and then you told me this story now, and like the fuck off thing is something that I'm not surprised by from hearing from Devin. But like again, like this is like the Central whatever, but not the Central Park. This is like the city bike person.
The Central Park 5. Now you're going there.
No. I was thinking of the Central. I was thinking of the Central Park Karen, right? But like I have no context for like the order of events in your interaction or whatever. But my point is, like, it is a far more egregious smear for you to be like, oh, he's justifying the murder of this 15-year-old that he clearly is not, than for him to think that you're trying to look for a defense, which you think might have been a misread on your original tweet.
First of all, I don't think it was. It 100% was a misread. I know the intention of my tweet, and everyone else knew it was not what I meant. Okay,
you missed what I'm saying. Like,
wait. I understand what you're saying. I understand
Devin deliberately misreading it. You know what I mean?
No. I don't think he did. I don't know if he deliberately misread it. I don't think he did deliberately misread it. I think he just made a First of all, I don't know. He crafted some bizarre, even though we've never interacted, he crafted some bizarre view of me because he doesn't watch our content. He knows nothing fucking about me. Like, we spent the entire stream shitting all over those kids when we covered the actual city bike thing. Okay. So it's weird that he's like throwing these like weird things. He's like saying I'm soft on race. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Okay. When I asked him, when I asked him, I said, why are you calling me soft on race? What does that even mean? All he said is, are you in favor of affirmative action? And I said, I'm not in favor of affirmative action. And then he just stopped responding. Okay. At that point, there's no answer to that question. So
I'm trying to imagine this interaction in both of your guys' voices. Sorry.
Get him
so the issue is like, okay, so I'm like, okay, well, if that's not you meant, fine, I'll go on my stream and I'll talk about it, and then will you go fix what you said about me? He says fuck off. So I'm like, okay, So I'm in this weird spot where like, okay, fine, listen, I'll acknowledge that that's not what he said, but I'm not gonna like fucking suck his dick about it, right? I'm not gonna go, oh, I got to put on the exact proper tone of voice so that Sean doesn't, Sean feels appropriate that I say that I, didn't understand his take.
I don't know why you're getting all upset about it. I was just asking you about it. But it seems kind of weird for you to like retract contingent on the other person retracting.
I didn't retract. Wait, I literally didn't though.
No, but you're saying like I should have like, are
you're criticizing that my tone of voice was not solemn enough.
No, you came out sarcastic and it led me to believe that you thought the exact opposite of what you were saying, like based on
so that was misinterpretation on your part because I made it pretty clear. I said that that's not what he believes, but I do think it's weird that he keeps focusing on the situation. Okay.
Well, he's not focusing on it for other than the fact that it's in the news.
Okay, I think it's weird that he's focusing on it at all. I think it's a fucking weird thing. As I said, we can relitigate the entire conversation we had. I think it's super weird that based solely on one person's testimony, he's 100% sure that this kid did this thing.
I mean, there is no counter story, just to be clear.
Because the kid's dead.
Yeah, there is no counter story.
I understand that.
There's her story that she told at the time and her story that was in her memoir. And then the story that was made up by a guy 10 years after he interviewed her that he weirdly didn't have the recording for, that the FBI tried to run down after he made this claim and then they didn't find it.
Nothing to do with anything. I don't even know what
you're like, oh, it's one side of the story. There is no other side to the story. That's the side that we have.
Okay. I'm going to say it one more time.
And it tracks pretty logically that this revenge murder was motivated by revenge.
Okay. I'm going to say it one more time. Okay. And I know in your heart of hearts that that in a modern situation, if there was a Me Too allegation and it was purely a woman saying he did a thing to me, we would say, well, I think we need more corroborating evidence on that before we say that this guy is guilty. Okay.
Well, again, that presumes that person was alive.
Even if the person was dead, okay? Even if the person was dead, I would hope that everyone involved would say, well, we need more evidence than a woman simply claiming it happened to say that it happened.
So if we had a similar situation where like a woman was assaulted in a store, right? Or allegedly assaulted in a store. And then somebody like saw something around it, but didn't see the specific instance. And then that woman went home. And like then the husband comes home 3 days later, that person tells the husband interrogates the wife and then gets the information, and he's so angry by what he hears that he goes and kills the person. Then like I would believe that probably something happened because like this is what motivates.
I think if I think that's true, that I think that's a massive fallacy in your thinking. Okay, just because a woman tells a guy something happened and that makes him very angry and he goes off and commits a crime, that means that her story is accurate is wild to me. Okay?
It's under those exact specific circumstances that I narrowed down, and you're trying to flatten out right now.
No, I said no. What are you talking? I literally said if that's your criteria, I think that's insane. Honestly,
well, you flattened out all the details, and you're like, she said a thing. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I just said it. Rewind the tape.
What's Devin think of eyewitness testimony in the Bible?
Wait. I don't understand. I don't understand your criticism at all.
Okay, so what I said was, and this is like one-to-one what happened.
Yes.
Right. So you have an incident that happens when they're in the store. Now, a bunch of black kids came in and out of that store all the time, interacted with Carolyn Bryant all the time, and just whatever, right? Then you have a witness who saw something outside. He heard the wolf whistle, whatever, outside, right? But the conclusion of this was that the woman was so distraught that she ran to her car to grab her gun to defend herself from whatever happened, right? Then 3 days later, the husband comes home because Carolyn Bryant didn't want to tell her husband. And somebody tells her that this event happened in the store and blah, blah, blah. Like, you should go talk to her. So then he like interrogates her to figure out what happens. And then that story is what motivated him to go track down the kid for revenge.
Okay.
So yeah, all of those details, all those additional things, like that makes a
none of
difference
that proves that he touched her and assaulted her at all.
I mean, again, it's just like it's like a lack of logic on your part. Again,
it's not.
Like,
wait,
why would they randomly pick? Why would they randomly?
With Dev is like clouding your judgment.
It's not clouding my judgment.
Yes,
why would they
is.
randomly? First of all, me and Devin disagree on a bunch of different cases. Like, go watch my analysis on Ahmaud Arbery, where I think that the shooter in that case was in fact in the wrong versus his. But number one, number two,
really interesting.
Yes. Number two, yeah, I said it in my first video when I was covering this. Number two.
Well, no, I agree with you, but it's interesting that Devin thinks it was right for him to shoot Ahmaud Arbery.
Yeah,
which direction does that go, Sitch?
I see, like you're doing it right now.
I know.
You're
I'm
snickering
totally.
and
I
like
am
trying to
doing
imply stuff. Look, I understand the logic. You're like, well, if he was breaking into a place, you think people should have the ability to stop him, and then Arbery runs at the gun and grabs the gun and gets shot. Like that's the argument in favor of that. Like I can understand that side of the argument, but I actually think Georgia law is actually sensible in that regard. That you can't like chase somebody down for that.
Arbery. I'm just
saying,
also, they blocked him with the guy.
Yeah, it's a reasonable.
He ran him over with his car. Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying it's a reasonable dispute that you could have based on what you see from the case. Number one, and also I do think it is kind of insane that the guy who filmed it,
got involved. Yeah,
100 feet away from the shooting, even though it was based on his prior involvement, ended up getting a life sentence.
Well, wait, didn't he literally hit him with a car, didn't he?
What would Devin...
he tried to block him in with his car? Yeah, but that was.
Yeah, but I mean that's more than filming, right?
But that's in the no. You don't understand. I'm talking about that's the previous thing, right?
You're saying he should have been charged differently.
Why?
Yeah, I don't think he should have got a life
I don't
sentence.
disagree with that.
I don't think he should have got a life sentence because what they charged the life sentence for was the eventual killing when they got back in their cars and then he gets to the road and they try to trap him again. And by that point, he's so far away.
Just confirm that you're on our side in this dispute and we can move on.
I'm not on your side in this dispute.
What? Why? Devin's being a total dick.
I've laid out my case, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume this. And
but
I
don't
think,
you think
trying to pin that he's the only person in the world that's like defending the killing of Emmett Till is wrong when you know that's not the case.
Well, you are too, obviously.
Well,
I'm not sure why, but what would Devin say about?
I'm sorry. I don't know how other times to say this to you, Sean. It's like this entire conversation is like absurd to me. Okay, first of all, the logic of the situation that we're accepting here, number one, but number two is I said I'm sorry that I didn't use the proper tone of voice. That was up to
when you like deliberately like put out a sarcastic tone, you're like, I wonder why he's always talking about this. I don't get why he's talking about this, and it's like, well, yeah, but I just explained it to you.
Yeah, but so the sarcasm wasn't directed at the fact that I didn't say like, oh, he said he doesn't not in favor of the killing.
Yeah, but that's the
I didn't say that. You're
like,
making
it's
you're
weird that he's bringing this up.
It sound. I do think it's fucking weird. Okay, but I said like 3 times in that fucking clip about how like I take him as face word that he's not in favor of the killing thing, the killing aspect.
Do you think it's like would maybe make the news a little bit more if I don't know, like the woman died that was like at the center of this? Like, do you think it would be relitigated in the public?
Sure.
Now, if you made like response videos to this kind of thing, do you think that would like lead you to maybe talk about it at that point?
No, I think it's weird, and I said a million times, I think it's weird that based solely on one person's fucking testimony, he's like 100% in like saying this
and
is
again, it's not just based on
this is evidence. And I mean, and we even talked about this at the time. It was weird that level of evidence for him was enough for him to just declare that Emmett Till is guilty. But then the situation with the kid behind the dumpster, he thinks that kid's innocent when that looked far more egregious.
Well, it wasn't behind a dumpster. It was like near a
dumpster, whatever. He's fingering a passed out girl or whatever, taking his pants off.
Actually, this is not even like that hard to understand. Have you read her account of what happened?
Look, we get it. We get it.
Hold on.
The only thing that we were saying was optically it looks like garbage.
Have you read her account of what happened in that Stanford case?
I did at the time. I don't remember it offhand.
Really? So, what do you think she said?
I said I don't remember it offhand.
Let's move on to the video.
I'll tell you.
Everyone wants us.
You could go look up her account, right? It goes like this. So I was gonna leave my house for a party, and I was thinking about putting on. Hold on, I was thinking about putting on a sweater.
Identify the cisgender.
And,
2.5.
Adam, and then I was thinking
People
about
want us
putting
to
on.
move on.
No, hold on.
Look,
this is really
I'm so glad that you derailed.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
We're never gonna finish this video.
I'm gonna be done so soon. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done so soon.
On this stupid topic. Because you have to simp for your friend.
You got 60.
I'm not simping for my friend.
You got 60 seconds.
No, you are simping for. And I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate that you're simping for him. You don't give a shit that he was was lying about my position
I'll address
to his
that in
audience.
a second. Just let me finish.
Okay.
All right, so let me give you this girl's account in the Sanford incident. So she's getting ready to go to a party like with her friends. She's putting on a sweater, like, you know, because she might get cold out, because she gets cold out at night. Oh, and then she wakes up in the hospital.
Okay, can we go back to the video now?
So her whole account is that she has no memory of even going to the party in the first place.
Okay, I don't. Was it? That's okay. What is your point?
So again, there is no other side except that was told to us. Like,
wait, that literally means no. That literally means she was raped because she couldn't consent. And she doesn't even. She was so out of it, she can't even remember what the fuck happened.
Again, she would have. First of all, it would have been a sexual assault, not a rape.
Or sexual assault. You're right. Yes.
Number one. Number two. Again, she doesn't remember going to the party. Don't you think that's a little odd? Like, she went to the party, like she was making out.
Well, no, I don't know the effects of whatever drugs people take. Yeah, I don't know if that's
there was never an allegation ever that there was any kind of date rape drug involved. So like, you just pulled that out of nowhere. So she doesn't remember going to the party. Was there a toxicology report?
It
was that she was drinking.
Okay.
So she doesn't remember going to the party at all. Coincidentally, she was seen making out with people, including Turner, at the party. Right. This was totally consensual at the party. She also has a boyfriend, and like, so this is the case that Devin was making related to that. Now, you could disagree with that. Again, I don't talk about the Turner case because it is in like a gray zone, but like that was the point that he was making, that there is no actual side from the girl because she claims a total blackout.
Okay, that's like, I don't know. To me, to look at the fucking weird gray area with the Turner case, which I agree. I don't know if I'm not even the one saying that he's fucking guilty. I'm just like, to look at that case, which is like super like, wow, that's like really great, but obviously seems far more egregious, at least in what we like could see, and to say, oh, he's 100% innocent, and then turn around and say, oh, Emmett Till 100% guilty. That's fucking
like, you could
watch
again.
That's
you could watch
bizarrely stupid take.
You could watch his full video on the Turner thing if you want to get his breakdown of it.
That's fine.
But I'm just pointing out that there is no other side in that case as well, which is kind of interesting.
I'm so glad that we wasted 40 minutes on this.
No, this was really important.
Sidetrack.
This was really important.
Very important. Yes.
Sean, you're so high. You just look so high in this conversation.
I don't use drugs at all, guys. I really don't. I don't know how you say that.
I don't either. All right, let's get back to this video, guys. Come on.
What are you doing? We're only an hour in. Come on, guys. Pick up the pace.
Stop pausing so much.
% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old,
this is
where they never had any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that, that is 100% true.
It's just not true.
That's 100% true.
They're not entirely reversible. To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where someone has puberty that
precocious puberty?
That's precocious puberty.
Right, exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's the primary label.
16 years
that's the primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones.
I'll just point out that another off-label use of this drug apparently is to make kids grow taller, and like that also has effects to like weaken their bones and all that. So the idea that it's entirely reversible and not real. Sitch, anything to say to that?
Somebody in our comment section said that they were given the drug to be taller and it didn't work. They actually turned out a lot shorter.
How do they know? Did they meet the alternative universe version of themselves where they were like taller in that universe?
No, but that person did type a comment and say that they were much taller and poked fun at the other person in this universe, saying, ha ha.
Rude.
Very rude.
I mean, I think regarding the tolerance, I don't know. I mean, I think we're going to have to ask Devin Tracy how he feels about the taller thing. Like,
well, is there eyewitness testimony on this?
I want to make sure that I don't misrepresent anyone before I comment on the tallness.
Sitch, we're trying to focus on the video, not your weird
obsession with
I'm
Devin
so
Tracy.
I
forgot what we were.
Excuse yourself with those.
I'm
side
so
tangents.
sorry. I got lost in the conversation. Yeah.
Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooter is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So
Wait, why can't coal miners get cosmetic surgery?
Oh
Ben,
yeah,
did he say
of course
coal
they
miner?
should be able.
Yeah, why is he targeting that job, like in particular?
This
Oh,
is
miners.
Sean's dad joke for the evening.
I gotcha.
Miners, get it? It's a pun.
I get it.
Nah,
Gotcha.
by the way, like a nose job is not the same as a double mastectomy. Like, to be clear.
Sure.
If you want to limit it, then that's fine, but it's
Right.
literally not the same.
Right. Yeah.
So when it comes
It's
to
quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of
yes,
swords
I don't think
and
children
beers and stuff in here.
I don't think children should make should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos and
Do you think a
for
mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are
Or the
you for
doctor
parental
prescribes
rights or not?
See, this is a
Every right has limits.
What this is actually interesting because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a group.
So one of the questions I would have asked in this moment, like
You were
but for the
there.
fa-
Why did
but
you
for
ask?
but for the fact that Tim was like cutting me off to debate Emma, was if a kid wanted to transition and the doctor was against it, what would Emma be in favor of happening? Because like her parental rights argument would immediately change if the parent wasn't aligned with the kid.
Right.
Because
Right. Well, she would just fall back on the whole, even though she did earlier say she was in favor of it, she would just say, well, I think you should trust the medicine, right? I mean, it's weird because she keeps trying to do this thing with Tim where she's like trying to put him in like this box of like, if you say something, you have to have like this universal stance on everything. And as you said, you know, all rights have limits. Like you can be in favor of parents should have some level of rights in like what their kids learn in school. That doesn't mean that a parent should like be able to treat their child like a slave, right?
So there's like a technique that like a lot of lefties try to do, and it works real well in videos when you're responding to a video that can't talk back, which is like repeat what you think the right-wing argument is that applies back to them and claim hypocrisy for them not living up to it. So like she's saying this parental rights thing, but the problem is like Tim is there and he could respond. Like
Right.
it works in a video where they pause it and then they could do that, but it doesn't work to the same extent here. You know what I mean?
Right. You
Yeah,
can't
well, I mean,
straw
that
man
was-
his position because he'll
Right.
object, obviously.
Well, but it's I mean, the issue isn't just that. Like
she does this a few times, by the way. She says
Right.
like that whole thing about the Bible. Like, first of all, you're sitting on a table with two atheists, so
right,
like,
but
she's
she's
like,
just
"Should the
not
Bible be in
listening.
public schools?"
She's not listening to what Tim's saying and then absorbing that information and then saying, "Oh, let me like craft an argument regarding what he said." She just is like, "I'm gonna just try to say X, Y, Z and then repeat myself and then try to trap him."
Right. Much in the
Great
same way
depth
you
about-
weren't listening to my argument about Emmett Till.
on TIMCAST IRL. That
Are you
the-
for parental rights or not? I just asked.
that question.
Listen. I'm gonna make sure that I get written consent opinions on Devin Tracy's opinions on all things going forward, just to ease Sean's consciousness.
Sitch, why
I'm
are you
gonna
still
use this-
talking about this? Like, come
Okay.
on, bro.
I'm going to use this Emmett Till argument against you, man.
Right.
I know I can.
Right.
I know people are not going to like
Listen.
it.
Listen. Hashtag listen and believe, everyone. Okay. If a
I mean,
woman
again,
accuses you of
you're trying
something,
to straw man, but it's
We're
okay.
no, I
a
think
woman accuses you of something, we got it.
Question right there
mean-
leads in two different directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about
well,
it.
I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were
Right.
for parental rights, and now
Do
you're
it- there's
saying
a
you're
pa-
not.
where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue
Another
against that.
hypothetical. I'm
And-
talking
but,
about
but
reality.
these things literally do happen in other
Right,
countries.
But it wouldn't
The
be a
point-
But I'm talking
boxer.
about this
It would-
country, and I'm
Right.
talking
And
about
so I'm
parental
making
rights.
a point.
this is so horrible because I mean he's basically trying to explain it to her, but she's like, "No, I will not listen.
Right. She's not yet. Exactly.
I will not listen."
Right? The point is the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be allowed to mandate vaccines for children?
Yes.
But what about the parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes.
She
She
is the one
did.
who original. This is why I said remember
She
that part.
did.
It'll come back
She
later. Yeah. So
She
she brought it
did
up and
make
said, I'm
parental
in favor
rights.
of parental rights. Yeah. And by the way, she fell into this trap like perfectly while trying to dodge the hypothetical. Because Tim was like, if I propose something else under parents' rights, you would say like no, like, and she just did that. She was like, but I'm in favor of public health. What's her no?
Right.
So Tim actually got her on this one.
Said 5 minutes ago.
And
where
I'm explaining.
Yes,
Parental
so
rights extends to my morality.
So, right, your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that.
You see what I mean about like just saying the right wing thing? Like Tim, she's like, Bible's in school. Tim's not a religious Christian or anything like that. There was another one that I missed.
Limited government is
limited government was that
right-wing
one right
thing.
there.
Yeah.
But there was like another one that I can't even remember that she did, and it's just like generic. Repeat the right wing talking point back to the person, and like.
Look,
Again, when you're responding to a video, it doesn't work. But like, she's like, "Oh, big government." You just agreed with Tim on. Well, Tim just said he's in favor of universal health care. Like, why would he be opposed to big government?
If the parent wants to pursue puberty blockers and affirmative care, she's in favor of parental rights. If the parent wants to pursue, wants to be against that and wants to prevent their child from having affirmative care and puberty blockers, obviously she's not going to be in favor of that. So her whole outlook on parental rights is parental rights are great as long as they're doing things that I agree with politically, which
Correct.
Tim is trying to point that out here. And she's trying her hardest not to get it.
Tim literally said that. Like, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's the other
parents
one?
should and their children. They're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at in the past 4 years about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take any, who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay, I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
So you no, but the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no. So this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not.
Yeah.
When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then if, according to 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
Go ahead. You can, again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet.
I do like that she did not submit her studies beforehand to be pulled up, but like her stuff is definitely reputable, unlike Timmy's.
Unlike the National Library of Medicine here, what is this study he just pulled up now?
I think it's the one that kind of goes over the desistance rates and stuff.
With a majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No. That is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about
base Sean. Sean knows exactly what he's talking about.
desistance.
Look,
And I remember this
saying-
because
No,
this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have.
Yes, thank you for listening to us talk about this and try to fix the argument. I don't think it works, but I appreciate the attempt.
Look at me try to moderate, and because Emma won't give any ground, she immediately changes to "I'm not a moralist."
Did you steal this argument from
What does that
Sitch?
even mean? Did you steal my
Sean?
argument, Sean?
I told this argument to Sitch. He stole it from me.
You told. When did you tell it? I mean, I remember you in our chat.
He told to me. Listen. Sean told me that argument in a dream. Okay, a dream where I was doing some witchcraft.
Did you fall asleep when the stream was going, Sean?
Listen. Let's be clear about this. When they were doing that debate, I messaged Seamus at the time, who is the Freedom Tunes guy who's on the show.
Yeah.
This exact point.
Did you?
So if you want to get this, if you want to go to the dates, times, and whatnot, I can prove this if I need to.
Show the DMs.
I got the DMs.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But she's not. She said she's not a moralist, or she said she is a moralist.
That's ridiculous.
What did she say? Wait, go
She
back.
said you're.
I am not a moralist.
That's true.
Oh, detransition
really weird
rate,
for
but
her
you're
to say
specifically
you
talking
are.
about desistance.
Look,
She said, "PSA Sitch, I've never interacted with you, but you."
Remember
I'm
this
saying-
because
No,
this
this
happened
is
when
what-
you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have like the arrogance to believe that my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people.
Except for in women's sports with trans people.
Yeah,
of
what the
course.
hell? What the hell? And
Yeah.
with the whole listen, people just gonna have to take maybe getting assaulted on the subway.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? This is the weirdest take for her to put forward. Of course she's a moralist. This is such a bizarre thing for her to put forward.
Yep.
I'm trying to make a argument for a case for. I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
have a real argument.
But if most,
I am having a.
This is just, it's the hypocrisy is off the charts here.
I know.
You're imposing your morality on people when you're talking about they can't even defend themselves in the subway. How's that supposed to make them happier?
Right.
I mean, this is literally like a moral philosophy. It's like I'm trying to maximize happiness for the most amount of people possible. Like this is. Like,
Of course.
Yeah.
But I think Emma is trying to maximize happiness for people lowest on the oppression hierarchy.
Well, I'm just saying what she's stating about trying to maximize happiness for the largest number of people. Like that is a moral goal.
Of course it is, yeah. But I don't think that's her, I don't think that's maybe that's her goal, but I don't think that's going to be the outcome of her policy.
Maybe that's your
prescriptions.
goal.
That's definitely my goal. Yeah.
Real argument.
That's not an
You
argument.
just said your
I said,
morality
here's
is
a study.
Oh,
that
man.
Here's a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown up to 95% with
I almost
non-intervention.
talked
So
there.
then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
No,
you made
earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait,
You see, this is what I was
He's never said that. That's such a giant straw man.
talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explained to you that you are
And this is where he hits back because obviously, as soon as you say, "Look, you can't really you're too stupid to understand philosophical concepts," like it's just going to be all downhill after here. We've drifted into the personal attacks.
opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't
you
talking
also
about
are a
I wasn't
fundamentalist.
talking about parental rights. I was
She
using that as a way
was.
to talk about
Right.
your
My point
statement on
is,
parental rights.
If
And I
you
fully
if you have a
grasp
moral
concepts
position
of
on public
morality.
health
Tim,
and you want
I
to
have-
impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist and you've made a nonsensical statement.
I
If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a
haven't seen the
fundamentalist,
data, so I can't.
well, then
I
don't make an
can't-
argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I
All
do
right?
know the data. I use the American Journal
just said
of
you didn't.
Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just
You
pulled
did
up.
not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom
I
to
certainly
do what
did not.
they want.
That's just not true. I said that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to impose your moral?
No, I talk about politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract. I talk
You're
about
in favor of vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position. Not a scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a society.
That's a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's
create.
moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most,
so you're a moralist.
the best outcome. No.
She was so close.
Moralism in the way that I was referencing it.
She was so close to saying the most moral outcome.
I know.
Is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on the rest of society. I am talking about creating a society
data that shows
creating a society that gives people the freedom that they
moralism.
No, that's politics.
You want to create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal perspective.
What you are talking about is imposing.
This is a tough thing because that's exactly what she's saying, but she is at the same time trying to accuse Tim Pool of that. So it's like,
yeah, well, so it's
cognitive dissonance.
I don't even understand. I guess she's just trying to say that Tim is some kind of like
authoritarian.
As she said,
well,
authoritarian.
No,
right?
yeah.
She just wanted to work the term fundamentalist in there, just like she randomly threw the Bible in there when nobody's religious here because it's the thing. Oh, abstinence only. What's the other one?
Right.
Like, why would you think he would be in favor of abstinence?
But why is she leaning on moralist? That's a weird term to throw at him.
She's saying that he wants to force his moral aesthetic onto other people.
Yeah, but I mean, fucking everybody.
Her especially. She's so guilty of this in this entire conversation.
I know.
So, but Tim is trying to say, look, you're doing the same thing.
Posing your narrow set of ideas about how society should be, or
based on
how.
See, she's putting in these weasel words because she's at the same time thinking in her mind, well, I want to do that too, but his set is narrow and my set is wide and expansive.
Oh, I see. You're right. Yeah. You're right.
The research I pulled up.
No.
I literally pulled a study.
No, you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think that people should cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I cover politics.
So you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you? No, you're wrong.
There are very small amounts. I am not in favor.
So you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's not the same thing. Is a doctor? You want
to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I've actually gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in this story. Okay. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Right. Because female circumcision is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance. And I am interested in creating a society that is that is moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just.
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about.
Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So like what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't like rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say.
I mean, I asked you a hypothetical, like hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly.
Look, this is so crazy because she's saying, I don't have the arrogance to say that I know, when she is literally saying that she does know.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
You know, it's a red flag.
If you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want to talk
just
about
like say,
reality.
"Oh, it's a hypothetical, I can't talk about it," as if you don't know what a thought experiment is. It's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you. We have here. I literally.
Do you guys like that I quoted the right-wing figure Destiny there?
That was great.
Yes.
Yeah.
You should ask her if she had how she would feel if she's eating breakfast.
Yeah, basically that's the point where we got to. But that clip I think came out 2 days before, where Destiny said that to the pro-life people.
Yes.
And now you have Emma saying that it's like a right-wing tactic to do hypotheticals.
Hypotheticals.
Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, she's just afraid to bite the bullet on the hypothetical.
Yeah. So. It's like, well, if this were true, and she's like, oh, I wouldn't have the arrogance to blah blah blah. I'm like, I asked you hypothetically, like, you know. But
yeah, I mean, if you're not going to answer hypothetical, then you can't. If you're going to say that you're not arrogant enough to give your opinion on a hypothetical like the one that you provided, then you shouldn't be talking about any political issue at all.
It's not even that big a hypothetical, because it really was the case that this had happened, where people had gotten talk therapy instead of puberty blockers. Well, and that's where the desistance numbers come from. So
well, the reason why I had to ask it I thought asking it hypothetically would help is because she was like rejecting that completely. So I was like, if this were true, then, and then she refuses to engage with it.
Right.
Well, and to be clear, the people, it's not like they were getting talk therapy. It's just that they just desisted at some point. It's not like they got talk therapy to desist or something.
Adam desisted.
In the Tavistock book, though, they go through the period of the Tavistock where they did get talk therapy, and give examples of the talk therapy. Yeah.
Right. But was it talk therapy to affirm or to question?
To question.
Okay.
Yeah, to examine their understanding of. They also sussed out a bunch of people that were being like molested by their stepdad and all kinds of shit.
Sure,
so there's all kinds of stuff going on. Yeah,
of course.
All right, guys. I think what you're trying to say, if I were to summarize your guys' position so far, is that even though at a certain point I talked a lot less than these other two, like I clearly did the best, and you guys were impressed with me in every possible way, and in a little bit of a way, you guys kind of wish you were me. So I just want to say thank you. I'm very flattered by that, but like, you know, it's getting late, and like I can't deal with this flattery all evening.
That's okay. Well, if you have to go, we'll have a long conversation about Emmett Till and your position on Emmett Till after you've left.
Listen, I will point out once again that in Salem, nobody was executed based solely on spectral evidence. It was all based on additional crimes that they were also charged with that had to be proven. The legal system held up even in that scenario. So you guys are dead wrong about Salem, and I'm tired of your abominable lies on the topic.
Did you? I try to remember in the conversation. Did you comment on the Burisma stuff at all, or were you just silent during that whole thing?
I don't even remember. Was I even there? Oh no, I was trying to bridge the gap between them. I was moderating.
That was my favorite part. You literally had to mansplain to Emma the defense of her position that she couldn't articulate.
Yeah. Well, I get it. I was amazing. Thank you guys.
There you go.
I really appreciate your kind words that you 100% said.
There you go.
And so I'll catch you later.
Take care, man. Thanks for coming on. Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me, Adam.
Excellent sport.
Wow.
And Sitch.
Thank you.
Well, obviously, I would invite you a lot more. We've invited you from the chat, and you haven't come on, but you offered, so I accepted. So thank you for offering.
Love fest. See, we can disagree sometimes, but we all become friends together.
Yes, totally.
Friended forever, some might say.
That's true.
Wow, what a throwback.
You know, when there's like a sitch that like really brings people together, you become friended forever.
Have you messaged Andrew Doyle about your Salem position? Because that position is directly against the New Puritans, his last book, and I think that's why people give you so much pushback against it.
I have not messaged him, but I'll read his book and debunk him.
Andrew Doyle, yeah, it's a great book. You should check it out, The New Puritans.
All right, bye guys.
Take care.
See you later.
Bye. You're wrong about Salem.
You're wrong about Salem.
Well, you're still here? Damn. Anyway.
Okay.
You want to read some super chats or?
Yeah, let me read the $20. It's gonna be another stream where we don't get to all the super chats. Feel bad, but
The New Puritans, how the religion of social justice captured the Western world. He makes a connection between the Salem witch trials and the social justice stuff that's going on now. So,
right.
But he does, I believe, in the book say spectral evidence was used in court.
Right.
Anyway.
Anonymous Cow for $20 says, I felt Tim's pain in this one. I have a progressive friend who argues just like Emma does, and I have to painfully track all the pivot arguments that slightly change the topic and give the appearance of answering the question. True.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that's like the natural way in which most of people argue. And I think Haidt actually talks about this. He says that people evolve not to argue for truth. They evolve to argue to protect their reputation and destroy the other person's reputation.
Yep.
So, BMO for $40. Thank you, BMO. Says, on a scale of Tim to Emma, who's not listening to what's actually said in this debate? Also, I just want to say I appreciate you guys and what you do. No team tactics today. Well, thank you, BMO. BMO also says, happy to see Wu back on stream. Welcome back to hell. And also Sean. There you go. Neil for $2 says, where's my hey now? Did my hey now get cut off?
I don't think so.
Hey now in the beginning. So, I don't know. Maybe it got cut off.
Yeah, hopefully it didn't.
Christian Baller for $20 says, hey, I can't watch this live. Sean, you got so cock-blocked by Tim when you were nailing her on crime stats. You did great and really hope Sam takes you up on your offer. Adam, is there anything you disagree with David Buss on?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, look, David Buss is a reputable scientist who brings evidence to his arguments. Now, Adam doesn't necessarily remember that evidence, so I can't repeat it on stream to Sitch when he starts grilling me on it. But I don't read these books and think, oh, this person made an argument based on their fifis and their gut intuition and not go, oh, that's probably bullshit. Like I reread that chapter and went back and I think on a Tuesday stream, I listed for you the arguments that he made. So, you know, he looks for evidence, obviously.
James Stanford for $20 says, I love listening to Tim Pool's music. I use it when I work out when I work out, they are between A and B tier. Well, there you go. James likes Tim's music.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea, but I know people that listen to music like that and love it.
Right.
So maybe, you know, what do I know? That's my opinion.
Well, I mean, you know, it's interesting because, you know, I understand, you know, where Brianna or Bree is coming from. She just really despises Tim. So that's kind of like coloring a lot of her view on this, but.
Yeah.
What's your first thought? For 20 Canadian says, hey guys, happy Sunday. What a crazy debate. Great job, Sean, for moderating. Although I thought you were to debate. After watching, I feel like Emma is left-wing version of just pearly things. Well, even I don't think that's fair. Okay. Even I think that's just a step too far. I think Emma is very knowledgeable about her own politically biased information. She's just not used to having a conversation with a person and not strawmanning the fuck out of them. I think, as Sean was saying, she's used to watching a video, pausing it, and she didn't actually absorb anything which Tim was saying and then, like, you know, create an argument based around what Tim was saying. And she was very, I would guess, she was very hyper concerned with trying to get a clip of her dunking on Tim. And I think that was kind of driving most of her motivation in the conversation.
I think she's smug, condescending, and self-righteous.
That's all true, too.
I mean, Tim might be guilty of that at times. Hell, I might be guilty of that at times.
I mean, Tim is guilty of that often, but not to the extent that Emma is.
Right.
I think. Here, let me parse the difference. From the conversations I've seen, Tim, and I think Tim does this well. He doesn't come off as self-righteous when he's talking to another person.
Right.
That I've seen. He comes off kind of self-righteous when he's like just doing his own thing to the camera, which is a completely different vibe. And
that's interesting.
I understand that. So, Hawk6222 for $20 says, I think to say they filtered his music is not much of a jump, though it's probably ineptitude. They deliberately filtered his photo in their thumbnails. Brianna is hardly a neutral judge of this by her own admission.
Yeah, they're definitely messing with the thumbnails.
Right. Though I think the thumbnails are a little different than the music because everyone always, monkeys with the thumbnails.
I think it's ineptitude. So, I mean, I kind of agree that it was just stupidity, not really malice.
Yes. Well, I mean, you go and you listen to it. Like, I would assume anyone listening to it would know it wasn't the normal quality because it sounds so awful. Like, it sounds like you're like, it sounds like, I don't think that's what they did, but it sounds like someone was playing his thing on a phone and holding the phone up to a microphone. It sounds like it's really bad quality. So
he did it rolling style. What's that guy's name?
Oh, I know you're talking about, but I can't remember his name, Angel Bergiano for $20 says, question for Adam Demented and PSA Wench. Thank you. Which is a superior movie trilogy, Lord of the Rings or The Matrix? P.S. Adam, I live in Venice. Let's hang out and throw rocks at the homeless. That's an easy question.
Will we get in trouble for that? I don't know.
That's an easy question. First, yes, throw rocks at the homeless. Secondly, obviously Lord of the Rings is superior to The Matrix. Come on. How's that even like a challenge? Like,
yeah, that's a tough one because I love... What? Oh, go ahead. Just finish.
Well, no, you said it's a tough one. I'm saying, what?
Oh, okay. I thought you said but. Well, no, I like the first Matrix movie better than I like any of the Lord of the Rings movies. But the second two movies are just such a fucking nightmare shit show that it kind of shits all over the first movie. So,
okay.
Yeah, and I'm much more into sci-fi than fantasy. So,
I think if the first two, I think if the second and third Matrix were up to the same quality of the first Matrix,
yes,
I think it would be a difficult choice for me personally, because I mean I like science fiction and fantasy. I think I would still lean towards Lord of the Rings because it's very comfy.
Yeah,
I like the Matrix, but it's not comfy.
Well, they did everything right in Lord of the Rings, so I mean I think the Lord of the Rings is the correct answer here, obviously. But that first Matrix movie is just phenomenal.
Right. So yeah, I'm gonna say hard Lord of the Rings. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, Brianna seems like she knows what she's talking about when it comes to music interpretation from a leftist perspective. I really appreciate hearing her artistic feedback on the magnificent Sam Seder Mr. Bucket song.
Oh, I don't know. Look, we might be able to one day play the Sam Seder song without Brianna rage quitting, but I think we're pushing it. Look, I do think, and I mean, I have tweeted some stuff. Brianna follows me on Twitter now, and we interact enough that I'm realizing, okay, she probably sees everything that I tweet. And some of the stuff I tweeted, I think I tweeted something, and after I tweeted, I thought, Brianna probably hates that tweet. And it was
the vaccine transition thing.
Yeah.
Parental rights thing?
Yes.
Okay.
You saw that tweet.
I saw that tweet. Yeah. I think I retweeted it or liked it or something.
Oh, really? Yeah. I could see that tweet being very offensive to trans people, but I don't know. Brianna seems like a very good sport. And I keep telling her, and she says she's going to read The Righteous Mind. And I think
one day.
There were glimpses of it today where she is kind of interested, thinking, okay, she wants to understand the conservative argument just to be able to argue against it. Well, if you remember, that was Jonathan Haidt's goal.
Right.
That's the whole reason he started studying moral psychology.
Yes, right.
Yeah. So if she is interested in understanding the perspective, just to argue against it, that's where the journey begins.
Right. Balmango for $20 says, one thing Emma probably learned from her opulent educational upbringing is how to capitalize on an anti-capitalist message, just like all good capitalists. There you go.
I think she's sincere in her anti-capitalism. I think a lot of rich kids who grow up with people waiting on them hand and foot think, well, this should just be how normal life is.
Well, yeah, I mean, doesn't have to be like to the extent of waiting on them hand and foot, just the fact that they feel comfortable, like that they have their safety net of their parents' wealth. They like everyone should have that safety net, which I understand that that would be nice, but that like to build that society is not at least possible currently. So
right.
And I think the ego and the hubris of Emma. It's funny because she's throwing this accusation at Tim. She's like, Tim, you're so egotistical and moralist. I think the ego and hubris for someone who didn't work up from nothing to kind of turn to people that have and been like, oh, you're all abusing your workers. You're all, capitalist scumbags, blah, 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 blah. You should all like pay all your money in taxes. Like, I think to me, that's the ego.
It's offensive too.
And it's offensive, right? Twitter Sucks for $20 says, Evan Newsom said that if a child is born while performing an abortion, the mother can decide if she wants to keep the baby alive. If you do not support abortion up until and including birth, you are not pro-choice to the left.
Well, that's a horrible thing. If Newsom said that.
Well, I'm not sure how those two ideas connect, because it's like, well, if you're performing it depends on like what the time period is, right? Like if you're performing an abortion on someone within 10 weeks and the baby comes out, like is it, I mean, could they keep it alive? Like,
no.
Yeah, like so that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what you mean. You have to be a little more specific by that. Are you saying if it was viable or something?
Right.
Brianna, oh, this is mean. Brianna's breakfast that she didn't eat for 20
I know, I
times.
saw that. You guys are horrible.
That's me. Don't be mean. I'm the most important meal of the day. How could you have forgotten me? There you go.
See, that's the thing. Like something like that is not gonna, like Sean is not gonna take offense to that because he's gonna see it as playful ribbing. But I don't necessarily know, like we're friendly enough with Brianna for it to be seen that way. If so, I'm just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm hoping that was just playful ribbing,
Sure.
but.
Well, I mean, and to be fair, I mean, Brianna was engaging. She didn't know the reference, right? But she definitely was willing to engage in hypotheticals.
Yes.
I would think it'd be more fair to be Emma's breakfast that she.
I think
right.
Brianna seems 10 times smarter than Emma, obviously, to me.
Yes.
So
yeah, or at least she's willing. Well, she's willing to engage in a conversation.
Yeah.
And not just try to score layups. So.
Yep.
Fondue for $20 says it's a shame Sean didn't get to say all this due to Tim constantly interrupting him. Well, as you saw from this stream, if Sean did, then their conversation would have been 10 hours long. So
true.
Mike Bruno for $20 says the cops, depending on tickets as a source of revenue, is a huge part of the problem with the relationship with the communities they police.
That's probably true.
Maybe. I mean, the big problem I see with a lot of the way that government programs end up running is that no one obviously wants to spend money on them.
Of course.
So that's always going to lead to these weird systems being created.
To gain revenue, like city revenue.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Cameraman 502 for $20 says, I used to be the prosecutor for drug court. Oh, wow. The frustration I have talking to criminal justice reform activists because they tried downgrading felonies to misdemeanors. The misdemeanor drug court could never keep participants in line.
Right, because they put him in these programs. This is the Jordan Neely thing. He was in one of these programs and he was a no-show.
Yeah, I think the problem, and I was going to bring this up, but it's like I liked hearing Sean and Brianna talk. So I was like, okay, let's just let them go on, because it was kind of like an interesting, like you wouldn't expect to see these two people interact very often.
Yeah, that was great.
So yeah, so I was happy to see that happening. But one of the things I was going to bring up that I think is going on here is that when you have the George Floyd situation occur, there's like this giant push, like we need police reform, right? Because George Floyd,
which is an anecdote, by the way.
Right, of course. Right. That's a good point. And what Brianna was saying, and since she's sort of like more connected to this realm, and you guys can see like this is how like that realm operates. She's like, when there's like a public push for reform, a lot of politicians, they either don't know or they don't feel comfortable, like they're not going to just like pull out of their back pocket, oh, these are the reforms I want to implement for every situation, right? They want to reach out and have someone basically tell them what reforms to implement. They want to have some group tell them. And I think the problem is, after George Floyd, you had all these politicians are like scattering, like they're all like desperate, like trying to cling for whatever reform that they can implement. But who are the groups out there on the left that already exist and have been pre-established that have been pushing for police reform and judicial reform? It's all these like crazy, like far left, get rid of jail, get rid of bail, make everything a misdemeanor groups.
Yeah.
And so in the kind of mad dash and the mad scramble to like look for reform, they end up turning to these extreme groups that maybe they don't realize are extreme groups. And I think they just kind of suck up whatever shit that they're peddling, essentially.
Yep.
J-Mac, thank you so much. Our surrogate father, J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. For the 100 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, J-Mac. That's incredibly generous from our surrogate father.
Yeah, thanks.
Orca for $20 says, currently in Capri, Italy. Wow. And I missed you boys. I found a come-down rabbit hole that led to Maddie Healy, which led then to the term KISK. KISK appears to be another term implying unconscious narratives. Thoughts? Praise wormy. Kishk. I'm not familiar with this term. I don't really listen to Come Down, so I'll have to look into that.
What is Cumtown? Cumtown Rabbit Hole. What is that? Is that a
Cumtown
band?
is a far left podcast.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes.
Go figure.
Right. That they're very like irreverent.
Really?
Yeah.
With a name like that, I never would have suspected.
I know, you
it.
never would have guessed, right? But I believe they're pretty far left, if I'm not mistaken. They have someone on the show called Adam Friedland.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Right. So very often if you're typing in Adam Friended on Google, it'll autocorrect to Adam Friedland and you'll get sucked into Cumtown. So there you go.
I've seen that. People get us mixed up.
Right. PC for $20 says, but the New York Times examples are basically anecdotes. Sean's point is that the underlying data is bucketing other cases that aren't appropriate. Brianna should also consider the New York Times narrative and look for disconfirming evidence. Yep. Yeah.
People in the chat were saying that Matt Taibbi was talking about that New York Times article in the Monk debate. How it was wrong.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I'm confident that I know that like in the course of the conversation, she doesn't want to, but I feel, and I don't want to like push it super hardcore, because I feel like she would look on her own and find that that's true and accept that information, that they do just classify any one part of an extremist group committing a crime. They list that. So, but I also, it was annoying because like, I don't even know why she brought that up. I wanted to get off that topic. It was like randomly brought up the right-wing shooting thing for no reason.
White supremacy. I shouldn't have brought up the trans shooter because I was like, but it's just, I don't know. The shooters are, I feel like they're just copycat shooters doing it for attention. I don't feel like it's a bunch of white supremacists. If you want to talk about these right-wing militias that the FBI keeps track of, which are basically a bunch of guys that want to go out in the woods and play war, but they're not really committing crimes or anything. It's just, it scares progressives to know that these people exist. I mean, I think there are cases of that kind of situation, but what do you do about that?
I mean, to my understanding, there are more right-wing shootings than there are left-wing shootings. Obviously, the left-wing shootings have occurred. There are more right-wing ones. I would attribute that probably to the fact that the right generally feels more disenfranchised in our society. I think, well, let's say disenfranchised from the mainstream.
Right.
And so I think that's a prerequisite for one of these shootings is to have that feeling of disenfranchisement. So
that was the hypothetical motivation for the trans shooter, because she was in a really
did we ever find out? Did they ever release the manifesto?
Still haven't released it. No.
See, because that's very bizarre and suspect.
But you
the whole
would
situation.
You would suspect if they're
Right.
a trans person and they're hitting their Christian school,
Yes.
that it's probably disenfranchisement is the
Right.
motivation.
That's a good point. Yeah. Fondue for $20 says, I would believe Sean is more of a moderate than Brianna. His argument resonates with normies in my experience. True. Ofek Lev for $20 says, backfire effect luckily is not real or replicable. See, quote, searching for the backfire effect, measurement and design considerations, and the elusive backfire effect, mass attitude, steadfast factual adherence. Oh.
Was it Sean that said that? Because I was thinking that exact same thing. Leave.
Oh, that it wasn't real?
Because I think
yes, it was Sean
Aiden
that brought the
Paladin.
backfire effect. Yeah.
I think Aiden Paladin has brought that up many times. The backfire effect is not replicated.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. So she schooled me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I looked into it, and sure enough, people think it's not real anymore.
Well, yeah, the backfire effect is the idea that people who encounter evidence that challenges their belief reject the new evidence and then strengthen their support of their original stance.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I would guess, knowing nothing about whatever this has been studied, that the thing that isn't so replicable is whether they strengthen their original stance.
Right.
Because obviously people reject new evidence like all the time. So.
Of course, yeah. It depends upon what you're talking about, though.
Obviously. If it's political, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Morally charged, whatever.
Right. Red 473 for $20 says, how do we get Actual Justice Warrior and Stephen Michael Davis to influence actual policy? It would be nice for them to be crime and economic policy proposals that weren't just coming from progressives. I don't see anyone pushing their ideas. That's a good question.
Well, we did get some interesting ideas out of Sean.
Right.
As far as like for the criminal stuff.
Cameraman 502 for $20. Thank you. Says, counterintuitively, larger families have less impact on climate change. Childless families travel and buy crap. Families spend on services which release less CO2. CO2 released today have more impact than future CO2. Interesting.
We got to run the numbers on this. How many families with more than 2 kids are there?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant because if you put that in place, everyone would have more than 2 kids.
Right. I wonder if the productivity would go up enough that we could do without the taxes.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, productivity could go up 1,000% if there's no tax money. Like, you still need tax revenue, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to work it out in my
are you
head.
saying it's just all going to be generated from some like sales tax and non-income tax sources?
Yeah, is it?
I'm skeptical, but
I mean, most of taxes is a payroll tax, which is Social Security, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, that would be the issue too. You have to find out how much money would the government lose in tax revenue if that policy was implemented.
I know that's
already. Yeah, I don't know the
that's
answer
the
to
question. Yeah.
Right. James Stanford for $50. Thank you, James. Says, to be fair on the Civil War, Tim does clarify it's not going to be like our first Civil War, be more like how we are now acting like keyboard warriors before people do become violent. I believe he calls it 5th generation warfare or something. I mean, I understand that. I still don't think it's useful or helpful for that rhetoric. But
well, I mean, if we're fighting it basically on the Xbox or something, then
yeah, that's fine. Right?
Yeah, sign me up. I'm in.
God's Joke for $20 says, Sean is a Puerto Rican born and raised in the island. I recognize you as one of us. Wish we had someone like you highlighting crime stories in the island. I would translate Spanish for you if you choose to cover them. There you go.
Sure.
Oh, and there you go. Wim W for $5 says, wait, didn't the Monk debate mention the New York Times report? Matt Taibbi addressed the New York Times thing is behind, just wondering. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Nice.
Become the Knight for $20. Thank you, Become the Knight. Says, as the resident SME on music production, Tim's song Emma Trash was decent. Not very original, but good for what it was. Literally sounds nothing like Nickelback. You tarded if you honestly think it does.
Yeah, I don't listen to Nickelback, so I don't know the...
Right.
But I know people hate Nickelback, so the comparison seems more just to hate on Tim than they actually sound like Nickelback.
Right. Aaron Ferris for $20 says, some people want to be lizards or aliens. Yeah, I think Adam is more libertarian on this. I don't know if I'm in favor of people becoming lizards, aliens.
Yeah. Gotta let your freak flag fly, man.
Of course, it's an issue that so little people now that I don't care. But Aaron Ferris for another $20, thank you, says, prove to me that single-payer healthcare can work in the U.S. by fixing the VA first. Is a perfect proof of concept, and our vets should have priority.
That's a great point.
I don't know enough about the VA about why the VA has the problems that it does to comment. Because, like, if we had single-payer healthcare or a public option, I presume it would have to change how all of pricing for all medical things exists in our country. Right?
Well, the idea behind the public option is that the government has a institution that competes against private insurers. So,
right, but also the government would be like with Medicare. The government would be able to negotiate for rates that you wouldn't necessarily get. Right?
Are they just competing on? I guess they're competing on insurance plans. They're not really competing on delivering healthcare. Delivering healthcare is still going to be in the America, private sector. Right. Well, I mean, according to that book, the problem is that the healthcare people are like, their business model is basically to have a sliding scale for procedures and to take advantage of you as much as possible. So that's not a really good healthcare system. Right.
But that doesn't seem like they'd be able to do that if the government was paying.
Right.
So. Cocoa Beans for $20 says, have you guys thought about going on FNT to promote your comic? Gary and AZ would be happy to promote it. I'm sure they've been promoting some other comics too. Think it would help you guys out. S-Class is the best class.
Yes, once the comic is finished, and I put a comment up because I am getting close to finishing the comic now. And I would like to go, obviously, on EFAP and on Friday Night Tights to promote the comic a bit and try to sell some comics, yeah.
Yep.
So... yes.
Thank you, Coco. But yeah, definitely. Insensitive for $20 says, wait, we're giving puberty blockers to MTF trans kids that makes them taller. Wouldn't that have a profound effect on their dysphoria? That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Well, no, the Lupron is not used for blocking puberty. Well, I guess it is used for blocking puberty. But, and I don't know the argument.
Was it the blockers that made you taller, or was it the cross-sex hormones?
I don't know how it works medically, but they give them that, put off their puberty, and somehow they end up taller. I don't know the logistics of how that works.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $20 says, Emma spent much of the show going after Tim's past commentary. Would have been nice if Sean then went after Emma for her uninformed commentary on Rittenhouse, Daniel Penny, Comrie, and Central Park Karen. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point to bring up. Sometimes we get stuck in these mindsets of allowing the other person to control the frame of the conversation. So
I guess she did kind of kick ass in doing that because they didn't bring up any of those things.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think Emma was remotely effective, really, at any part in this conversation, except for the part that I think Tim was just naturally wrong on.
Right.
Which was the whole Christmas stuff.
But I don't.
But Emma was still terrible in that part of the conversation.
I know. I was going to say, it's not like a giant win for Emma. It doesn't seem like Emma knows the details of the situation.
No.
Sean literally had to walk her through it.
I know. Devin Tracy for $2. Look at that. Devin Tracy donated $2.
Again?
This is from the real Devin Tracy.
Stop simping, Devin. Look.
Yeah.
We're not going to forgive you, okay? You've mortally wounded us.
Well, I forgive anyone that gives me money, okay?
Oh, okay.
I have to play into my stereotypes. Devin Tracy for $2 says, you pathetic, disgusting coward, Sitch. To defend Sean's honor, I challenge you to a mud wrestling contest.
Oh, wow.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Sounds like Devin is very queer for you.
Listen, I'll tag in counterpoints to mud wrestle for me. How about that?
Nice.
I'm not sure I want a sausage on sausage action.
He said he was going to box for you. I don't know. This might
That's
be.
True, yeah. That's true. He did say he was going to mud wrestle. So we'll see. Let's bring it on. Anyway, let's get back to the video. We'll see if we can.
We're almost done.
We have an hour left.
Detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones.
I fucking hate this, Sitch. Like I said, the standard of care is what would get in the way of these medical cases, these medical malpractice cases. But
someone is being sued right now. Someone I remember. Someone tagged me. They're like, it's happening.
So are they?
Suing.
But are they challenging the standards of care? Like the standards of care?
No, they're okay. So they're probably not going to challenge the standards of care. They're going to bring up what Brianna brought up, which is that even under the standards of care, they're not following the standards.
Oh,
of care.
yes. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
I get
that would be like the first step, and then the standards of care question might be broached at a later point. But
all of this section is Emma making appeal to authority, which is just dumb.
Yes.
Hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists.
Well, okay, let me be clear. Actually, it's not an appeal to authority fallacy, because appeal to authority is when you appeal to authorities that are unrelated to the topic, technically. But it's still stupid because Tim's making a specific argument, the argument I've always made about desistance. And she's just like, la, 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 la. I'm going to read a prescribed talking point and not actually address whatever the issue is.
It is still the appeal to authority fallacy, because when you are appealing to an authority that is, supposedly an expert in the field, they're not relying on their authority, their basis as an authority. They're actually relying on the evidence. So the dispute is that whether or not their evidence is correct. They could, just because they're an authority doesn't mean that they're right. Doesn't mean that they're right about the evidence.
Let me look up what the authorities are. You said that because an authority thinks something, it must therefore be true. Okay, fair enough. I guess, yeah. I guess it could be I guess it could have that broad interpretation. So there you go.
Yeah. And I mean, I would argue that they're wrong about the evidence. All of these, because they're in this.
Well, they're not wrong about it. They're just they're narrowing and looking at something specific that helps their case.
Right. They're cherry picking evidence.
Yeah, right. They're saying, "Oh, I'm going to narrow my focus on regret rates and just focus on this because it helps my case. I'm gonna put blinders on and ignore everything that hurts my case."
Yeah, they're blinkered.
Right.
American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of
said smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do with that? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations.
They totally think that's a win, but HHS regulates all of these institutions that she's talking about.
Despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like, maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed list of dozens.
Again, he mentioned desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking about.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing, there is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH and you said you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go. NIH.gov. Here you go.
Tim.
That's made up. That's made up, Adam.
I know.
It's made it up. Made it up.
Is this
it's on Wikipedia?
Is this hubris or what?
Well, this is interesting because this is what, when Sean tried to ask the hypothetical, well, if this was true, how would you feel about it? And she's like, I'm not going to answer that question.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you happy?
Tim,
NIH.gov.
deal with what I just said about
medical
the
organizations,
level of medical organizations. You're saying that they're all wrong and that you have some sort of like special knowledge that you can supersede their expertise.
No. So a super chatter brought this up, and this is a good point. We're going to have to remember this when we have these conversations, but someone brings up this idiotic point, depending on what they are. Emma can't make this argument because she's a fucking socialist. Okay. Is this like could we be like, oh, when she starts talking about her socialist theory, like, are you saying every economist and every person that says socialism is wrong, you know, every institution, organization in America that says socialism is shitty, are you saying that they're all wrong?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like, it's so fucking absurd. Or she's the one that's like, is Emma, she talks about how like there's a conspiracy against poor people, how there's a conspiracy against black people, and a conspiracy against minorities, right? There's all these conspiracies that she talks about. She thinks that the government is doing all these things to screw over poor and black people, right? And yet now she's like, oh, are you telling me all these institutions that agree with me are wrong?
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, I see.
That's a great point.
No, he's not. You're cherry picking American
and you're making the appeal to authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child
Appeal to authority. Appeal to authority. Keep doing it.
I mean,
but not even that.
But I'm not in a medical authority, and neither are you. So why wouldn't
all I
you
can
appeal
do
to
is
the
point to a
authority?
study and say, wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this. Right.
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers. And like, for some reason, they're not on your list.
No.
Yeah, Netherlands. Remember I said the Netherlands and it turned out. You said that it wasn't, but then it turned out it was a couple days later.
You predicted the future.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, good job.
We are properly assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're
these non-for-profit healthcare systems? And why would they keep doing it here where we have a for-profit healthcare system? Think about it, Emma. Think, why would they do that? It's the money. I'll give you a hint.
It's so funny, like, because since she's so socialist minded, if there's any other situation where she could blame the profit motive for something,
oh, she would all the way.
Yes, she's gonna 100% jump on it. But you know, if it doesn't fit nicely in with her politics, suddenly, oh, well, that can't be the situation.
I mean, I would argue the reason why they're less blinkered on the affirmative care model in these places that have socialized healthcare is because of that. There is no profit motive to get in the way. Like, we're literally hurting children. Maybe we should stop this.
I mean, you listed Sweden and Finland. They've just elected far-right governments, but...
And then the answer is they've elected far-right governments, Sitch. That's why.
Yeah, obviously.
That are against trans people.
I mean,
but anyway, like, again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about
we
music
should talk
or
about
whatever,
ending child poverty. I mean, it's funny. You should talk about ending child poverty.
But you could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more on it, and then we would focus on it.
Because, like,
what we try to do
when are we going
is
to be like, for no reason, let's just
time,
make a universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old.
Oh, so I pulled the numbers. I guess I should have done this when Brianna was here. So it's really weird. So from 2020 to 2021, the rate of diagnosis for gender dysphoria doubled from 24,000 to 42,000.
42,000? That's a huge number.
Right. Well, it's weird that it doubled because like every year was going up by like 3,000 or 4,000, and then for some reason 2021, like maybe because of COVID, people were in lockdown. They're like, I'm in lockdown. Time to transition. Like, I don't know, but in 2021. The number doubled from 24 to 42,000 in terms of diagnosis.
What is that number? Someone that has gender dysphoria or someone that has...
Someone diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Someone from between the ages of 6 to 17 diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Wow. So children with gender dysphoria.
Yes.
That's crazy.
How
many children are there?
But then, so from that, it says, well, it depends if you look at the total. So the total number of people between the 6 to 17-year-olds between the in a 5-year period that are on puberty blockers right now is 5,000, according to some study.
Okay.
But then this is completely different though. But the number of kids that are on hormone treatment of the same age is 14,000.
Wow.
So
cross-sex hormones?
Yes. And so maybe this is the issue that
that's
if
under
you just,
18 though. You said up
under
to
18,
17,
yes,
yeah.
right. So maybe that's the issue that when we're having a conversation with Brianna, she's just looking at puberty blockers, which is significantly lower, but the cross-sex hormone numbers are significantly higher. So
14,000 you said?
Yeah.
5,000 puberty blockers?
And 14,000 on cross-sex hormones.
Okay.
So this is according to Reuters.
Case a hoax, a political hoax.
The
if you want
political
to
maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah.
Sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point. You can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
You
your
specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth. So it's weird that you don't.
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me, and I'll respond to it. Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be mandated, should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level, and that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have
Well, that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So I'm not really interested in process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to, again, the differences that we clearly have here. I don't...
This is the problem, and like, and I understand, like, so Brianna is like very single-mindedly focused on like outcome and political process because that's kind of the world that she's swimming in currently,
right?
Or swam in. And the thing is, like, so if Tim gives this answer, or like he says, this is like, you ask my position on something, and this is what I tell you ideally I would like to happen, right? Like, if Emma was being intelligent, I guess I would say here, in terms of intelligent, in terms of communicating, like if Brianna was in this conversation, she would have done like light years better, obviously. You know, she would have a completely normal, I think, good conversation with Tim. And she would have said like, oh, well, I assume she would say something like, oh, well, I understand your position, but if your position isn't possible through policy, should we do something else to get policy done, X, Y, Z, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you can ask that question without kind of like attacking Tim the way that Emma's attacking. Like, she's just so like, everything has to be an attack.
Yeah, it's condescending. It's like, you have a position that is not remotely even plausible because it can't be done unless we do filibuster reform, which that seems like a total dodge.
Well, but yeah, exactly. The thing is, you can
engage with the position,
right. But you can even say like that could even be true, but you can still frame it in some way without like trying to attack him like he's trying to hide his power level or something.
Right.
Don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that we have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right. Yeah, I think
even the framing of they answer right-wing lies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are the right-wing lies? I feel like what they're responding to are generally like straw man arguments of the right wing.
You're talking about Emma and Sam?
Yeah.
Right.
She's like, our show is designed, like, she even the framing of it, right wingers are all liars, okay? And we have to come out here and fact check all the lies that they spew. Is that?
I mean, I'm sure you can find people on the right lying, saying things that are not true, and hyperfixate on it. But I'm sure it's also a combination of finding people on the right saying things that are not true, and also finding people on the right that they straw man and kind of twist their position to make it not true, or misunderstand their position to make it not true. Because I think a lot of this is completely unintentional.
Well, I guess our show is kind of designed to expose the misinterpretations of various political factions rather. So I mean, we're kind of in the same boat, but I don't think of it as lies. Like, I don't think they're necessarily lying. They don't understand the opposite. They don't understand their opposition's positions.
Yeah, I agree.
At first, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation, because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous. But however, Since then, I've looked at it and said, it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, you know, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks.
Yeah.
99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like...
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay. The one that we...
Oh my God, did you hear that?
Yeah, why would he say that?
Tim's in favor of incest, everybody.
Well, he's letting them have an abortion.
No, I'm just joking. But no, okay. Emma's argument is, first of all, I'm sick of this argument. This affects such a small number of people, so it's not a big deal. It's like, well, wait a minute. Trans suicide affects a small number of people, okay? Some small percentage of the population, right?
Yeah.
But you want to have all this, legislation. You want to have all of society has to change basically to try to prevent the trans people from killing themselves, which is a very small percentage of the population. So you don't get to make this argument that, like, well, if it's some small percentage, no one has to, regulate on it, right? That's insane. That's a stupid argument.
Well, I think it works against them too, because if it's such a small number of people, why are you so opposed to
changing it?
Yeah.
Or codifying. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the number two thing is, like, yeah, none of this, that's not an argument in favor of why then should you say, well, yeah, just make it a medical exception if it's such a small number of things, right?
Yeah.
And number three, when we looked up this on stream, this is like when I looked this up, I found, and I didn't do like a whole bunch of research, but it seemed like they were saying that this whole thing about like the number of people that get abortions in the third trimester for medical reasons is all estimated. They don't actually know, because generally when it's done, they don't like keep records. A lot of these places don't keep records for the reason for the abortion in the first place.
Which is just crazy.
Right. So the claim that all these third trimester abortions are happening primarily for medical reasons, I don't think that's sourced or corroborated. I think it's just kind of like a legend, an urban legend.
Right.
So, and also it gets back into what Brianna's always harping about, which is compromise.
Right.
You have to compromise the situation.
As someone has a moderate position on abortion, I would love to just stop talking about this for like the rest of my life.
I know. Did you hear, it's funny, I listened to a little chunk, not the whole thing, because I don't really care about abortion conversation. I listened to a tiny chunk of Destiny's abortion conversation.
I saw the clip going around.
Yeah, not that clip,
which was just insane. But
that clip was a bad clip. But he adopted my position.
The cognitive
consciousness, yeah.
Consciousness. Well, I mean, that's just a great position.
There you go.
So of course people are going to adopt great positions. Yep. You can't trademark these positions.
Now I know he argued it significantly better than I can argue.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Nice.
Spoke about earlier. Okay, I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff.
But if his position is he's okay with abortion in the first, 12 to 20 weeks, then you don't need the rape or incest, because a woman can get an abortion for any reason within that period of time. So this is why she even bring this up.
Well, no, I guess you still have rape beyond that period. Well, actually, I guess you wouldn't have rape beyond that period.
Yeah,
right?
if the look, the woman can get an abortion for any reason in the first 12 weeks. Okay. You don't need the rape or incest. And I think that's why Tim is saying I'm not in favor of those exceptions because you don't need them.
He's in favor of rape. He just said he wasn't in favor of the incest one, I think.
Right.
And that's what he just said the incest one. He didn't say anything about the rape one.
But I think the reason he can say that, and it sounds terrible, and I would have never said that because it just sounds horrible. Like, of course, you care about rape and incest exceptions. What are you, a monster?
I understand, but he just said incest. So I don't know if he has. I've never heard his argument about this. I don't know if he has a specific argument against rape, but not incest.
You can say
I haven't heard anyone make that argument. So
look, you can say I'm pro-choice. I'm in favor of abortion in the first trimester. Right. Therefore, the rape and incest exceptions are irrelevant because a woman can go and get an abortion in the first trimester for any reason.
Well, yeah, but you'd say, do those exceptions carry over to the second trimester or third trimester? Right. That'd be the next part of the conversation.
Right, but okay, no.
Okay. I mean, I'm in favor of the consciousness.
Look, if you can't, if you've
been part of the second trimester, it's like what, 20 to 22 weeks or something.
I guess there could be situations though, if it's like an incest situation and it's like a young girl who doesn't want to, is just in denial about the fact that she's pregnant. I mean, you could get a situation where she's in the second trimester and she hasn't told anyone.
Right.
So I guess you do need carve-outs for that because that's horrendous. That's
right.
like horrifying.
It is.
Yeah. Why is life so complicated, Sitch?
It's complicated.
I just want it to be easy.
So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own health care. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with
same thing with abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no. I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially created the viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion broadly, and doctors can make a decision.
Why doctors? Why can doctors just be murderers? Why do they get to choose? That's such nonsense. Would you say police get to choose? Well, I think police should be able to choose if people commit a crime or not. No.
Wait. Well.
No, fuck you.
I
don't want the police choosing.
We're talking about abortion. We're not talking about trans. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
Real quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I would never want to overturn something to go backwards and then bring it up to the legislature where we have crazies and Republican nut jobs in the Senate, and there's a filibuster that doesn't provide us with the ability to codify it.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This is inaccurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level up to the second trimester for elective abortions, and then afterwards it was up to the states. So like
so it's even.
Colorado could have extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo did this before. So like just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading what was the guy's name? He wrote about 14th Amendment kicks in upon viability. And then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things, and there's questions around that.
Colorado may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so before. It's because Roe versus Wade says at this point, the states have no issue. It's a constitutional issue. And then third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision, they're like, it's a states' rights issue. Because, the Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, like the reality is I don't you've been perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and wrong, like the hoax statement about
that wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong. It was completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually inaccurate.
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible deniability about it.
But specifically what I said was, and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if like I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But I said, yeah, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
How about the fact that you called the
grooming event
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But he did watch your show.
Like this is
so
like
you're saying he watched an episode?
Smear.
Sure, but do you understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted
That
about
one.
it.
Who was that one guy who
why
watched
do you
Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Ooh.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, we finally got to it, Sitch. Look, I've been dying to ask you as soon as I saw this.
Yes.
Like, what is the proper response to this? Because sooner or later, someone's going to pull this garbage with us, and I'm going to, like, without thinking about it ahead of time, I'm going to go the Tim Pool route. Just complete scorched earth. I'm going to make sure this person wishes that they were never born. But that's not the right response.
Right. Well, for me, it's easy. Because I get to throw the Jew card at them.
Well, yeah, okay, but you have the immunity idol. But
I have the immunity idol, yeah.
I still,
Right. I don't think we have a. I mean, you can have a real response. Which I mean, I understand that you want to eviscerate them. Like the real response is, I don't think there's that many. I know there's some. There's not that many people that advocate for ethnostates that watch us regularly, and I think we do a decent job purging most of those people.
Well, even the thing, but I'm conflicted on this because
Right.
I
But you're saying is it even should even warrant like a real response? Because obviously they're trying to do something devious, and by asking that question,
it's bad faith all the way. They're trying to say, listen, your content appeals to neo-Nazis.
Right.
They're basically trying to say you're producing content that is going to make neo-Nazis happy.
Yeah.
Which first of all, if we have neo-Nazis in our audience, I'm literally conflicted about purging them because I would like to convince them to become more moderate, to be on a more moderate path. And I do think Tim Pool falls into the same category. Like, I don't think Tim Pool is making content for neo-Nazis. I think it's a smear.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't heard him say anything like racist.
Yeah, me
like
neither.
that I would even consider to be even remotely racist that I can think of. I mean, Tim, I think, has a lot of takes I completely disagree with and I think are stupid, but I don't. The racism accusation is really far out. So
yeah,
but you're saying, but I don't know what is. Well, let's see what Tim's response is before we say.
Tim's response is scorched earth, which I mean, Tim pivots to whataboutism, which is other repugnant people have watched your show. I mean, you can do that. You can say, listen, I'm sure.
I don't know if it's a whataboutism, because the logic, what you're saying is, you're trying to say like, okay, first of all, we don't even know who even knows if this is true, number one, and then number two, you have to point to something specific, right? Because otherwise, there's probably horrible people that watch any content creator that has a large following.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Right. Like if Tim says, well, why do pedophiles watch the Majority Report?
Right.
Like,
she's going to pivot to the Catholic Church. She's going to say, listen, there's all these pedos in the Catholic Church. They watch Ben Shapiro. They watch PragerU.
Right.
That's what she's going to say.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. So you're saying, you're fine with pedos watching your content as long as they're watching right-wing content too? Is that what you're saying?
I guess you're right. Yeah, that's not really a good tact.
Right.
I just this seems so bad faith and such just like a reputational.
Well, it is.
Yeah, this is why Tim gets so angry about this. And I do think, like you said, like you were telling Brianna, his audience feels justified in him getting angry because she's literally attacking the audience. She's saying, you guys are hanging out with a bunch of neo-Nazis, which I doubt they're down with that.
Right. Well, and also, and I disagree, and I didn't think about it till just now. Brianna was ascribing intent to piss Tim off. I don't think that's true, because when he does get pissed off, Emma's tone and energy changes.
Does she know she's crossed the line?
Right, but she actually seems like she's trying to, like, she seems like worried, like maybe I shouldn't be going down this pathway. Like, it's not like she's just trolling him, trying to rile him up. Because then if that was the case, she would have just kept leaning into it. Now she does say like, oh, you know, I didn't think you're mad or whatever. But she also seems kind of like more timid after that part of the conversation.
Yeah, because
like she doesn't know exactly what she wants to do, you know, in the situation.
Sitch, you have to read The Murder Next Door.
I will.
Because she seems like intuitively she thinks, wow, I might get killed in this situation.
I don't know if it's that.
I might
maybe on an
actually
emotional level or something.
No, I do feel like there's this emotional exchange definitely touches on that.
Right.
Like she has a little bit of that. Oh my God, Tim is terrifying right now.
Right. Well, and there's another element to this too, which is that it's very hypocritical for the left to be basically giving themselves hand jobs over this, because it's like, I thought the whole contention of the left was that they want to destroy toxic masculinity and they want to promote feminism. And a big part of that is, you know, toxic masculinity is the idea that like men have to be stoic all the time and can't be emotional.
Right.
And so it's like, well, aren't you just laying into that stereotype because you're basically celebrating a win that Tim got emotional in a conversation?
It's a different type of emotion. The emotion they want to promote is crying.
Well, no, it's not. It's not just that, because Brianna even said in the conversation, she's like, you know, oh, they always criticize, like in her mind, the reason she views this as a win is because she feels like they, being the right, always make fun of a woman if a woman gets emotional in a conversation with a man, right? So now she's like, oh, now the shoe's on the other foot. Now, obviously, me not being a woman and not viewing interactions in these kind of group levels did not interpret it that way,
right,
whatsoever. I just viewed it from an individual reaction where she did something that I think was dishonest and crossing the line and inappropriate, and Tim gets rightfully mad about.
Yeah, totally. I just got to think about it, ruminate on it. I'm not sure what the proper response is. I do think the proper response is to maintain your composure, to stay calm, cool, and collected. I think Tim would have been better off doing that. But also, thinking about a response ahead of time, I think,
will help, because you'll be prepared. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So you can tell.
I'll tell you. Right.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you what the proper response is, and I'm not good at this. Okay, so I'm not saying this is. I should be good at this. I should learn to be good at this. The proper response for Tim in this situation, and for anyone, including myself, when you're in this situation like this, is instead of getting mad, to become dismissively, bitingly,
oh yeah, that's good,
sarcastic.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily sarcastic, but just become like very dismissive and biting and like just trying to be funny and insulting towards the person.
Yeah.
That's the number one thing you should do in this situation.
That is the move.
That's the move. Now, it's very difficult because you have to have the control to be like, okay, you know that scene in like Sherlock Holmes where he's fighting the guy and then the guy, like, was he spit at him or he throws sand in his eye? He does something to Sherlock Holmes and he's like, this mustn't register on an emotional level. Like, you have to have that moment where you pause and you tell yourself this mustn't register on an emotional level, and then try to get your cognition back into the process.
Yeah, you got to maintain your cognitive state. Yeah.
Yeah, which is very difficult.
Well, being prepared will be helpful. You just have to pair that. I agree with you. That is the performance. You want to come off as though what you've said is completely ridiculous and nobody would take this seriously. That will communicate to the audience a lot.
Well, yeah. So that's, you want that, number one. And then number two, since everyone is always going to be like, ha ha ha, Tim got triggered, right? You want to frame it like, oh, instead of him getting triggered, it's like, oh, he just became an asshole in a funny way. And then it was rightfully deserved.
Right.
Like that's the move. That's the quote move, right?
But I would
like
just
to have the best case scenario.
I would just want to pair that performance with an actual argument about why this is just such a ridiculous and unfair.
I don't think you want an
smear.
argument. I think you don't want an argument. You want a retort. You want a retort.
I want an argument. I want an argument. Why? Like I just it's
right.
For me it's a little bit along the lines of like Hitler drank water and therefore you drink water, so you're like Hitler.
Well, it depends on the situation. Like,
Neo-Nazis watch television. I mean,
no. I understand that. I'm saying like, if Tim was out here and all he talked about was black crime.
Yeah, well then she would have an argument.
Right? And you're like, that's really weird. That's all he talks about is black crime statistics.
Right.
And he also talks about how like slavery maybe wasn't so bad.
Right.
He also talks about like
we know why the neo-Nazis are watching Quackademic Asian.
Right, like like if all like he's saying, and he starts talking about like how like well they're I think race is real and should be categorized differently. Like if he's like making all these like arguments and then she makes her comment, you're like, okay, that's fair, right? Like even if he's gonna say I'm not in favor of this, right? You're like, well, why is this all he talks about? But obviously with Tim that doesn't apply because to my knowledge he doesn't talk about any of these fucking things.
Of course.
And this is a completely wild accusation.
It is a wild accusation. That's why it's out of line.
Right.
So, but the reason why I thought about it was because, like, obviously we've had some people who are probably a bit racist in our audience. Sure. But I'm always apprehensive about chasing them off because I think I would rather convince them.
Change their mind.
Yeah, totally. Like, look, being a racist, your entire life is not going to lead down a path that's going to be helpful to you in the future.
Sure.
I firmly believe that. So I just think you're doing yourself a disservice. Even look, I think a lot of the leftists are racist, just in the opposite direction. They're racist against whites. And I don't think that's healthy either.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's my take. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical.
See that big breath he took? Like he is super steamed.
Of course. Yeah.
He took like a big inhale really quick. You can tell and she caught that. She's like, holy shit. He's got a fucking katana right behind him.
And a pistol from the 1800s.
Exactly. Look, this is a picture she's seeing. She's like, this is what he talks about in The Murder Next Door. He has these what are they, like interviews? What do they call those? We have these testimonials from people who are talking about they were in situations where they realized like logic has left this person. Like I could literally die because just this situation, I'm fucked.
Or you're just really that stupid.
Oh, man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the majority report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows, feel free to do it. And I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe.
See, we're not drifting into arguments here. We're drifting into personal attacks.
Well, but
that's why I'm saying you gotta have an argument.
I don't think it's worth an argument.
So you just dismiss it and move on?
I think in the ideal thing, if you're going to be like the most ultra Chad possible, you mock the idea and then you mock them for even bringing it up.
You just say that's ridiculous. What do you say?
I don't have a prepared, proper, funny retort, but you'd have a funny comment to fire away at them and to basically insult them and mock them at the same time. Right. So
ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can cry.
Afraid of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis? Which it clearly doesn't. Your show. Because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No, you say that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay.
You know who doesn't give a fuck if their positions seem moderate? Neo-Nazis. Neo-Nazis don't need the fucking smokescreen, okay?
Right.
That's why this is a ridiculous argument here. The neo-Nazis are not going to Tim Pool and going, God, I love Tim Pool because he really hides the fact that we're neo-Nazis. They don't do that. They want...
Yeah,
go
I agree.
ahead.
Well, no, so this argument, and we hear this is like the common argument that gets thrown at Tim. It's a complete ass pull. It's a complete argument that's worked out backwards because they don't understand how Tim can say he's a moderate or say he's not right wing and then talk about the things that he talks about and emphasize things that he talks about. And so since they don't understand that and they don't want to like look at it in any sort of unemotional way, they craft this narrative to basically suit their worldview, even though it doesn't really make sense at all.
Right.
As you said, because obviously like extremists don't need the smokescreen of Tim Pool to make them feel like their views are more moderate. You know, it's like like that there's a situation with Kanye, right? Like Kanye left Tim Pool, walked off Tim Pool because Tim Pool had to challenge him for being like anti-Semitic or racist or I forget exactly what he said, right? But he was challenging him on something like of being anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah.
And that's what got Kanye to walk off.
Yeah, you didn't just buy his bullshit hook, line, and sinker.
Right. And so
who did buy his bullshit hook, line, and sinker? And who openly talks about hiding the fact that they're have some radical positions on race?
Nick.
Nick? Exactly.
Right. And I mean, and I understand why Tim's like extra mad. And I sympathize because he's like, I invite this person onto my show. We're having a conversation. She's been attacking me the whole time. And then she basically does the equivalent of like dropping a nuke on the conversation.
Totally.
So.
Yeah, this is like so unfair.
Of course. Which is why it's, it's unfortunate because when I was watching this conversation for the first time, I'm like, I'm so on Tim's side here. And then 15 minutes later, Tim shits himself.
Oh, on the Burisma stuff. I know.
I know. I was like, no, what the fuck is happening?
Look, he can have different positions on that. The thing that I think is unfair about this is like being called. Oh no, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying I'm just expressing my emotional state watching this. Right. So obviously one of these things doesn't justify the other thing or anything like that. But. Being accused of racism in our society.
Yes.
Is kind of the equivalent in the mainstream is the equivalent of being called a pedophile or a rapist or any
well, I mean, it's not it's not like that level. It's not a good accusation, obviously, but
I mean, it is potentially career ending in the same way that those other.
Well, I think for someone like Tim specifically, right?
Yeah,
he
of course.
has a massive show, a massive audience. He has Media Matters gunning for him, especially when he's been very clear. From my example, I haven't seen him do or say anything again that's remotely racist. I don't even know what this is. I don't know what she's drawing from.
I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't
either.
I wouldn't think. I mean, I wouldn't think Tim Pool is secretly racist. Like I've seen absolutely nothing to give me that impression. So
yes.
Yeah,
let's continue.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying, like, if she came out and called him a rapist, you'd get fucking obviously pissed.
Sure.
Okay, let's say for
so you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you said you thought it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
so you don't know what I said? Where did you hear that?
Yes, I do. I listened to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
To react to what? Like, okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with,
come up with original thoughts. Come on.
It is my original thought.
So
no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
Do you know anything about the screenshots or anything?
I do. I know exactly what.
Okay, go ahead. What is?
Well, no, but I just want to point out, you know, Emma's
about?
demeanor. Do you see how how more diminutive?
Oh yeah,
she's become after she, you know, triggered him on purpose.
Yeah, she saw that sword. That sword is well placed, Tim. Good job.
Yeah, but no. So there was the guy with the swastikas, who was Hispanic, or Latinx, or whatever you want to call it.
Oh my, for real?
Yeah, it was that guy, and I do think there's criticism to levy at Tim here. It's not her criticism. The criticism was, if you remember, after the shooting, some journalists claimed that they found this guy had a social media page on some, I think like some Russian site or something, and it had some, you know, racist stuff on it, and it had some screenshots of time codes. It was like a screen grab of when Elijah Schaffer was on Tim Pool's show.
Okay.
And I think Sean brings it up here, and he says they're not even links; they're just screenshots. And so why would anyone do that except, you know, presumably they want to go back to the time code or something, right? Because why else would you do that? And it was only like from one specific episode. It wasn't like he had like a whole catalog of Tim stuff. And at the time, people were attacking Tim. Obviously, they're like, "Oh my God, you know, did Tim inspire the shooter?" Right? Like all the really bad faith people.
Of course.
Yeah. Now Tim did something which because of the situation he's in, I give him a lot of leeway. Which is that, you know, he jumped out and immediately was saying that he thought that the screenshots were fake, or that not the screenshots were fake, that that he thought the account was a psyop.
Because a lot of people were saying that because it was some Russian, some Russian.
Right. But he was basically just like declaring the account a psyop and saying it was fake. Now, I think that's, on one hand, I think it's very irresponsible, especially from a news person. You can't just make these declarations that everything's a fucking psyop. However, because people were using it to wrongly try to associate him with a shooting, which is like a death sentence for someone in Tim's position, I give him a lot of emotional understanding and leeway for why he was basically...
He's trying to save his business.
Right, for why he was basically so quick to label it a psyop, when it turned out obviously it wasn't a psyop, it was real. So I'm not going to give him too much of shit for doing that. But it was very dishonest for Emma or anyone to claim that this guy was like inspired by Tim, or that he has neo-Nazis in his audience because of this, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I disagree.
Yeah, so you disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
come on.
The claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience. And there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some
specific
guy...
to obscure.
She's using your strategy, Sitch, the one that you just laid out.
What?
To be flippant and condescending and...
Well, no, she's not, because she laughed, but she's going to make an actual argument. It's a stupid argument.
Oh, okay.
But listen.
Some guy posted one thing one time, and that's
4 screenshots on his phone from
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You
posted one thing one time.
See, because what she's trying to say is like, it's a bullshit argument. But you're right that, you know, her laughing and seeming to not be angry does help her optically, and that's part of why these clips could go out on the left, and all the left people could go, "Oh, she triggered him. Good job. Oh my God." Right.
Well, she is doing the thing that you said to do optically. So she is doing.
Well, not being angry. Yes, she's doing that element of it.
I mean, I gotta give her credit for this.
Right.
It's horrible and insidious, but
I guess. But
well, she's using it for evil, obviously.
Right. But no, she was trying to say that Tim is just asking for specifics to obscure the broader point. It's like, well, wait a minute. No, You literally accused a guy, a shooter, of liking Tim Pool's content. Okay. It's totally fair for Tim to then say, well, you need to be very specific and tell me if you actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what were those clips?
Right. You levied a pretty hammer accusation against Tim Pool, said like a shooter liked your content, which is essentially saying a shooter was inspired by your content, right? Like that's what that translates into.
Of course, yeah.
So
you want to know what the clips are of?
Sure.
Are they Tim Pool's movie review of The Flash? I mean,
man, that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down. And one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer. And like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
Look, she's not even interested. Look.
I know.
I'm dying. Right. I'm dying to know. Sean ran it down. Tell us, Sean. I would be asking him, give me every detail.
Right. But she doesn't care. That's not the point.
Which is just, this is so bad faith. It's so bad faith. Like nobody.
Well, right.
Go ahead.
Well, no, she said that Tim said that the attack was a false flag, which I'm not familiar if that's the case. And I'm not familiar if he said that before. She sounded like she's saying that Tim said the shooting was a false flag. Which I think if Tim said that, that's very irresponsible.
He didn't say that.
If he did, yeah. That's what Emma's claiming, he said. And then she said that he laughed about it, which I'm not familiar with that, or thought it was funny or something. So I don't trust Emma's, I don't trust anything Emma, says about anything.
Unreliable protagonist right here.
Right.
Yeah.
So
this is worse than Fight Club here.
Yeah.
She's got a friend named Tyler Durden.
I think that
people
someone told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Let Sean talk. I want to know what Elijah Schaffer said. God damn it. Oh my God.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab
well, and to interrupt Sean again, because that's what everyone's doing. And I understand Tim's upset, and I don't think he meant it in a gendered way, but it's unfortunate that was his vector of attack, because then she gets to do the gendered defense. You're just a sexist. You're saying a woman can't have her own thoughts.
Okay.
Because he keeps saying, I think a man, he's not saying this, but he's saying, I think someone told you to say that. And he brought up Sam as an example. And she said, well, you're just saying that because of my gender.
There is a 90% chance that is an accurate assessment of the situation, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. Right, but it's just saying like you have to be aware of all this. Obviously, it's very difficult. Of course, a very angry and emotional moment. I'm not blaming Tim for doing it. I'm just
the optics
situation.
Game. Yeah.
Right.
No, I get you on the sexism, but look, if Sam was a woman, it would be the same thing. She'd just be taking advice from a woman. So it's not a.
Well, I think it was more like what I think probably happened was she's like, oh, I'm going to go on Tim Pool, and she has people that like get her information, and she's like, go dig me up all the dirt I can like attack Tim Pool with, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what probably happened.
She probably had an hour-long call with Sam Seder about what you're gonna say,
or Matt, probably, really.
Binder,
yeah,
maybe.
So I feel like Sam's got other things to do.
Do YouTube?
What, are you kidding me? Look, she called in immediately after she left. The reason why she got in the car so fast was because I got to call Sam. Oh, my God.
Was it the same day?
Yes.
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't realize it was the same day.
She's on the phone with him 15 minutes after she left.
That's so funny.
Clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So, like, when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead. So he can't tell us. But like, I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get.
Why just comment, Sean? You can comment with a time code, and then when you go back to the video, you can just click on the time code in your comment. Screen grab in your phone. That sounds like a lot of work. Jeez.
Maybe he didn't have a YouTube account. Did you ever consider that?
Oh, you're right. He had this like Russian social media. He got his YouTube nixed because he couldn't stop using the N-word in the comments section.
There you go.
Jeez.
Get it, but look, man, this is the majority report. This
but
why,
it is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose.
And
without
it's
running
not a
down the
political
content.
statement. It's not a political argument.
fact.
You're like, he
Argues
watched
nothing.
an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
There was that one guy who posted Sam Seder a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Seder so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a
talk
qualitative
about Sam
difference.
Seder being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to.
I mean, I want to know why she is okay with porn being shown to children, though. I think that's a good question.
Right. True.
I don't think that's
Upset
a good
you.
position.
Is the shooting he talking about?
This is
real, or
exactly
is he
why
just saying-
Sam.
What's the shooting he's talking about?
I don't know. I don't know what this shooting is. Oh, Gavin Long was the guy that watched the Young Turks. He was the cop shooter.
Right. He's talking about the Dayton shooting, 2019.
I'm not sure, but Young Turks evidently inspired some anti-cop shooter. Yeah.
Right.
Is not welcome on my show, but it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business, but I absolutely love how the response is. They're scared of.
So in 2019, there's a shooting. 9 people were killed. This was at a bar, and it says the guy's name was Connor Betts, and he made online references describing himself as a leftist and Antifa sympathizer. And he was a known supporter of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Sounds like a white supremacist.
So yeah, I didn't know that guy had. Well, I mean, I'm curious. I don't know if Tim is being specific. If that guy had Sam Seder stuff or not, but hit it up.
All right, here, I'll do that.
Sam, it's like, no, Tim. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you ever? Okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, how about
nobody cares about Dave Rubin? Tell him, Tim.
you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you?
What's up, Sitch? This is so good.
I know. Well, it's
CT,
funny because
clip this out.
You can tell that it's funny. This clip has been thrown for Emma, like getting the big win here. But when someone says this is why you can't get invited to like important places, and they timidly say, "I don't care about being invited to places," You're like, really? Really? Yeah. You don't care? Okay. Like when she said that, I was like, nah, she cares, right?
She totally cares.
Yeah.
Look, she's stoked she's on Tim Pool.
Yes.
This is a big invite for her. Are you kidding me?
Like, just listen to this again.
I don't really care.
Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places.
Your show's for
because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go.
Do you hear her voice kind of just drops off before she finishes talking? So.
I don't really care about being invited places.
Like, all right, sure, all right, okay.
Oh yeah.
Live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever covered
what upsets
the Gavin?
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like, What you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is the one that's free.
For neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
The first hour of our program will usually
that guy's
have
name?
Social Security and Medicare
I can't remember that
like
guy's
kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh, no, that's funny. He was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was hilarious. He first of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like...
I don't know. Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him off.
That's the saddest thing I learned in this conversation.
Is it that the creator of Bob's Burgers is his best friend and he kicked him off the show?
Oh wait, who is the creator? I'm thinking of the voice actor who I love, John Benjamin, who's Archer.
Oh, you're right. That's why it's sad. He's best friends with Archer. Oh, that stings.
Oh no, okay, he's not the creator. Okay, never mind. I know. Well, never mind. No, because it's weird. Because John Benjamin, who I love, because his voice is so funny, and I love Archer. He was like, I think, one of the first, if not the first people to do a video for the GRIFTER Institute.
Oh, that hurts.
And I was like, Archer, no!
That hurts. That totally hurts.
Ah, so sad.
That's so cool, Archer voice saying, and this is the GRIFTER Institute.
Yeah.
Painful. Oh, stab in the heart.
Well, they were removing his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and Gavin Long, who was the Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turk's videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos; they're available online. And he shot 4 cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say. No, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone. Big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in New York.
What about the guy in Dallas?
They're trying to bury the trans mass shooters manifesto for this reason. So, I mean, it's completely justified. It's like, yeah, we want to say mass shooters are inspired by all of you guys, but when a mass shooter is inspired by us, oh, whoopsie. Let's just not talk about that.
I will say I am happy. I'm assuming, I don't know if this is true. Okay. I'm assuming that Tim doing his whoopsie is a reference to the guy in Mortal Kombat saying toasty, but it's often misheard as saying whoopsie, which I misheard for like most of my life. Yeah. I always thought he said whoopsie because that's what it sounds like he's saying. But he's actually saying toasty.
I really liked his. We should clip it out. Yourself for neo-Nazis. Yourself for neo-Nazis.
That was pretty good.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Remember him?
That was a different shoot.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just. But
what is this? Full retreat. Look at this.
That's like the fake. That's like the.
Oh, you think it's
not
fake?
actually sorry? Of course. Well, listen. No one says I'm sorry I triggered you. They're actually sorry, right?
Oh, okay. I guess you're right.
Yeah. They would say, "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't mean to offend you," or something. They would say, "I'm sorry I triggered you."
Look, I thought.
That's why I look at Tim's face. He's like,
I thought she's thinking, oh, Sam is going to be so mad at me now. He's not going to get invited on the show.
Well, it's interesting. She said in her conversation with Sam afterwards, she said she went on there thinking she would never be invited back.
Right. Oh, so she set this up.
Yeah. So she went on there with the mentality of like burning the bridge.
right
in the first place.
Right.
But I'm just curious where your standards are. Like, have you gone after the hosts on the Young Turks for that
harvesting, clip farming? Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, okay, your demeanor changes before the show to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, geez.
Well, I mean,
I get it. You guys are going to make clips. You guys are lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to
you
want
to talk about the merits of policy?
Tone, so maybe that it calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So
well, but she's being so. This is so performative, and this is what's. I mean, I know if you hate Tim Pool, you're like, oh, you're so happy about this performance, but it's so performative. Like, I would love to talk about policy. That's why every time we talk about policy, I change the subject, right?
Right,
or
of course.
I accuse neo-Nazis of liking your show, or I'm trying to calm you down by asking you if you're triggered. like, okay, give me a break.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all performance.
You don't think she's the least bit intimidated by how mad?
No, I think she was at first. I think that has worn off, and now she's just being a troll.
Oh, okay. I get a different read. I feel like she's legitimately scared.
I think when he first got upset at her, her elephant reaction was to become to back off.
Right.
But I think that has worn off.
Right.
And now she's just trying to keep it going.
Okay. Maybe so.
Continue, Sean.
Yeah, so if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like, he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, I'm going to step up because I'm the real one.
I've never heard of this. So
that's interesting that you never heard of that.
Well, so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do with
I might be underestimating. Because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure, so I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
This is a right-wing. Is the big threat in this country right-wing terrorism? I feel like it might be shitty healthcare. Like a shitty healthcare system might be a bigger threat.
I think that's the biggest threat. And then also, I mean, we're talking about crime, which she's definitely soft on. So
oh, that's true. Yeah.
why do so many criminals like this program?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Why do so many shoplifters like your program?
Right.
Oh, because you're okay with shoplifting.
Right. Though I do think Tim handled this interaction perfectly, where he just says, you didn't answer the question. Calm voice, just ask it again,
Okay.
I would have to look into it to make a smart.
Do you feel bad that he was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Wow.
I don't know if she was there at the time. To be fair to you,
I don't think I was.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting. And even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young Turks, you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life. But so he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news organization, specifically left-wing figures.
I'll do a semi-segue. And I'll talk about, what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance.
Sitch is like, his heart just fell. As soon as he heard that word Burisma, Sitch was like, oh no.
I was like, what the fuck? He brought it up out of nowhere.
Here,
Why did he do this?
Let me segue into the Hunter Biden scandal.
Oh my God. You had me, Tim. I was so on your side.
Sitch was getting ready to make a Tim Pool fan video.
I was getting ready to join Tim Pool's website. And then, for no reason, he just brings this up.
Look, they're even over. They could have just gone into wrapped up the outro here.
I know.
Okay, here we go.
Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre-Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote-unquote left-wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo. And so I played the video for him. You know, so what
hurts?
Bring up the video.
It hurts so bad. Oh. What is a quid pro quo, Adam?
Well, it's when I do something for you because you do something for me, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so is there a difference if a country like America does a quid pro quo to another country so that that country does something that's good for America's interests?
Yeah, it's a giant difference. That's called foreign policy.
Right. And is that different than if a politician, like a president, tries to leverage a country to do something specifically to help their own personal interests?
Well, I'd say that's massively different, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So one of those is a foreign policy, and one of those is a quid pro quo.
Well, but just to steel man their argument, they would say it's a quid pro quo because there was some sort of money changing hands with Hunter Biden. Yeah.
Well, no. That wouldn't be the argument. The argument was the argument Bill Barr said, which is, well, technically they're both quid pro quos, which, yeah, technically that's true, but you know that term, quid pro quo, almost always has a negative connotation and really means something specific. It plants an image in people's mind that something is done for personal reasons, not for the reasons of the betterment of the country.
If their narrative is correct, though, it would be personal.
Yeah, of course, if the narrative was correct.
Yeah.
The narrative is not correct, or at least there's no evidence that the narrative is correct. And there's lots of evidence that the narrative is not correct.
There is evidence that Shokin was a corrupt...
Hyper, super, ultra corrupt?
Yeah. And that people wanted to get rid of him because of corruption.
And also, I didn't know this until yesterday. And I was looking this up for like the 300th time. This is interesting. Both Victoria Newland, our good friend Victoria Newland from the phone call, and Jeffrey Piat from the phone call, both made public statements to the public and to Congress before Joe Biden said anything that should be American policy to overhaul the Ukrainian Justice Department or Attorney General's office and to fire Shokin.
And to fire Shokin. I know that,
Yes,
yeah.
Right.
They had marches in the streets. The people wanted.
I know.
The Ukrainian people wanted him fired.
I know.
Yeah. The thing is, both could be true. Hunter Biden could be.
He could have been benefiting from it. Yeah, sure.
He could have been benefiting from corruption, and also Victor Shokin is corrupt, and also because they wanted to get rid of him and he was in danger of losing his job. He was investigating Hunter Biden because they were going after his place of employment, basically.
Well, no, yeah. So, but it could be true that Shokin was super corrupt. B, that Hunter Biden was super corrupt and also would benefit Burisma if he was fired. And C, that for completely unrelated reasons, it was American foreign policy that Shokin should be fired.
Correct. Yeah. I think that probably is the case.
Well, I don't know if it's true, and I've never seen anyone provide compelling evidence of this, that it actually was within Burisma's that Burisma wanted Shokin fired.
Yeah, that's
because Tim's going to bring up in this conversation where he says, well, Shokin was investigating Burisma and the guy who's head of Burisma fled the country. Right?
Well, I mean, they hired Hunter Biden for corrupt reasons.
Well, no, yeah, obviously. Right.
Yeah.
That's what others said. Right. So, but Tim brings up like, oh, they were, Shokin was investigating Burisma and the head of Burisma fled the country. What Tim doesn't realize is that happened after Victoria Nuland, George Piat, and Joe Biden very publicly, because this was publicly known at the time that Joe Biden said that told the president that they should fire Shokin. Okay.
Right.
So after Joe Biden publicly is known to tell the president to go fire Shokin, and the president is talking to Shokin about firing him and him turning his letter of resignation, suddenly then he decides, hey, I should go hard on Burisma, you know, that company that Joe Biden's son is on the board.
Yeah, it seems like it's payback.
Yes, it seems very retaliatory. So,
what's troublesome is,
what are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden.
You think we could have this conversation with Emma? Sis? I'm not sure we could.
Well, not with Emma.
John, totally.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
But I'm not surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
Well, it's funny. You call it the leftist echo chamber.
But see, but wait, this is. I mean, but Tim does bring up a good point here, which is it is completely insane that neither Emma or Hunter or anyone who talks about politics didn't see that clip.
Yeah.
Because that clip was like the number one, wrongly used, but was the number one defense argument for Donald Trump's actions that got him impeached the first time.
Big whataboutism clip.
So, but how do you, like, to me, and this kind of goes back when we're talking about when they're in their echo, because they're in their echo chamber, they don't have to actually engage with whatever the other arguments are. So they don't even know. They don't even know what the fuck the right-wing argument was in favor of why it should have been okay for Trump to do what he did. And what was the argument for the accusation of corruption against Joe Biden?
Yep.
And that's wild to me.
It is, yeah. Lack of curiosity, I guess.
Yes.
I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially had, or not the Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
but why are you defending Joe Biden like that? Like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well,
you know
so I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why she's so confident to say that it's gobbledygook. So I don't know how closely you've been following it. There was this. I'm assuming that's what she's talking about. Like, there's a bunch of different things that's going on. Maybe it's not what she's talking about. There's a situation where, Hunter Biden was hit with some tax evasion charge, and it was like he got hit with a very minor misdemeanor.
Yeah, I know all about it.
Yeah, and basically it was for the tax evasion and for the not registering the gun properly or with drugs or whatever the fuck that was.
Slap on the wrist.
Right, and he got a very minor misdemeanor with probation charge. And there were two people, including the IRS guy who was the person I believe who started the investigation, came out, and he came out as a whistleblower, and he's criticizing the Justice Department's handling and sentencing and all this stuff, and the plea deal, I guess, not sentencing, the plea deal that Hunter Biden took in regards to not paying his taxes. And I started reading that guy's testimony because I was very curious about the accusation. I was like, okay, let me look into this. And so it's funny because, like, when you read the beginning, he's like, listen, I'm a gay man and I'm gay married. Okay.
Really? Wow.
So you can't hit him with like,
away?
So he's like, you can't hit me with like I'm just an evil right winger, like right off the bat. But so it's funny and also annoying because I read like the first 30 pages of, it's like a 200-page fucking interview with a guy.
Wow.
So I read like the first 30 pages and I'm like, okay, I'll read the rest of this tomorrow. And I was planning, because I was assuming this was going to come up on Sunday, to like be able to read this guy and all the other guys' information to have like some kind of like well thought out, opinion on whether Hunter Biden was rightfully or wrongly charged, or whether it was nepotism or what. Because the counter argument is that the prosecutor for Delaware, I believe, the state that this was charged in, was actually a Trump appointee. That's the counter argument.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, let me look into this to see where this is going. So I'm like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to like read gonna spend all day like looking at the story. Okay.
You are tomorrow.
And then Prigozhin turns on Putin.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah.
It's like, I spent like the whole day just like, oh my God, just consuming all of the Russia Civil War story.
It was kind
for like
of,
the next 2 days.
It's kind of anticlimactic though. He ran off to Belarus and
I know
he forgave him, but I honestly think that guy's going to get assassinated in like a month or something.
Well, that's what everyone thinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know because we've been streaming all day. Before, maybe someone in the chat knows, before we started streaming, it was not confirmed whether he ever showed up in Belarus.
Really? I didn't know that. Wow.
I don't know if that has been confirmed since we started streaming for the last 12 hours, but.
So do you think he got lost or do you think he like fell in a hole?
I don't know. Who the fuck knows? I mean, you're right. The ending to this was so anticlimactic and weird. And I don't know if we should go on a whole tangent because I feel like there's a whole side conversation.
We can talk about it on Tuesday.
I'm sure we will talk about it.
Some people have reached out to me that are like, I have inside information if you want to talk.
Really?
So,
on this?
I don't know that they do have inside information.
Why would they have inside information?
Because they work in the military or intelligence agencies or whatever. I don't know.
Ask them what their information is.
I think one guy works for NATO.
Ask what their information is. I'd be curious to hear.
Well, we can invite him on Tuesday if you want.
Sure.
We're supposed to talk to Fabian Libertarian about libertarian stuff, but
exciting.
I know. Well, I feel like, I mean, I don't know exactly how you want to do it, but I feel I feel like this guy is one of these people that has kind of a listening problem.
Fabian?
Yeah, Fabian.
I'm not familiar with him at all, so I don't have any opinion on him.
Yeah. You know, you understand.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
When you talk to people and your arguments kind of just bounce right off.
Like Emma. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have Teflon. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I'll enter the conversation with good faith Gary mode and eyes wide open.
Right. Yeah.
So.
All right.
I'd love to test him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID. But he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't. But I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive.
So I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it. But I mean, Joe Biden, this is what I was talking about with Hunter Evelyn. Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from
this was stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said if you don't.
Oh, this is painful, Sitch.
Emma actually made a good point. Oh,
I know. That's why I'm fucking paying. Look, let's fast forward.
Is that why you're hurt?
Yeah, she got it right. Fuck that.
And it's funny because for 99% of this conversation, Tim would say something and it would bounce off Emma's head.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't respond. And now Emma said something and watch it literally bounce off Tim's head and he just repeats himself. He doesn't actually address what she said.
Oh no. He's not listening now. God damn it.
Fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
See, so she said that was American. He says it was quid pro quo, and she says it wasn't because that was American policy, right?
Right.
And then he just repeats himself and says it's on video, and that's illegal.
Well, the reason it's on video is because he said it at some like press conference or something in front of.
He was a conference about like U.S. policy in the foreign. In like Eastern Europe or whatever, and he was bragging about it essentially.
Because it was American foreign policy, and he knew he could brag about it.
Yes.
It wasn't like top secret stuff.
Right. Also,
like
I don't know. Well, continue.
Well, if you're doing that to get the scent thrown off your corrupt son and you know about it, you're not going to say it in that kind of environment, obviously. And you're not going to be bragging about it. You're going to be doing it secretly.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Why is it publicly known at the time that he's asking for this, and also that he was bragging about it? Like, if this is some sort of super corrupt, super secret thing, and why is it that Newland and Peter and the entire State Department they're all doing this just so that Hunter Biden can make some money? That's very unusual, right? It's got to be better ways to make money than this. But no. So, well, I don't know why Tim keeps saying this. He keeps saying it's illegal. I don't know why he's not illegal. And this actually came up in the conversation with Trump's impeachment. It's not illegal for the president or the executive office to, it was under the guidelines of, if they feel like the money will be embezzled or used for corrupt purposes, the president and the executive branch can withhold foreign aid or put restrictions on foreign aid until they feel that has been satisfied.
Right.
So it's not illegal. I don't know why I keep saying it's illegal, but the question is that they're bringing up with Trump of it being illegal is because Trump wasn't asking for, like, so with America, the reason this was foreign policy was because the argument was, we don't feel comfortable. There's a lot of background to this that people don't understand. This happened pretty shortly. No, it was shortly after. This happened after the Crimea situation, or after Russia takes Crimea. And if you recall from the extensive conversations about that, the president of Ukraine at the time, before he fled, he wanted a massive loan from the World Bank to offset Russia basically cutting off trade with Ukraine.
Right.
And the World Bank said, we're not going to give you a massive loan because we already gave you a massive loan and you never paid it off.
You never paid it back because it went in the pockets of people like Victor Shokin.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's this big idea that, like, okay, well, if you were going to give a country foreign aid or loan them money, you want to make sure that money is, number one, paid back, or number two, goes where it's supposed to go. Right. And so it was U.S. policy. And it's funny because this is what Newland and all these other people were trying to work around, was that they felt that if they give a bunch of money to Ukraine for defense purposes, because they're worried about Russia and all this other stuff, how do they know it's not going to be embezzled if they don't trust the Attorney General's office to actually go out and weed out corruption in Ukraine?
Well, this is literally the problem with the Russian military, because all the money ends up in the pockets of all the people and not actually buying equipment and ammunition and shit.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got to weed that corruption out first.
Right. So even if you don't believe it, even if you think this is all a conspiracy or whatever, you, first of all, number one, you have to actually provide some evidence that that's the case. But number two, at least from the forward face, and it's funny because, like, if you're on the right and you complain about the left doesn't understand the right's arguments, the same is true here.
Oh, that's
where all the people that were attacking Biden, none of them, and any of the conversations I ever had with them, ever even took 2 seconds to go and look up, well, wait a minute, what was the official State Department's position on the firing of Shokin in the first place? What was their stated position? You don't have to believe it, but what was their stated position in the first place? And so at least from the front-facing argument, it was, oh, the State Department is doing this and the president is doing this in order to protect against them for corruption of using the money incorrectly, which they're legally allowed to do. And with Trump, there wasn't even, he didn't even construct a facade of justification for what he was doing. It was very surface level and transparent what was going on there with, like, I want you to announce you're investigating Burisma, so I can go turn around and attack Joe Biden.
I went down the Shokin rabbit hole once for some debate or something like that. And I actually saw a video that was like Ukrainian citizens protesting outside of one of his offices.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, all of those people are trying to protect Hunter Biden's, Joe Biden's son, Hunter?
No. Those people were all part, how, like,
what?
You know how like the coup in 2014 was like a false flag by the CIA? So the CIA also false flagged, protested against Shokin.
So Joe Biden organized that protest just so to get Hunter Biden off?
Listen, when Burisma hired Hunter Biden, they got the primo package, okay? They got all the bells and whistles. They had the full disposal of the executive office at their fingertips, all for the low price of a couple $1 million.
Okay. Huh. I don't buy it, but...
You don't buy it? Okay.
No.
Okay.
The vice president is not the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loans.
No, it's not.
It's actually
this is weird. No, defending. I mean, it is.
He might. So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
well, they impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard. So it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But like you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that
Sean knows that Tim is wrong here.
I know.
And he's trying to not just flatly call Tim out here.
So good. Sean is great.
Sean's okay.
Well, he's not good when he's accusing you of being
when he's
bad-faithfully.
simping for his friends.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber.
I've read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
I'm mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
All from the New York Times and the ADL website.
This question, like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
The
Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with like U.S. Intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
So I think he's... I think his position on like being in the echo chamber for the Biden video is a completely fair point. It's kind of shocking that anyone in news media hadn't seen that video just to understand what the argument was.
I've seen it like 1,000 times on Twitter, man. That video.
I mean, I watched the entire conference. Okay, probably one of the few people that did. Yes.
No way.
I watched the entire. It's so fucking boring. Nothing of interest happens until that one part. But this other point that he's bringing up, I know he's kind of making a slightly different point, but this other point he's bringing up is like a far more like you have to be pretty deep in the rabbit hole to like understand the full argument thread chain that he's
the Gazprom conspiracy.
The Gazprom
Look,
conspiracy.
I feel like
Turkey pipeline.
I feel like it's a conspiracy. I don't know about it, but I like he's dropping enough.
I unfortunately know about. I'm not even getting into it. I remember, there's a whole. I remember watching like Glenn Beck has like this massive fucking 4-hour program where he goes into
really
this, like convoluted thing about it. Yeah. It's just
but is it something Burisma basically trying to monopolize the natural gas market? Is that where it leads?
Well, no, it's like this whole thing about like America's trying to circumvent Russian influence in the Middle East by using Burisma. The whole thing. Okay. And that how Shokin was actually trying to prevent this. Shokin was actually trying to prevent something that America wanted to use Burisma to circumvent Gazprom. It's this whole like convoluted fucking thing that it's not even worth getting into, honestly. But
okay, go ahead.
I just think the investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean,
look into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of special counsel investigation outside of the political process where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
it's not. It was stated European policy by the government. And you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation in the House.
This I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo, whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo, right? Whether it is or isn't,
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Hey, just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
If it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12
presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do want
What was Biden getting in return?
But right, okay, so I'll tell you. First,
John's trying.
It's right. It's just, it's so, I don't understand. And I guess this is just the blind spot for everyone's like elephant. To me, it's just so wild. Tim's a smart person, right? He's been having this conversation with Emma. He's understanding all these complicated hypotheticals. Like, to compare these two actions, okay, to say that one of these is the state. Now you can claim that you don't think it was, or that was a cover up or whatever. That's a different argument. But at least on its face, one of these things was stated U.S. policy for the betterment of the country overall. And one of these things was a direct attack against the #1 political opponent of the president, done by the president.
Right.
Okay. And to pretend like these are the same thing is preposterous.
Well, people try to make it into the same thing. I've heard people say, look, if Donald Trump, like this proposal that Donald Trump had would have been good for America because it would be weeding out corruption, but people in the State Department wouldn't go along with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump asked for this kind of thing, but no one would listen to him. So he had to go out on his own and be like a renegade businessman. You've heard this argument.
Yes, I have heard that argument. They say, well, and I think someone on our show said that argument. I remember, I don't know if it was Rob or someone said that argument to us. And that's a really bad argument. They say, well, technically, if it's true that Joe Biden was corrupt, it would be for the betterment of the country if you expose the corruption, right?
Correct.
That's a terrible argument because that argument could be used to justify anything against Donald Trump. You could say, well, it's okay for the FBI to...
Yeah, you just justified Russiagate.
Right. It's okay for Russiagate. It's okay for any investigation on Donald Trump. It's okay for do any investigation or anything on Donald Trump because it might show that he's corrupt and you don't want a corrupt person to be president. And therefore, it's for the betterment of the country.
Yeah,
right?
Not good.
The Victor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment doesn't necessarily...
And Shokin was not investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
he was not.
Yep. Okay, dude, look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Victor Mykola Zlochevsky.
You're misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but what was the quid pro quo?
This.
What was Biden getting in return?
They presumably they would stop investigating Burisma, which is where his son worked at.
That's not it. The quid pro quo is fire the prosecutor or I will withhold aid. Okay, you can say it was.
That's not proven.
But she's asking. No. He did say that, but she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
doesn't matter.
Where's the benefit for Biden?
But yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal point
Trump's
real quick?
Impeachment was not illegal either because what was his intent?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden was.
He sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
I don't understand. And, we've been attacking Emma a lot, as she deserves it, for not understanding certain arguments. I don't understand how Tim is so wrong on this. I mean, the Trump impeachment thing was a massive story. It was covered exhaustively, I assume, by Tim. And part of the exhaustive conversation about that was what was the president's legal authority to withhold aid and what were the conditions in which they could withhold aid. Right. And so this was all talked about a lot. So I don't know why how he forgot this, I don't know how he forgot this and then it's like made this like the key element of his argument.
That he brought up. Why'd you bring this up, Tim? Like, why are we talking about? And that he brought
up, in the first place.
Why are we talking about Burisma? It's so boring.
Yeah. This is section 116 of the Act states that the president has the authority to withhold military or economic assistance to the government of any country which engages in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. And then it also says...
Yeah, because we don't want our American tax dollars being spent on oppressing people in these countries.
Right. And it also says take into account a progress towards a democratic system based on principles of the rule of law, individual freedoms, representative government. Blah, blah, blah. And there's a bunch of other things it talks about in this article. But
look, you're never going to win people over on this. People.
Oh, no, I know. It doesn't matter. It's
people
all
believe
thinking,
what they believe.
Yeah.
Well, they also have a set of facts that I personally don't believe are true, but if they were true, then they'd have a compelling narrative.
Well, no, the problem is there is a set of facts, but the facts have massive holes in them, essentially. And if the politics were reversed,
they would see those holes.
Yeah, they would see those holes, and they wouldn't accept the leaps of logic that they're making against Biden. They don't accept those holes that people are making against Trump. And the thing is that I see this the same thing with Trump. People look at those holes, and we saw this like ad nauseum with the left. There'd be this investigation, the Russia Gate's the perfect one, the Russian investigation of Donald Trump. There's all these facts there. There's tons of facts there, right? But there's all these holes in the facts that you have to make a leap of logic in order to connect the dots and kind of come up with a broader claim against Trump. And if you like Trump, you see those holes with a magnifying glass, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like Trump, you're like holding the hole away from you as far as possible and closing one eye, and you're like, it all looks good to me. So,
right. Typical.
No, we
have separations of powers.
The president
in this country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign diplomats.
Not for aid.
No, they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president. Wars are declared by Congress.
Huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the authority.
It was Barack. The argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in a quid pro quo because it was a policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe and Hunter. They say
right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently. Right now, I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine, I guess.
But she's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there, that final third is how he benefited.
Biden was not in opposition to congressional policy,
but that's what
and
she's
Trump was.
talking about.
I'm talking about Joe Biden.
Look at Sean.
I know.
Look, you got to tell how Biden personally benefited from it. Did it help his son keep his job and make millions of dollars?
Well,
just say
it's
that,
actually
Tim.
more difficult than that. You'd have to tell how, number one, how he personally benefited from it, and then number two, how that was the motivation behind America, that being the stated American policy by the executive office.
Yeah. Well, we know how America benefited from it. We've said it a million times. We don't want our tax dollars.
But people don't know, or they don't accept that. They think that they don't buy that argument, right? Because they just think they want to believe that it was done for corrupt reasons.
Right.
That's the difference.
Threatening to withhold loan guarantees goes against. It's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying like there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here,
the vice president.
Sean knows he just got in trouble. Tim was like, Sean, zip it.
Stop it, or I'm going to spank you.
Because we're all saying.
Me or Sean?
No, Tim was like, stop it, Sean. Or
he did give him a spanking look, didn't he?
Right.
Sean got the message too. God, it's got to be so weird I don't know.
I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even like understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that that was happening.
That's painful, huh, Sitch? We totally agree with that.
What'd she say? I missed it.
Why did Joe Biden not push for some sort of healthcare reform when he had
yeah,
the Senate?
right.
Yeah.
True.
That's painful.
Yeah.
He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the...
Tim brought this argument up because he wants to say, you want Bernie Sanders, why don't you just admit Joe Biden is corrupt, right? That's why he went down this
But it's
line
not
of
well,
reasoning.
to be even that argument that they never really get to. That's a really bad argument, because if Emma was to even address that, Bernie Sanders isn't on the ticket in this next
And
election.
probably won't be.
And he's not going to be.
It's probably going to be Kamala Harris.
Well, it's probably
actually,
Joe Biden.
Gavin Newsom. If Joe Biden doesn't run again,
Right. It would probably be Gavin Newsom or something. Right. Sure. So even like if Emma was to answer this, you'd say, well, from a completely cynical perspective, if I think Joe Biden's going to run again, even though I don't like him, she still prefers him over Trump, I assume. So.
Right.
Rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But like,
I really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example of I don't understand why like there's like a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
It was the it's not tribal. It was U.S. policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
This is so painful for me, Sitch.
I know. She's actually making cogent art. See, but it's so funny, and this is what we always say. When someone has the facts on their side,
they know.
It's so easy for them to make like, here's my completely logical argument, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have not seen a logical argument on any other position.
I know this is the only time that she's like laying out an argument.
Well, and it's the argument that's
right.
Probably
now she's still not doing it
truth.
in the best way. I mean, she does it better than I remembered upon first viewing. But she's still not doing it in like the best way. She still has to have Sean like kind of walk through and be like, listen, this is why you guys are talking past each other. But yeah, and Tim is just repeating himself, and he's not really addressing the new information.
Right.
You guys are gonna go in circles on this, but why
I have to pull it up, but like, because we covered this a long time ago, I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing, but my point was simply that, like, having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just criticized Biden in a bunch of different But I don't
ways.
understand why you're saying there was no investigation. Like, you're just making that up.
They're in the middle of an investigation.
No. Michael Zlochevsky had 12 to 14 open investigations, and I'm sorry, Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky in Burisma.
Okay.
Now we know where that claim comes from. Sitch, it comes from Tim Pool.
Well, no, he's repeating it from, I forget, I don't know who originated the claim. So when I've looked at this claim, it's true there was some amount of investigations, quote, open, but saying they're open and saying they're being actively investigated is
it's like a cold case is open, right?
Right, yeah.
You don't close the case.
Because I don't remember the exact time frame, but when I last looked this up, it was something I believe in the realms of like, yeah, there were a number of open investigations of Burisma, but there had been no movement on them for the last like 2 years or 3 years or something. So it's like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know.
Open but inactive.
Right.
I mean, Burisma is probably corrupt to this day, so
I'm sure it is.
We probably have some open investigations still going.
Right.
But I don't know why you're like, no, that's not true. I'm like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple of years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled up, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not, like, they wanted someone else to do it.
I feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty succinctly. Trump was in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in a quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently, the argument is that, well, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that one's kind of obvious. as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So as a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company, and the so-called left is like...
There you go, Adam.
That's bad.
how the CIA got the fake protests against Shokin set up. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
There
point.
you go.
Excellent.
There you go.
But it's fine. Like, what is going...
The CIA also probably put all those diamonds and precious gems and gold and artwork and stacks of cash
in Shokin's apartment.
In Shokin, it wasn't his apartment. It was in
his driver's apartment.
The driver's apartment. Yes, they probably hid all that, blackmailed, coerced, ill-gotten gains into the apartment of the lawyer under Shokin. And then when Shokin was sleeping, the CIA put like little headphones on Shokin's ears, and they inceptioned him, and they said, "Don't prosecute the guy that had all the diamonds. You will protect the guy that had the diamonds. I don't care how many Ukrainians get pissed at you. You will protect the diamond prosecutor." And then he did, and that's what made everyone angry at Shokin in Ukraine.
You should have Tim should have just said this. Totally get out of it.
That's true. That would have been a strong, powerful argument.
Neither one of us are in favor of Hunter Biden or some CIA director being on the board of Burisma.
No, I think
obviously
not only do I think that that's inappropriate, I do think it should be against the law.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
So I don't want anyone to misconstrue. We're joking around here, but this screams of corruption.
Sure. Well, and here's the thing: I don't have any problem investigating it, and I think if it's true that Hunter Biden is not only, I mean, obviously Hunter Biden is using his father's name to gain money and employment, but if it's true that Joe Biden was using influencing foreign policy or any policy in America to help his son or himself acquire money, I think Joe Biden should be impeached and arrested. I think that's a huge deal. I'm not in favor of that. I don't like...
How about castrated?
That's a little too far, but I don't like how incredibly one-sidedly tribal it is. It's funny because like the criticism right now is, when they're going after Trump with the documents, it's all one-sided. They don't care about like the law, right? And it's like, it's the same thing with the right with the attack on Hunter Biden. Because it's like, well, where are all the people that were so concerned about Hunter Biden and his father leveraging, political power and being corrupt for money, right?
They're all asleep now.
Where are they when Donald Trump was president and he makes his son-in-law, the head of anything to do with the Middle East, right? Jared Kushner. He
got a lot done, though.
Right. And you know what one of those things that he got done was?
Peace in the Middle East.
He just so happened to get some Middle Eastern investors to save his multi-$100 billion investment that was underwater for the last 10 years, right?
Well, that's good.
I mean, what a coincidence is it, right? The president's son-in-law, who's in charge of Middle East policy, gets a bunch of Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds to bail out his multi-$100 billion piece of property he's been trying to bail out for the last 10 years. What a surprise, right?
That seems corrupt to me.
Now, here's the thing. It could all be a coincidence. It could all be a coincidence, right? I don't know, right? But where's the outrage? Where's the demanding that this be investigated, from all the people that are so concerned about Hunter Biden? There's none, because it's all from a partisan lens.
Tribalism. What a bitch.
Going on? No. I don't understand how the left became pro-war, pro-medic, pro-big pharma. Like government should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm against government corruption. The idea that these vaccine mandates, what about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma, pro-no bid, no...
I'm pro-public health.
So you're in favor of no bid, no liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals?
No, I was literally just said earlier in the program that I wanted the state to own it since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
So who gets the money?
The big pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country and be manufacturing it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the $1 billion
Totally.
production contracts
But that's
to Big Pharma.
but that is what we live in, unfortunately, right now. And we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's not left.
No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate, that is not. Excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare, so none of the things that you're talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're closer to DeSantis on vaccine policy?
Probably neither. I don't know how it applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that the Operation Warp Speed did?
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No, there's not.
What do you mean?
The vaccines were highly effective.
What does that mean?
Highly.
Originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
No, I'm saying like
but vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Not
so
the Johnson
what I mean more
Johnson
so is like the Operation Warp Speed.
So it's interesting because I think maybe I'm misremembering. So she's very careful here to say that the vaccines only prevented death or help prevent death, not that they help prevent spread. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought she said that they help prevent spread later in the conversation, but maybe she doesn't. So
it was predicated upon spread, which it didn't do, right?
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon like.
Yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
Okay, see, I don't know why. I don't know why she went from like. I guess I know why, because she's kind of has her own biases here, but I mean, to my knowledge, there hasn't been any evidence that it helped prevent spread, right?
None at all.
So
it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It didn't.
Well, I mean, part of the issue was that in red states there was no ability to actually.
May have prevented death, but I think wasn't it like
there was no
actually stop
mass
spread?
Mandates were immediately done away with in red states. They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of an effect, had much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data after data after data set. And then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Did you catch that as your favorite?
Datum.
Whataboutism, man.
Oh.
She said, well, the fact that the red states didn't do social distancing, they didn't have
There's all these other
policies.
things.
Right. That would lead to greater death. It's like, okay, but that wasn't the question of whether the vaccine prevents the spread or not. So unless she's trying to make the argument that offset the vaccine preventing the spread, which, I mean, that would be very easy to check because you would just say, well, what about in blue states, right? Where they didn't do that stuff. So
yeah.
Nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses.
Yeah.
The obsession with COVID totally drives me crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm just, maybe it's just because I'm bored of it.
I think we're all bored of it.
Well, you and I both
lived through it for 2 years, right?
Yeah. And you and I both got vaccinated, and maybe maybe we're fucked because it's like, it's not really a vaccine. It's like this mRNA sort of genetic.
I mean, I haven't had any health problems change after getting the vaccine.
Yeah, so, me neither. Yes.
You know, I was exposed to COVID. I had like the most minor reaction on the planet.
It almost killed me.
I know. You had a really bad reaction. I was very fortunate. I had a very mild reaction. Was that because I was vaccinated? I don't fucking know whatsoever. Yeah. You know, maybe I'm just very lucky. Everyone in my family, I mean, you know, at the time, because we all got it from the same family member, you know, we were all vaccinated, so it's hard to tell, but we all had very mild reactions to the thing in the first place.
Well, I think there are a lot of people that want to dwell, like they didn't get vaccinated and they want to dwell on the COVID thing because they're like, you guys are all going to grow a third arm in like 5 years.
Right.
Which,
well,
if I am, fair enough. But I just can we not talk about it until the third arm comes?
I think the argument some people make, which is a fair argument, which was that it is useful to look back at COVID and look at the panic that we now, in retrospect, now that we can all calm our elephants, people can look back in retrospect and say, okay, the panic over COVID was not warranted to the extent of the danger of the virus, right?
Not at all. Yeah.
Especially once, now there could be a conversation about, you know, not wanting to overload the hospitals, right? Because if we just had no policy, we don't know what that would have looked like. It could have, the situation with hospitals could have become significantly more dire, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of a lot of the things about like the mask mandates, which were literally done mostly for people's psychological peace of mind, because, you know, everyone was using those stupid surgical masks, which do nothing. Right. Well, not nothing, but they do, you know, menial, you know, it's not like everyone was running around with the M95s or the KM95s and any of that stuff, you know. So,
yeah, I remember.
And then, you know, obviously the closing schools down and that, you know, the lockdowns obviously went on for too long, and the, you know, making everyone be vaccinated, even though it didn't prevent the spread. I mean, there was definitely like a lot of unwarranted panic around the situation. And now, of course, that everyone seems like they're on board with acknowledging that there was a lab leak instead of being natural. And I do think the people that were skeptical of COVID, the powerful, strong argument I agree with is that we should use this as a learning tool. We're not going to look back at the panic that people had and to say, okay, was this panic really warranted? You know, probably not.
Right.
So
seems like the only people talking about it are people who want to say, I told you so, instead of like learning from. Yeah.
Listen, I can't criticize I told you so because I've acknowledged publicly that that's been a strong motivator for me to even research topics in the first place. So
fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the I told you so motivation, as long as you're actually correct.
New variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Yeah, nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses, and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well, so. it helped with both transmissions and severity. That's a fact. The mRNA vaccines did.
But I don't want to deviate too much. We're talking about
and it slowed spread, particularly with the wild
big pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like, instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it was like 4 big companies, just do it. Would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized, and that can be done. We just have to do it.
Talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop this vaccine, whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something like that?
I don't remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, you know, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is...
So, here's a question. So Sean talked about how Emma like pieces out of this conversation. Like she doesn't stick around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good idea to stick around? Like, I know the conversation, the temperature has like drastically gone down, but is it a good idea for her to stick around after the whole like neo-Nazi shooter watched your show? Maybe it was the right move for her to peace out. Because
they're gonna be mean to her, or because it looks bad to her audience?
Well, just I don't know. It's just it's gonna be awkward for her after that situation. Like, oh hey, you fucking piece of shit.
Well, I think
thanks for being an asshole to me on the air.
I think if she hung out, it looks bad to her audience that she's literally hanging out with like
that's not what I mean.
Neo-Nazis.
Yeah, right. I don't think. Well, that's a good point.
I think she got out of there for the optics of what her side would think, not because.
I don't agree. What you're saying is true. The optically it would look bad. If there's a picture of her eating sushi with Tim Pool,
right?
And maybe that was a consideration. But I think it was more that she was just so like. like, I've, decimated Tim Pool, and, I'm not going to stick around. Like, I'm not going to stick around in the ashes, right?
Right.
Like, I think that was her thought process.
Yeah. She's
Or
like, I sprayed all over this house and now I'm
Right.
out of here.
Or she felt that she did really poorly in the conversation, which is also very possible. And she just wanted to leave because she was like embarrassed.
I think she wanted to call Sam Seder and tell him that she remembered everything that he told her to say. So
I would be very curious to see what the time that she called in was in conjunction with how quickly she left this. Because you're right, like if she immediately left this and then calls him, that's like hilarious.
She called him from the Uber. Come on, that's what happened.
If that's what happens, very funny.
Let's see the text logs.
Yeah.
It's preventing death in a global pandemic.
Well, wait, I was gonna say it's funny because you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk tweeted out a very dumb picture that was like another day, another psyop.
Right.
And so people were like, there wasn't like a context that he provided beyond the picture. So I was like, well, is he claiming that the Russian Prigozhin thing was a psyop or not? And it's funny because Scott Adams thought that take would be so stupid that there's no way Elon Musk would actually have that take. And then he thought, well, maybe he does have that take. Like he said, his initial reaction was Elon Musk was making fun of the psyop claim, and then he thought, well, maybe he's not.
Really?
Yes.
I'm not sure he is making fun of the claim.
I'm not sure.
I like Elon Musk too, but
yeah. I like Elon Musk, but I fear he's fallen into the rabbit hole of like everything's heterodox. Like whatever the mainstream says, it's the opposite of. Like that's his number one operating lens, or at least that's what he puts on Twitter. Maybe he doesn't actually believe that. He's just doing it because it's Twitter. But
no one has been attacked by corrupt government institutions as much as Elon Musk, though.
Sure, that's true. Well,
I mean, he is
not no one, but he's definitely seen his fair share, right?
I think he tweeted out something about Philip Morris having a better ESG score than Tesla, which is just what?
Right.
They literally
well, that's not the government. You can say that no one has. I mean, Elon Musk has definitely been attacked by like broad mainstream institutions.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Because it's not the government, right?
ESG is. I'm not sure if they're even regulated by the government.
No, they're not. That's kind of the issue. There's no regulation for ESG at all.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of the war in Ukraine? I'm sorry. I'll rephrase. Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100, 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons. So I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved. And
he also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure, like 100%. Then it happened the next day.
But my position has always been...
What? What?
Look, I'm not... Look, I don't want to bring up old shit. Okay?
What? Listen. I made a really wrong prediction, okay? Like many people, I made a very wrong prediction predicting that Russia would not invade Ukraine because it seemed like such an obviously stupid thing to do. And yet here we are.
I don't remember really making any position just because I thought,
you were a coward.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have enough information to know any of this shit.
You got to go out there bold and you got to give your position, regardless of how much you know about the subject or not, right? That's our job on the internet.
When the things were going down, I tweeted one thing out about the coup thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
About the chef basically ran a business, so he understands incentives. And
I like that you kept calling him the chef.
Right. Well, he ran a restaurant. Look, the guy ran a hot dog stand. He understands running a business, okay? Putin never run a business, man. He was a government bureaucrat, basically with his hand in the government till his entire career, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So I thought, well, you know, if the guy who ran a hot dog stand is going to be the new commander in chief, at least he knows what it takes to run a business and to produce things. Like sooner or later, and I was even arguing with people on this.
Yeah.
I'm like, the way you come to power and the way you stay in power are two different things.
Right.
And so it's better to be hopeful, you know, hope for the best and plan for the worst, right? Everyone was like, oh my God, he's a murderer. I'm like, Putin's a murderer. How many people has Putin disappeared? So I don't know.
It was, and I guess that's how briefly, because you brought it up regarding the whole the coup situation. I guess it was, I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday. I suppose like literally spent the whole day listening to until like 5 in the morning.
Oh, really?
It was funny. It was like me
Hilarious.
and Phil. I saw Phil in there. We were listening to that. There was like a gigantic space, Twitter space, that I don't remember the guy's name. Mario Nawfal. Did you listen to this at all?
I don't think so.
Mario Nawfal had this massive Twitter space that was going on for like 36 hours regarding the coup situation. And it was really fascinating to listen to because number one, they were getting information and updates way faster than any news source.
Really?
That was like a mainstream news source. Number one. And then number two was interesting because they had like 12 or so speakers and they had like 6 that were really talking. And they had speakers from like very different positions. They had very pro-Ukraine, very anti-Russian speakers, and they had total Putin simps.
Really?
And some of the total Putin simps was you had Ian Miles Chang.
Oh,
right?
really? He was speaking in there.
Yeah, he was in there, and he's like a massive Putin simp, like insane.
Why did
like he literally
like fucking Putin so much?
He literally was like, he said at some point in the conversation that like, you know, Putin is fighting off the woke mind virus. He's saying this in relation to the war in Ukraine. Putin is fighting off the woke mind virus, and I think he's like one of the few people in like that can like stop the woke mind virus in the entire world, like from spreading. I was like, Jesus,
this is ridiculous.
I know, I'm like, fucking Jesus. And then him.com was in there too, and he was like a massive Putin simp. And it was so funny listening to this space because, and this is the thing I tweeted, which was like so accurate, which was that they kept like Ian and Kim kept saying like it was like this, the cope stages of, oh, this is fake news. Oh, it's a psyop. Oh, wait a minute. And then like once it's like no longer fake news and it's like actually happening, it's like, oh, well, actually Putin is in on it the whole time. It's actually 10D chess. Putin really is like
such bullshit.
Yeah, Putin's really, you know, doing this thing. And then it was like, well, okay, maybe Putin's not doing it, but like Wagner isn't trying to coup Putin. It's just they're just trying to get the guy fired, right?
That's ridiculous.
Then,
he made a video talking about how Putin was no longer going to be president soon. Like,
well, no, they were saying this before that video.
Okay.
It was like the stages of cope because what like every time new information came out that would destroy the previous argument,
right.
They would change the argument.
What happened when that video came out?
Well, yeah, when that video came out, then all of a sudden they all went silent because they're like, oh.
Now you shut your fucking mouth.
Right, because then it was like Putin. Well, Putin said that he was going to liquidate and eradicate them unless they gave up, and then he made the comment. Prigozhin made the comment of like, I forget exactly what he said, but he said something about like we need to change. We're going to change who the president is or something.
Yeah, totally. He did. He fully threatened him.
Yeah. And but now because the ending was so anticlimactic and so mysterious, that's given. Oh, and also Jackson Hinkle was in there too, and he was like a massive Putin simp, saying everything was 10D chess. But now, since the ending of it was so anticlimactic and mysterious, you know, all of the Putin simps have gone back to, oh, it was all 10D chess. He knew about it and let it happen from the beginning.
I don't understand their perspective at all. Most of it is because I don't feel like Russia is an open society in any way, shape, or form. I guess they're looking at it like that's good for attacking wokeness. But if it's between journalists getting disappeared in the middle of the night because they've written some newspaper piece that's critical of Putin and being shamed for not putting pronouns in your bio. Like, I feel like we're in a lot better position.
Right. Well, it's funny because like they're making all these arguments. Apparently Ian works for RT, which I didn't realize. So I guess.
Oh my God, no.
Which is funny, but no. So like, and the reason that this argument, like I knew, like instantly, this whole argument that this was like Putin was working with. They kept saying Putin was working with Prigozhin. Now they're trying to say like, oh, Putin was using him as a patsy, right? The argument is kind of mutated. But this whole idea that like Putin was working with Prigozhin. This is how you should have instantly sniffed out, or how you can instantly sniff out that this is a bullshit argument, okay? If that was the case, Prigozhin would have come out in the beginning, and he would have... Oh, and the argument they're saying is like, oh, Putin did this to weed out those that were like disloyal, right? He'll see who sides with Prigozhin, and then he can get rid of the disloyal people. Which, assuming we even give any legitimacy to that argument, which is a terrible argument.
It's a good strategy. What are you talking about?
Well, no, it's a bad... Well, first of all, on its face, it's a bad strategy, because if you have a private military contractor who's sort of part of your government but not really part of your government take over a city in your country when you're in the middle of a war and then march basically unopposed towards your capital and get within 200 miles of your capital.
Yeah, you look massively weak. There got to be better ways to do this.
Bingo. You look massively weak. The country looks massively unstable. It doesn't matter how it ends. It looks massively unstable, and it's going to give other people in the country ideas.
Yeah, totally.
Right. They're going to go, oh, shit.
Well, and someone could step up who you don't even know about.
Right. That's number one. But then number two, why the thing that should have tipped everyone off that they were not working together, and this wasn't some kind of Putin for the 10D chess move, was Prigozhin came out before he did anything. Okay. And he gave a justification for his impending action. And the justification was, he said, the narrative about why Russia invaded Ukraine was a lie.
Yeah, that's...
Okay.
Putin is not going to say, here, say this.
Yes. He said the narrative of Russia invading Ukraine was a lie. We were all lied to. They just wanted to steal Ukraine's resources and money. Okay. There's no reality. There's no world where Putin is going to be in on a scheme where he's going to have a top military person come out and say that the entire narrative for the war was a lie.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay. That's crazy.
Yeah. He would say something a lot less offensive than that. If it was this, they're working together type thing. Give Putin some kind of excuse to get out of the war.
Sean wants me to clarify that he's been paid by them and never been to the U.S. Ian has never been to the U.S. I did know that, yes. Or at least I thought I was aware of that. Ian's never been to the United States. Or no, he's never been to Russia. No, he's never been to the U.S., yeah. So.
Why?
There you go. Because we're, the evil enemy.
Ian Miles Chong. Oh.
Ian Miles Chong's never been to the U.S.
Go to bed, Sean.
Yeah, go to
We're
bed.
Not supposed to be. Look, we're supposed to be talking shit about you.
Yeah,
it's
you
very
can't
uncomfortable.
Listen, Sean, you can't leave and then keep listening. Okay.
Yeah. Jeez.
Right. You gotta leave. And you gotta cuddle up to your listen and believe throw pillow.
Yeah. Turn your phone off.
But thank you. Anyway, let's continue.
99% non-intervention. Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
Okay.
And the left has become pro-intervention, moving
but we're
them
not.
right.
But Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same
talk
thing.
About Kuwait and Iraq and...
You want to talk about that? I'm in favor.
I mean, look,
we were the equivalent of Russia in the case of Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under illegal pretenses.
What I'm saying is, like, this just
and we
proves my
killed
point.
and decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the US
If the left
empire.
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war, then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely...
Wait, is Tim saying that he's... Wait. Is Tim saying he's against war just because of the principle of war?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because he said if the left's position is that they're against wars on the basis of the war, then they're more right wing on war than him.
Well, he might be isolationist.
Like,
I don't know.
I mean, that's absurd. The only reasonable argument, the only reasonable position, in my opinion, unless you're like a fucking Quaker, is you have to judge the concept of why you're going or supporting a war on the individual merits of what's going on in that situation with that war. You can't just flatly say, I'm opposed to any being involved in any war at any time. That's a ridiculous position to have.
Yeah.
If that is his position. I would assume it's not, but it's weird the way he worded it like this.
There could be genocide or something. We got to step in and crack some heads.
Anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying to defend itself.
Right. So you're anti-war, you oppose war.
Yes.
But you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
Do you believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding the Ukrainians?
I do believe so, because they're defending themselves.
Who gets that money?
The military.
But
they're defending
Raytheon,
themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin.
Totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of that.
I mean, look, if
you're to the right of me on that
if you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory.
Since you're still listening, Sean, I have to criticize you. You get a major fact wrong here, or rather, you don't do your job. You're supposed to be here fact checking Tim and Emma, okay? Emma brings up that the United States is obligated by treaty through the Budapest Memorandum to defend Ukraine. That is factually untrue. There is no military guarantee that the United States or anyone will defend Ukraine under an invasion. So how dare you? How dare you?
Yeah.
Territory without then, I mean, that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
yes, it is.
A lot of people around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean,
Like,
and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine. These are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
life.
You are
to the right of me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel.
I like that she says, I would be in favor of funding Palestinians. I'm like it's like you breathe in to better their life. You're like, oh, what does that mean? I hope you're not saying that you would be in favor of giving Palestinians money to fight Israel.
Yeah,
that would be a pretty spicy take.
Well, what if it makes them feel better, Sitch? Obviously, you know.
I guess.
Real dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military. We fund the Iron Dome.
Literally saying,
we fund their military-industrial complex.
Anything enough about it?
Then if
why? So obviously Israel does a lot of things I don't agree with. They're well worth criticizing, but it's weird when they always bring up like the Iron Dome, like a purely defensive system.
Well, I think we should be funding more Iron Domes.
Right. That's a weird thing to bring up, but okay.
Right.
If it's your principle and you're anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut funding for Israeli defense right now.
I lean. That's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far left as possible on the question of imperialism. It means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have those contracts is messed up. I think the United States, I think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that.
How we look if what he's advocating for becomes true, how would we manage our nuclear weapons, our stockpile of nuclear weapons and stuff? Those things require a lot of upkeep and shit.
Did he say? Wait, I'm kind of late, so I'm kind of fading. Did he say that he wanted to privatize the entire military? He didn't say that, right? Or did he?
I feel like he did. Yeah.
Wait a minute, let me go back.
I think
those contracts is messed up.
Like Your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have those contracts is messed up. I think the United States. I think sure. I think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense?
What did he say?
No, he's saying that he thinks the weapons manufacturers should be dismantled. Not that the military should be dismantled.
Okay, so no weapons for the military?
Well, I don't know. That's why she said you want to nationalize the industry. So I guess we'll see what his response is.
We're going to hire people that only fight with knives? I mean, those are weapons too.
Defense industry, you want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that. That empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well, there's always going to be a weapons industry, and there's always going to be. It should be severely cut into. But the United States, but
to me, that's like I understand where he's coming from, in terms of. Well, it's kind of funny because like the left is always arguing that there's all these millionaires and billionaires and all these big corporations. They're buying off all the politicians, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because like this is where Tim's more left-wing tendency comes out, because he thinks that's true when it comes to the weapons manufacturers, right? He does kind of buy into that position. Though I do not like that this whole conversation is being predicated on who has a left or right-wing position regarding like war, because that's kind of silly. Like I kind of understand like what's being like the argument that's being happened, and I don't blame Tim because Emma is the one who kind of framed it like this in the first place. But there can definitely be situations where for ideological reasons the left is in favor of a war because it aligns with their ideological reasons, and the right's against it, and then vice versa, where the right's in favor of a war and the left's against it.
Right.
For ideological reasons. There's definitely. So I don't think just the concept of going to war or not is automatically a left or right-wing thing.
Right.
On its front. But I do think that the idea that you would dismantle and significantly weaken weapon manufacturers, where they do need, unfortunately, to be companies that have millions and millions and billions of dollars.
Well,
like to build and create all this weapon technology. So it either has to be a large private company with government grants, or it has to be the government. I don't know. I don't think there's a third solution here. And in our country, we tend to think that the best innovation comes from the private industry, right?
I mean, we have like a quasi public private setup, because we do have private contractors that develop all kinds of stuff, but we just pay for them. I just like, we're going to have China manufacturing our weapons. That just doesn't seem smart. If you get in a war with China, they can just stop manufacturing your weapons for you.
Right.
It's just stupid.
Now you could make the argument that there definitely needs to be a decentralization effect, not on the companies, but on where the things are literally produced. Because there was a big problem where, like, was it in Louisiana or something? There was some big ammunitions factory that got like burned down, and it like had some massive effect on actually the America's ability to produce ammunition, because for some reason we only have like a handful of these fucking things in the country.
Well, if he's talking about that, then I agree with that.
Yeah, but I think he's talking about like a more broader policy. But
by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearized.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's not true. We never agreed to that. I don't. It's weird that they all got this wrong. So.
Right.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. It would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me. That being said, my point on this one was specifically, I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it. And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, when I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s, I thought that it was the left position to oppose military expansion, military industrial complex, But today, it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporter saying no war.
No,
and it's
because
the
they're in
liberals saying
favor of
pro-war.
Russian imperialism. That is, you're again flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking about any of that.
said
I'm
that we were
talking about
going
the
to
moral
defend
position
them
on
if
war.
they do
Right, right.
denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm
Yeah, I
more
oppose that.
pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you, is that
Anti-war.
I'm in favor of broad denuclearization. And I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage in making nuclear power.
How does that make you more than
or
me?
in nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go.
You're
But
revolving.
I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
What's up? What's up? Stop muting yourself. You tarred?
Well, I cough. When I
okay.
sneeze. Like, drink water. And I know you don't like mouth sounds, so.
Oh, that's good.
Was this painful for you again to hear Emma make a completely cogent, logical, rational argument about how if you support countries denuclearizing in terms of weapons, then you do have to protect the ones that do from being attacked by aggressors, because otherwise, if we don't, and this came up in the conversation that we've had, if you just say, okay, even though Ukraine gave up their nukes, and we all pinky promised, the United States and Russia pinky promised not to invade Ukraine, and then Russia does invade Ukraine after giving up their nukes, and we just throw up our hands up in the air, what does that do? Well, it tells every country that they need to get nukes very quickly.
Yep, get them fast.
So
maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a libertarian thing.
I mean,
there you go. I'm glad we finally landed on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't want
Not
his
left or
tax
right.
dollars spent on anything.
Right.
Libertarian versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously I can composite a scenario where you would support an intervention. Like if you gave me time to
That's
think
why I say
about
99%,
right.
because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that Vladimir Putin he's live streaming himself about to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about that.
But there's something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union had the third largest nuclear weapons stockpile.
That's right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now,
Sean.
What?
Wrong.
Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation,
What?
Ukraine gave up the nuclear weapons because they're expensive to maintain and they were in economic dire straits. So,
Right.
I mean,
So in the Budapest Memorandum, the U.S., Russia, and I think UK was involved for some reason, and some other country like France, something. They all pinky swear promised to not invade or economically coerce Ukraine.
right. Yeah. To let them alone with their sovereignty and all.
Right. But there was no guarantee that if Ukraine was invaded, that the other countries had to do anything about it, other than the only thing that they had to do about it was go to the United Nations and seek a joint council resolution on the fact that Ukraine was being invaded. Right. There was nothing about
that is.
yeah, there was nothing about the other country has to then supply military aid or anything. There's no actual security guarantee in the Budapest Memorandum. But that's part of the problem now, because, and this always comes up when I talk to people who talk about that we should end the war. As I say, that's great. Ukraine and Russia should end the war and the U.S. should support that. But Ukraine needs an actual security guarantee. And I don't see what that could possibly be, because they already had Budapest Memorandum, which was a paper shield. So what is the security guarantee that Ukraine gets now that's not joining NATO?
Right.
I don't see what it could be.
Yeah. Nothing. Nuclear weapons are not a rifle that you can stash in your closet. It's just, they require upkeep and servicing and all that kinds of stuff, or they become dangerous. So
Right.
They had an incentive to give up those nuclear weapons just because they didn't have the systems to
the money. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's a true too. That was probably a huge factor because if it was cheap to keep the nukes and maintain them, they probably never would have ever given them up
If they
for
could
any
just
reason,
stuff them in the closet and
Right.
pull them out whenever they needed them, they're like, yeah, we'll keep them. Fuck you.
Right.
In other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that position. Like, it makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though, right? So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with, like, someone in my family cut a deal with someone else, and then 30 years later they walk up and say, you know, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you were going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad. I'm sorry. Like, governments change, policies change. And the idea that because 30 years ago, someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting this country did not agree to that. No, it's fine.
So what?
Okay. This is like the worst counter argument.
I know.
Okay. Because, well, number one, he's not addressing what Sean said, which was not, Sean wasn't just saying, we made an agreement, so we have to fulfill it, right? He was saying, well, if you want countries to not all have nukes, right, you have to incentivize countries to not have nukes, essentially. You can't penalize them to not have nukes. So Tim didn't address that argument, number one. But number two, to compare a personal contract.
I know, that's the crazy part.
Yeah, being handed down from father to son, which isn't, I mean, it can be a thing, but it's not generally a thing automatically. Comparing that to a country's promise and a country signing, hypothetically,
a treaty.
It didn't actually happen, a treaty, and saying, well, 20, 30 years down the road, the country can throw its hands up and say, fuck you, we don't care that we signed a treaty. That was 20 years ago. Like, that's fucking an insane take.
Yeah.
Right? Because how does a country conduct the country cannot conduct any foreign policy if that's the position. Is that 20 years we can just change our fucking mind?
Well, I'm
throw
sure
our hands up in the air.
Even in the private sector, I'm sure they make all kinds of contracts and deals, and if you acquire a company, you're required to take over those contracts and deals. You just can't say. I mean, these are the structures of law.
Right. Well, that's true. But I mean, and it's true that, like, obviously countries do throw up their hands in the air 10, 20 years and say, fuck you, we're not going to follow this agreement, which is literally what Russia did with Ukraine in the Budapest Memorandum. So that does happen, but that can't be the policy of a country.
Not
because
if you
if
want
that's
to promote like international law and law-abiding world, obviously.
Right, because if the stated policy of a country is Tim's policy, is this, or that's the national attitude, is just to say, fuck it, that was 20 years ago. No country has any reason to ever agree to anything basically with you on any long-term thing, because there's no stability, as you're saying. There's be a constant fear that you'll just turn your back and just throw your hands up in the air the second you want to, because fuck it.
Yeah. I think the respect for the law is important, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, exactly. And respect for law and agreement. And this is the only thing, I mean, that's the only thing that keeps a lot of countries from getting into physical wars with each other. Is there's some agreement in place that they agreed to abide to 20 years ago, and they have to, follow whatever the agreement is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty hard to negotiate a lasting peace between countries if the attitude is 20 years from now, we can rip up that peace agreement, throw in the trash can.
What does that say that who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And
I don't like the idea of America being this like, world superpower. Like,
I agree.
My view is probably different from you in that regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%. You want to talk unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons. The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me. Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States, to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow up some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
But
I can hear Stephen Michael Davis screaming
I
in
know.
the distance. Can you guys
Yeah,
hear that?
definitely.
Can you hear him just going, no?
We have so many advantages because we're the world's superpower. To throw that away or to think that it's not a big deal just totally rubs me the wrong way.
Right. Well, yeah, that, but also just the whole like massive. I understand and I agree with the emotion of trying to be massive protectionist, but that doesn't work economically.
Oh, you're talking about the not doing free trade stuff.
Yes.
Buy American.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Make everything just made in America. It's like, that's, I understand the emotion there, but it's not going to work that way.
Well, we are going to move closer and closer to that sort of paradigm. So.
Well, I'm not sure it will. I know that's what's his face, the Sahan's prediction, right?
Yep.
So we'll see.
I feel like we are moving closer to that.
I mean, I think in a couple areas we are, like obviously
decoupling from
microchips.
China seems inevitable.
Yes,
and
but that doesn't
already
mean...
China and Russia are kind of forming this block over there.
Right, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to simply go somewhere else.
Mexico is what they're talking about, but
I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now, because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he didn't like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
Right. That's exactly
right. I understand that position, but if we don't want Saudi Arabia to nuclearize, we don't want Iran to nuclearize, and we're like, hey, like, like, we got you. Like, don't nuclearize. We're going to try to, like, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine. And then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we making
obliterated.
those promises?
Because that's the
don't
nature of a treaty.
No, the idea is
how could any treaty exist, Tim, if people had your position and just said, yeah, fuck it.
People...
So that's anti-diplomacy, and that's pro-war.
Any treaty... Oh, come on.
Being
Me literally being like, we shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that we can make a treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa, and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think, at any point, ever, the U.S. should have been making these promises. And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, I'm sure every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on the behalf of some other country.
No, it's not. It's not about.
There are limitations. Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea. People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, well, we got a lot of troops there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today. But the issue is, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks.
Well, a no-fly zone is a de facto declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States...
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way.
Okay.
No, that's
First of
not
all,
the case.
Am I having like fucking... Okay. You're gonna chat's gonna have to help me out here. Did I accidentally enter an alternate universe? Okay. Are we back in the Bearstein universe instead of the Bearstein universe?
What happened?
Because I could swear that in the election, I could have swore, maybe I'm completely misremembering, that one of Tim Pool's like #1 criticisms was we should not put a no-fly zone in Ukraine, right? Or am I confusing this with a different war?
I don't know his position.
Remember,
on Ukraine.
I could have swore he kept. I could have swore he was. It must have actually been a different war.
I thought they talked about a no-fly zone over Syria.
It must have been a different war. Maybe I'm misremembering. I must be misremembering because it was about Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton was the one that was saying put a no-fly zone over Syria.
Right, but was it? No. It was in relation to Russia.
Okay. I mean,
but you're right. It wasn't. It wasn't
Yeah.
Syria, right? Because I just remember him going.
Look, a no-fly zone
it
means
was.
if
Okay.
you fly, we're going to shoot your plane down. So
Okay,
that would be
I'm not
us
misremembering.
shooting down a Russian plane.
Okay, I'm not misremembering. Yeah, because Hillary Clinton was talking about like she wanted a no-fly zone in Syria, even though that could lead to war with Russia. Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember Tim going off on how insane that position was.
Because you would have to shoot down a Russian jet.
Right. He kept making that argument. So it's weird now to hear him say, why didn't America put a no-fly zone in Ukraine? Yeah. Or that was like such a thing that he was criticizing Hillary for.
That's the problem with the no-fly zone, is because it's a threat until someone calls your bluff, and then you either shoot the jet down, and then obviously you're in an act of war, right? You shot down one of their jets.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I just, it's weird to me that I was kind of flabbergasted when I heard him make this proposal, because I was like, wait a minute. I could have swore this was like one of his biggest complaints against Hillary Clinton was the no-fly zone thing.
Supposedly they don't have air superiority in Ukraine because we've given them all these shoulder fire Stinger.
Right.
So if a plane goes up, they can shoot it down relatively easily. So they have kind of a de facto no-fly zone already.
Yeah, well, yeah, but there's a difference between like saying they have a no-fly zone now and saying before the war even like really starts.
Right.
Or as soon as it starts, we're going to make a no-fly zone, right?
Well, the no-fly zone is us saying, listen, if you enter the airspace, we're going to shoot you down.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Right. So I don't know. I was just completely shocked to hear him say this. So, but okay.
Way that the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would be catastrophic, potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
Agreed. Fair point. I think my position is more so just.
Oh, well, maybe. So if Tim, right on the treaty point, because I don't want to misrepresent Tim, if he's not saying that we shouldn't deject any treaty, and he's only specifically talking about a treaty, a hypothetical treaty, because obviously this wasn't the Budapest Memorandum, a hypothetical treaty where one country promises to protect another country. I mean, okay, that's a not as bad a position as it seemed like he had on the offsets. It still could be a bad position depending on what your reason is for why you were going to defend that country, right? Like if we had an agreement with Canada that we would protect them if they're invaded by China, and then we throw up our hands and say, well, we're not going to do that, right? That's kind of not really good considering Canada's right on our border. So.
The reason why we have such a good deal all around the world is because people see America as the most stable country in the world. I mean, except for people who actually live in America, who have the perception that America is falling apart and is on its deathbed.
Right, of course.
This is a Russian border dispute over the Donbass region. The U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
Sure. I'm talking about the specifics of why they're doing it, right? They've invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea. Why do they want the land bridge into Crimea? Because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive boost to their economy, and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately got their troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then finally, when Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea, they said, we're taking the Donbass. And this is where we are.
Yeah, it's a territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Yeah, because we made a promise
that I think we should not have made. And
so you think that they should not have gotten rid of their nuclear stockpile? You think they should, because that was what the treaty was based on?
Oh, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they were.
A lot of things.
That's the reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression. Right. Because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power. And this is because the geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds of years. So Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately, in the first opportunity, joins NATO, because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where two strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
No, this is false.
There was never an agreement.
This is a misinterpretation that is often inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by.
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I mean, I think they're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. I mean, what does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but like when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Like, you know, past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization with any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of Russia, like they're not going to want to negotiate with us. So it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die in order to set things right. And I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the Third World War.
I mean, you could agree to disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, wow, that was bad, that was horrible. And it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And
but
then
weren't they shelling the capital? Was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
No, they went to Kyiv.
No, they were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over the country.
I mean, look, let's be real. Russia claims the whole territory of the Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of them. So like they may be saying there's ethnic Russians right now.
We found some connections here. There we go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be.
Well, also, I mean, I had to go back and check. I could have swore that when they declared war on Ukraine, the stated goal was not we're going to take the Donbass region. Wasn't the stated goal like we need to fight against NATO aggression and we need to denazify Ukraine?
They wanted Zelensky to step down.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That they were saying that they were going to replace Zelensky because they needed to denazify Ukraine.
Yeah.
And they were making the moves which is what they made against Georgia in 2008 or 2007, whenever that was, where they drove into the Capitol and they basically forced the government to change to something more of their liking.
They did all of that. All of that took place.
Right. So I'm just saying
Zelensky stayed. That was what everyone was shocked by, because they expected Zelensky to run and them just to put some Soviet puppet man in there.
Right. Yeah. Tim is incorrect that this would have been like Crimea, where they just took an area and then stopped.
That
was not what this was set up to be. But even if that was the case, I mean, it's like, so they invade Crimea and they take it and they stop, right? And then 8 years later, they invade more of the country and then take it and stop, right? Like, was it every 8 years they're just going to take another chunk of the country? Like, how is that supposed to work?
If Zelensky runs, it's over. I'm certain they had someone set up to replace Zelensky with.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
Ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Should we go to war with China?
Absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
We're not in war with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration has been a bit more disciplined, and I'm happy, than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when the initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the Majority Report as an incredibly dangerous notion. So
she wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
Sure. I mean, that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing, because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I want countries to feel like we would go to war, because I like deterrence as a policy. So, like,
I hear it. It's tough because it's not working, and that's why I'm at the, You know, my view is strengthen this country, you know, shore up our defenses, focus on empowering our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
I'm not Medicare, medical care in some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
I don't, that's a specific thing. I call it
public option. How about that?
I
Drive
call
down
it universal
healthcare
basic
prices.
health care.
What does that mean?
We provide basic health care to all people.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies of it, I
Did they
can
already
ask you the
talk
same
about
question.
this?
I'm saying that.
Yeah, through taxation.
Am I
For
hallucinating?
me,
I
creating a
yes.
socialized healthcare system.
But I don't know if I would.
Look, it's UBH. Shut up, Sitch. Stop making fun.
They already talked about. Did they not already talk about this in like the beginning of the conversation?
Healthcare?
Yeah, the Tim was saying that he was in favor of some kind of universal healthcare. Didn't that happen?
I don't know.
I know it's late, so I'm getting delusional.
Look,
I feel like this part of the conversation already happened, and now I was just like drilling down again.
I'm fading, so.
Okay.
Call it a socialized healthcare system, probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it.
Okay.
I'm saying like.
How else do you raise money then to have like a
I'm not saying
option?
not taxes. I'm saying
Okay.
like if my limit is usually like if someone's got some like rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, like we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic. There was a story about a kid in like I think it was Louisiana who had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million. And the family demanded the state cover it. The state said we can't afford to cover it. And
But why do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of costs in this country?
Well, for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend half of what we
Healthcare providers are just as corrupt, though.
do, and they have
didn't-
socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality.
Didn't
Canada
Trump
too.
do the thing with like cheaper insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to like
The insulin was a part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out, like, those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive. And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics, because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics. In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks, and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples to apples comparison.
I think that doctors would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just turn
They're just measuring different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect, wrong,
but
not
how
even
about
close.
the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem. And I
That's
think this
because
has
we
to do
have
with third-party
privatized
payers.
healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree. I got a kidney stone and my bill was like 40
Hey,
grand.
so I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was between jobs, I left Vice and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to get to move my stuff, and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden I'm like, like what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis at first.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital for, I think, like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill, and I'm like, holy crap. So I call, and I was like, I just left my job, and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And then they emailed me the new bill, and it was $4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on.
Remember what I told you about the price we pay?
Sure. Right.
Is it 40? Is the price 40 grand or is it 4 grand?
Well, it's it's funny. This came up in the conversation we had regarding the Daily Wire versus Steven Crowder, the highball opening bid.
Oh yeah, totally.
Right. And so part of the reason, I'm not saying this is justified because I don't think it is, but part of the reason that you get this weird, wacky situation where they say they charge 40 grand is because they know that the insurance company is not going to pay 40 grand. They're going to pay some fraction of that cost. Right. And so part of the problem is,
it's like buying a car. Every single procedure is like buying a car. That's just such bullshit.
I agree. And part of the problem is everyone's incentivized kind of shitty in the system because including the insurance company. So from the insurance perspective, it's actually really good if the hospital massively overcharges for anything, because then the insurance company can say, look, both to their clients and to their, like, the employee to the boss can say, look, I got the hospital to reduce, you know, the 40 grand procedure to $4,000.
Right.
Look at how good a job I did. Even though the 40 grand number from the get-go was always bullshit. It was never the real number in the first place. And in the hospital, they obviously have a massive opening bid because they know it's going to get bid way down by the insurance companies.
Well, also we've talked about this before, in the Obamacare, they have to spend 80% of insurance premiums on the actual procedures.
Right.
So it's kind of like a tip at a restaurant. If the bill is high, then the tip that they get, the 20% the insurance company
That's
gets,
a great point. Yeah.
is high as well. So they're incentivized to pay more because then they get a bigger cut.
Right.
Bullshit. All the incentives are wrong here.
Yeah, that's the big problem.
For a minute. What happened?
There's definitely...
Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that I went to the hospital for 2 days and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They were trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis, and they were like, you may need to get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, we're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to
Yeah, all those scans, they cost like so much money.
Oh, I know.
Every time you get a scan, it's like, geez.
have a baby. So
Oh, yeah, apparently.
that's apparently it's the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone, though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and
More
raise it?
dad humor.
No.
Sean.
But the point is, all they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis and then told me to leave. And for that, it was like 40 grand. And I'm like, now wait a minute. Like, I can understand.
But if that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany, you know, like,
Nothing.
or Italy, you
It
would
was
go
like
in.
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said 4 grand.
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too. They're all a part of a sick system that needs to be dismantled and nationalized.
I get
completely
the pun
agree.
there. Sick system.
the
that
whole
was not
system's
even
broken.
intentional.
Yeah, whole system's broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think, like, I see these stories. There was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30. There was a horrible story of that guy who was diabetic, and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin, and he dies. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I'll give him the money. Like, I can give him the money. I will gladly. So the challenge, I suppose, is if we do increase taxes to pay for this, do we really trust the system to not be corrupt and just steal it?
Well, I do, because I think that there are models in Canada, in the UK, in Germany,
Yeah, but
in
the United
France.
States has prison systems the way it is with our tax money too. You know what I mean? Like, if we can clean the corruption up, I'm on board for a lot. I think that's the question.
All right, well, then there's something we can work on there, Tim.
Yeah, I think like a lot of.
I've said this a lot, and I think people don't appreciate this. Most people's problem with paying taxes isn't the concept of just paying taxes, is that they pay a massive chunk out of their salary to the government, and then from their perception, it goes into a void. And they never see where that money goes. And they don't feel like that money's going to anything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, if you paid, you know, if everyone had some, 5% tax increase or something, and then every time they or their children went to a doctor, they just walked in and they were treated, and they didn't have to do the fucking billing procedure thing that's like everyone's
Yeah, they would
fucking hates.
Feel like their tax dollars went somewhere.
Yeah, and it's a huge hassle, and they just walked out and they're like, oh my God. Everyone would be like, oh, I'm so happy like that we have this system.
My tax dollars are
Right.
paying for something.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're paying for like police and fire and stuff, but those are
I know,
things that
but
you
people
never
get-
see. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. That you don't see. And then the things that you do see, like, roads, bridges,
Right.
general safety. Like those things become kind of the background noise to your life, as would healthcare if that was instituted long enough. But then the converse of that is like, if you do pay all this tax money for public healthcare, and then you have the problem like in Canada where you're on a wait list for 3 months, 6 months, a year, then you're like fucking tearing your hair out.
Yeah, you're
'Cause like, what the fuck? I pay for this and I can't get access to this health service.
And you can't go anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Or I think you can, but it's just like hyper expensive. So
a lot of the conversations I have about taxes, people will be like, I oppose taxes because look what the government does with it. And I'm like, so you oppose corruption? You know what I mean? Like if you were told that you were getting a really sweet deal at a discount price, you wouldn't be complaining about it. When you're told that they take your money and go blow up kids with it and then, you know, beat prisoners or whatever nonsense, I can understand why you're upset. The concept of taxes doesn't bother me. The concept of the government not being held accountable and corruption emerging from it bothers me. And like our tax dollars, not even our tax dollars, but printing money and giving it to massive pharmaceutical companies or war, then I'm just like, now I can understand why, you know, someone can come out and say taxation is theft. I disagree. But I understand their point. And I'm kind of just like, you know, it's really hard to argue against someone who says that when we know that a lot of evil people are stealing our money for evil things. Like, how do you clean that up? I think you clean that up and most people are going to be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, sure. If you were spending $50 a month on Netflix and you knew that only, you know, like $40 was going to some random guy to go beat dogs, you'd be like, I'm not going to give Netflix any money anymore.
Well, how do those dogs look?
That's right. It's like, are they foreign dogs? You're like, yeah. So I take issues with that. And I'm kind of like, you know, if you knew that you were contributing to a system that was using your money as efficiently as possible, you'd be like, oh, okay, you know, I'm getting some good from it for some reason. Like, no, like, you know, a lot of people on the right, they don't want to defund the cops, right? But the cops have a lot of broken issues within their systems that need to be fixed as well. And I think just saying like the extremes of defund the police or just not don't really get to the problem of there's something wrong in the justice system as a whole.
Yeah, I would say I think societies are more comfortable with taxes when they have higher social trust, but I will say there is something to the fact beyond corruption that nobody's ever going to be as careful spending your money as you. So like there is something that's just going to be inherently wasted when you transfer it to bureaucrats when it's not their money.
So here's the funny thing. We'll start to wrap it up.
Yeah. Comment. I drank too much coffee. I got to run to the restroom.
All right.
This is true.
We'll wrap up. I'm not your buddy guy saying, why are we listening to three lefties debate politics? Where is the right-wing representation?
That's, hey, man, I don't know what show you're watching here.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's the like, I guess the final thought I'll say on this is that I think for shows like yours, you exist on a political space where you assume everybody to your right is right-wing, even moderates and centrists and liberals.
I think I know some moderates and their politics are definitely to the left of yours. And I have a lot of Republican friends too. And I debate these issues with them on a regular basis. So your politics is a lot closer to theirs, to be honest, based on what I've heard.
I mean, it's weird to say
honestly,
that conservatives would be...
Tim, just prove me wrong. Like, talk about socialized healthcare all the time on your show. And I'll be looking for it now.
It's crazy too. Like the abortion thing, we talk about a lot, like ad nauseum. But it's weird because in this culture war, the tribal left, whatever you want to call it, I'm not saying all leftists, but the tribal commentary left is like I'll give you an example. The Young Turks did a video where they called me ugly because I talked about attraction privilege. I don't know how you call it, beauty privilege or whatever. And I was talking about how conservatives are more likely to be attractive because it's easier to go through life as an attractive person. Thus, you're given benefits that you associate to your abilities instead of society, resulting in a conservative worldview. And those who are less attractive have it harder, resulting in a collectivist worldview. And instead of just like telling me I was wrong, they just called me ugly.
Well, I mean, do you have statistics to back up your but who decides who's ugly and who's unattractive?
So they did studies where they would show images of people to men and women and ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, then create a curve of attraction.
You know, it's funny. I don't know if it's because Emma and the Young Turks didn't understand the argument. They just, and I don't know, because maybe Tim, because I didn't see the video, maybe Tim said it in a more incendiary way, which is possible. But the argument he's basically laying out is the argument that people on the left should enjoy, because he's essentially saying, you know, on average, more attractive people will be conservative because they'll gain privilege, they'll gain invisible privileges they don't realize and think they basically pulled themselves up by their bootstraps.
Right.
So.
And those people that they showed pictures of, they had interviewed them on their political leanings and found a correlation between attraction and political leaning. I'm sorry, beauty, perceived beauty, and political leanings. But this is like not even controversial among the left. This is privilege, right?
Hey, if we're on the right side of things and we're uglier, I'm totally fine with that.
But so what happens is you go through life and you're ugly. People are meaner to you. They're less interested in you. You have a harder time of things. You're going to lean towards collectivist approaches to things, like we need to work together to fix these problems. But if you're attractive and people are nice to you all the time, it's like that 30 Rock episode, The Bubble, where
I love 30 Rock.
What was that guy's? That John Hamm. It's like everyone's super nice to him.
Yeah.
He thought he was really good at everything, but he was just attractive. But like my point is not to talk about that. My point is to just insult me instead of address the issue.
I disagree with the ad hominem, but it's not me. So.
Well, anyway, I think we should wrap it up because we're a little bit long. Do you guys want to say anything before we finish?
Well,
leave?
it got a little heated, but I appreciate you having me on, Tim,
Absolutely.
for sure. And I know you don't want to have Sam on, but I hope you reconsider. I think it could be a good discussion.
Yeah, there's. I will say it with absolute conviction. There's a lot of people who have blacklisted that guy from various shows, and he knows it.
Yeah,
and he's talked about it.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
But he needs to stop saying it's because they're scared of him. It's because he's a dick.
I think it might be both. It might be both.
No one's scared of him.
All right.
Like it's not my business to bring up other podcasts and networks in general. But like I've even had people ask me, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Look, man, we're willing to have people on the show, and then they'll highlight something he did, and they're like, that crossed the line, and I'm like, all right,
Right. Well, if it's about free flowing
didn't he
debate,
say he was going to kill somebody?
I don't think so.
Was it Patrick Bet David?
I have no idea.
I could be wrong about this, but I probably
I'm
should.
pretty sure you're wrong about this.
Let me see if I can look it up.
What Emma did would cross the line too. I don't know if she'd be invited back. I'm not sure.
That Sam was going to kill somebody?
In a karate battle, or like
it was something like if he had the right and he would hang the rich, he would hang Patrick Bet David or something like that.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right, well, I don't know too much about it. I can tell you it's like
he's sarcastic.
Jokes like that freak people out, I guess. So you can call it a joke.
I think he was responding to something. I can't. Again, these are people who are not myself, and I do 15 hours.
I mean, we talked about castrating Biden for corruption, so I don't think
of new content on my program every day, or every week, so it's hard for me to keep track.
Right on. Sean?
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Actual Justice Warrior, on Twitter at IamSean90. And as for Sam Seder, I'm also a New Yorker. I will not only go on his show in studio and debate him, I will also take him out to dinner, hang out with him, become his best friend, maybe even wear matching shirts and all of that. So I am available. I'm not afraid of Sam Seder. So, deliver the message.
Love it.
Right on. Well, I really do appreciate you coming. I think it was great.
Yep.
And Sean, thanks for joining in. And we're trying to figure out how to do this properly. I think because of who I am, it's impossible for just to like me to sit back and have people have a conversation. So I do want to apologize because you're definitely 2 against 1, like both of us. Although on the Ukraine thing, you guys definitely had me. I don't know. I'm looking at these both of you. I'm like, what's going on here? So just for future for everybody, we'll try and make sure that it's not so like I felt like we were very 2 against 1. It wasn't very fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
At times,
I can handle it.
Right on. Well, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And for everybody who watched, thanks for watching, and become a member at timcast.com. We have a lot of more shows.
Okay. We made it. We made it through the video.
I know I'm exhausted. Let's do some super chats.
Oh, the thing I was going to ask John, I forgot. I guess I'll DM him. I am curious how far in advance Sean knew he was going to. Sean said he knew kind of far in advance, right? That he was going to be on. Right, but it sounded
they
like
have to schedule it and whatnot. So
right, but when did Emma know?
I don't know,
because that would be pretty like weird if
she didn't even know what show she was going to be on though.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like, was Sean going to be on anyway, and then they just decided to put Emma on the show, or because it would be obviously it'd be bizarre if like they had booked Emma and planned to have Emma on, and then they snuck Sean in there without telling her, which I would hope they didn't do that, right?
Yeah, I don't know the situation, so I'm sure Sean would have liked to have a one-on-one with Tim or a one-on-one with Emma. So
I'm sure.
But he got a one-on. Well, I guess he didn't really get a one-on-one with us, but we did let him talk more than Tim did.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sean and Brianna talked like overwhelmingly the majority of the time, which I was fine with because I was like, okay, I wanted to see them interact with each other.
Yeah.
And it was a good conversation.
I thought so. But then he had to be a total dick on the Devin Tracy stuff, which...
Listen, I don't begrudge Sean for coming out in favor of #MeToo, okay? I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it, but, you know... Listen.
Believe all women, right?
Yeah.
Devin Tracy is... Atheism is unstoppable, right?
Yes.
And I remember from my atheist days, they would always talk about the Bible being eyewitness accounts, which are the most unreliable accounts in the entire world. Like, what happened there? Now all of a sudden eyewitness accounts are like rock solid?
Yeah, obviously.
Look, eyewitness accounts are just garbage.
Okay. I agree. Twitter sucks for $20. Says, wait a minute. If Majority Report fans watch this debate, if it's on Tim Pool's show, does it make them all neo-Nazis?
Yes,
That's
it does.
True. Fondue for $20 says, Sitch had an infinite drip feed of righteous indignation only to have Tim pull out the cord at full force. That's very true. That was my emotional roller coaster. Yeah. I was like in righteous indignation against Emma mode. It felt so good. Oh, it felt great. I was like, she's so wrong about everything. She's being a bad faith, bad actor.
And then you crashed.
He ripped that cocaine right out of my vein.
You had a giant come down, an immediate come down.
And I was like, Tim, why did you for no fucking reason bake up Curtis? For literally no reason.
Well, no, he had a reason. The reason was for her
being hypocrites on Joe Biden, yeah.
For her to denounce Joe Biden being a corrupt piece of shit. Yeah.
Right. I mean, in terms of like, she didn't bring it up. Like, he just brought up this topic, like, almost out of the blue. So I was like, oh, jeez. Arithmus for $2 says, you guys should get Victoria Nuland on the show. Oh,
I saw that. I was laughing.
Listen,
I mean, we would love to talk to...
Unironically, that would be one of the biggest gets I would want to talk to so bad.
We could grill her about the phone call. God. What were you thinking when you had this phone call?
Well, I have to ask her. I just have to ask her one question. What was the date of the phone call?
Oh, yeah.
I need to tell Dave Smith what the date of the phone call was. It's not some secret, hypothetical, third conversation we never knew about. So
right. Well, I'll work on it.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get her.
There you go.
Look, is she an author? Sometimes these authors want to jump at the chance to just have a conversation with somebody.
I mean, she's still working in government right now for Biden, I think. So probably not going to be. I mean, you can ask. Who knows? But,
let's see. Victoria Nuland.
Yeah, she's the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs in the United States.
Interview process.
Right. Because I don't know if she's ever publicly talked about the phone call thing, which would be interesting. So, but no, I super feel bad to do this. But the stream is going to automatically end in like 20 minutes anyway.
Would you want to go through and read some of the $10 super chats?
But yeah, I'll read through as much of the super chat, $10 super chats as we can get to.
We got a few.
Right. But I will say, so the super chat issue that didn't work last Sunday
is fixed.
Or Tuesday. It didn't work for us. So last Sunday we were going to read them on Tuesday and we couldn't because YouTube was broken. That issue is fixed. So we will 100% make sure to do one of two things. I don't know how long the conversation on Tuesday will be. You'll either 100% make sure we read super chats on Tuesday, that we don't get to today and the previous Sunday that we missed. Or if we don't get to those, we will do a stream on Wednesday or Thursday just to get to the Super Chats.
So she did an interview with the Carnegie Endowment in February, only 4 months ago.
Well, there you go. Listen, we're like Carnegie.
Look, I think we can get Victoria Nuland. Don't give up just yet.
Okay. Actually, let me just read in order. Gorosero for $5 says, Sean, quit hiding your power level. Come out of the closet. Also, can we get a Sean gets interrupted counter?
I mean, I wasn't interrupting.
No, I meant in terms of when he was on Tim.
Oh, yeah.
Lucas Henry for $5 says, Brianna Wu left his dog outside and left it freeze to death. The only reason we know about it is because virtue signaled. Oh, I'm unfamiliar with this situation about Brianna Wu. Oh, so I'm going to have a new policy. Some people are going to be mad at this, but you're going to have to get over it. If we're talking to a trans person, the moderators can start timing out people if they're spamming, he or she or whatever, like the wrong pronouns are. I think you're basically making it so we can't talk to people. And I'm sorry, but if your interaction with our audience, if audience interaction is making it so we literally can't get guests because you're just being a shithead, I'm not going to allow you to basically prevent us from booking guests.
Yeah,
okay?
I totally sign off on that. Yeah.
Right. So, if we're talking to a trans person,
go to Quackademic Agents chat.
Yeah, and you have to scream, their birth pronoun or their birth name at the top of your lips. You will be timed out, and if you keep doing it, you will be banned from the channel going forward. Nilo for $2 says, ineptitude is going to get leaned on a lot for TMR. Yes.
Okay. What's
a very good horse for $5 says, thanks, Brianna, for coming back. It's nice to see progressives coming on, especially if you can point to something they've done that's goofy so they can reflect. Yeah, I mean, I understand, it's Brianna has a tendency to say something like hyper incendiary. She'll just drop like a bomb. So I understand that people get very triggered. But she does, from our perception. I don't know anyone that we've talked to on the left that seems to be more open to actually addressing things where the left is getting wrong that I've seen. That's firmly on the left the way that she is. So, and I think I appreciate that, and I think a lot of people in the audience appreciate that too.
Well, I think she suffered through some of my I can see seeming incendiary takes. So, I mean, I think
okay, maybe
you kind of have to just work through that, right?
Right.
So, it is what it is.
Angry Man for 11 months says, a lot of lefty defense given for TYT or the majority report could be attributed one-to-one to stuffs like the Daily Wire shows. Quote, it's just for fun, isn't a defense they'll accept. I agree. Mitch for 2 Aussie Bucks says, thoughts on Jujutsu Kaisen. I saw the first season and I liked it a lot. I thought it was fun. It was good. Recommend. Where's Sammy G? She's like obsessed with Gojo.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I saw her in the chat earlier. So.
Oh, okay. I'd hope she's asleep by now. Gallup Baffer for $10 says, I strongly dislike Tim Pool, but I love his music. But he was a songwriter before he was a commentator, and the idea that Tim's music clashes with his style is absurd. He started as emo punk. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But obviously from people's perspective where they didn't know Tim, they knew Tim first as a political commentator. I mean, I'll agree slightly. Knowing someone's a political commentator first, it's unusual to see them go back to music. Like, I'm not going to criticize them or make fun of them for doing that, but it's a kind of like you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming, situation.
There's lots of music that is super popular that I think is garbage. So
true. Yeah, that's true. Like if I liked his music, if it was my genre of music I liked, I'd probably have a different opinion too.
Yeah.
So
if he drops a single like Purity Ring, I'm like, oh, okay, this is fucking awesome. Look, he can sing like a chick.
Right. I mean, if he dropped Reese's Puff song, then I'd be like, wow, Tim Pool's based.
What if he did a Weird Al Yankovic type song that really
Ooh.
hit.
If he did like you know how
About wokeness.
yeah, like if you know how Chris Reagan used to do those really good
Yeah.
song parodies, those Weird Al-ish song parodies.
I mean, that's a whole different ball game.
There you go. There you go. Nilo for $2 says Sam had like 9 excuses and all were lame.
Yeah, true.
True.
Look, and if you have a reputation for being a dishonest scumbag, why would you do the thing with Steven Crowder? Like, why would you be talked into doing that? Doesn't that kind of play into the stereotype that's
Well,
all
he doesn't care because it's a good Steven Crowder ran away and got owned club.
Yeah, it totally plays into the look. He's a dishonest scumbag.
Oh no, I agree completely. And the thing is like, I mean, Sam didn't look good.
No,
I think
not
from
at
a neutral
all.
perspective, like Sam and H3 didn't look good.
Ethan, they both look terrible.
Yeah, you can't. It's ultimately hyper scummy to set up a debate for yourself and then be like, oh, surprise, I'm actually, tagging out. You're gonna have a debate against a completely different person you didn't agree to have. I mean, it's obviously a very scummy move.
Yeah.
That's why I said, Sean should do that to Sam.
If either one of us came to the other with this proposal, I mean, we would shoot it down immediately. This is just
are you kidding
fucking crazy.
Destroy our reputation.
Yeah.
So.
But I guess Sam's reputation is already shit, so he's like, well, just pile a little more shit on top of this.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Well, it's funny because I didn't think about it till this conversation, but you don't see Sam in a lot of places.
No,
which is weird because you feel like he could be in a lot of places. So
yeah, if he wasn't a scumbag,
maybe, yeah. I mean, and it's interesting. They talk about this, so Tim brought up that weird thing about Sam threatening someone or something, and said like that's why he wasn't allowed on some show, but Tim was going to name him. When Emma calls in to Sam, they interpret that as Tim's talking about Joe Rogan's show.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the case, but we cover this. I think the real reason Joe doesn't have him on is because Sam hyper stabbed Joe Rogan in the back in a really gross way, which was that when Sam was kicked off of MSNBC, I forget why, when he was kicked off of being on MSNBC, Joe Rogan defended him publicly and said that was wrong. And then Sam starts attacking Joe and saying that he's, creating alt-right echo chambers and all that, bullshit.
Anti-COVID stuff, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I think it was actually pre-COVID that he was attacking Joe. So he
attacked him on MSNBC or something. I remember we covered the clip.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's really gross that, right after Joe defends you, you turn around and shit all over him. So
yeah.
I mean, it probably wasn't right after, but still, like.
Yeah.
PC for $5 says, does Brianna think that anyone that votes for Republican, does Brianna think that, I assume you mean everyone, does everyone that votes for Republican is a right winger? I guess everyone that voted for Biden is a progressive.
That's a good point. I mean,
probably.
Obviously.
Hawk622 for $10 says, to say Tim Pool is right wing shows how far the left has pulled away from the center. It is a self-owned by lefties that call moderates right wing. This is a deliberate Marxist redefining of terms.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I don't agree in terms of that. I mean, I agree with the overall point, but I don't agree in terms of Tim because if you watch Tim's content, again, as I said, he's definitely marketing towards a right-wing audience. And so if you don't like him and you're going to take like a hyper uncharitable, if you're going to allow your elephant to basically control your judgment and you're not going to like really listen to what he's saying and parse it, or as in my case, I watched his evolution so I can kind of see where he started and where he became. I think it'd be very easy for people to fall in the trap of thinking he's right wing because of how he structures his show.
Look, I think a lot of these left wing channels will call you right wing if you just don't straw man right-wing arguments. So
No,
they
right,
can make the
obviously.
case that
Sure.
we are catering to a right-wing audience just because we won't come out here and lie about their positions.
No. Right. I understand. But it's like we've had a lot of people on the left come on our show, automatically assume we're right wing, and even just then declare that we're right wing because we spend the majority of the time criticizing the left.
People on the left, yeah.
Right. Or like concepts on the left. Right. So
I mean, I see way more straw manning on the left than I do on the right.
I don't agree with you.
Okay.
I think that's the number one move that everyone does, is that they straw man what the other side's position is.
Right.
Now, the right is better at kind of, well, actually, maybe I will agree with you to some extent. I do think the right is better.
Look, they have the whole trans genocide thing. What is the equivalent of that on the right?
No. Well, here's what I'll say. You could be correct. Actually, the right strawmans the shit out the left too. But the right has a better understanding overall, in my opinion, if they want to not strawman. The left's
like the
opinion,
groomer thing? Yeah, of course.
On the left's opinion of thing, because the left has far greater control over the mainstream culture and the mainstream media. And so you kind of get this right-wing standpoint epistemology argument.
Right. They understand the arguments because they're in their faces constantly.
Right.
They
More
can't
so
escape them.
Right. I think it's easier for people to be in a left-wing bubble than it is for people to be in a right-wing bubble. Now, you still can be in a right-wing bubble, but it's just easier to be in a left-wing bubble.
Right. You just have to watch CNN and think, oh, look, I'm getting.
Well, I think for the average person, if they don't watch any news, I think it's very easy for you to be in a left-wing bubble and not watch any news, just by kind of like what you absorb from the general culture and opinions around you. So, dialogue always, a real dialogue always.
Is it really? Oh, look at this. Yes. It is.
It says, interesting. The same people that always use, quote, left-wing as a way to dismiss people in arguments desperately get offended when called right-wing. So I think people get offended because they feel like it's not an accurate label. I mean, if Tim was a right-winger, if we were a right-winger, well, we wouldn't care if someone called us right-wing.
Yeah.
So.
What is that? What does he mean by this?
Well, he's saying that, like, because we will use leftist. We don't really use left wing. We use it more like far left or leftist dismissively, or is it labeled to?
I'm not using left wing as a dismissive label, though.
I know that.
Well,
right.
That's not a strategy that we use.
We don't use left wing or right wing as a dismissive thing. We try to use it as general identifiers. We will use like leftists and far left and far right as dismissive labels. So.
Not necessarily. I mean, just.
Well, we do
accurate labels.
I mean, I think it'd be like if we called, calling Tim a right winger, calling us a right wingers. It's kind of like if we were to say like, oh, Brianna, you're a socialist, right? Well, I'm not. It's like, well, why are you mad? Why are you mad that we're like mislabeling you? It's like, well, people like to be labeled appropriately. As the people advocating for non-binary pronouns.
I would
they
say
should be aware they don't want to be labeled incorrectly.
I would say when we pull out the idiot, moron, that's when we're dismissing people.
Okay.
Retard. Okay. These are the dismissive labels.
Right.
But even if we ask somebody, are you a communist on the show? We're not. We're doing that to establish their positions, not to dismiss them.
Right.
We were engaging with communism, with communists. Like one of the things that you love to talk to FD Signifier all the time is because, look, he's open about it. He's a socialist and he's not hiding his power level and shit.
Yeah,
we're not dismissing him
specifically, which is nice. But
look, we're calling him a CRT socialist, but not to dismiss him and say he doesn't have any. Not to say, oh, it's not worth engaging with him because. I mean, what does that mean? Dismiss.
We're not saying it. Okay, so to be fair, we're not saying it's not worth engaging with him because he's socialist. But when you shit talk socialism, as to the extent that we do, when you label someone a socialist, like you're kind of embedding in it the previous, shit talking elements.
I object to the words dismiss people. Who are we dismissing?
I agree. You're right. I shouldn't use the word dismiss because that's true.
Well, no, dialogue always says as a way to dismiss people.
Oh, you're right.
Like,
so
who
fuck
are we
him.
dismissing?
Yeah, we generally try to listen to their arguments and work through them. We don't just say you're a lefty loony or something.
Did we dismiss Brianna Wu? We've had her on twice. Look, we've had dialogue always on twice, and he's obviously a left winger. I don't think it's not fair to say that we're dismissing people.
True.
Unfair attack.
Well, it's dialogue always. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5.
I heard that. Who gives a shit?
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says it just shows Brianna like a lot of progressives can't get past her internalized strawman interpretation of conservatives. To some extent,
we're working on that though.
Right. I'll say, listen, to some extent, yes, but listen, she's light years ahead of most people.
Lance,
give her some credit here. Okay, give her some credit.
Yeah, she's light years ahead of Lance, Matt Binder.
Yeah.
Katie.
Most other lefties we've talked to. So.
And even today, we saw she seemed genuinely interested. She's like, oh, look, I have a right winger here in front of me. Sean, I can study him. How do I understand the things he's saying?
Right. Yeah. Not only, and you guys got to give her a lot of credit because not only did she was genuinely interested in Sean's opinions, but she was throwing him like from her perspective. I know this doesn't really mean much to Sean, but from her perspective, like to say like, oh, if someone's crafting policy, they should turn to you. That's like the highest praise from her perspective because that's her whole thing is to craft policy. So she's obviously really respects his crime takes. So, which I never heard someone on the left say. So,
yeah, imagine Katie turning to him and saying,
"Well, that's like the lowest bar."
Well, that's why I said it.
Right.
Look, I'm trying to show the contrast.
Okay. BC for $2 says we all know Hassan is the true capitalist. True.
Oh yeah, unfortunately.
Hexed and Happy for $5 says I think Tim is a moderate, but he sides with the right more because he sees the left as far more extreme and it's the enemy of my enemy thought process.
Somewhat.
I think I agree with that somewhat. Again, I don't think Tim's moderate because I think Tim is I think Tim is conspiratorially minded. So he might be like moderate, like on a left right wing spectrum, but he's a very anti-institutional. He's very heterodox from an automatic lens, which is fine. You can be that. I think that plays into whether you're like a quote moderate or not, in my opinion. So.
Are we going to remember where we're at?
People usually mean that left right wing. What'd you say?
Well, are we going to remember where we're at with the super chats? I'm not sure how we. Is there a way of marking?
Oh shit! Wait, before we finish, we got to read I got to read the memberships because those are harder to get to.
Oh yeah, let's breeze through those.
We got 12 minutes left, I think. Or no, we have 19 minutes left. I misread originally. There's cerebral palsy for 6 months says the dog. So the last super chat we read was Hexed Happy. It was Tim Modern one. Cerebral palsy for 6 months says the dog loves watching Chicken City. I'll put it on TV and I'll entertain him for hours. That's hilarious. That's really funny.
That is funny.
Liam S for 12 months. Thank you, Liam S for 1 year. It says Sean, you will lose my respect. You will lose my respect if you debate Sam. You don't introduce him. Oh, if you don't introduce him with the Buckets theme song playing.
Mr. Bucket.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, that would be pretty funny though. Black Cat Black Cat 0061 for 15 months. Thank you so much. Shout out to everyone else going to AX next week. Day 1, I'm gonna fight to see the trigger panel. Wish me luck. S class is the best class.
Boo.
Become the Knight. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Mike Hassange for 11 months says tomorrow's my birthday. I spelled it right this time, Sitch. Thank you. A team reigns supreme. Woo! Well, happy birthday, Mike. Even if you're a filthy A-teamer.
That's right.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Ostracy for 15 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much, Ostracy. Says, why does it seem like people speak about abortions without looking at polling? On that note, the number in that Gallup poll I sent you, Sitch, is now 60, up from 57%. I'll be honest, I don't remember what polling you're talking about. I assume you're talking about people's feelings on abortion or something. Jack H for 9 months says crime will cause poverty, and poverty can definitely lead to crime. Tackling both and breaking that cycle seems to be the best way forward. I agree with that, Jack.
I think I was fighting with Ostracy on Twitter.
About what?
Is that the same Ostracy?
That's the same Ostracy.
About
you have to be
the red
somewhat
pill
nice
stuff.
to Ostracy.
I know. I was going to say Ostracy. Women are sluts. He was coming at me with some red pill arguments.
Listen, Ostracy's much further to the right than we are.
Fighting against.
But we still love them. Good news. Dr. Hiller tweets out, Adam signed off on MPreg or whatever other degenerate thing you could think of, because Adam in the chat said, misgendering me is fine.
Oh, yeah. Look, I would rather you guys beat up on me and Sitch than the guests, just because it makes it hard. It makes it hard to book the guests, obviously. And we want to... Go ahead.
I was just saying, you can disagree with the guest.
Just don't be rude.
Even a level of rudeness is okay. I don't like it, but I'm not going to ban you for doing it. It's just the misgendering thing that's not appropriate.
Right.
Michael Gout for 10 months says, since Davies had to educate you on printing. I think he was wrong though, but whatever. Money equals QE only given to banks to encourage lending, then our taxes. Gov debt is how we get for gov obligations.
What? Where are we at? 9 months?
10 months.
10 months. Trying to look at this thing.
Printing money equals QE.
Had to educate you on printing.
Yeah.
Money equals quantitative easing, only given to banks to encourage lending.
Yeah.
Then our taxes govern debt is how we get dollars for government obligations. I mean, I don't. First of all,
so actually, Michael, you're wrong. That's actually not true. And if Davey said that, he's wrong. So according to that video that you sent me, and when I tried to look it up, it seemed to confirm that is not how it works.
Well, yeah, and this is what triggered me because, as you can see in the video, he says, well, it's a lot easier if you just think of these two entities as combined with a balance sheet that, some of the entries cancel each other out. So,
yeah, but even if you don't do that, this perception, I'd have to go back and listen to the Davey conversation because I don't remember. What you just said, Michael, is not how money is made.
Quantitative easing is just an asset swap too. Right. It's not, you're just basically giving banks reserves that if nobody takes a loan, that money never makes it into the economy. So a lot of people called QE money printing when it really was. I mean, sure, you can print a bunch of dollars. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if they just end up in a bank reserve account that nobody borrows, then they actually don't enter the economy. They just sit there in the reserve account.
Right. Okay.
Do we get
Falling Pussyfoot for 2 months says, S class is the best class. Thank you. Chief Slinging Beef for 1 month says, my wife is mixed race. We moved back to my hometown in the South because of COVID BS. She says it's the least racist place she's ever lived. Projection. Interesting.
Wow. I mean, I did live in the South and I did see racism, but I saw plenty of people who were not racist. And I mean, it wasn't like ubiquitous.
Right. Potato. Thank you so much, our Circuit Uncle Potato, for being outside the simulation for 11 months. Thank you so much, Potato.
Wow.
Says, love whenever Sean joins the stream. Was his episode that got me to watch this show.
Really?
Well, there you go. It's awesome. Has he got a debate with Sam set up yet, or is Sam running scared? So
Sam is officially running scared, yeah.
Currently. I did think it was very funny when Emma called in that they didn't name Sean and she didn't bring up the debate offer. So.
Yeah.
Sam Seder claimed that he was going to watch the whole stream at some point, maybe on his show. But so if they do that, I'll see what happens when he gets to that point.
They're definitely going to watch the Tim Pool blowing up stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And they'll
watch
say
it and rewind it and
a,
watch it again and laugh about it.
And they're going to say he's a neo-Nazi and his whole audience is neo-Nazis. And anyone who sides with Tim Pool is a neo-Nazi. It's so fucking like high school to me.
Yes. And they're going to hit him with that sexism accusation.
Oh, of course.
You're going to say, Tim Pool thinks that you need a man to tell you what to say.
Boo.
And he'll say it just like that. Jay, for 11 months, thanks so much, says, my favorite part of the debate was when Sean became the moderator by the end of it.
Yeah, that was interesting. We almost got them all. Sasquatch
for 4 months says, hi. Is ISAS. Hello, Sass. Once the conversation over the Pool Emma Sean stream has been completed, it'd be interesting to hear discussion with Sean regarding FDR. I guess I'll have to be for another day. I don't know if Sean has a take on FDR, but
Hennessy for 15 months.
Hennessy says, thanks for 15 months. Hennessy says, I talk biz to my chiropractor and he explained to me that another major cost of medical bills is that they have employees just to deal with insurance. Yes, that's true. They have a whole middle management cut out for that.
Of course.
That raises cost of everything.
Terrible waste of resources.
Spencer for 9 months says, no idea where I'm jumping into the stream. I just know that S-Class is the best class. When is Starship Troopers EFAP with Mahler and Sargon? Also, hi, Sean.
Who knows?
The IJP Mexican for 10 months. Thank you. Says, listen and believe as long as the husband already got rid of the other guy, because then there is only one side to the issue. I'm sorry, there's only one side to things. Yeah, I listen. I love you, Sean. I appreciate you, but that argument is just baffling to me. But okay.
And it looks bad. It's not a good hill to die on.
Well, I mean, you can take a position you think is true and say, based on the truth, I'm willing to die on this hill. I mean, all right, but if this is all based around literally one person's testimony and nothing else, that's weird to me, but okay. Yeah. Lucimilo Lopez for 7 months says, Sean, are you going to respond to Chank's nephew's analysis on the crime segment with Emma? Oh, I should have watched it. I saw that Hassan watched some element of this stream, and I watched the first 20 minutes of it, and it was really boring, so I turned it off. Does he call Sean racist or something? I'll have to go back and actually listen to it. So.
John Bender, 8 months.
John Bender says, just pre-ordered my first comic I ever bought in my 38 years alive.
Nice. I hope it was ours. Bender. Yeah, thanks.
Another banner year at the Bender House. Hope it comes out before I die of old age. Thanks for the years of content, guys. Well, thank you for the support, John.
John's been with us a long time, so
at least 8 months.
Well, no, I think he's been with me on YouTube since my first videos. So
nice.
Yeah,
I recognize him. Travis Lamb for 1 month. Thank you. Says, I cannot choose between S-Class or A-Team since I love you both equally. Can we compromise and start a new thing called the SA Crew?
Sure.
You can, even though it sounds like the sexual assault crew. But okay.
Is that what the intention? Look, as long as it's consensual.
Well, then it wouldn't be assault.
I mean, why wouldn't it be? Look, she likes it rough. Come on.
Okay. I think you know what assault means, but all right.
We have the last one.
Okay.
Does assault mean non-consensual?
Yes.
Okay.
By definition.
Damn it.
Listen, it's all just it's just people, they're just playing a game, right?
Come on,
like to pretend.
We're gonna cut off. Sometimes it cuts off a bit early, so
okay, we got 7 minutes left. Adam Gadbaugh for 10 months says, Emma truly believes they're all Aladdin stealing bread to feed families.
Yes, and that drives me insane. But like I said, I think it's because they in their heart of hearts think I would never do any of this criminal activity unless I was desperate. Desperate.
Look at this. So this just came in an hour ago. So I guess it was right after Sean left the stream. Sean says, as of right now, I'm officially working on a debate conversation with Sam Seder relating to crime and criminal justice topics. All my minions are hereby ordered to stop demanding it as it is to be worked out for this future date. So there you go. Look at that. It all worked out.
Sure.
So he
that might be
all
fake.
the pestering worked. Well, there you go.
That might be fake, Sitch.
What do you mean? Like fake from Sam's position or fake from Sean's position?
That might. Isn't that a Streamlabs? Like a.
No. I'm reading a
Sam
tweet.
Seder?
I'm reading a tweet.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry. I should have said. I'm sorry. I should have said. No.
Okay.
I was reading an official tweet from Sean.
From Sean or from Sam Seder?
From Sean.
Okay.
Sean says he's officially working on a debate conversation with Sam. Thank you, Dr. Diller, for sending this to me. So.
He's like. Okay, interesting.
So there you go. So I guess you could say if that all pans out.